In this blood-stained era of chaos, where tyrants vie for power and blood flows like rivers, the rulers of the realms regard the common folk as mere weeds. Justice fades in the lawless world of the rivers and lakes. Changqing finds himself traversing into this tumultuous realm, devoid of any background, armed only with a broken sword and an awakened cultivation assistance system. This system does not bestow divine weapons or fortuitous opportunities. Rather, it accurately deduces the flaws in martial arts, optimizes sword techniques, and predicts the lethal moves of adversaries, enabling him to ascend to the pinnacle of the sword path with utmost efficiency. From a remote town to the battlefield of the heavens, he journeys forth with his sword, slaying false saints atop high platforms, vanquishing demon lords in deep valleys, and overpowering realm lords amidst the celestial expanse. The world hails him as the eternal sword master, not for his longevity, but for the immortality of his sword heart and the undying spirit of his path. When the heavens shatter and the way of the world becomes unbalanced, only his sword can cleave through the chaos. This sword sings for the sake of the living. This body fights for the righteous path. A mortal frame can transcend the heavens. With a sword in hand, one can indeed determine the fate of the universe. Chapter 1. Transcendence in a high martial world. A life resurrected. Severe pain sears through his limbs like molten lava as Changqing opens his eyes amidst the chaos, revealing damp rock walls and hanging vines. The acrid scent of blood invades his nostrils that he struggles to lift his head, only to find a weight akin to a boulder pressing upon his chest, with each breath eliciting excruciating agony. Where am I? Fragments of unfamiliar memories flood his mind. The Sunyu continent, a world flourishing in martial arts. The Qingyun Alliance, a premier martial force spanning 3 states. Yi Lingtian, the renowned leader of the Qingyun Alliance, and himself, Yi Changqing, the sole legitimate son of Yi Lingtian. The original owner was a once-in-a-century martial prodigy, having drawn energy into his body at 4, and breaking through to the acquired realm at 7, heralded as the future hope of the Qingyun Alliance. Yet, just half a month ago, he had inexplicably gone astray in his training, damaging his meridians and losing his cultivation, only to be accidentally pushed off this precipice. Today, going astray? An accident? Yi Changqing coughs up a mouthful of black blood, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. The stepmother, Lu Rian, who had always greeted him with a warm smile and tender inquiries, now appears in his mind with a grotesque visage. That seemingly nourishing soup was, in truth, the source of the original owner's toxins. The poison rapidly erodes his internal organs, and his vitality slips away like sand through an hourglass. Yi Changqing chuckles bitterly. Having just succumbed to lung cancer on Earth, must he now face death once more in this foreign world? Life signs of the host detected to be below critical levels. Binding conditions met. Martial Arts Assistance System is activating. Activation successful. Starter gift package has been issued. Would you like to open it immediately? The cold mechanical voice resonates in his mind, and Yi Changqing is momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of joy. Was a system truly here to assist him? Open it. Open it at once. Starter gift package opened successfully. Obtain detoxification pill X1, Supreme Body of Martial Arts Inheritance X1. A luminous white pill materializes in his palm, exuding a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Without hesitation, Yi Changqing consumes it, feeling it dissolve instantly, a warm surge coursing through him, swiftly alleviating the burning pain as the toxins within him dissolve like snow under the sun. Then, an even more formidable power erupts from the depths of his soul. Golden patterns flicker across his skin, his bones crackle audibly, and the ruptured meridians visibly repair and expand, becoming several times more resilient than during the original owner's peak. This is the supreme body of martial arts? Yi Changqing marvels at the surging power within him, clenching his fist, even crushing a piece of the rock wall. This transformative sensation nearly compels him to howl at the heavens. The system panel unfolds before him. Host, Yi Changqing Realm, 7th layer of acquired realm, repairing. Physique, supreme body of martial arts. Beginner, martial arts. Incomplete basic sword technique of Qingyun. Items, none. System functions, martial arts deduction, technique optimization, task release, unlocked. My physique has awakened, but I still require martial arts. The Yi Changqing surveys his surroundings and discovers he lies on a platform at the cliff's base, with what appears to be a naturally formed cave behind him. He struggles to rise, leaning against the rock wall as he enters the cave. Deep within the cave, a stone door stands prominently, inscribed with 3 powerful characters. Ling Tian's tomb. Yi Changqing's heart trembles. Yi Lingtian, the original owner's father, the King Yun alliance leader rumored to be sequestered in seclusion to break through to the Grandmaster realm? What brings him to be buried here? Asterisk asterisk Chapter 2, The Supreme Sword Technique, a glimpse of brilliance asterisk asterisk. The stone door bears no lock. Yi Changqing channels his energy to push it open, and the heavy stone door gradually creaks ajar. The cave's interior is modest, with a cold jade coffin resting at its center. On the stone platform before the coffin lies an ancient tome, yellowed with age, alongside a storage pouch. The cover of the tome bears the title Supreme Sword Technique in elegant calligraphy, radiating an aura of dominance. Yi Changqing picks up the tome and flips it open. The opening line reads, "The void is formless. The sword energy traverses the expanse. Wield the heart as the sword, and you can shatter the void. Earthly, immortal realm. Shattering the void." Yi Changqing's breath quickens. The martial realms of the Suyu continent are categorized as acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, and martial saint. Yet, the earthly immortal realm exists solely in legends. Detection of the unparalleled martial technique, Supreme Sword Technique. Would you like to spend 10 energy points for analysis and inheritance? Energy points. Yi Changqing blinks, quickly noticing the system panel's corner displaying initial energy value, 10. Inherit. Analyzing inheritance. Inheritance successful. Supreme Sword Technique has been uploaded to the system and is available for deduction and optimization. A vast understanding of swordsmanship flows into his mind, as Yi Changqing envisions countless sword shadows intertwining in the void, from basic slashes and thrusts to transcendent sword moves embodying the principles of heaven and earth. Each insight deepens his understanding of the sword. Simultaneously, he opens the storage pouch on the stone platform, revealing a trove of shimmering spirit stones, several vials labeled rejuvenation pill and body refining liquid, along with a long sword entirely black in hue. Found Xian Iron Sword X1, grade, upper grade common. Found lower grade spirit stones X500, middle grade spirit stones X30, found several healing pills. Yi Changqing takes a deep breath, gripping the Xian Iron Sword tightly. The cold sensation against his palm brings an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Lu Ruyan, and those lurking in the shadows. He gazes up towards the cliff, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. What you owe to the original owner, what you owe to the leader of the Yi family. I will reclaim it all, piece by piece. The twilight sun filters through the gaps in the vines, illuminating the upright figure of the youth. The wind at the cliff's base lifts his garments, heralding the beginning of an extraordinary legend. Chapter 3, Cultivation at the Cliff Bottom. The sword's radiance in the ensuing 3 months. Yi Changqing was entirely immersed in his cultivation. The spiritual energy at the cliff's base was several times denser than that of the outside world, and with ample spiritual stones and elixirs at his disposal. His cultivation soared like a rocket. The renowned martial arts supreme body indeed lived up to its reputation, not only allowing him to cultivate at an unparalleled speed, but also endowing him with a terrifying physical resilience. Ordinary blades could scarcely inflict any harm, and he could withstand the assaults of peak innate realm practitioners with merely slight injuries. The Taizhu sword technique was nothing short of miraculous. The system had deconstructed this extraordinary martial art into 3 stages: the fundamental sword intent, the subtle sword intent, and the void sword domain. With daily practice and deliberation, Yi Changqing's proficiency in swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds. One morning, standing in an open area with his Xian Tai sword in hand, he felt the airflow around him gradually swirling with each breath. First form of the Taizhu sword technique, flowing clouds. He exclaimed softly. His figure danced like willow catkins in the wind, and the sword light resembled drifting clouds in the mountains, seemingly slow and gentle, yet imbued with an inescapable precision. The tendrils on the rock wall were silently severed by the sword aura, with the cuts as smooth as a mirror. 3 months ago, he was entirely ignorant of swordplay, relying solely on the remnants of the original owner's memories to wield the sword. Yet now, he had fully mastered the foundational sword intent of the Taizhu sword technique. The essence of the sword flowed effortlessly with every movement, presenting him as a minor expert. Detected that the host has mastered the foundational sword intent of the Taizhu sword technique. Do you wish to expend 10 energy points for optimization? Optimize. Optimization successful. Obtaining the advanced technique. Flowing clouds shattering the moon. A new insight into the sword technique flashed through his mind, causing Yi Changqing's eyes to sparkle as he swung his sword once more. This time, the flowing sword light accelerated abruptly, carving a crescent arc in the air, accompanied by the sharp whistle of wind as it struck a massive boulder 10 zhang away. Swoosh! The sword light swept past, and the boulder erupted with a thunderous crash. sending fragments flying. As the dust settled, a deep sword mark appeared on the ground, half a foot deep. Host, Yi Changqing, realm, first layer of the innate realm. Physique, martial arts supreme body, beginner. Cultivation method, Taixu sword technique, foundation mastery. Martial skill, flowing clouds shattering the moon, entry level. Energy points, 5. Items, medium grade spiritual stones, x15. Rejuvenation pills, x3. He had finally broken through to the innate realm. Yi Changqing sheathed his sword, standing still as he felt the surging internal energy within him. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The innate realm represented the pinnacle among the younger generation of the Qingyun alliance, granting him a solid foundation. He gazed up towards the top of the cliff, where clouds swirled, as if separated by two worlds. It was time to emerge. These past 3 months had not been solely about arduous training. Through the system's organization of the original owner's memories, he had gathered a rough understanding of the power dynamics within the Qingyun alliance. His father, Yi Lingtian, had been missing for 6 months, and the affairs within the alliance were managed by the Grand Elder and several Hall Masters. Meanwhile, his stepmother, Lu Rian, had garnered considerable support due to her status as the widow of the alliance leader, subtly controlling the alliance's finances and logistics. Lu Rian's ability to poison and harm others right under his father's nose surely indicated the presence of accomplices. Yi Changqing's gaze darkened, and he suspected that his father's disappearance was far from a simple matter. He stored the remaining spiritual stones and elixirs into his storage pouch, meticulously checked Yi Lingtian's grave to ensure nothing was overlooked, and then began searching for a way to depart from the cliff's base. With his formidable physique and agile movements, Yi Changqing ascended the steep rock face. The supreme martial arts bestowed upon him extraordinary strength and endurance, allowing him to traverse seemingly ungraspable footholds with ease. Upon finally reaching the summit of the cliff, he beheld the undulating mountain ranges and the faint outlines of distant towns, prompting him to inhale deeply. Qingyun Alliance. I have returned. Chapter 4. A first foray into the Jianghu. After departing from the cliff, Yi Changqing journeyed westward towards the nearest city, Loxia City. Loxia City, a medium-sized stronghold within the Qingyun Alliance's domain, boasted a flourishing martial arts community, with numerous martial arts academies and inns lining its streets. Upon entering the city, Yi Changqing was immediately enveloped by the palpable atmosphere of the Jianghu. Martial artists adorned with swords and sabers could be seen everywhere, and discussions regarding various sex competitions and the opening of secret realms resonated from the tea houses. He settled into an inn, ordered a few dishes, and intended to inquire about the recent happenings of the Qingyun Alliance when the commotion from a nearby table captured his attention. Wang Lao-san, don't push your luck, boomed a burly man, his face flushed with rage as he slammed his hand on the table, the tiger head token at his waist glinting ominously. Sitting across from him was an elderly man in a green robe, his face reddened, clutching a medicine box tightly. I truly have no extra money. This medicine is for my granddaughter's life. Life-saving? The burly man sneered, reaching for the medicine box. In Loxia City, my words are law. Either pay up or hand over the medicine. Choose one. Surrounding diners frowned, but dared not speak up. The Black Tiger Gang was the local tyrant. Led by a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the acquired realm, and ordinary folk knew better than to provoke them. Yi Changqing set down his chopsticks, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was no saint, yet he could not bear to witness such bullying. Moreover, the Black Tiger Gang seemed to have some ties to the Qingyun Alliance. Just as the burly man's hand was about to grasp the medicine box, a hand suddenly seized his wrist. What kind of skill is it to bully an elderly man? Yi Changqing had somehow positioned himself beside the table, his tone calm, but his grip astonishingly powerful. The burly man felt as though his wrist were caught in a vice, pain shooting through him as he grimaced, unable to break free. You dare meddle in my affairs? The burly man's surprise turned to fury as he swung his other fist towards Yi Changqing's face. Get lost. Yi Changqing's gaze sharpened. He sidestepped the punch and twisted the burly man's wrist sharply. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing was unmistakable, accompanied by the man's anguished scream. He was spun around and crashed heavily to the ground, rolling in agony. The sudden turn of events rendered the inn silent. All patrons stunned. Wasn't that the Black Tiger Gang's underboss, a master at the 5th level of the acquired realm, subdued by this seemingly youthful lad in a single move? Is there anyone else? Yi Changqing swept his gaze over the other henchmen of the Black Tiger Gang, his tone icy. The remaining men turned pale with fright, daring not to advance as they hastily helped their fallen companion and fled, scrambling away. Thank you, young hero, for your timely intervention. The elderly man in green rose quickly to express his gratitude, his eyes glistening with emotion. It was but a trifling effort. Yi Changqing waved his hand, his gaze landing upon the old man's medicine chest. "Elder, what affliction has befallen your granddaughter?" The elder sighed. "It is a strange illness. Her body burns with fever, and she lies in a deep coma. The physicians in the city are at a loss, which is why I ventured outside the city to gather some rare medicinal herbs, hoping they might prove effective." After a brief moment of contemplation, Changqing replied, "Perhaps I can be of assistance." He had inherited the original owner's memories and possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the pharmacology of the Sunyu continent. With the potential aid of the system, he believed he might indeed be able to remedy this peculiar ailment. More importantly, he detected a familiar essence emanating from the old man's medicine chest, reminiscent of the lingering toxins within the original body, a striking similarity. Chapter 5. Shadows of Poison. Clues begin to emerge following the elder to a dilapidated hut on the outskirts of the city. Changqing beheld a young girl lying on the bed. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years of age, her face flushed a deep crimson, her breath shallow and rapid, her brow furrowed in evident distress, as if she were enduring immense suffering. Changqing gently placed his hand upon the girl's wrist, allowing a faint surge of inner energy to penetrate her being. Moments later, his expression shifted. The affliction within the girl was not a mere illness, but rather an insidious chronic toxin, slowly eroding her vitality. This toxin bore the same origin as the one within the original body, albeit in a significantly milder dosage. Indeed, it was connected to Lu Ruyan, Changqing mused. Special toxin, heart corrosion powder, detected. 5 energy points may be consumed for analysis, generating an antidote formula. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, and Changqing promptly chose to analyze it. Soon, a detailed antidote formula materialized in his consciousness. "Elder, your granddaughter is afflicted by poison, not illness," Changqing stated as he withdrew his hand. "I can concoct the antidote, but I will require several herbs, which should be available at the apothecary in the city." The elder, both astonished and overjoyed, quickly produced all the coins he possessed. "Young hero, whatever you need, I shall procure at once." Changqing jotted down the names of the required herbs and added, "These ingredients may not be inexpensive. If your funds are insufficient, simply inform them you are collecting for Baikatang and charge it to my account." He had overheard at the inn that Baikatang was the largest apothecary in Loxia City, its background seemingly remarkable. The elder expressed boundless gratitude before departing. Changqing settled beside the bed, observing the unconscious girl, his gaze growing increasingly cold. Heart corrosion powder was an exceedingly rare poison, known only to the poison sect of the western regions, and Lu Ruyan's maternal family was a minor clan from that same area. Did she have ties to the poison sect? An hour later, the elder returned with the herbs. Changqing immediately set to work on the antidote. With the system's assistance, a process that would typically require several hours was completed in less than half that time. The pale green liquid was administered to the girl's mouth, and within the span of a single incense stick, the flush on her face receded, and her breathing steadied. "It is done. The toxin has been contained. With a few more doses, she shall be completely healed," Changqing remarked as he wiped his hands. The elder, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of gratitude and fell to his knees. "I am eternally indebted. If you ever require assistance, I would face 100 deaths without hesitation." Changqing hastily helped him to his feet and inquired, "Elder, think carefully. Have you offended anyone recently or encountered any particularly notable individuals?" The elder furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, yes. Half a month ago, I ventured into the western part of the city to gather medicinal herbs, when I encountered a woman clad in a blue dress. She claimed to be lost and inquired about the Qingyun alliance, offering me a steamed bun as a token of gratitude for my directions." Changqing felt a stir within. What did this woman look like? She appeared to be in her 30s, strikingly beautiful, her voice soft and gentle. Lu Ruyan. Changqing was nearly certain that this woman was indeed Lu Ruyan. She not only poisoned and killed the original owner, but seemed to continue her malevolent deeds in Loxia City, with intentions seemingly linked to the Qingyun alliance. "Old man, take care of your granddaughter and try to avoid going out during this time," Changqing urged as he stood up. "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Exiting the thatched cottage, Changqing made his way directly to the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang. He recalled the token worn by the burly man earlier, the tiger head engraved upon it identical to the emblem of the guards maintained by Lu Ruyan's family. Chapter 6. Bloodbath at the Black Tiger Gang. Initial emergence of brilliance. The headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang was located at the northwestern corner of Loxia City. An expansive courtyard guarded by 2 sentinels wielding steel blades, their fierce gazes sweeping over passers-by. As Changqing approached the entrance, he was halted by the guards. "Halt! What is your purpose?" "I seek your leader, Yi Changqing replied with a calm demeanor. Our leader is not someone you can simply meet, the guards retorted, their eyes scanning him with disdain as they noted his ordinary attire. Get lost, don't cause trouble here. Yi Changqing, disinterested in further conversation, swiftly moved, appearing like a specter behind the two guards. Crack, crack. With two sharp sounds, the guards, taken by surprise, clutched their necks and collapsed, their eyes wide with terror and confusion. He strode directly into the courtyard, where numerous members of the Black Tiger gang were drinking and playing games. Upon seeing Yi Changqing intrude, they erupted in anger. Who is this brat daring to intrude upon our Black Tiger gang? Brothers, dispose of him. A dozen or so gang members, armed and aggressive, surrounded him. Yi Changqing's gaze hardened, and the mysterious iron sword materialized in his hand. Second form of the Taizhou sword technique, swift wind. In a flash, the sword's light gleamed, conjuring a tempest that swept through the crowd with a piercing sound. Cries of agony filled the air as the weapons in the gang members' hands shattered, and they fell to the ground, clutching their wounds and wailing in distress. Yi Changqing refrained from taking lives, merely crippling their cultivation. These minor thugs did not deserve death, but they could not be easily spared. As he advanced, chaos ensued among the Black Tiger gang members. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Black Tiger gang? A furious roar echoed from the main hall as a burly, bearded middle-aged man emerged. It was Zhang Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, at the 9th level of the postnatal realm. Witnessing the devastation in the courtyard, his eyes widened in rage. You brat did this? It was I. Yi Changqing halted, the tip of his sword angled towards the ground. Chapter 7. Sword against Zhang Hu. Secrets of the mysterious letter. Seeing Yi Changqing's unabashed demeanor, Zhang Hu, infuriated, laughed in anger. You have guts, daring to harm my Black Tiger gang's people in Loxia City. You must be tired of living. He abruptly struck at his waist, and a formidable broad-blade sword was unsheathed with a resounding clang, its blade glinting ominously. Clearly a weapon of considerable caliber among the mundane. Boy, state your name. I do not slay nameless ghosts. Zhang Hu gripped the sword with both hands, unleashing an overwhelming aura of a 9th-layer innate warrior that seemed to solidify the surrounding air. Yi Changqing's gaze remained composed as he tightened his grip on the dark iron sword. Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing? Never heard of you. Zhang Hu sneered coldly. No matter who you are, you shall die today. Before the words had left his lips, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging forward with the sword. Its might akin to splitting mountains and shattering stones, aimed directly at Yi Changqing's head. The wind from the blade howled, stirring up dust from the ground, its ferocity terrifying. Ordinary 8th-layer innate warriors would likely lack the courage to resist such a strike. Yet, Yi Changqing merely cast a casual glance, his footwork shifting as if he were strolling leisurely, effortlessly evading the blade's edge. Too slow. The indifferent voice reached Zhang Hu's ears, igniting his fury. He swung the sword with a tempestuous ferocity toward Yi Changqing, each strike vicious and lethal, clearly intent on reducing this ignorant youth to mere fragments. However, no matter how swift his blade, it always fell a fraction short. Yi Changqing's figure consistently eluded him at the critical moment, like a dandelion in the wind, seemingly erratic, yet following its own path. This was the profound essence of the Taizhou sword technique, combined with the heightened perception granted by the supreme martial body, rendering him nearly invincible within his realm. Had your fill of play? Yi Changqing dodged yet another strike, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Now it is my turn. He ceased his evasions, and the dark iron sword suddenly thrust forward, moving at blinding speed, leaving only a blurry shadow in its wake. The third stance of the Taizhou sword technique, breaking the void. The sword tip seemed to transcend the confines of space, arriving ahead of time and accurately piercing the side of Zhang Hu's broad blade. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. Zhang Hu felt a tremendous force surge through the blade, shattering his grip and causing blood to flow profusely. The broad blade flew from his hand, landing with a thud in the distance, its hilt still vibrating. Zhang Hu stared at Yi Changqing in horror. Disbelief etched on his face as he grappled with the reality that after 10 years of arduous training to attain the 9th layer of innate mastery, he could not withstand even a single strike from this youth. Who on earth was this boy? Speak. What is the relationship between your Black Tiger gang and Lu Rian? Yi Changqing pointed the sword's tip at Zhang Hu's throat, the chill of the sword's aura raising the hairs on his body. Lady Lu? Zhang Hu's expression changed drastically, his eyes flickering. I do not know what you are talking about. It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Yi Changqing's wrist flicked, and the sword's tip grazed his cheek, drawing blood. The excruciating pain caused Zhang Hu to shudder, and as he beheld the unmasked killing intent in Yi Changqing's eyes, he finally broke down. I'll tell you. Our Black Tiger Gang is a force secretly supported by Lady Lu, responsible for gathering intelligence in Loxia City and dealing with those who do not comply. Where is Lu Rian now? I don't know. Lady Lu's whereabouts are enigmatic. She always contacts us through secret letters. Moreover, half a month ago, she sent someone to deliver a batch of heart-corroding powder, instructing us to eliminate several elders loyal to the King Yun alliance. Changqing's gaze sharpened. Indeed, it was as he suspected. He delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Hu's chest, sending him crashing against the wall, where he lost consciousness. Search, he commanded the trembling members of the Black Tiger Gang, who dared not disobey, and hurriedly began to rummage through the headquarters. Soon, a sealed letter with wax was discovered. Changqing carefully opened the letter, revealing elegant handwriting that caused his pupils to constrict upon reading its contents. It mentioned a plan to unite with a certain figure at the King Yun Alliance's grand ceremony in 3 months to gain complete control over the alliance. But first, all who were privy to this matter must be eliminated. Who was this figure? What was this matter? Changqing tightened his grip on the letter, his mind racing with doubts. However, he understood that this was not the time for inquiry. The King Yun Alliance's ceremony was imminent, and he needed to return swiftly. He glanced at the fallen members of the Black Tiger Gang, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. These individuals were stained with the blood of the innocent, and their continued existence would only bring calamity. The sword was drawn once more, this time with no mercy. Half an hour later, Changqing exited the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters, behind him a blaze of fire and the acrid scent of blood. He secured the letter, oriented himself, and sped towards the direction of the King Yun Alliance. The skies over Loxia City were about to change, and the storm surrounding the King Yun Alliance was just beginning. Chapter 8. Ambushed on the return journey, sword slashes through the innate after departing from Loxia City. Changqing headed eastward towards King Yun Mountain, where the King Yun Alliance was located. He chose not to travel along the official roads, instead weaving through the forest, which allowed him to avoid potential surveillance while hastening his arrival. His martial prowess endowed him with not only formidable strength, but also extraordinary speed, enabling him to traverse the rugged paths with remarkable swiftness, akin to a graceful cheetah. That evening, the setting sun bathed the forest in golden hues. Just as Changqing sought a place to rest, he suddenly halted, his senses alert to his surroundings. "Come out, no need to hide," he called out. Almost immediately, rustling sounds emerged from the trees, and 5 shadowy figures materialized, encircling him. Dressed in matching black attire with their faces concealed by masks, only their cold eyes were visible, each wielding a dagger that shimmered ominously, exuding a faint aura of menace. Innate realm? Changqing raised an eyebrow, recognizing that among the 5, 3 were at the first level of the innate realm, while the other 2 were peak practitioners of the acquired realm. Such a formation could easily annihilate a small to medium-sized martial sect. "Young Master Yi, I didn't expect you to survive such a fall from the cliff," spoke the leader in a gravelly voice, laced with surprise. "Are you sent by Lu Ruyan?" Changqing tightened his grip on his Xian iron sword. "Dead men need not know so much," the black-clad figure scoffed. "Prepare to die?" As the words fell, the 5 attackers moved simultaneously. Their coordination was impeccable. 2 advanced from the top, 2 from the bottom, while the last circled the perimeter, seeking an opening, clearly trained assassins. The daggers sliced through the air with a lethal glint, each strike aimed at vital points. Changqing's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his Xian iron sword swirling into a protective blossom of light around him. Clang, clang. The clash between the dagger and the long sword resonated with a series of metallic echoes. The dagger wielded by the cloaked figure was evidently no ordinary weapon, as it managed to withstand the brilliance of the Taixu sword technique. Quite intriguing, Changqing mused inwardly. Although the assassin skills were not exceptional, their seamless coordination and ruthless strikes revealed them to be a professional killer organization. He ceased to hold back, his form suddenly accelerating as the principles of the Taixu sword technique were executed to perfection, weaving through the 5 adversaries with grace. The dark iron sword moved like a sinuous serpent, at times thrusting directly, at others slicing horizontally, each strike imbued with immense force and exquisite angles. With a soft sound, one of the innate realm assassins, caught off guard, felt the sword light graze his arm, blood gushing forth, causing his dagger to clatter to the ground. He emitted a scream, but before he could retreat, Changqing delivered a fatal kick that shattered his throat. The first death did not deter the remaining assassins. Instead, it ignited their ferocity. They intensified their assault, even willing to exchange injury for injury in an attempt to entangle Changqing. With a frigid gaze, Changqing remained unfazed. The supreme body of martial Tao endowed him with remarkable recuperative abilities, rendering these minor injuries inconsequential. Conversely, any injury inflicted you, he did not ascend the mountain immediately. Instead, he planned to first gather information regarding the recent circumstances of the Qingyun alliance. The inn was bustling with patrons, most of whom were disciples clad in the alliance's attire. Gathered in small groups, engaged in animated discussions. Have you heard? At next month's grand ceremony, Madame Lu intends to nominate the son of the deputy leader, our young alliance master, as the new heir. What young master? I see nothing but a useless person. Half a year ago, he succumbed to a fit of madness during his training, rendering his cultivation null and void. Now he can barely hold a sword. What qualifies him for the position of leader? Shoo, lower your voice. If Madame Lu hears you, you're finished. Who in the alliance doesn't he know that she is the one truly in charge? The Grand Elder and the others have been sidelined. Alas, I wonder how the leader is faring. He has been in seclusion for 6 months with no word. Changqing sat in a corner, silently absorbing the discussions around him, his heart a tempest of emotions. The news of the original owner's lost cultivation had spread throughout the Qingyun alliance. Indeed, Lu Rian was seizing the opportunity to bolster her own power, even contemplating the establishment of a puppet heir. The mysterious disappearance of his father, Yi Lingtian, only added to the intrigue. At that moment, a somewhat anxious voice echoed at the inn's entrance. Innkeeper, are there any rooms available? I require a superior chamber. Changqing turned at the sound, momentarily taken aback. Standing at the doorway was a young girl, around 16 or 17 years of age, dressed in a delicate lavender gown. Her hair styled in twin buns. Her features were charming, her eyes bright and animated, with a slender sword hanging at her waist. It was Su Mingxiu. In the original owner's memories, Su Mingxiu was the granddaughter of the Alliance's law enforcement elder and the childhood companion of the original owner. They had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. After the original owner's fall from grace, everyone had avoided him, except for Su Mingxiu, who would often sneak in to bring him medicine and food until Lu Rian discovered her and forbade her from visiting. A swirl of complex emotions surged within Changqing, a resonance with the original owner's memories and profound gratitude towards the girl. Su Mingxiu seemed to sense his gaze. Turning her head, upon seeing Changqing, she was initially taken aback, followed by a flicker of surprise and confusion in her eyes. She thought the youth looked somewhat familiar, yet could not place where she had seen him. His gaze was clear and profound, imbued with an uncharacteristic maturity and sharpness for one so young. Wholly unlike the somewhat erratic Changqing she remembered. Changqing rose and smiled at her. Junior sister Su, it has been a long time. You recognize me? Su Mingxiu's confusion deepened. May I ask who you are? Changqing did not respond directly, but softly remarked, 3 years ago, in the bamboo grove behind the mountain, you said my swordplay was too rigid, lacking a touch of agility, and you taught me the falling petal step. Do you remember? Su Mingxiu was taken aback, her body trembling in disbelief as she gazed at him. You are brother Changqing? That memory was a secret shared only between them. No one else knew. Could the boy before her truly be the one rumored to have lost all his cultivation, or perhaps even be dead? She hurried to stand before him, scrutinizing him closely, her eyes gradually moistening. It really is you. You're alive. What wonderful news. Her voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement and joy, drawing the attention of others in the inn. Changqing gestured for her to lower her voice and led her to a corner where they could sit. It's a long story. I have indeed encountered some unforeseen circumstances, but fortunately, I have survived. And your cultivation? Su Mingxiu asked eagerly, for this was her foremost concern. Changqing smiled, but did not respond verbally. Instead, he extended his finger and gently tapped the teacup on the table. A subtle yet pure surge of internal energy emanated from him, lifting the teacup steadily into the air. Pre-celestial realm, Su Mingxiu exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment and elation. Not only are you safe, but your cultivation has also advanced to the pre-celestial realm? That is wonderful. Brother Changqing, you have no idea how excessive Lady Lu has been in the alliance these past 6 months. Those elders who supported you have been so suppressed they can barely hold their heads high. She began to recount the changes within the Qingyun alliance over the past half year, her tone rife with dissatisfaction towards Lu Rian and concern for Changqing. Listening quietly, Changqing's resentment towards Lu Rian deepened further. At the same time, he felt a surge of warmth from Su Mingxiu's sincerity and care. Thank you, Mingxiu, he said earnestly once she had finished speaking. Rest assured, I have returned and will not allow her to act with impunity any longer. Seeing the determination and confidence in his eyes, Su Mingxiu nodded vigorously. Yes, brother Changqing, I believe in you. Just then, a commotion erupted at the inn's entrance as several disciples clad in Qingyun alliance attire surrounded a brocade youth who strode in. The The youth was handsome, yet his gaze bore a hint of arrogance and malice. He was Zhao Tianyu, the son of the deputy leader. Su Mingxiu lowered her voice. Laced with disdain, Lady Lu wishes to establish him as her successor. Zhao Tianyu seemed to have noticed Su Mingxiu, his eyes lighting up as he approached with a self-satisfied grin. Mingxiu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. His gaze swept over Yi Changqing, and upon noticing his plain attire, a flicker of disdain crossed his features, completely dismissing him. Yi Changqing regarded Zhao Tianyu with a glimmer of coldness. Based on Su Mingxiu's previous account, Zhao Tianyu was the one who had first taken advantage of the original host's moment of vulnerability, even attempting to seize the original host's treasured sword. It appeared that the show was about to begin. Chapter 10, Initial Display of Power. Dissuading the malefactors, Zhao Tianyu strode directly before Su Mingxiu, entirely ignoring Yi Changqing beside her, and spoke in a flippant tone. Mingxiu, I've been searching for you everywhere. My father has just acquired a vial of concentration elixir, which is quite beneficial for cultivation, and I've brought it here for you. As he spoke, he produced an exquisite porcelain vial from his robe and offered it to Su Mingxiu, his gaze brimming with expectation and possessiveness. Su Mingxiu frowned and took a step back, avoiding his hand. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your kind offer, but I do not need it. Please take it back. Zhao Tianyu's smile faltered momentarily, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes before he quickly masked it. Mingxiu, you're being overly formal. We are both core disciples of the Qingyun Alliance. Who knows what the future may hold, Brother Zhao? Please conduct yourself appropriately. Su Mingxiu interrupted him, her tone indifferent. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. After speaking, she turned to leave with Yi Changqing. Stop. Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened as he reached out to grab her. Mingxiu, don't push your luck. Just as his hand extended halfway, it was firmly seized by another. Zhao Xixing, is it really appropriate to force a young lady? Yi Changqing's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Only then did Zhao Tianyu cast a glance at Yi Changqing, his anger flaring as he exclaimed. Who is this wild brat daring to meddle in my affairs? Step aside. Struggling to free himself from Yi Changqing's grip, he realized that the other's hand was as unyielding as iron. A wild brat. Yi Changqing chuckled softly. Zhao Xixing, it seems you have forgotten me, haven't you? Zhao Tianyu scrutinized Yi Changqing closely, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. You are Yi Changqing. As soon as the thought emerged, he dismissed it. Impossible. Wasn't Yi Changqing supposed to be a discarded husk, cast off a cliff to his demise? Who exactly are you to impersonate him? In his eyes, even if Yi Changqing had survived, he should have been a mere shadow of his former self, utterly devoid of strength and possessing neither the formidable force nor the calm, sharp demeanor displayed before him. Yi Changqing was disinclined to engage in further banter, applying a slight increase in pressure. Zhao Tianyu instantly felt as though his wrist were being crushed, emitting a pained scream as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The few henchmen he had brought immediately rushed forward. Release our young alliance leader, they shouted. You dare to lay hands on Zhao Xixing? You must have a death wish. Step back. Yi Changqing's gaze turned icy as he delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The nearest henchman was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. This sudden turn of events left everyone, including Su Mingxiu and Zhao Tianyu, utterly astonished. No one had anticipated that this seemingly ordinary youth could be so ferocious, incapacitating a disciple at the 6th level of the acquired realm with a single blow. The remaining henchmen halted in their tracks, fear etched across their faces, hesitant to advance. Zhao Tianyu was both shocked and enraged, gritting his teeth in pain. Yi Changqing, you worthless fool, how dare you plot against me? Just wait until I return with reinforcements to deal with you. Chapter 11, a forceful slap in the face. Worthless? A smirk played at the corners of Yi Changqing's mouth as he tightened his grip. Zhao Xixing, do you truly believe that someone capable of crushing your wrist could be considered worthless? Crack. A faint sound of bones fracturing echoed, and Zhao Tianyu's scream rose to a piercing pitch, his face turning as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat rolling down as he neared fainting. My arm. Yi Changqing, if you dare to ruin my arm, I will not let you off lightly. Surprise and fear mingled within him, coupled with disbelief. Was this truly the Yi Changqing rumored to be utterly devoid of power? The strength, the presence. He seemed even more terrifying than before. The surrounding disciples of the Qingyun Alliance erupted into fervent discussions. Is that really Senior Brother Yi? He not. Is he? My goodness. He unharmed. And he appears even stronger than before. Zhao Tianyu has certainly encountered a formidable challenge this time, hasn't he? In the past, he had relentlessly bullied Senior Brother Yi. Yi Changqing cast a sweeping glance around and declared loudly, I, Yi Changqing, have returned. Upon finishing his proclamation, he unleashed the aura of the first layer of the innate realm without reservation. Although not the most formidable, it exuded a domineering and sharp presence that caused all the disciples present to turn pale with fear. The innate realm. It is worth noting that before falling into madness, Yi Changqing had only reached the initial stage of the innate realm. After being missing for half a year, not only had he emerged unscathed, but he had also solidified his realm. Such talent is truly astonishing. Zhao Tianyu, struck as if by lightning, could only manage to cultivate to the 9th layer of the acquired realm after years of hard work, still a step away from the innate realm, while Yi Changqing had. Zhao Tianyu pointed at Yi Changqing, rendered speechless by his fury. Yi Changqing released his grip, and Zhao Tianyu, clutching his dislocated wrist, stumbled backward. His gaze towards Yi Changqing filled with dread. Go back and inform your father, and also Lu Ruyan. Yi Changqing's tone was icy. I, Yi Changqing, have returned. Everything I was owed will be reclaimed, piece by piece. Zhao Tianyu dared not utter another word, and, with the assistance of a few lackeys, fled the inn in a pitiful state, forgetting even the concentration pill that had fallen to the ground. As they watched him flee in panic, a suppressed wave of laughter erupted from within the inn. Su Mixu approached Yi Changqing, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. Senior brother Changqing, have you truly recovered? And even advanced to the innate realm? Fortunately, I have made some progress, Yi Changqing replied with a smile, picking up the concentration pill and handing it to her. Since I no longer need it, you may keep it, sister. It might be of use to you. Su Mixu accepted the porcelain vial, her cheeks slightly flushed. Thank you, senior brother. She gazed at Yi Changqing and suddenly recalled something, her expression turning anxious. Senior brother, your confrontation with Zhao Tianyu and your mention of Lady Lu may lead to trouble. Deputy Alliance Leader Zhao has a close relationship with her, and they certainly will not let this go. I have returned to resolve the troubles. Yi Changqing's gaze was resolute. Sister Mixu, are you willing to assist me? Without hesitation, Su Mixu nodded. Of course. Senior brother Changqing, no matter what happens, I will stand by your side. Looking into the clear and determined eyes of the young girl, Yi Changqing felt warmth in his heart. With such support from his childhood companion, the road ahead seemed less daunting. Let us ascend the mountain. All right. The two walked side by side out of the inn, heading towards Qingyun Peak. The sunlight bathed them, casting two slender figures that seemed to herald a new turning point for the Qingyun Alliance. Chapter 12. Returning to Qingyun. Old places and familiar faces. The path up Qingyun Peak wound its way through towering ancient trees, with disciples clad in Qingyun Alliance attire patrolling or practicing their skills. As Yi Changqing and Su Mixu made their way, they attracted considerable attention. When some recognized Yi Changqing, their expressions were filled with shock, and whispers ensued. Isn't that senior brother Yi? How has he returned? Wasn't he already? Shoo, keep your voice down. Can't you see he is with Sister Su? It appears he has made a recovery. Yi Changqing remained indifferent to the murmurs, silently surveying everything around him. The familiar pavilions and towers, the well-known training grounds, and even the grass and trees by the roadside remained unchanged, just as they were in memory, yet the people were no longer the same. Upon reaching the martial arts arena halfway up the mountain, an elderly man with white hair and beard was instructing his disciples in their training. Upon seeing Yi Changqing, the old man's bamboo staff clattered to the ground, and his murky eyes widened in astonishment. Young master? This was Elder Chun, the guardian of the martial arts arena, who had watched over the original owner since childhood and held great affection for him. After the original owner fell into madness, he had attempted to plead for him numerous times, but was thwarted by Lu Ruyan. Yi Changqing paused, bowing respectfully to the elder. Elder Chun, the disciple has returned. How wonderful it is that you have returned. Elder Chun exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he hurried forward to grasp Yi Changqing's hands, examining him closely. This is splendid. You are unharmed. Truly splendid. The surrounding disciples were left in utter shock. Even the esteemed Elder Chun showed such deference to this youth, confirming that he was indeed the long-lost young Master Yi. Elder Chun, I cannot thank you enough for your efforts during these times. Yi Changqing felt the elder's sincerity, stirring something within him. It was nothing at all. Elder Chun wiped his tears and suddenly recalled something, lowering his voice. Young master, your return poses great danger. Madame Lu has seized control of much of the Alliance's power, and the Grand Elders have been sidelined. I am aware, Yi Changqing interrupted. That is precisely why I must return. Elder Chun gazed into his resolute eyes, sighing. Very well. Your temperament is just like that of the former leader in his youth. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Elder Chun, Yi Changqing replied. I wish to see the Grand Elder first. Do you know where he is? The Grand Elder has been unwell lately, in seclusion for recuperation, rarely making appearances, Elder Chen said. Madame Lu claims he has encountered issues in his cultivation, but I sense something amiss. Yi Changqing's expression hardened. I understand. I shall go and investigate. He bid farewell to Elder Chen and continued his ascent. As he walked, more and more people recognized him, their gazes a mixture of shock, confusion, concern, and animosity, though none dared to provoke him further. Soon, they arrived at a quaint courtyard, the residence of the Grand Elder. The gate was closed, guarded by two indifferent disciples who immediately stepped forward upon seeing Yi Changqing. Stop. The Grand Elder is in seclusion. No one is permitted to disturb him. Yi Changqing regarded them, recognizing them as Lu Ruyan's trusted subordinates, and his eyes turned cold. Step aside. Impertinence. One of the disciples barked. You, a useless wretch. Dare to act recklessly here? Madame Lu has decreed that if you dare to step foot within this place, you will be dealt with severely. Dealt with severely? Yi Changqing chuckled, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Let us see who meets their end. Before he could finish speaking, he moved like a specter, appearing before the two disciples in an instant. Bang, bang, with two muffled thuds. The disciples had no time to react before Yi Changqing struck each of them in the chest, sending them flying backward, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed into the wall, unconscious. Yi Changqing pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. The yard was tranquil, filled only with the rustling of leaves in the wind. The door to the main house stood ajar, and faint coughing sounds emanated from within. Yi Changqing approached and gently pushed the door open. The interior was dimly lit, revealing an elderly man with snow-white hair and a haggard visage, sitting on a couch and coughing violently. Upon noticing Yi Changqing, the old man froze momentarily, surprise flickering in his eyes, which soon transformed into excitement. Changqing, Great Elder, your disciple has returned, Yi Changqing replied respectfully, bowing deeply. Observing the elder's pallid complexion and feeble breath, a wave of concern washed over him. This was no mere consequence of cultivation errors, but evident signs of chronic poisoning. Lu Ruyan, indeed, was ruthless. Chapter 13. The Great Elder's Secret. The Great Elder gazed at Yi Changqing, his lips trembling with emotion. It is so good to have you back, my child. You have endured much. He struggled to sit up, but the effort exacerbated his internal injuries, triggering another bout of intense coughing, from which he expelled phlegm tinged with blood. Great Elder, please do not move, Yi Changqing said quickly, stepping forward to support him, a surge of internal energy probing into the elder's body. Moments later, Yi Changqing's expression grew grave. The toxins within the elder were far more severe than he had anticipated, having infiltrated the very organs. Were it not for the Great Elder's profound cultivation, he would have likely perished by now. It is the heart-eating powder, Yi Changqing stated solemnly, and the dosage is considerable. A flicker of understanding crossed the Great Elder's eyes as he forced a bitter smile. Indeed, I suspected something was amiss. My health has deteriorated over the past 6 months. And it turns out I have been poisoned. Great Elder, do you know who did this? Sum Yixu inquired, astonished. Who else but Lu Ruyan? The elder's gaze darkened with hatred. That venomous woman, driven by ambition. Rest assured, Great Elder, I have a means to save you, Yi Changqing asserted, retrieving several herbs from his storage pouch. These were the antidotes he had discovered in Yi Lingtian's tomb, known for their detoxifying and restorative properties. These herbs will temporarily suppress the toxins. Once I locate the primary antidote, we can eradicate the poison from your body entirely. As the Great Elder observed Yi Changqing skillfully preparing the herbs, a look of gratitude illuminated his face. Good child, you have worked hard. Your safe return and restored cultivation are truly a blessing. The Kaiyun alliance is saved. Great Elder, do you know the whereabouts of my father? Yi Changqing asked, his concern palpable. The Great Elder sighed. The alliance leader suddenly announced 6 months ago that he would enter seclusion to break through to the Grandmaster realm, entrusting the affairs of the alliance to me and several other home masters. He then entered the forbidden area and has not returned since. The forbidden area? Yi Changqing was taken aback. According to the original owner's memories, the Kaiyun alliance indeed possessed a forbidden area located at the summit of Kaiyun Peak, rumored to seal away something dreadful. No one but the alliance leaders was permitted to enter. Lu Ruyan claimed that the alliance leader succumbed to madness during his seclusion and has since passed away. The Great Elder lamented, his eyes filled with sorrow. But I do not believe it. The alliance leader's cultivation is unfathomable. How could he easily fall into madness? I share your disbelief, Yi Changqing affirmed. Great Elder, do you know what lies within the forbidden area? I do not know. The Great Elder shook his head. The past leaders have always kept the forbidden area shrouded in secrecy, never disclosing anything to outsiders. However, before entering seclusion, the alliance leader entrusted me with a jade pendant, saying that if anything were to happen to him, I should give it to you and caution you to be wary of that person. He extracted a pitch-black jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to Changqing. The pendant felt icy to the touch, intricately engraved with a complex rune whose meaning eluded comprehension. As Changqing accepted the pendant, a thought flickered in his mind. Could this be the individual mentioned in the secret missive? Detection of a special item, soul-suppressing jade, containing a faint spatial power, capable of repressing souls and dispelling illusions. The system's alert chimed, and Changqing understood, promptly securing the pendant. "Elder, I comprehend now," he said. "You need not worry. I shall uncover the truth." Just then, footsteps and voices echoed from outside the courtyard. "Elder, I have heard that Changqing has returned. Truly a cause for celebration." A charming female voice resounded, none other than Lu Rian. Changqing's gaze turned icy. He had not anticipated Lu Rian's swift arrival. The elder's expression shifted, casting a glance at Changqing, urging him to conceal himself. Yet, Changqing shook his head. Having returned, he had no intention of hiding any longer. The door swung open, and Lu Rian entered with several confidants. Adorned in resplendent garments and exquisite makeup, her face bore a gentle smile. Yet a hint of malice lurked within her eyes. Upon seeing Changqing, her smile faltered momentarily, transforming into a mix of surprise and delight. "Changqing, you're alive? How wonderful. I thought I would never see you again." She hurried toward him, attempting to grasp his hand, but a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Changqing sidestepped, his tone frigid. "Lu Rian, cease your theatrics. I know it was you who poisoned me and cast me off the cliff." The expression on Lu Rian's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor. "Since you are already aware, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. Changqing, you should not have returned. If I do not return, how can I exact vengeance for the original owner and unveil your true nature?" Changqing retorted. "Vengeance? Unveil me?" Lu Rian scoffed, as if hearing a jest. "You? A mere first-layer innate realm wretch, daring to contend with me?" Her aura surged violently, an oppressive force enveloping the room, an essence of peak innate realm. Changqing, considering our bond as mother and son, I offer you a chance," Lu Rian said coldly. "Kneel and admit your faults. Swear eternal loyalty to me, and I may spare your life." Changqing chuckled, his smile radiant. "Lu Rian, do you truly believe that is possible? Do not blame me for being ruthless." The murderous intent in Lu Rian's eyes became palpable as she commanded her subordinates, "Seize him." No matter what, her confidants immediately drew their weapons and lunged at Changqing, each a formidable opponent of the mid-innate realm. An intense battle was inevitable. Chapter 14. The sword defeats strong foes, striking awe into hearts facing the onslaught of several mid-innate realm experts. Changqing exhibited no fear. The Xian Tai sword was swiftly drawn, its dark blade glinting with a chilling light. Tai Su sword technique, flowing clouds. He moved with ethereal grace, the sword light flowing as he navigated through the throng. The brilliance of the Tai Su sword technique lay in its ability to overcome brute force with finesse and skill. Although his adversaries were superior in cultivation, they found themselves momentarily unable to contend with his elusive swordplay. Clang, clang. The clashing of weapons echoed incessantly, sparks flying in all directions. Every sword strike from Changqing was executed with precision, targeting the vulnerabilities of his opponents, forcing them into a frantic defense. Lu Rian stood to the side, her cold gaze betraying a flicker of surprise. She had not anticipated that Changqing not only survived, but also restored his cultivation and transformed his swordplay into something so enigmatic and formidable, far surpassing his previous abilities. "Useless bunch. You can't even handle a mere boy," Lu Rian admonished impatiently. The faces of her subordinates flushed with embarrassment, and they renewed their assault with even greater ferocity, unleashing their internal energies without restraint. The furniture in the room was shattered in an instant, splinters flying. Gradually, Changqing found himself at a disadvantage, outnumbered and outclassed in cultivation. This predicament could not continue. Changqing thought to himself, a swift resolution is imperative. Taking a deep breath, he activated his internal energy, the supreme martial body quietly coming to life, golden patterns flickering across his skin. "Void sword technique, pierce the heavens," he exclaimed, his voice barely above a whisper. As his swordplay suddenly accelerated, striking with the swiftness of lightning at the weakest opponent among them, a mid-stage innate master. The master, taken aback, hastily raised his blade to block. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the long knife shattered, the Xian Tai sword slicing through to pierce his shoulder. A scream erupted as the master staggered back, blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity, Changqing did not hesitate. He pivoted and transformed his swordplay. Void sword technique, Tempest. The sword light enveloped the remaining adversaries like a torrential storm, moving with dizzying speed. Squelch. Squelch. 2 more were injured by the sword energy, retreating with cries of anguish. In the blink of an eye, 3 of those besieging Changqing had collapsed, leaving the 2 remaining, their faces pale with fear, unwilling to advance. The entire exchange transpired in mere moments, leaving all present in stunned silence. Xunyi's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she beheld Changqing's silhouette. The Grand Elder exhaled in relief, a look of gratification crossing his features. Lu Rian's expression darkened completely. She had not anticipated that Changqing had grown to such an extent, single-handedly facing 5 opponents and injuring 3 mid-stage innate masters. His combat prowess had far surpassed that of his peers, even rivaling some elders of the older generation. It seems you have encountered numerous fortunate events during your time at the cliff's base, Lu Rian remarked coldly, but alas, you shall still perish today. She stepped forward slowly, her aura surging once more, hinting at a breakthrough to the master realm. Changqing, since you have such an affinity for swords, I shall send you on your way with one. Lu Rian drew a long sword from her waist, its emerald blade radiating a faint green glow. This green serpent sword was a treasure of the poison sect, coated with bone-dissolving powder. A mere scratch would reduce one to a puddle of pus. Enjoy. With a flicker, she lunged at Changqing like a venomous serpent, the sword light emanating a pungent odor, each strike calculated and lethal. Changqing's expression grew solemn. Knowing he could not afford to be careless, Lu Rian's cultivation was far superior to his, and the venom on that green serpent sword was evidently formidable. He exerted all his strength to wield the Taigzu sword technique. The Xiantai sword danced with an impenetrable finesse, parrying the relentless assaults of the Baishi sword. The sounds of metal clashing rang incessantly, as the 2 figures moved swiftly within the confines of the small room, sword energies crisscrossing, etching deep scars into the walls. Changqing, relying on the formidable physique of the martial arts supreme body and the exquisite footwork of the Taigzu sword technique, barely managed to withstand Lu Rian's onslaught. However, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, with several shallow wounds adorning his body. Although he avoided lethal strikes, he felt a numbing sensation as the poison of the Baishi sword infiltrated his body through the air. Haha, Changqing, do you feel it? The potency of the Hua Gu San. Lu Rian cackled, intensifying her attacks. Give up, you cannot defeat me. Gritting his teeth, Changqing's internal energy surged wildly, suppressing the encroaching poison. He understood that if this continued, he would inevitably be drained by Lu Rian. He needed a method to counterattack. As he surveyed Lu Rian's offensive, he suddenly discerned a flaw. Though her swordplay was vicious, it was overly reliant on the toxicity of the Baishi sword, creating an almost imperceptible gap between her strikes. Now was the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Changqing's eyes as he gritted his teeth and disregarded the sword aimed at his left shoulder, thrusting the Xiantai sword at an astonishing angle. This was a strategy of mutual destruction. Lu Rian, taken aback by Changqing's audacity, faltered. It was too late for her to defend herself. With a soft thud, 2 sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Lu Rian's Baishi sword pierced through Changqing's left shoulder, sending a jolt of excruciating pain and a chilling numbness coursing through him. He realized he had been struck by the lethal poison of the Hua Gu San. Yet, he did not waver. The Xiantai sword surged towards Lu Rian's chest with unrelenting force. Lu Rian's complexion changed dramatically. She had not anticipated Changqing's ruthless resolve to exchange injury for injury. She hastily sidestepped, attempting to evade this fatal blow. Yet, the Xiantai sword still grazed her sleeve, drawing a trail of blood. Although it was but a surface wound, it left Lu Rian infuriated. You seek death, she bellowed, as the Baishi sword lunged forth again, faster and fiercer than before. Changqing, enduring the searing pain and numbness in his left shoulder, retreated repeatedly while channeling his internal energy to suppress the rampant poison. Indeed, the toxicity of the Hua Gu San was formidable in mere moments. His left arm lost all sensation, and his complexion turned pale. Brother Changqing, Xunyi's exclaimed, wanting to rush forward to assist him, but was restrained by one of Lu Rian's loyal subordinates. Do not come closer, Changqing shouted, wishing to shield Xunyi's from peril. He gazed at Lu Rian, a flicker of resolve igniting within his eyes. If this continued, he would inevitably succumb to the poison. Rather than await his demise, he would rather take a bold stand. Martial arts supreme body, activate with full force. Changqing roared within, as the latent power of the supreme body erupted forth. Golden patterns adorned his entire being. A formidable aura soaring into the heavens, his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate, and the numbness in his left arm alleviating significantly. What kind of technique is this? Lu Rian gazed at the golden patterns adorning Yi Changqing's form, her eyes brimming with astonishment and avarice. She could sense that this was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful body-refining technique. Yi Changqing no longer held back, merging the Taixu sword art with the formidable strength of the supreme martial path. A radiant brilliance erupted from the Xian Tai sword as he thrust it towards Lu Rian. This strike embodied all his might and will, its speed akin to lightning, its power earth-shattering. Lu Rian sensed an unprecedented threat, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. She channeled all her internal energy into the green serpent sword, bracing herself with utmost effort. Clang! The two swords collided, producing a deafening sound. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, instantly reducing the furniture in the room to dust and causing cracks to appear in the walls. Both Yi Changqing and Lu Rian were thrown back. Yi Changqing staggered 3 steps, blood surging within him as he could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. Yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Lu Rian retreated 5 steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, her gaze fixed on Yi Changqing, filled with disbelief. She never anticipated being forced to such extremes by a mere first-layer innate youth. Impossible. This cannot be. Lu Rian screamed in madness. I will not lose. Absolutely not. She lunged at Yi Changqing once more, the green light on the green serpent sword intensifying, evidently preparing to unleash her trump card. Yi Changqing took a deep breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and tightened his grip on the Xian Tai sword. He understood that this was the final showdown. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Host detected to be facing a life-and-death crisis, triggering emergency mission. Defeat Lu Rian. Mission reward, 100 energy points. 1 deduction of Taixu sword art. Yi Changqing's spirit surged. With the system's reward, his confidence soared. He once again executed the Taixu sword art, this time incorporating insights previously gleaned from the system, making his sword techniques even more exquisite and domineering. Taixu sword art void. This was a new move he had created by combining his understanding with the system's insights. As the sword move emerged, it seemed to contain the power of the void, causing Lu Rian's movements to slow. In shock, Lu Rian felt as though her sword techniques were ensnared by some unseen force, hampering her flow. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Changqing's Xian Tai sword struck forth like a venomous snake, aiming for Lu Rian's heart. With no means to evade, she could only watch helplessly as the Xian Tai sword drew ever closer. No! A cry of despair echoed as the Xian Tai sword pierced Lu Rian's heart. She lowered her gaze to the sword embedded in her chest, her eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. She opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to say something, yet ultimately collapsed. Lifeless. With Lu Rian's demise, the system's notification sounded. Mission accomplished, awarded 100 energy points, 1 deduction of Taixu sword art. Yi Changqing exhaled in relief, unable to sustain himself any longer, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Sun Yixu hurried over, supporting him as she anxiously inquired, Changqing, are you all right? I'm fine, he replied. Yi Changqing smiled softly. Lu Rian had perished, and we were finally safe. The Grand Elder approached, gazing at Lu Rian's lifeless form. A flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes, ultimately dissolving into a long sigh. It is finally over. Yi Changqing looked at the Grand Elder and inquired, Grand Elder, may I now be enlightened about my father's disappearance and the secrets of the Forbidden Land? The Grand Elder nodded slightly and began to speak slowly. In truth, the disappearance of the Alliance leader is connected to an object within the Forbidden Land. Chapter 16, Secrets of the Forbidden Land. A father's love like a mountain. The Grand Elder paused for a moment, as if reminiscing about a long-buried past, his tone heavy. The Alliance leader was not lost. Rather, he was trapped deep within the Forbidden Land. Yi Changqing's pupils contracted sharply. Trapped? What transpired? This tale begins 20 years ago. The Grand Elder recounted. The Alliance leader had fortuitously acquired a piece of meteorite iron, imbued with spatial power, serving as the core material for forging celestial treasures. However, he did not forge it into a weapon. Instead, he discovered that this meteorite iron concealed an entrance to a small world, which contained records of ancient martial arts legacies and possibly methods to transcend the martial saint realm and ascend to the realm of terrestrial immortals. Was my father seeking to enter the small world to discover this legacy? Yi Changqing pressed on. Not entirely. The Grand Elder shook his head, explaining that the spatial stability of that small world was exceedingly precarious, guarded by formidable spatial storms, making forced entry a perilous endeavor. The Alliance leader intended to seal it. But 3 years ago, the poison sect suddenly approached Lu Rian, attempting to forcibly unlock the small world using secret methods to seize the legacy. A thought stirred within Yi Changqing. So, my father's seclusion was indeed to safeguard the meteorite iron? Precisely. The Grand Elder's eyes glimmered with sorrow. Half a year prior, a martial king from the poison sect personally intervened. In a fierce battle lasting 3 days and nights, the alliance leader managed to repel him, but sustained severe injuries. Additionally, he was secretly afflicted by a slow-acting poison administered by Lu Ruian, forcing him to retreat deeper into the Forbidden Land, where he utilized the spatial power of the meteorite iron to suppress his injuries while laying down the final seal. He retrieved an ancient jade pendant from his robe and handed it to Yi Changqing. This is the Ling Tian pendant. The alliance leader entrusted it to me before his departure, instructing that if you return safely, it should be given to you. With this pendant, you may enter the outer layer of the Forbidden Land, and whether you can meet the alliance leader depends entirely on your fortune. The pendant felt warm in his hand, intricately engraved with patterns that bore a resemblance to the inscriptions on the Ling Tian tomb's stone door. Yi Changqing clutched the pendant tightly, his fingertips trembling. It dawned on him that his father had never given up on him. Even in his injured state, he was still paving the way for him. The esteemed figure mentioned by Lu Ruian, was it the martial king from the poison sect? 8 or 9 times out of 10, the Grand Elder's expression was grave. For the poison sect had harbored ambitions for years, seeking to usurp the Qingyun alliance and seize the meteorite iron legacy. Lu Ruian was merely a pawn they had placed. The true threat lay in the forces behind the poison sect. Yi Changqing's gaze turned icy as he secured the pendant. Where is the Forbidden Land? I shall go at once. No, the Grand Elder hastily interjected. Though the outer layer of the Forbidden Land is free from spatial storms, it is protected by 3 trials set by the alliance leader, which require mastery-level cultivation to pass at all. You are only at the first stage of the innate realm. It is far too dangerous. I am confident. Yi Changqing's tone was resolute. With the supreme body of martial arts and the Taixu sword art, he was certain he could face the trials. More importantly, he must meet his father as soon as possible to uncover the full truth. Sun Yixu stepped forward, her gaze resolute. Brother Changqing, I will accompany you. Yi Changqing glanced at her, shaking his head. The forbidden area is perilous. You should remain in the alliance and help me keep an eye on the movements of the poison sect. He then turned to the Grand Elder, stating, Lu Ruian is dead, and the Deputy Alliance Master Zhao still requires the Elder's efforts to suppress matters. We must not allow further complications. The Grand Elder understood his determination and nodded. Be cautious. If the situation becomes untenable, retreat immediately. Chapter 17. The Trial of the Forbidden Area. Sword breaking the Xian Pass, the forbidden area of the Qingyun Alliance is located deep within the back mountain of Qingyun Peak, shrouded in an invisible barrier. Yi Changqing approached, holding the Ling Tian pendant, which emitted a gentle glow as the barrier parted like rippling water, revealing a winding stone staircase. Towering ancient trees flanked the steps, and the air was thick with a faint oppressive aura, evidently the presence of formidable beings. The first trial was the Xian Pass of Strength. Yi Changqing gazed at a massive stone inscribed with runes ahead of him, and the system panel automatically displayed a prompt. Trial requirement: shatter the 10,000 gene giant stone. The stone stood 3 zhang tall, entirely black, with the runes flickering softly, exuding a heavy air. For an ordinary innate realm warrior, even a full-strength strike would only leave shallow white marks, let alone shatter it. Yi Changqing took a deep breath, silently activating the supreme body of martial arts as golden patterns began to shimmer on his skin. He did not utilize internal energy. Instead, he relied solely on his physical strength to strike the giant stone with a fist. Boom! His fist collided with the stone, producing a thunderous sound. Stone fragments flew, and to his astonishment, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the giant stone. Detection indicates host's physical strength has reached the standard of a master. The first trial is passed. Yi Changqing felt a pang of surprise at the formidable power of this supreme body. He did not linger and continued his ascent. The second trial was set in a narrow crevice, with sharp stone spikes lining the walls, emanating a chilling atmosphere. Trial requirement: traverse the crevice within the time of an incense stick without touching the stone spikes. The crevice could only accommodate 1 person sideways, and the spikes were spaced less than half a foot apart, imbued with paralyzing toxins. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Yi Changqing's gaze sharpened as he executed the body techniques from the Taixu sword technique. His form darted through the crevice like a wraith, his toes lightly tapping on the minuscule protrusions, skillfully avoiding the stone spikes with each turn, his movements fluid, as if performing a perilous dance. Just as the incense stick finished burning, he emerged from the crevice, his garments untouched. Second trial passed. Reward: 10 points of body technique comprehension. The third trial was an illusion. Upon entering, Changqing found himself in a hospital room on Earth. Changqing, do not give up. There is still hope with chemotherapy. His mother's weary visage appeared before him, her voice tinged with sorrow. Following that was the sinister smile of Lu Ruyan. You cannot defeat me. Embrace your death. Waves of negative emotions surged like a tide, shaking his resolve. Trial requirement. Overcome the heart's demons and maintain one's true self. This is all a deception. Changqing shouted fiercely, golden light blazing in his eyes. The supreme martial arts body naturally possesses a calming effect, and combined with his unwavering will forged over 2 lifetimes. The illusion shattered like glass. The scene before him regained clarity as he found himself standing before a massive stone door, inscribed with the 3 characters of the Starfall Hall. Third trial passed. Reward, mental power 50. Changqing pushed open the stone door, and a dense force of spatial energy surged forth. In the center of the grand hall, a black meteorite, roughly the size of a human head, floated in midair, its surface shimmering with a star-like brilliance. This was indeed Starfall Iron. Beside the Starfall Iron sat a figure in meditative posture, hair grizzled and countenance haggard. It was none other than Yi Lingtian. Father. Changqing hurried forward, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. The memory of the imposing leader he once knew now appeared aged beyond recognition. Yi Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Changqing, he was momentarily stunned. Before a wave of elation erupted in his gaze. Qing, you're alive. Wonderful, splendid. He attempted to rise, but was abruptly seized by a fit of coughing. Spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his breath becoming erratic. Father, how are you? Changqing rushed to support him. It's nothing. Yi Lingtian waved his hand. His eyes filled with complexity as he regarded him. You possess the supreme martial arts body. And this sword technique, the void sword art? Changqing briefly recounted his extraordinary experiences at the cliff's base and the nature of the system, omitting the details of his transmigration. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian sighed deeply. Fate is indeed capricious. The void sword art was once the lost treasure of my Qingyun alliance. I never imagined it would come to you. It seems the fortune of our alliance now rests upon your shoulders. He grasped Changqing's hand, his expression growing solemn. Qing, the ambitions of the poison sect extend beyond what you see. Behind them lies a more terrifying force. I have sealed the spatial coordinates of the Starfall Iron within you. You must live well and carry on the legacy of the Qingyun alliance, lest my efforts be in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Lingtian suddenly struck Changqing's chest with his palm. A gentle yet formidable power surged into him, connecting with the aura of the Starfall Iron, forming an invisible mark. Father, what are you? Yi Lingtian smiled, a look of relief washing over his features. I am gravely injured and shall not last long. This final strike is to clear your path. He abruptly turned, striking the Starfall Iron with a powerful blow. Boom. The Starfall Iron erupted in a dazzling brilliance, and the force of space instantly became chaotic. Changqing felt an overwhelming pull, and the scene before him began to distort. Qing, remember, protect Qingyun, safeguard the people. Yi Lingtian's voice echoed in his ears as his figure was gradually consumed by the storm of space. Father. Changqing cried out with a heart-wrenching scream, helplessly watching his father vanish within the tempest. In the next instant, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 18. Awakening of the Supreme Body. Rising fame. Time passed. Though he could not tell how long, when Changqing awoke upon a patch of grass, the mark upon him radiating warmth. He touched his chest, feeling an added weight of responsibility. Father, rest assured, I shall not let you down. He stood resolutely, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. At this moment, the system panel automatically updated. Host, Changqing, Realm, Innate Realm. 5th layer, enhanced by inherited power. Physique, Supreme Martial Body, Intermediate. Cultivation Technique, Tai Su Sword Technique, Initial Mastery of Subtle Sword Intent. Martial Skills, Flowing Clouds Breaking the Moon, Minor Achievement. Gale, Major Achievement. Void, Entry Level. Energy Value, 150. Special Mark, Starfall Coordinates, can locate small worlds. The last remnants of power from Yi Lingtian not only aided him in transcending his realm, but also advanced his supreme body. He could distinctly sense that the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become more harmonious, and he could even faintly touch the threshold of subtle sword intent. A power only masters could command. He assessed the direction and proceeded towards the peak of the Qingyun alliance. Upon reaching the midway point, he encountered a group of disciples gathered in fervent discussion. Have you heard? Lady Lu was slain by senior brother Yi. Is that true? Wasn't Senior brother Yi's cultivation completely shattered? Absolutely true. The Grand Elder confirmed it personally. Senior Brother Yi is now a master of the innate realm, having slain Lady Lu with a single sword strike. The moment Yi Changqing appeared, the chatter ceased abruptly. All eyes turned towards him, filled with awe and curiosity. Senior Brother Yi, we bow to you. The disciples saluted in unison, their demeanor respectful. The news of Lu Rian's demise and Yi Changqing's successful trial in the Forbidden Grounds had already spread. He had now become the undisputed leader of the younger generation within the Qingyun alliance. Just then, a discordant voice broke through. Humph, killing a mere woman. And you think yourself a figure of significance? Zhao Tianyu approached, flanked by several lackeys, his face etched with jealousy and resentment. With his father, the deputy alliance leader, temporarily detained by the Grand Elder, he naturally sought to hold Yi Changqing accountable. Do you have an issue, Brother Zhao? Yi Changqing glanced at him indifferently. Of course I do. Zhao Tianyu stepped forward. You claim to have passed the trial in the Forbidden Grounds. Who saw it? I believe you merely took advantage of Lady Lu's unguarded moment. If you have the courage, let us compete. The surrounding disciples suddenly became animated, eager for a spectacle. Zhao Tianyu, at the fourth layer of the innate realm, was rumored to be of a higher cultivation than Yi Changqing, making this duel worth watching. A cold smile crept across Yi Changqing's lips. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. The two made their way to the training grounds. Zhao Tianyu drew his sword, exuding a fierce aura. Today, I will show you that a waste will forever remain a waste. Such needless chatter. Yi Changqing didn't even draw his sword, merely standing there nonchalantly, seeking death. Zhao Tianyu roared, thrusting his sword with a sharp sword intent, executing Qingyun Alliance's signature move, Qingyun Piercing. Yi Changqing did not flinch or evade. As the sword tip neared, he suddenly raised his hand, aligning his index and middle fingers to precisely pinch the blade. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. To catch the sword strike of an innate realm master with bare hands? How could that be possible? Zhao Tianyu tugged fiercely at his sword, only to find it held fast as if gripped by an iron vice. Alarmed and furious, he exerted all his internal energy. Crack! With a resounding snap, Zhao Tianyu's steel sword was shattered between Yi Changqing's fingers. What extraordinary physical strength is this? The Grand Elder, alerted by the commotion, rushed over and was left speechless upon witnessing the scene. Yi Changqing delivered a powerful kick, striking Zhao Tianyu squarely in the chest. Puff! Zhao Tianyu was struck as if by a heavy blow, blood spattering from his mouth as he was hurled backward, crashing into a pillar of the training ground, unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Yi Changqing surveyed his surroundings, his voice calm, yet imbued with immense authority. Is there anyone else who dares to defy? No one responded. The disciples gazed at him, their expressions shifting from reverence to fervor. This was their young leader, a once-in-a-century prodigy, now reborn, with a promising future ahead. The Grand Elder stepped forward, excitement radiating from him. Good child. From this day forth, you shall be the acting leader of the Qingyun Alliance. As the news spread, the entirety of Qingyun Mountain erupted with fervor. Yi Changqing's name resonated like thunder across the 3 states. Chapter 19. The Poison Sect Strikes Back. A beauty sounds the alarm upon becoming the acting leader. Yi Changqing did not become complacent. He utilized the system to further comprehend the Tai Su sword technique while reorganizing the alliance's affairs, promoting loyal disciples, and suppressing the remnants of Vice Leader Zhao's faction. After half a month, his cultivation stabilized at the 7th layer of the innate realm, and his mastery of the Tai Su sword technique deepened, allowing him to injure enemies from afar with sword energy. One day, the Grand Elder hurriedly reported, the Poison Sect has sent someone. They claim they seek vengeance for Lu Ruyan and are challenging us at the mountain gate. Yi Changqing's gaze turned icy, just in time. He led his disciples to the mountain gate, where they found over 100 members of the Poison Sect, led by an old man clad in a black robe. His face marred by a centipede-like scar, exuding a chilling aura. He was Qiantong, an elder of the Poison Sect and a first-layer master. Yi Changqing. Qiantong scrutinized him, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. Lu Rian mentioned you possess a treasure. Hand it over and cripple your own martial arts. I can grant you a swift end. Desire for treasure? Come and take it. Yi Changqing tightened his grip on the Xian iron sword, unaware of your own mortality. Qiantong scoffed, gesturing, seize him. Dozens of Poison Sect disciples surged forward, their weapons laced with potent toxins, a foul stench filling the air. Tai Su sword technique, Gale? Yi Changqing's figure flickered, the Xian iron sword transforming into a blur, akin to a tempest. Wherever the sword light passed, cries of anguish erupted from the Poison Sect disciples. Their weapons shattering, the toxins forced back by the sword energy, causing harm to themselves instead. A bunch of worthless trash. Changqing roared in fury, stepping into the fray himself. A swirling cloud of dark green poison materialized in his palm, enveloping Changqing, withering all plant life in its wake. Childish tricks. Changqing activated his formidable physique, golden patterns shimmering as an invisible wall of energy repelled the poisonous mist, preventing its intrusion. What? Changqing was astonished. His corrupt bone mist could harm even masters, yet it was ineffective against an innate realm cultivator? Seizing the opportunity, Changqing thrust the Xian iron sword. Sharp sword energy aimed directly at Changqing's chest. Clang. Changqing hastily summoned a toxic shield to defend, but the sword energy forced him back, his arm numbed. Impossible. How could you possess such strength? Changqing was both astonished and enraged. Just as the two clashed fiercely, a delicate figure suddenly burst forth from the ranks of the poisoned sect, positioning herself before Changqing. Stop. The newcomer was clad in a pale blue dress. Her beauty striking, her demeanor icy, a serpent-shaped token hanging at her waist. Indeed, she was of the poisoned sect. Junior sister Lanling, what are you doing? Changqing barked in anger. Lanling paid him no heed, turning her gaze toward Changqing with a complex expression. Leader Yi, the master of the poison sect has personally arrived. You stand no chance. Flee at once. Changqing was taken aback. Why do you aid me? Lanling bit her lip and replied softly. My father once received a kindness from you. Leader Yi Lingtian. I cannot stand idly by and watch you perish. Remember, the sect master has cultivated the 10,000 Poison Heart Sutra and is immune to all toxins. Beware of his poison dragon claw. As her words fell, a cold snort echoed from afar. Traitor! A terrifying aura swept toward them like a dark cloud, and a middle-aged man clad in purple robes strode through the air. His gaze as venomous as that of the poison sect's master, Mo Chun, a formidable martial emperor. Lan Ling's expression shifted dramatically. Hurry! Changqing recognized the gravity of the situation and commanded the Grand Elder, lead the disciples back to the main peak and activate the protective array. He cast a glance at Lan Ling, his figure flickering as he dashed into the nearby woods. Mo Chun sneered, pursuing swiftly. Thinking of escaping? Surrender your life. Chapter 20. Perilous situations and counterattacks. Changqing fled with all his might, yet Mo Chun's speed was even greater, rapidly closing the distance. Brat, daring to kill my poison sect's people, and you wish to flee? Mo Chun struck with a palm, the purplish-black claw shadow slicing through the air. Aimed directly at Changqing's back, this was the poison dragon claw. Changqing spun around, his Suantai sword cleaving horizontally to meet the claw shadow. Clang. The clash of sword energy and poisonous claw resonated like the sound of metal striking metal. Changqing felt a chilling force surge along the sword's body, invading his meridians, causing his blood to surge violently, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. To dare to take my palm head-on at the innate realm. Interesting indeed. Mo Chun chuckled coldly, intensifying his assault. His poison techniques were extraordinarily domineering, each strike imbued with lethal toxins. Though Changqing possessed the body of dominance for protection, he gradually found himself struggling. If this continues, I will eventually be worn down. A sense of urgency flooded Changqing's mind. He had to utilize that move. He suddenly pivoted, deliberately exposing a flaw. Mo Chun, predictably, took the bait, grinning as he clawed toward Changqing's left shoulder. Now, a flicker of resolve flashed in Changqing's eyes as he channeled all his internal energy and the power of the body of dominance into the Suantai sword, draining 50 points of system energy. The Taegzu sword technique, Void Slash. This strike contained his nascent understanding of space. The moment the sword move was executed, the surrounding space seemed to warp. The Suantai sword transformed into a dazzling streak of light, circumventing the poisonous claw at an impossible angle, and directly pierced toward Mo Chun's throat. Mo Chun's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that Changqing could unleash such an enigmatic sword technique, and in a hurried moment, he could only dodge to the side. Uft! The sword light grazed his neck, drawing forth a cascade of blood droplets. Although it was merely a superficial wound, it filled Mo Chun with both shock and fury. Seeking death, he completely lost control, unleashing his full toxic power. A murky green gas enveloped the area within 10 feet, withering all surrounding flora. Changqing found himself shrouded in the poisonous mist, instantly feeling dizzy and disoriented, his internal energy disrupted. Warning. Host is afflicted by severe poison, 10,000 poisons devouring heart, life signs declining. Would you like to expend 50 energy points to activate Body of Dominance Purification? Activate. Body of Dominance Purification initiated. Martial Tao Supreme Body of Dominance. Intermediate. Characteristic activated. Immune to all poisons. Golden patterns surged across his skin like a rushing river, enveloping and strangling the poisonous energy that invaded his body. The formidable poison that could instill fear even in the hearts of those at the sovereign level swiftly dissipated before the overwhelming purifying force. Akin to snow melting under the sun, Changqing abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden glimmer illuminating his gaze. Not only did he dispel the dizziness, but the perilous toxin stimulation unexpectedly deepened his mastery over the tyrannical body. Chun, your poison is ineffective against me, he bellowed, the Xian Tai sword resonating with a hum as he propelled the Tai Su sword technique to its zenith. The subtle sword intent melded into every strand of sword energy, precisely locking onto Chun's fluctuating aura. No longer did he pursue brute strength. Instead, he sought to exploit the opportune moments during the poisonous energy's transformation with cunning precision. Chun, both astonished and enraged, had never encountered such an unusual constitution. The heart-devouring poison was rendered futile. His frustration mounted as Changqing's sword strikes, akin to a relentless plague, consistently targeted the fleeting intervals of his toxic maneuvers, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, unable to unleash even 70% of his sovereign strength. You insolent wretch, you have successfully provoked my wrath. Chun roared, his hands forming seals as a torrent of toxic gas coalesced around him, morphing into a colossal poison dragon, bearing its fangs and claws, exuding a foul stench that began to corrode the very stones around them. Toxic dragon, devour the heavens. The dragon lunged at Changqing, leaving a trail of dark green ripples in its wake, clearly utilizing its primal toxic power. Changqing inhaled deeply, his internal energy surging wildly, as a faint golden aura enveloped the Xian Tai sword, a sign of the fusion of tyrannical energy and sword intent. Final form of the Tai Su sword technique, breaking boundaries. This strike was the culmination of his system's deductions, spatial insights, and the might of the tyrannical body, crafted into his ultimate lethal move. The moment the sword light surged forth, it seemed to rend the very fabric of reality. A meticulously honed golden sword wave slicing through the air to collide fiercely with the poison dragon. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the mountains as the golden sword wave and the dark green poison dragon engaged in a frantic struggle. The toxic gas was vaporized by the sword light, while the sword wave itself was gradually eroded by the noxious essence. Ultimately, a piercing dragon's wail resonated, as the poison dragon shattered into countless fragments, though the sword wave, now weakened, still surged forth with unyielding momentum towards Chun. Impossible. Chun's face contorted in horror. He had not anticipated that his ultimate technique would be shattered. In a frantic moment, he conjured a black toxic shield. Clang! The sword wave struck the shield, producing a crisp sound as the shield fractured under the force. The residual power of the sword wave brushed past Chun's arm, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in its wake. Chun screamed in agony, watching as the wound on his arm festered, his eyes filled with dread. The sword wave bore purifying power that even his primal toxic energy could not suppress. Realizing that continued combat would lead to his inevitable defeat, he cast a resentful glance at Changqing before transforming into a shadow and fleeing. Changqing, I shall repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Changqing did not pursue. He was now at the end of his strength, his internal energy depleted, and his tyrannical body momentarily weakened. He gazed in the direction of Chun's escape, his expression icy, knowing that this score was far from settled. Congratulations, host, for defeating a sovereign-level adversary, lightly injured, earning 500 energy points, and unlocking the system function, technique fusion. Host status detected as weakened. Would you like to expend 100 energy points for restoration? Restore. A warm current surged within him, swiftly alleviating his fatigue and restoring 30% of his internal energy. Changqing exhaled a sigh of relief, intending to turn back to the Qingyun alliance, when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Are you all right? Lan Ling hurried over, a medicine bottle in her hand, her face etched with concern. She had been lurking in the shadows, witnessing the intense battle unfold, her heart shaken by the sight of a cultivator at the innate level confronting a martial emperor and forcing him to retreat, a talent so extraordinary it was unprecedented. Receiving the medicine bottle, Changqing expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He opened the bottle and inhaled its contents. It was a healing elixir for detoxification, nothing amiss. Chun will not let this go easily. He will surely gather more allies upon his return, Lan Ling warned. Moreover, you must be cautious of the forces behind the poison sect. You are aware of the powers behind the poison sect? Changqing keenly seized upon the crucial point. After a moment's hesitation, Lan Ling whispered, I only know of an organization called the Shadow Pavilion, which operates in secrecy and wields formidable strength. Even the poison sect is under their control. It is said that the Shadow Pavilion's objective is the Starfall Iron. A chill ran through Changqing. Indeed, it was related to the Starfall Iron. He regarded Lan Ling and inquired, "Why do you choose to assist me?" Lan Ling lifted her gaze, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. "My father was once an outer disciple of the Qingyun Alliance. He was pursued by traitors and was saved by Alliance leader Yi. Before he passed, he urged me to repay this kindness if the opportunity arose." She paused briefly before continuing. "Furthermore, I do not condone the actions of the poison sect. To harm others with poison ultimately invites retribution." After a moment of silence, Changqing replied, "If you trust me, you may stay temporarily at the Qingyun Alliance. I will devise a plan regarding the poison sect." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lan Ling's eyes, but she soon shook her head. "I must return now to relay some messages. When the time is right, I will seek you out again." As she spoke, she retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom. "This is the communication pendant of the poison sect. If you shatter it, I will be able to sense your location." Changqing accepted the pendant, watching her silhouette fade into the forest, lost in contemplation. This Lan Ling could indeed be a formidable ally. Chapter 21. Renown spreads, a beauty visits upon returning to the Qingyun Alliance. News of Changqing's victory over the leader of the poison sect spread like wildfire across the 3 states. What? Changqing, at the innate level, confronted a martial emperor and even forced Mo Chun to flee. Injured? My heavens, is this even human? An innate cultivator battling a martial emperor. This has never occurred in the history of the Sunmu continent. The Qingyun Alliance was on the brink of rising. With a talent like Changqing, who would dare provoke them in the future? In no time, the name Changqing echoed throughout the land, drawing the attention of countless martial artists, some filled with awe, others with curiosity, and some with hostility, all directing their gaze toward Qingyun Mountain. Within the Qingyun Alliance, morale soared. The disciples looked at Changqing with fervor, and the Grand Elder beamed with joy, proclaiming that the golden age of the Qingyun Alliance was fast approaching. On this day, as Changqing was practicing the Taigzu sword art, the system suddenly prompted, "Special individual detected visiting, triggering side quest, meet Murong Shui. Quest reward, 200 energy points. Obtain martial technique, frozen 1,000 miles, fragment, Murong Shui." Changqing paused for a moment, the name ringing a bell. The memories of the original owner swiftly aligned with the corresponding information about Murong Shui, the young master of the Cold Ice Valley. She possessed an innate ice vein and demonstrated a cultivation talent that rivaled that of the original owner. Universally recognized as the most beautiful woman across the 3 states. She was also the dream of countless young heroes. What could she possibly want at the Qingyun Alliance? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a disciple reported, "The young master of Cold Ice Valley, Murong Shui, has arrived and wishes to see you." Changqing made his way to the front hall, where he beheld a maiden clad in white, seated gracefully. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features picturesque, and her demeanor exuded a coolness akin to ice, yet infused with a breathtaking beauty. A jade sword hung at her waist, emanating a gentle chill that lowered the surrounding temperature. It was indeed Murong Shui. "Master Yi, I have long admired your esteemed reputation." Murong Shui rose to pay her respects, her voice melodious like pearls falling upon a plate, crisp and delightful. "Miss Murong is too kind. Please, have a seat." Changqing gestured for her to sit. He addressed the matter directly. "I am curious about your visit today. What guidance do you seek?" Murong Shui regarded him, curiosity flickering in her beautiful eyes. "I have heard that Master Yi repelled the martial emperor with his innate prowess, and I am filled with admiration. I have come to seek your insight, as well as to learn a few techniques." Changqing raised an eyebrow. "Seeking insight? Quite well." Murong Shui drew her jade sword, the tip angled toward the ground. "The Cold Ice Valley's Cold Ice sword technique has long been connected to the swordsmanship of the Qingyun Alliance. I wish to see how powerful the technique is that could repel Mo Chun." Her tone was calm, yet exuded an undeniable confidence. Clearly, this celestial prodigy did not fully believe in the legendary prowess of Changqing. Changqing chuckled lightly. "Very well, this presents an excellent opportunity to test my own strength." He unsheathed his black iron sword. "Since the young master is interested, I shall accompany you to the end. Let us keep it to a point." The two proceeded to the training ground, and word spread quickly, drawing disciples from all around. Even the Grand Elder rushed to the scene. "It is the young master of Cold Ice Valley. Rumor has it her Cold Ice sword technique has reached minor proficiency, her strength comparable to that of a peak master. This is bound to be an exhilarating spectacle. One is a newly risen unparalleled genius, the other a long-established celestial beauty. Who is stronger?" Murong Shui's gaze sharpened. her jade sword sweeping lightly as a concentrated ice blue sword energy surged forth, shattering the ground into a thin layer of ice. First form of the cold ice sword technique, ice spike. The sword energy transformed into numerous ice spikes, shot towards Yi Changqing at cunning angles. Yi Changqing remained unflinching, his black iron sword sweeping gently, unleashing a soft sword energy that resembled a spring breeze, shattering all ice spikes effortlessly. Quite impressive, Mirong Xue's eyes glimmered with surprise. Before intensifying her assault with the second form, ice seal. With a swift motion of her jade sword, a wave of frigid air erupted from the ground, forming an ice wall that ensnared Yi Changqing within, while countless ice shards shot from all directions, blocking every possible retreat. Intriguing, Yi Changqing praised. Invoking the void sword technique, he maneuvered through the ice shards like a specter, with his black iron sword creating gusts of wind that cleaved through the ice shards. Third form, frozen sky. Mirong Xue cried out, as the cold air surged around her, causing the temperature in the training ground to plummet. Snowflakes began to fall from the heavens. Countless snowflakes converged into a colossal ice sword, descending upon Yi Changqing with an overwhelming force. The sword in his hand already bore the faint power of a master at the pinnacle of his craft. Yi Changqing's eyes sharpened, shedding all reservations as the supreme body of martial arts quietly activated, golden light flickering upon the Xian iron sword. The Tai Su sword technique, flowing clouds breaking the moon, was unleashed. The sword's radiance flowed like water beneath the moonlight, seemingly gentle, yet containing an indomitable force, clashing violently with the ice sword. Crack! The enormous ice sword shattered into countless fragments, dispersing like snowflakes in the air. Yi Changqing's figure glided through the icy remnants, appearing before Mirong Xue, the tip of his sword mere inches from her throat. The outcome was clear. Mirong Xue stood frozen, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. How could her pride, the ice sword technique, be so effortlessly shattered? A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, soon erupting into thunderous applause. Yi Changqing sheathed his sword and remarked nonchalantly, "I concede." Only then did Mirong Xue regain her composure, her cheeks slightly flushed, whether from embarrassment or the chill, she could not tell. Gazing at Yi Changqing, her curiosity deepened. "Your swordsmanship is quite extraordinary." "It's acceptable," Yi Changqing replied with a smile. Just then, an untimely voice broke the moment. "Xuemei, are you all right?" A youth clad in resplendent attire rushed over, his expression darkening upon witnessing the scene in the martial arena. He glared fiercely at Yi Changqing, exclaiming, "So, you are Yi Changqing? How dare you lay hands on Xuemei, seeking death?" Yi Changqing frowned, wondering where this fool had come from. Mirong Xue interjected, "Senior brother Wang, my duel with Alliance leader Yi was merely a friendly exchange, do not be rude." The youth, named Wang Hao, was the young master of the fire sect, harboring an infatuation for Mirong Xue. Seeing her spar with Yi Changqing ignited his jealousy. "A friendly exchange? I see nothing but him taking advantage of you." Wang Hao pointed at Yi Changqing. "Boy, do you dare to fight me? If you lose, you must bow and apologize to Xuemei." Yi Changqing, uninterested, turned to depart. "Stop." Wang Hao, mistaking his departure for fear, grew even more arrogant. "What happened to your bravado?" Yi Changqing halted, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. This buffoon would not settle down without receiving a lesson. He abruptly turned and unleashed a punch, refraining from using internal energy, relying solely on raw physical strength. Wang Hao, witnessing this, scoffed and threw a punch of his own, confident in easily overpowering Yi Changqing, who was at the first level of the master realm. Bang! Their fists collided, and Wang Hao felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing his arm to ache intensely, as if his bones were about to shatter. Crack! With a sharp sound, Wang Hao's arm bent at an unnatural angle, and he let out a pained cry, hurtling backward, spitting blood. The crowd was once again stunned. A single punch incapacitated a master at the first level? Yi Changqing did not even cast a glance in his direction as he addressed Mirong Xue. "If the young master is unscathed, please carry on." With that, he strode away. Mirong Xue watched his retreating figure, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, a faint smile gracing her lips. This Yi Changqing was indeed fascinating. Chapter 22. The Secret Realm Opens. Currents stirring the news of Wang Hao's defeat did not stir much commotion. To the onlookers, daring to provoke Yi Changqing was simply courting disaster. Mirong Xue had settled in the Qingyun alliance, ostensibly to exchange martial arts knowledge, but in truth, she frequently sought to spar with Yi Changqing. Occasionally, she would bring along some specialties from the Hambing Valley, and the relationship between the two began to evolve into something subtle. One day, the Grand Elder brought news. "Changqing, the mist forest at the tri-state border will open in a month. It is said to contain ancient ruins. Would you care to explore? The mist forest piqued Changqing's interest. According to his recollections, it was a perilous location, home to formidable beasts and a variety of rare treasures. Each opening attracted countless martial artists, presenting both opportunity and danger. Detected the opening of a secret realm, triggering main quest. Explore the mist forest and obtain ancient heritage. Quest rewards: 1,000 energy points. Opportunity for advancement in the supreme martial arts body X1. The system's prompt resonated, and Changqing resolved immediately. I shall go. As the news spread, many small factions affiliated with the Qingyun alliance expressed their willingness to accompany him. Changqing selected several capable disciples and, along with Sun Yixu, formed a team of 50. On the eve of their departure, Mirong Shui approached him. Alliance leader Yi, may I join you? The mist forest is perilous. The more companions, the better the support. Naturally, Changqing welcomed her presence, knowing her expertise would undoubtedly enhance their safety. Meanwhile, martial artists from across the 3 states received the news and began to converge upon the mist forest. At the poison sect headquarters, Mo Chun gazed at a secret letter in his hand, his expression grim. The Shadow Pavilion has sent people to the mist forest as well? Their target must also be the ancient ruins. Beside him, Qiantong cautiously inquired, Sect leader, should we not go? Why not indeed? Mo Chin's eyes flashed with a fierce determination. That brat Changqing will surely go. This presents the perfect opportunity to ensure he remains there forever. Inform all elders to lead their teams. Spare no effort to eliminate Changqing. Understood. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Fire Sect, Sect Master Wang Lai, enraged by the news of his son's incapacitation, erupted. Changqing, if anything happens to my son, I will ensure not a single soul from the Qingyun alliance remains. He immediately summoned the sect's elite and stormed towards the mist forest with great fury. In a short time, myriad factions, both overt and covert, began to converge upon the mist forest, a storm brewing around the ancient ruins and Changqing. Half a month later, Changqing and his group arrived at the outskirts of the mist forest, where a small town was already teeming with people. Warriors clad in various garments filled the streets, a mix of different backgrounds creating a palpable tension in the air. As soon as Changqing settled into an inn, he heard a commotion outside. Look, it's the people from the Heavenly Demon sect. Why are they here? Don't they usually avoid such matters? Rumor had it that the sect's saintess had also arrived. Renowned for her beauty and inscrutable strength, Changqing approached the window and beheld a group of dark-clad warriors with an ominous aura entering the town, led by a veiled woman of graceful stature. Though her features remained obscured, her hauntingly captivating eyes were enough to stir the imagination. Changqing's gaze sharpened as he recognized the presence of the Heavenly Demon sect. This is a force even more enigmatic and perilous than the Poison sect, operating under a veil of secrecy with ruthless tactics, standing in stark opposition to righteousness. Their emergence has rendered this expedition into the misty forest even more convoluted. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind him. Leader Yi, it has been a long time. Changqing turned to find Lan Ling had appeared in the room, her expression tinged with urgency. It's bad news. The Poison sect has allied with the Fire sect and several other malevolent factions, planning to strike against you in the misty forest. Chapter 23. Entering the mist, terrifying beasts upon learning of the conspiracy orchestrated by the Poison sect and its allies. Changqing was not taken aback. Rather, it seemed entirely expected. Given Mo Chen's character, it would have been strange for him not to seek revenge. How many of them are there? What is their strength? Changqing inquired. 3 elders from the Poison sect have arrived, all at the Master Realm. The Fire sect's leader, Wang Lai, is personally leading them, along with several formidable practitioners from other malevolent sects. Altogether, no fewer than 10 individuals, Lan Ling replied gravely. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon sect seems to have reached some sort of agreement with them. Although they may not intervene directly, they might very well create obstacles from the shadows. Changqing furrowed his brow. 10 Master Realm practitioners were indeed a formidable force, especially with the mysterious involvement of the Heavenly Demon sect. Thank you for the warning, he said. Be cautious yourself. Do not let them discover you. Lan Ling nodded. I will. The misty forest harbors numerous dangers. Take care. With that, she slipped away quietly. Mirong Shui entered the room, having overheard their conversation. It seems this expedition into the misty forest will not be peaceful. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build dikes. Changqing's eyes flashed with determination. Let them understand that the Qingyun alliance is not to be trifled with. 3 days later, the misty forest officially opened. The dense fog that had enveloped the forest began to recede like a tide, revealing a path leading deeper into its heart. Countless martial artists surged forward eagerly, fearful of falling behind and missing out on treasures. Changqing and his companions, however, remained composed, maintaining their formation and advancing steadily. Shortly after entering the forest, the fog thickened once more, reducing visibility to less than 5 paces, imbued with a faintly hallucinogenic power that could easily disorient travelers. Everyone, be cautious, do not lag behind. Changqing warned in a deep voice, channeling his inner energy to safeguard his mind. The supreme martial body naturally provided a clarity effect, rendering the hallucinogenic power of the fog negligible for him. However, the other disciples fared less easily, with several already appearing dazed and unsteady. Mirong Shui pointed with her delicate fingers, unleashing several icy blue gusts that enveloped the disoriented disciples. The piercing cold jolted them awake, restoring their alertness. Thank you, Junior Leader Mirong. The disciples expressed their gratitude promptly. Mirong Shui nodded slightly, turning her gaze to Changqing. This fog is not simple. It contains a mental attack that can easily ensnare ordinary martial artists. Changqing produced a few silver needles, piercing the Beihui acupoints of the nearby disciples. Channel your inner energy to safeguard these acupoints. It will help resist the hallucinogenic power. This technique, the Clarity Needle method, was something he had exchanged from the system, specifically designed to counter mental attacks. The group followed his instructions, and indeed, they felt their minds clear considerably. As they ventured deeper, the fog thickened further, distorting the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, Su Mixu exclaimed, "Brother Changqing, look!" Changqing followed the direction she pointed, and amidst the mist, an illusion emerged depicting the shattered King Yun alliance. Disciples lay slain, the Grand Elder was beheaded, and the scene was one of utter devastation. A falsehood, Changqing exclaimed sharply, unsheathing his Xiantian sword and cleaving through the illusion, which shattered like glass. This is merely an illusion. Hold steadfast to your hearts. Yet, not all could maintain their composure. A warrior, relying on external power, suddenly displayed terror, pointing ahead and screaming, "Ghost! There's a ghost!" He turned to flee, vanishing into the mist, leaving only a chilling scream in his wake. "Ignore him, and continue onward," Changqing said coldly. The illusion of the misty forest served as the first trial to sift the strong from the weak. Those lacking resolve were not worth lamenting. After traversing for another half-hour, the mist ahead thinned, revealing a pristine lake. At the center of the lake, a golden lotus bud awaited blooming, exuding a rich spiritual aura. The 9-turned golden lotus. A disciple gasped, claiming it could enhance martial foundations and was a principal ingredient for concocting foundational elixirs. Greed flickered in the eyes of many. And as they moved to approach, Changqing halted them, saying, "Something is amiss. This lotus is deceptive." He channeled his profound sword intent, scrutinizing the lake, and discerned shadowy figures lurking beneath the surface, while the aura of the 9-turned golden lotus carried a faint hint of blood. "This is a trap of the soul-eating algae," Mirong Shui interjected. "The algae creates illusions to lure prey, and once approached, it drags them beneath the water to drain their essence." No sooner had she spoken than the 9-turned golden lotus morphed into a massive maw, lunging from the water to snap at the nearest disciple. "Beware!" Changqing struck with his sword, cleaving the monstrous mouth in two, revealing the myriad tendrils that were the true form of the soul-eating algae. The algae emitted a piercing shriek and sank out of sight. The disciple, pale with fright, repeatedly expressed his gratitude. It was only then that the others comprehended the peril they had escaped, regarding Changqing and Mirong Shui with newfound reverence. Upon crossing the lake, the mist gradually dispersed, revealing a stone forest ahead. Sounds of battle echoed, accompanied by the sinister laughter of poison sect disciples. "It's the poison sect," Su Mixu whispered. Changqing signaled for everyone to conceal themselves as they stealthily approached the stone forest. They beheld 3 poison sect disciples besieging a girl clad in white. She wielded a long sword with finesse, yet her movements were hindered by poison, struggling against her attackers. The girl possessed breathtaking beauty and an icy demeanor, bearing a resemblance to Mirong Shui, albeit with an added stubbornness in her brow. "It's Lin Wanner from the Heavenly Sword Sect." A disciple recognized her. "The Heavenly Sword Sect shares a bond with our King Yun alliance." Changqing's eyes turned cold. He intended to intervene, but saw Mirong Shui had already dashed forward, exclaiming, "You despicable scoundrels of the poison sect dare to bully my friend." The jade sword was drawn, and icy blue sword energy surged forth, instantly driving back the 3 poison sect disciples. "Mirong Shui?" The faces of the poison sect disciples shifted. "Do you dare interfere in our affairs? To slay you is of no consequence," Mirong Shui retorted icily, standing back to back with Wanner. Wana, how are you? Lin Wanner coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Her complexion pale. I've been struck by their transformation powder. My internal strength is waning. Seeking death. An elder of the poison sect bellowed in fury and took matters into his own hands as a cloud of toxic mist enveloped the area, targeting the two individuals. Yi Changqing, no longer hesitating, unleashed the Xiantai sword, brimming with a menacing aura. Void sword technique, pierced the heavens. In an instant, the sword light flashed, tearing through the poisonous fog, and the elder let out a wretched scream as his arm was severed. Yi Changqing. The remaining disciples of the poison sect were struck with both shock and fury, turning to flee. Leave them. Yi Changqing moved like lightning, his sword flashing repeatedly, swiftly dispatching the fleeing disciples of the poison sect. Thank you, Leader Yi, for your timely rescue, Lin Wanner gasped, her gaze towards Yi Changqing filled with gratitude and curiosity. Mirong Shui produced an antidote pill and handed it to her, saying, take this to counteract the poison. Yi Changqing surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. The poison sect is deliberately stalling here. There may be a greater trap ahead. Just then, a system notification chimed. New character detected. Triggering hidden task. Protect Lin Wanner and help her find the legacy of the Heavenly Sword sect. Task reward. 300 energy points. Gain 50 favorability with the Heavenly Sword sect. The legacy of the Heavenly Sword sect? Yi Changqing's heart stirred. It seemed the ancient ruins within the misty forest were indeed connected to the Heavenly Sword sect. Lin Wanner consumed the antidote, her complexion improving somewhat. My master said that deep within the misty forest lies the legacy left by our Heavenly Sword sect's ancestor. And I must find it. I never expected to encounter the poison sect so soon. We are also heading deeper into the forest. Let us go together, Yi Changqing replied. Lin Wanner nodded in agreement, saying gratefully, thank you, Leader Yi. Mirong Shui regarded Yi Changqing, a subtle smile gracing her lips. You certainly have a talent for winning hearts. Yi Changqing chuckled lightly. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Su Mixu observed the light-hearted banter between Yi Changqing, Mirong Shui, and Lin Wanner, feeling a peculiar pang of bitterness within her. She lowered her head and tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. Noticing her discomfort, Yi Changqing approached her softly. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Su Mixu looked up, warmed by his concerned gaze, and shook her head. I'm fine. I just feel that this place is too dangerous. Don't worry. I'm here, Yi Changqing assured her with unwavering confidence. As Su Mixu met his assured eyes, her unease gradually faded, and she nodded, a faint smile appearing on her face. Mirong Shui observed this exchange, a flicker of complexity crossing her beautiful eyes before she returned to her usual composure. Lin Wanner, however, watched the three with keen interest, a playful smile dancing on her lips. The party's numbers swelled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intricate. Yi Changqing led the way, sensing the varied gazes directed at him from behind, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the complexities of this harem path, which seemed even more convoluted than his cultivation journey. Chapter 24. Ancient Ruins and the Contest for Legacy. Passing through the stone forest, a colossal stone door emerged ahead, adorned with ancient runes that emanated an aura of antiquity, marking the entrance to the ancient ruins. A considerable number of individuals had already gathered around the stone door, including members of the Poison Sect, the Fire Sect, the Heavenly Demon Sect, as well as various wandering cultivators and minor factions, their intentions clear as the atmosphere turned tense. Evidently vying for the right, the Saintess of the Celestial Demon Sect remained veiled, yet her captivating eyes were keenly observing Yi Changqing, as if he were a fascinating plaything. To enter the ruins, you must first pass my test. Mo Chun sneered coldly, prompting the members of the Poison Sect and the Fire Sect to surround Yi Changqing and his companions. The other factions stood by, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to reap the benefits. Do you think you can stand against us? Yi Changqing's gaze was icy, as he pointed his Xiantian sword at Mo Chun. Last time, you escaped. This time, you shall undoubtedly perish. Arrogant, Mo Chun roared, unleashing a cloud of poisonous mist as he struck first. Wang Lai was equally unyielding, charging forward with a blade that could cleave mountains and shatter stones. Mirong Shui, take them into the ruins. I shall handle this. Yi Changqing stated firmly. No, I will assist you, Mirong Shui replied. Obey me. Yi Changqing's tone brooked no argument. The inheritance within the ruins was of greater importance. I will join you shortly. Mirong Shui bit her lip, ultimately nodding. Be careful. She led Su Mixu, Lin Wanner, and the other disciples toward the stone gate. Stop them. Mo Chun bellowed. Attempt to flee? Have you consulted my sword? Yi Changqing forced Mo Chun and Wang Lai back with a single strike, darting like lightning to block the entrance of the stone gate. As long as I stand here, none shall pass. He unleashed the full extent of the Taixu sword technique and the supreme martial arts body, wielding his sword with dazzling brilliance, his physical form unmatched. Single-handedly, he staunchly resisted the assault of two formidable factions. Is this truly a human? The onlookers were left speechless, witnessing a cultivator of the innate realm contend against the peaks of two master realms and still gain the upper hand, utterly shattering their understanding. Mo Chun was both astonished and furious. He had not anticipated Yi Changqing's rapid advancement in strength, capable of clashing with both himself and Wang Lai in such a short span. Altogether, kill him, Mo Chun roared. As the experts from the poison sect and the fire sect surged forward, the pressure on Yi Changqing intensified. Wounds began to surface upon him, yet his gaze sharpened, his fighting spirit igniting. Come forth. Today, I shall demonstrate what true invincibility means. Activating the supreme martial arts body to its fullest, golden patterns adorned his form. An aura of terror surged skyward, enhancing his strength, speed, and defense manifold. He ceased to defend, opting instead for a counteroffensive. The golden glow upon his Xiantian sword shimmering with apocalyptic might. With a swift strike, an elder of the poison sect was caught off guard and cleaved in two. Ah! Wang Lai screamed in agony as Yi Changqing's fist struck his chest, several ribs shattered, sending him flying. Mo Chun was horrified. He found himself unable to keep pace with Yi Changqing's speed, becoming a mere target for the relentless assault. Impossible. This cannot be. Mo Chun screamed in madness, unleashing his full toxic power, enveloped in a greenish mist, invoking the ultimate technique of 10,000 poisons returning to one. This was his desperate gambit. Once unleashed, it would spell mutual destruction. Yi Changqing's gaze intensified, his inner strength and the power of the supreme body converging furiously. The golden radiance upon his Xiantian sword unprecedentedly resplendent. Taixu sword technique's ultimate secret, world-rending slash. This strike seemed to embody the very principles of heaven and earth. Tearing through the toxic mist and the fabric of space itself, surging forth with indomitable momentum, aimed directly at Mo Chun. Boom. After the thunderous explosion, the toxic mist dissipated, and Mo Chun stood frozen in place, a crimson streak appearing on his brow as he gradually collapsed, life extinguished. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Wang Lai gazed at the fallen Mo Chun, then shifted his attention to Yi Changqing, who was drenched in blood and bore a fierce gaze, causing him to be gripped by terror as he turned to flee. Yi Changqing did not pursue. At that moment, he was at the end of his strength, his internal energy depleted, and his body weakened. He cast a glance at the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, who merely smiled at him before leading her companions through the stone door. The representatives of other factions, too intimidated to speak, bowed their heads and hastily entered the ruins. Yi Changqing exhaled in relief, just about to step through the stone door when he heard footsteps behind him. Leader Yi, wait. Turning around, he saw Lan Ling approaching swiftly, a pill in hand. This is the revitalizing pill. It will quickly restore your internal energy. You must take it. Yi Changqing accepted the pill, surprised. What brings you here? I was worried about you, Lan Ling replied, a hint of color rising to her cheeks. The poison sect still has remnants within the ruins. You need to be cautious, especially of the Shadow Pavilion. Yi Changqing consumed the pill, and a warm current surged through him, swiftly alleviating his fatigue. He looked at Lan Ling earnestly and said, "Thank you." Lan Ling smiled softly. "I will wait for you inside the ruins." With that, she turned and stepped through the stone door. Yi Changqing watched her retreating figure, his emotions tangled. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, he followed her into the stone door. Beyond the entrance lay a lengthy passage, which led to an enormous palace. At the center of the palace floated an ancient tome, emanating a dazzling light. It was the legacy of the ancients. However, chaos reigned within the palace, as Mirong Shui, Su Mixu, and Lin Wanner were besieged by a group of cloaked figures, led by a man wearing a bronze mask, his aura chilling. Possessing the strength of a martial emperor, the Shadow Pavilion. Yi Changqing's pupils constricted. The masked man, upon spotting Yi Changqing, let out a rasping laugh. Yi Changqing, you have finally arrived. Hand over the spatial coordinates of the Starfall Iron, and I can grant you a swift end. In your dreams. Yi Changqing shouted in fury, the Xiantai sword cutting through the air with a fierce energy. Let them go. A new battle erupted, and this time, he faced an even more formidable foe. Yet Yi Changqing remained undaunted. With sword in hand, his body empowered, and the system aiding him, there was no corner of this world he could not traverse. His path to invincibility was just beginning. Chapter 25. Sword shatters the martial emperor. Shadows begin to emerge clang. The Xiantai sword clashed with the masked man's black dagger. Sparks flying. Yi Changqing felt a soft yet overpowering force surge through him, causing his arm to tingle with numbness as he involuntarily stepped back. Mid-stage martial emperor strength? Yi Changqing's heart sank. The masked man's power surpassed even that of Mo Chun. The masked man chuckled hoarsely. Not bad. You have the right to know my codename, Shadow One. With a swift movement, he vanished like a specter, appearing behind Yi Changqing, the dagger slicing through the air toward his back at an incredibly awkward angle. Be careful. Mirong Shui and the others cried out, attempting to assist but were ensnared by the cloaked figures, unable to break free. Yi Changqing remained composed in the face of danger. His innate sense of peril, bestowed by his supreme martial body, allowing him to anticipate the trajectory of the impending attack. His footwork shifted seamlessly, narrowly evading the dagger, while he retaliated with a swift strike of his sword, forcing Ying Yi to adopt a defensive stance. Your agility is commendable, but it is insufficient before me. Ying Yi sneered, his dagger dancing with an impenetrable ferocity, each thrust aimed at Yi Changqing's vulnerabilities. Coupled with his elusive movements, this rendered Yi Changqing momentarily unable to counterattack. Yi Changqing's expression grew grave. Ying Yi's prowess far surpassed any adversary he had previously encountered, achieving the pinnacle of martial emperor level in both speed and skill. What troubled him further was that Ying Yi seemed to possess knowledge of the Tai Su sword technique, consistently predicting his swordplay. No longer could he afford to be on the defensive. A fleeting thought crossed Yi Changqing's mind as he unleashed the last vestiges of his internal energy, simultaneously expending 100 points of energy to compel the system to temporarily analyze the flaws in his swordplay. Analysis successful. Ying Yi's movements rely on the power emanating from his left side. A strike to 3 inches from his left rib would be effective. A gleam of determination sparked in Yi Changqing's eyes as he altered his approach, abandoning defense to thrust his sword towards Ying Yi's left rib. This audacious move took Ying Yi by surprise. He had not anticipated such recklessness, and in a hurried response, could only parry with his blade. Now was the moment. Yi Changqing's left hand shot forth, his index and middle fingers converging like a rapier, targeting Ying Yi's wrist with the same technique that had previously shattered Zhao Tinyu's longsword. Clang! The collision of fingertips and dagger resonated with a metallic clash. Ying Yi felt an overwhelming force surge through him, a sharp pain in his wrist nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapon. Seizing the moment while Ying Yi was momentarily weakened, Yi Changqing's sword advanced another inch. Its tip aimed directly at Ying Yi's throat. Ying Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He could only execute a desperate backflip to evade. The air sliced by the sword grazing his chest, leaving behind a trail of blood. You have provoked me. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Ying Yi's eyes, his aura growing increasingly sinister. Shadow killing technique. 1,000 shadows. He blurred into motion, transforming into numerous phantoms that simultaneously charged at Yi Changqing, each shadow imbued with genuine malice, making it nearly impossible to discern the real from the illusion. A mere parlor trick. Yi Changqing scoffed, channeling the subtle sword intent, instantly locking onto Ying Yi's true form. Under the perception granted by this refined sword intent, no matter how many phantoms there were, the fluctuations of the true body could not remain hidden. Tai Su sword technique. Flowing clouds breaking the moon. The sword's radiance flowed like water beneath the moonlight, seemingly gentle, yet imbued with indomitable strength, precisely cleaving towards Ying Yi's true self. With a soft thud, the phantoms dissipated, and Ying Yi's true form was struck by the blade of light, staggering backward. A trickle of dark blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. How could you possibly see through my 1,000 shadows? Ying Yi exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief. This shadow assassination technique was the signature mastery of the Shadow Pavilion, never having failed before. Yi Changqing offered no reply, seizing the opportunity to strike decisively, his sword becoming increasingly ferocious. Ying Yi retreated repeatedly, sustaining more injuries, and for the first time, a sense of retreat flickered in his heart as he beheld the unyielding battle spirit emanating from Yi Changqing. Withdraw, Ying Yi bellowed, turning to flee. Thinking of escaping? It's too late. Yi Changqing would not allow him to evade. With the speed of lightning, he pursued, the sound of the wind accompanying his sword as it thrust toward Ying Yi's back. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the shadows of the palace, positioning itself in front of Ying Yi, its short blade skillfully deflecting Yi Changqing's sword strike. Another one? Yi Changqing's pupils constricted. The aura emanating from this shadow was even more formidable than that of Ying Yi. Shadow 2, pay your respects to the master. Upon seeing the dark figure, Ying Yi hastily bowed. The figure paid no heed to him, its cold gaze fixed on Yi Changqing, voice resembling the harsh sound of metal scraping. Yi Changqing, surrender the coordinates of the fallen star iron. and I shall spare your life. Who are you? Yi Changqing questioned warily, aware that for Ing Yi to address this figure as master indicated its high status. You need not know, the shadow replied in a flat tone. Yet it carried an undeniable pressure. Surrender the coordinates or face death. Its aura gradually radiated, revealing it to be at the peak of the martial emperor realm. Yi Changqing's heart sank. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, he was utterly drained of internal energy and stood no chance against this shadow. At that critical juncture, a system notification abruptly sounded. Host detected to be facing a life or death crisis, triggering emergency task. Escape the ancient ruins. Task reward, 500 energy points. Unlock system function. Space traversal, beginner. Space traversal? Yi Changqing's heart stirred. This was precisely what he needed. Mirong Shui, take them and go. He bellowed, the Xiantian sword erupting in brilliant radiance as he summoned his last ounce of strength to repel the shadow and Ing Yi. I will hold them off. No way. Mirong Shui and the others exclaimed in unison. Listen. Yi Changqing's gaze was resolute. We cannot all perish here. Once outside, inform the elder that the Shadow Pavilion has set its sights on the fallen star iron. He stomped the ground fiercely, causing fissures to form, obstructing the shadow's pursuit. While signaling to Mirong Shui and the others, Mirong Shui bit her lip, understanding that hesitation was not an option. She urged Su Miexu and Lin Waner. Let us go. The three, along with the surviving disciples, swiftly made their way toward the palace exit. The shadow attempted to pursue, but was fiercely entangled by Yi Changqing. Die! The shadow roared, its short blade slashing toward Yi Changqing with terrifying might. With no avenue for evasion, Yi Changqing braced himself to endure. Martial arts supreme, blood ignition. He ignited his blood essence, temporarily enhancing his strength. Golden patterns glimmered brilliantly as he took the blow head-on. Cough! Yi Changqing spat out blood, hurtling backward to crash against a pillar of the palace. His aura diminished to its nadir. Yet, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Before the shadow could close in, he commanded the system. Activate space traversal. Space traversal initiated. Target, ruins exit. A beam of white light enveloped Yi Changqing, his form vanishing instantaneously. The shadow glared at the spot where Yi Changqing had just stood, its expression darkening to a point of fury. Pursue. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. We must find him. Chapter 26. Bloodbath Rebirth. Ascension of the body of supremacy as the white light dissipated. Yi Changqing landed heavily on the grass outside the ruins, his body drenched in blood, his breath faint. The after-effects of igniting his blood essence surged through him, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his body, inflicting unbearable agony. Cough, cough. Yi Changqing expelled several mouthfuls of black blood, his consciousness gradually dimming. Detecting that the host's life is in imminent danger, would you like to expend 300 energy points to repair and activate the advanced state of the dominant body? It was with his last ounce of strength that Yi Changqing responded. A surge of immense energy flooded into his body, mending the damaged meridians and bones. While the golden patterns of the martial arts' supreme dominant body began to transform, growing increasingly intricate and mysterious. The initially rudimentary dominant body, spurred by the crisis of life and death along with the overwhelming energy, finally commenced its advancement to the intermediate level. Yi Changqing's form was enveloped in a radiant golden light. His bones emitted cracking sounds as muscle fibers were relentlessly torn and restructured, becoming more resilient. His aura restored at a visibly rapid pace, even more formidable than before. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him. The golden light dissipated, and Yi Changqing slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance within them. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging might within, a smile gracing his lips. Host, Yi Changqing, Realm, Innate Realm Level 9, Pinnacle, Constitution, Martial Arts Supreme Dominant Body, Intermediate, Technique, Tai Su Sword Technique, Mastery of Subtle Sword Intent. Martial Skills, Flowing Clouds Breaking the Moon, Great Achievement. Breaking Void, Minor Achievement, Boundary / Initiation. Energy Points, 100, System Functions, Technique Fusion, Spatial Traversal, Elementary. Task Issuance. Not only had his injuries completely healed, but his cultivation had also ascended to the pinnacle of the Innate Realm Level 9. With the dominant body successfully advancing. And even the sword intent of the Tai Su sword technique had significantly improved. This misfortune had turned into a blessing. Yi Changqing rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds. The intermediate dominant body not only augmented his physical strength severalfold, but also awakened a new ability, the dominant body domain, which could weaken enemy attacks and enhance his own power within its range. He oriented himself and made his way towards the Qun Alliance. Although the journey through the misty forest had been perilous, it had yielded substantial rewards, severely wounding the poisoned sect and facilitating a qualitative leap in his own strength. Along the way, he encountered Lan Ling, who had come searching for him. "Yi Changqing, you're safe, how wonderful," Lan Ling exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she hurried towards him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Your injuries have healed." Yi Changqing smiled. "I didn't mean to worry you." Lan Ling's cheeks flushed slightly as she handed him a bundle. "These are some rare treasures I found in the ruins. They will benefit your cultivation." Yi Changqing took the package and opened it to find a millennium-old snow lotus and several pieces of rare dragon bloodstones, all exquisite materials for cultivation. "This is far too precious. I cannot accept it," he protested. "Please take it," Lan Ling insisted. "You are in dire need of resources right now. And this is given willingly from me." Seeing the sincerity in her eyes, Yi Changqing ultimately nodded. "Thank you." The two walked side by side in silence. Yet an inexplicable sense of harmony flowed through the air. Upon returning to the Qiyun Alliance, Yi Changqing was met with a hero's welcome. Mirong Shui, Su Mixu, Lin Wan'er, and others sighed in relief at his safe return, their eyes reflecting concern. The Grand Elder was particularly moved, tears streaming down his cheeks. "You're back. That's all that matters." Yi Changqing conveyed the trials faced in the misty forest and the looming threat of the Shadow Pavilion to the Grand Elder. Upon hearing the report, the Grand Elder's expression grew grave. The Shadow Pavilion is a mysterious organization with a legacy spanning a millennium, its influence permeating the entire Xinyu continent. Their actions are shrouded in secrecy, and their methods are ruthless. It is said that their objective is to collect ancient artifacts to resurrect a primordial evil deity. Resurrect an evil deity? Yi Changqing furrowed his brow. How does this relate to Starfall Iron? Starfall Iron not only contains spatial power, but also serves as one of the keys to unlocking the ancient deity's seal. The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. "It seems they have set their sights on Starfall Iron." Yi Changqing's gaze turned cold. "Regardless of their intentions, anyone who covets Starfall Iron must first pass me." In the days that followed, Yi Changqing entered seclusion to cultivate, striving towards the Master Realm. With the celestial treasures provided by Lan Ling and the assistance of the system, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. After half a month, an immense vortex of spiritual energy gathered above the Qiyun Alliance, and Yi Changqing's aura surged dramatically, ultimately stabilizing at the first layer of the Master Realm. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Master Realm. Reward: 1,000 energy points. Great Void Sword Technique Simulation once. Unlocking system function, weapon forging. Yi Changqing opened his eyes, feeling the vast internal energy and profound sword intent within him. A smile gracing his lips. The Master Realm had been attained. Chapter 27. The Might of the Master. Shocking, the three states news of Yi Changqing's breakthrough to the Master Realm spread like wildfire across the three states. What? How old is Yi Changqing? He has actually reached the Master Realm? My heavens! How long has it been? From the first layer of the innate realm to the Master Realm. Such a speed in cultivation is simply extraordinary. With such a prodigy at the helm, the rise of the Qiyun Alliance is inevitable. Countless factions were stirred, sending representatives to offer congratulations, the streams of gifts flowing endlessly, the front of the Qiyun Alliance bustling with activity. Meanwhile, those factions that had previously harbored hostility towards the Qiyun Alliance began to retract their claws, wary of provoking them further. The Master Realm stands as a pinnacle of combat prowess in the three states, capable of sweeping away all opposition. One day, while Yi Changqing was instructing his disciples in the martial arts arena, a disciple rushed in to report. Deputy Alliance Leader. The head of the Heavenly Sword Sect has come personally, seeking to discuss an urgent matter. Yi Changqing felt a stir in his heart. Had the head of the Heavenly Sword Sect come regarding the inheritance found by Lin Wan'er? He made his way to the main hall, where he beheld an elderly man clad in a blue daorist robe, his hair white, yet face youthful, none other than the head of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Ling Suzi. A formidable presence at the fifth layer of the Master Realm. Master Ling Suzi, your presence is an honor, Yi Changqing greeted with a respectful bow. Alliance Leader Yi is too kind, Ling Suzi replied, rising to appraise Yi Changqing. A look of admiration sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, a hero emerges from youth. The talent of Alliance Leader Yi leaves me in awe. Your praise is unwarranted, Master. Yi Changqing gestured for him to take a seat. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? Ling Suzi sighed. To speak candidly, I have come regarding the inheritance discovered by Wan'er. It contains records of an ancient forbidden technique, immensely powerful yet exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to a descent into madness. Wan'er, in her youthful exuberance, may encounter trouble, and I wish to request your assistance in advising her. Yi Changqing understood that Lin Wanner, after receiving the inheritance, had been eager to cultivate the forbidden technique. Ling Suzi's admonitions had proven ineffective, leaving him with no choice but to seek Yi Changqing's assistance. Rest assured, I shall persuade her, Yi Changqing declared. Just then, Lin Wanner entered the room. Upon seeing Ling Suzi, she frowned. Master, what brings you here? Wanner, return with me. Ling Suzi said in a stern tone. I refuse. Lin Wanner retorted defiantly. I must cultivate the forbidden technique. Only then can I protect the Heavenly Sword sect. Preposterous. Ling Suzi exclaimed in anger. Do you understand the peril of that forbidden technique? Should you succumb to its allure, the consequences would be catastrophic. I don't care. Lin Wanner turned to Yi Changqing. Alliance leader, do you think I should cultivate it? Yi Changqing regarded her solemnly. Though the forbidden technique possesses great power, it ultimately leads astray. To pursue it is akin to quenching thirst with poison. True strength lies not in the ferocity of one's techniques, but in the tranquility of one's heart and solid foundation. You are endowed with exceptional talent. Why cling to the forbidden arts? Lin Wanner fell silent, lost in contemplation by Yi Changqing's words. Ling Suzi cast a grateful glance at Yi Changqing. The alliance leader speaks wisely. Wanner, consider this carefully. At that moment, a disciple rushed in with alarming news. Alliance leader, trouble has arisen. The three prefectures alliance has arrived, demanding that our King Yun alliance surrender the spatial coordinates of the falling star iron, or they will raze our sect to the ground. Yi Changqing's expression hardened. The three prefectures alliance? They dare to provoke us? The three prefectures alliance was a loose coalition of several established factions, typically hesitant to antagonize the King Yun alliance. Their boldness now indicated they were emboldened by some unseen force. It is likely the Shadow Pavilion is behind this, the elder intoned gravely. Yi Changqing rose, grasping his Xian iron sword. Perfect timing. I have just broken through to the master realm and have yet to test my skills. Let us confront them. He led his disciples to the mountain gate, where members of the three prefectures alliance awaited, led by an elder clad in luxurious robes. Exuding the aura of a third-layer master, Zhou Tong, the alliance leader. Yi Changqing, you have finally chosen to show yourself, Zhou Tong sneered, his eyes glinting with disdain. Be sensible and surrender the spatial coordinates of the falling star iron. Otherwise, today marks the end of the King Yun alliance. Is that so? Yi Changqing's gaze was icy as he released his first-layer master aura without reservation. Enough of the idle chatter. Let our skills speak for themselves. Arrogant, Zhou Tong roared, drawing his long blade with a fierce intent, unleashing a powerful strike. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a third-layer master. Yi Changqing, undeterred, advanced boldly, meeting the blade's ferocity with his Xian iron sword. Void sword technique. Boundary break slash. The clash of sword light and blade energy produced a deafening roar. Zhou Tong felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing him to stagger back, his hands trembling. What? Zhou Tong's expression shifted to one of shock. He had not anticipated Yi Changqing's strength to be so formidable, even after his recent breakthrough. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Changqing pressed his advantage, his movements swift as lightning. Each strike from the Xian iron sword aimed at Zhou Tong's vulnerabilities. Activate the dominance field. Yi Changqing commanded, unleashing a golden aura that enveloped Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong felt his strength diminish by a third, his movements becoming sluggish. What kind of sorcery is this? He gasped in dismay. Prepare to meet your end. A flicker of murderous intent flashed across Yi Changqing's eyes as the Xian Tai sword erupted with brilliant radiance, thrusting towards Zhou Tong's throat. With no means of escape, Zhou Tong could only close his eyes and await his demise. Just then, a cold scoff pierced the air. Stop! A shadow materialized like a specter, positioning itself before Zhou Tong, striking towards Yi Changqing's sword with an open palm. Bang! Yi Changqing felt an overwhelming force surge through him, sending the Xian Tai sword flying as he staggered backward, barely regaining his balance. Shadow 2. Yi Changqing regarded the figure before him with a frigid gaze. Shadow 2 remained silent, his icy eyes fixed on him. Yi Changqing, your opponent is me. A new battle commenced, and this time, Yi Changqing faced a more formidable adversary in a far more intricate situation. Yet, he remained undaunted, for he understood that his path to invincibility had only just begun. Chapter 28. Domain Duel. Shadow 2's decapitation just in time. Yi Changqing's gaze sharpened as he angled the Xian Tai sword towards the ground, unleashing the golden dominance domain that enveloped Shadow 2. A dark aura radiated from Shadow 2, who summoned forth a pitch-black domain that collided with the golden one, producing a hissing sound. The Shadow Domain? Yi Changqing raised an eyebrow, finding it intriguing. Within the opponent's domain, he sensed a slight suppression of his perception. But compared to the impact felt by Zhou Tong, it was trivial. Shadow 2 snorted coldly, his figure flickering within the shadowy realm, like a hunter merged with darkness, launching his short blades at Yi Changqing from various cunning angles. Your domain is of no consequence to me. Yi Changqing sneered, channeling his sword intent to its zenith, accurately predicting each of Shadow 2's strikes. The Xian Tai sword danced with impenetrable precision, deflecting the barrage of short blades. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated incessantly as their forms darted through the light of their colliding domains, each encounter unleashing terrifying energy that fractured the ground beneath them. The members of the Sanzhou Alliance had long since retreated 100 meters away, their faces pale with astonishment as they bore witness to a battle transcending the Master Realm. They finally comprehended the vast chasm separating them from these elite warriors. Yi Changqing, do you believe that merely breaking through to the Master Realm can contend with me? Shadow 2's voice dripped with irritation, taken aback by Yi Changqing's rapid advancement. Able to confront him head-on in such a short span. Whether or not I can contend, you'll find out soon enough. Yi Changqing ceased his defense. The golden radiance upon the Xian Tai sword surged forth. The sword intent of the Tai Su sword technique fused completely with his dominance power, transforming his strikes into an unparalleled ferocity. Flowing clouds shattering the moon, the sword light surged like a torrential river, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, tearing through the shadow domain. Aimed directly at Shadow 2's face. Shadow 2's expression shifted dramatically as he crossed his short blades defensively while channeling the power of the shadow domain to its utmost limit. Bang! The sword light collided with the short blades, and Shadow 2 felt an overwhelming force strike him, causing the blades to bend as he was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its string severed, crashing heavily against the mountainside and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. How is this possible? Shadow 2's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a late-stage martial emperor, yet he had been injured by a mere youth who had just broken through to the Master Realm. Yi Changqing granted him no respite, his figure darting forward like lightning, fully activating the oppressive domain of his body to suppress Ing Air's aura. Your adversary has never been the realm itself, but I. The final stance of the Taixu sword technique, breakthrough. This strike encapsulated all his internal energy and sword intent, the golden blade light tearing through the fabric of space, carrying the might to annihilate all, and cleaving toward Ing Air. A flicker of despair flashed in Ing Air's eyes. He realized evasion was futile and could only ignite his essence for a final gamble. Shadow killing technique, mutual destruction. His body erupted with dense black energy, seeking to perish alongside Yi Changqing. Yet, Yi Changqing's sword was swifter. The blade light flashed, the black mist dissipated, and Ing Air's body was cleaved in twain, his eyes still reflecting an incredulous expression in his final moments. The late-stage martial emperor Ing Air has fallen. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The members of the three prefectures' alliance were left in utter fear, their souls nearly escaping them. If even a martial emperor like Ing Air could be slain, their meager strength was akin to delivering themselves to slaughter. Depart. Yi Changqing coldly cast a glance at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away with the members of the three prefectures' alliance, not daring to cast a second glance at Ing Air's corpse. Yi Changqing gazed upon Ing Air's remains, his expression grave. This Ing Air was merely a mid-tier member of the Shadow Pavilion. What terrifying power could the higher echelons possess? The leader is formidable. The disciples of the King Yun Alliance, suddenly regaining their senses, erupted into thunderous cheers, their gazes toward Yi Changqing filled with fervor. Murong Shui stepped forward, offering him a handkerchief. Wipe yourself. Yi Changqing accepted the handkerchief, dabbing at the blood on his face, and smiled. I apologize for worrying you. Su Mixu and Lin Wanner approached as well, their eyes brimming with concern. Ling Suzi regarded Yi Changqing and remarked, the young leader possesses such strength at a tender age. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Yi Changqing smiled faintly, about to respond when the system notification abruptly chimed. Congratulations to the host for slaying Ing Air, earning 2,000 energy points, unlocking partial intelligence on the Shadow Pavilion. Shadow Pavilion intelligence. The strength of the Shadow Pavilion's leader is unfathomable, commanding 3 major organizations, Shadow Guards, Assassins, and Spies, with Ing Yi to Ing Shi as the leaders of the Shadow Guards, each possessing strength above the Martial Emperor realm. 10 Shadow Guards, all above the Martial Emperor realm. Yi Changqing's heart sank. It appeared the Shadow Pavilion's influence was far more extensive than he had anticipated. Chapter 29. Clue to the Divine Artifact. A new journey begins. Upon returning to the Qingyun Alliance, Yi Changqing shared the intelligence regarding the Shadow Pavilion with the Grand Elder and Ling Suzi. The Grand Elder's expression turned grave, I did not foresee the shadow guards possessing such strength. It seems we must swiftly unite with other righteous forces to confront the Shadow Pavilion collectively. Ling Suzi nodded in agreement. Indeed, relying solely on our few sects, it is challenging to contend with the Shadow Pavilion. My Heavenly Sword sect is willing to ally with the King Yun Alliance to face this formidable foe. Thank you. Sect leader Ling Yi Changqing bowed in gratitude. I will dispatch personnel to contact other righteous forces, striving to establish an alliance promptly. In the ensuing days, Yi Changqing balanced his training with the affairs of the alliance. Mirong Shui and Lin Wanner remained, representing the Ice Valley and Heavenly Sword sect, respectively, assisting him in managing the alliance's matters. Meanwhile, Su Yixu quietly stayed by his side, attending to his daily needs and occasionally offering guidance to disciples in their cultivation. Lan Ling frequently visited the King Yun Alliance, bringing with her intelligence from the Shadow Pavilion. Her status within the Shadow Pavilion appeared to be quite significant, as she consistently managed to uncover vital information. On this particular day, Lan Ling delivered an important piece of news. The Shadow Pavilion was currently in search of an ancient artifact known as the Soul Suppression Tower, said to possess the power to suppress souls and serve as one of the keys to resurrecting an evil deity. Their target lay within the frigid expanse of the icebound snowfield in the far north. Detection of artifact clues triggered the main quest: find the Soul Suppression Tower and prevent the Shadow Pavilion from obtaining the artifact. Quest rewards: 5,000 energy points. One opportunity for advancement in the Supreme Martial Body, and the unlocking of the system function, Soul Attack. Yi Changqing's gaze sharpened. The icebound snowfield? Is that not the territory of the Icebound Valley? Mirong Shui nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the Icebound Snowfield is a forbidden area of my Icebound Valley. It is inhabited not only by formidable ice-based beasts, but also by ancient prohibitions, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. It seems we must make a journey to the Icebound Snowfield, Yi Changqing declared. Since the Shadow Pavilion dares to covet the Soul Suppression Tower, they must be well prepared. Ling Suzi remarked, I will have Wanner accompany you. Her sword technique from the Heavenly Sword sect has a certain restraining effect on soul attacks. Lin Wanner immediately chimed in. I am willing to go. Su Mu Shui also stepped forward. Brother Changqing, I wish to join as well. Yi Changqing regarded them with a nod. Very well. We shall go together. 3 days later, Yi Changqing, Mirong Shui, Su Mu Shui, and Lin Wanner formed a team and embarked on their journey to the Icebound Snowfield. Lan Ling, having to remain at the Shadow Pavilion to relay information, could not accompany them, but she provided Yi Changqing with a communication jade pendant, instructing him to contact her immediately should he encounter danger. The Icebound Snowfield lay at the northernmost edge of the 3 states, characterized by its frigid climate. With miles of ice and endless snow, ordinary individuals would be frozen into ice sculptures after merely an hour outside. However, this posed little challenge for Yi Changqing and his companions. Yi Changqing possessed the supreme martial body, unafraid of the cold. Mirong Shui had an ice affinity. Harmonizing with the snow, Su Mu Shui and Lin Wanner also had internal energy to protect them against the chill. As they ventured deeper into the icebound snowfield, the temperature plummeted, and the air became saturated with dense ice elemental energy, with glimpses of ice crystal beasts wandering about. Be cautious. Ahead lies the 10,000 ice caverns, the only path into the forbidden area, guarded by an ice kylan, Mirong Shui warned. Just then, the ground trembled violently, and a pure white kylan, adorned with a single horn, emerged from the cavern, towering 3 meters high and exuding a peak master-level aura. Indeed, it was the Ice Kylan. Upon spotting Yi Changqing and the others, the Ice Kylan let out a thunderous roar, unleashing an icy blue breath towards them. Icebound for 1,000 miles. Mirong Shui wielded her jade sword, and the icy blue sword energy collided with the breath, forming a massive ice wall. Void sword technique, break the air. Yi Changqing slashed with his sword, the blade of light piercing through the ice wall and aiming directly at the Ice Kylan's eyes. The Ice Kylan bellowed in fury, blocking the blade with its horn while simultaneously charging towards Yi Changqing with powerful strides. Lin Wanner, strike at its soul with your sword intent. Yi Changqing shouted. Lin Wanner nodded, her sword illuminating as a beam of fierce sword intent shot towards the Ice Kylan's head. The Ice Kirin faltered, evidently affected by the sword intent that penetrated its spirit. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yixu wielded her long sword, weaving gentle streams of sword energy that ensnared the Ice Kirin's limbs, restraining its movement. Yi Changqing and Mirong Shui took advantage of the situation to launch a fierce assault, their blades and ice spells raining down upon the Ice Kirin. Though formidable, the creature gradually succumbed to the coordinated efforts of the 4, sustaining multiple injuries. Now was the moment. Yi Changqing called out, his internal energy and the power of his body surging violently. The Xian iron sword glimmered with a brilliant golden light as he unleashed the breaking realm slash. With a single stroke, the ice Kirin's horn shattered, eliciting a piercing cry of anguish as its massive form slowly collapsed. Congratulations to the host for slaying the peak master level Ice Kirin, earning 800 energy points, and an Ice Kirin Inner Dan X1. Yi Changqing stowed the Inner Dan, a premium material for crafting ice-based elixirs. Let us proceed. Beyond the Wanbing Cave lies the forbidden ground, Murong Shui stated. The four continued onward, traversing the Wanbing Cave until a colossal ice mountain loomed before them. Atop the mountain, they could faintly discern the silhouette of a tower. It was the Soul Sealing Tower. At the foot of the ice mountain, a group of individuals clad in black surrounded an elderly man, led by a figure donning a silver mask, exuding an ominous aura that reached the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. Yi Changqing's pupils constricted in disbelief at the unexpected encounter. The elderly man was none other than the leader of the Ice Valley, Murong Shui's father, Murong Zhan. At this moment, he was gravely injured, besieged by Yi and his cohorts, perilously close to demise. Dad, Murong Shui exclaimed, ready to surge forward. Yi Changqing grasped her arm, cautioning, be wary. They have laid an ambush. He sensed the presence of numerous powerful entities lurking around the ice mountain, indicating that Yi had deliberately lured them out. Yi also noticed Yi Changqing and the others, emitting a raspy laugh. Yi Changqing, you have indeed arrived. Perfect. Today I shall capture you all. A fierce battle surrounding the Soul Sealing Tower was on the verge of erupting in the frozen expanse. This time, Yi Changqing faced the most formidable Shadow Guard leader of the Shadow Pavilion, Yi. Yet, he remained undaunted, for by his side stood his most trusted companions, endowed with the strongest techniques and physique, alongside an unwavering spirit. His path to invincibility would continue to unfold in this icy realm. Chapter 30. The Frozen Battle. A father's love like a mountain. Yi, release my father. Murong Shui broke free from Yi Changqing's grasp. Her jade sword pointed directly at Yi, the icy blue internal energy swirling within her, nearly freezing the air around her. Yi leisurely tapped Murong Zhan's cheek with his short blade, his tone mocking. Do not fret, young Valley Master. Your father is quite well. If you divulge the method to unlock the Soul Sealing Tower, I may consider sparing his life. Murong Zhan coughed up blood, glaring fiercely at Yi. Shui, do not believe his deceit. The Soul Sealing Tower must never fall into the hands of the Shadow Pavilion. Even if I must perish, I will guard the forbidden ground. Dad. Murong Shui's eyes brimmed with tears. Yi Changqing stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before Murong Shui, the golden light on his Xian iron sword swirling. Yi, your opponent is me. Unleash whatever means you possess. Humph. Today we shall settle the score for killing Yi. In the depths of his gaze, a murderous intent surged violently as the aura of a peak martial emperor was unleashed without reservation. A dark domain unfolded instantaneously, enveloping the entire base of the icy mountain. Unlike the shadow domain of Shadow 2, Shadow 1's domain not only exerted a formidable force of suppression, but also emanated a black miasma capable of corroding the very soul. Any ordinary person who dared to step inside would instantly lose their mental composure. Activate the dominance body domain, Yi Changqing shouted, as the golden domain collided with the black one, producing a resounding boom. The supreme martial prowess within him surged forth, and golden patterns seemed to come alive, purifying the encroaching black miasma. Lin Wanner, protect Mu Shui, Yi Changqing commanded, his figure darting towards Shadow 1 like a bolt of lightning. Executing the void sword technique, clouds parting the moon. The sword light, akin to a ribbon, tore through the black miasma, aiming directly at Shadow 1's face. With a disdainful sneer, Shadow 1 effortlessly parried the blade's light with his short dagger. Is that all you've got? You are far inferior to Shadow 2. With a flick of his wrist, the short dagger thrust at Yi Changqing's side with an extraordinarily cunning angle, clearly employing a lethal technique from the Shadow Pavilion. Yi Changqing, having anticipated the move, danced nimbly to evade the attack, while simultaneously sweeping his Xian iron sword, forcing Shadow 1 to defend himself. In an instant, the two engaged in dozens of exchanges, the shockwaves from their clashes shattering the surrounding ice. Although Yi Changqing's realm was slightly lower, he held his ground against Shadow 1, relying on the dominance body domain and exquisite sword intent. You bunch of worthless fools, hurry up. Shadow 1, frustrated by his inability to gain the upper hand, glared at the black-clad figures surrounding them. Those figures, awakening from their stupor, swiftly drew their weapons and charged toward Murong Shui and her companions. Heavenly sword-breaking illusions. Lin Wanner cried out, her long sword gleaming as white sword intent swept through the air like a razor. The black-clad assailants felt a jolt to their souls, their movements suddenly sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mu Shui struck, her soft sword entwining with the weapons of two black-clad men. Lin Wanner followed up with two swift strikes, dispatching them with precision. However, the sheer number of black-clad foes, including several masters, quickly overwhelmed the two women. "Dad, hold on," Mu Rongshui shouted, protecting Mu Rongzhan as she unleashed the ultimate technique of the Ice Valley. The icy blue sword energy continuously cleaved through the approaching black-clad foes. Yet her own strength began to wane, being only at the third level of the Master Realm. Seeing this, Changqing felt a surge of anxiety. He longed to assist, but found himself entangled with Shadow One. "Distracted, are we?" Shadow One seized the moment, the black energy on his dagger swelling as he thrust it through Changqing's left shoulder. Puffed, blood gushed forth, instantly freezing into ice. "Changqing!" Mu Rongshui exclaimed in shock, her mind thrown into chaos. A black-clad man took advantage of her distraction, striking her back and causing her to spit out blood. "Xiao Shui!" Mu Rongzhan's eyes bulged with rage as he suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, burning his own martial foundation. Ice Valley secret art, enveloping the world in frost. With a furious roar, the ice-type primordial force within him erupted without restraint, freezing everything within 100 feet into solid ice. The black-clad assailants besieging Mu Rongshui were caught off guard, all entombed within the ice, their life force extinguished. Even Shadow One felt the sudden impact of the freezing, his movements momentarily faltering. "Now's my chance." A glimmer of resoluteness flashed in Changqing's eyes. Ignoring the pain from his shoulder, he concentrated his inner strength and sword intent to their utmost, executing the boundary break slash. The golden blade of light tore through the icy layer with an unstoppable momentum, striking towards Yi's throat. Yi's expression changed drastically, and in a moment of panic, he could only use his short blade to block. Clang! The short blade shattered in response, yet the force of the sword remained unyielding, leaving a deep gash upon Yi's neck. Clutching his throat, Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief. He never anticipated that he would fall to a master of the realm. "Father!" Mu Rongshui rushed to Mu Rongzhan's side, her heart breaking as she beheld his rapidly aging visage. Burning one's martial foundation signified that Mu Rongzhan had irrevocably lost his ability to cultivate, potentially even shortening his lifespan. Mu Rongzhan managed a weak smile, patting her hand gently. "Silly child, I am fine." Cough cough, "Thank you, Leader Yi." Changqing glanced at Yi's lifeless body, then at the frail Mu Rongzhan, his expression grave. "This place is not suitable for lingering. We must depart." Just then, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for defeating Yi, earning 3,000 energy points and a clue to the soul suppression tower. Detecting that Mu Rongzhan's life is in jeopardy. Triggering side quest, heal Mu Rongzhan. Quest reward, 1,000 energy points, gaining 100 favorability with the Ice Valley, unlocking the ice-based technique Xianbingju. Changqing felt a stir in his heart and immediately produced the inner core he had obtained from slaying the Ice Kylan, Valley Master Mu Rong. "This Ice Kylan inner core may save you." Mu Rongzhan shook his head with a bitter smile. "It is futile. I have burned my essence. Unless there is." "Unless there is what?" Changqing pressed. "Unless there is the legendary resurrection grass." Mu Rongzhan did not continue, but his implication was abundantly clear. Changqing turned to the system. "System, can the resurrection grass be exchanged?" The resurrection grass is an ancient spiritual herb, requiring 5,000 energy points for exchange. Exchange. Changqing did not hesitate. At this moment, energy points were his greatest asset, and moreover, healing Mu Rongzhan would not only yield rewards but also deepen ties with the Ice Valley, a lucrative transaction indeed. A herb emanating a shimmering green light appeared in Changqing's hand. It was the resurrection grass. "Is this the resurrection grass?" Mu Rongzhan was astounded. He never expected Changqing could procure such a legendary herb. Changqing handed the resurrection grass to Mu Rongshui. "Quickly, administer it to the Valley Master." Mu Rongshui also regained her composure, hastily mashing the grass into a juice and feeding it to Mu Rongzhan. The resurrection grass dissolved upon entering his mouth. A gentle energy surged into his body, and his rapidly aging visage gradually rejuvenated, a hint of color returning to his pallid face. Side quest completed. Rewards have been dispensed. Changqing sighed in relief, turning his gaze to the ethereal figure of the soul suppression tower atop the ice mountain. "Now, it is time to address the soul suppression tower." Mu Rongzhan regained his composure and spoke solemnly. "The The Soul Suppression Tower is an artifact of the ancient deities designed to suppress the remnants of evil gods. The tower possesses 3 layers of restrictions, which can only be unlocked by individuals with ice veins, sword heart, and pure Yin constitutions. Little Shui has the ice veins. Miss Lin has the sword heart, and Miss Su. Everyone turned their eyes towards Su Miexyu in astonishment. Su Miexyu felt somewhat embarrassed. I do not know what my constitution is. Yi Changqing smiled. Regardless of what it is, we shall find out by trying. The 4 of them approached the foot of the ice mountain and, following Mirong Zhan's instructions, pressed their palms against the icy surface. Mirong Shui's ice vein power, Lin Wanner's sword heart and intent, and Su Miexu's pure Yin energy converged simultaneously into the ice mountain, resonating with the ethereal silhouette of the Soul Suppression Tower. With a crack, the ice layer fractured, revealing a passage leading into the depths of the mountain. At the end of the passage, an ancient stone tower stood solemnly, emanating a formidable pressure that subdued the very souls. Indeed, it was the Soul Suppression Tower. At that moment, a shadow suddenly surged forth from the passage, darting towards the tower with astonishing swiftness. It was Lan Ling. Yi Changqing's pupils constricted. The shadow was none other than Lan Ling, who was supposed to be delivering intelligence from the Shadow Pavilion. Without looking back, Lan Ling grasped the Soul Suppression Tower and attempted to flee. Her voice tinged with remorse. Yi Changqing, I apologize, but I am not in control of my own fate. Yi Changqing's gaze turned icy as he pursued her like lightning. Leave the Soul Suppression Tower. A sudden chase ensued within the ice mountain. Yi Changqing could hardly fathom that his most trusted source of information would betray him. Moreover, it seemed that an even greater secret lurked behind Lan Ling. Chapter 31. Clouds of Betrayal, Secrets Within the Tower. Lan Ling, why have you chosen this path? Yi Changqing's voice echoed through the icy cavern, laden with disbelief and anguish. The Xian iron sword sliced through the air, its golden sword energy grazing Lan Ling's hair and carving a deep scar into the ice wall ahead of her. Lan Ling hesitated, turning back with reddened eyes. The Soul Suppression Tower in her grasp emitted a faint azure glow, casting a complex expression upon her face. Yi Changqing, there are matters you do not comprehend. The master of the Shadow Pavilion has fixated on you. Only by handing over the Soul Suppression Tower can you ensure your survival. Exchanging a divine artifact for mere survival? That is not the path of Yi Changqing. As the sword light advanced again, Lan Ling was compelled to turn and block. Unbeknownst to her, a silver dagger had materialized in her hand, its shadowy form infused with the killing techniques of the Shadow Pavilion. Albeit lacking the ruthlessness of Shadow One's methods and imbued with a hint of hesitation. Clang! The Xian iron sword collided with the dagger, sending Lan Ling hurtling backward, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. She gazed into Yi Changqing's resolute eyes and suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Do you think I desired this betrayal? My brother is still held hostage by the master. Yi Changqing's sword froze midair. 3 years prior, the Shadow Pavilion had slaughtered my Lan family, leaving only me and my young brother. The master promised that if I assisted him in acquiring 3 divine artifacts, he would release us. Lan Ling's voice trembled. The Soul Suppression Tower was the last of the items. Key information detected, triggering hidden storyline. Rescue Lan Ling's brother. Mission reward, 2,000 energy points. Unlock partial intelligence on the master of the Shadow Pavilion. Lan Ling's loyalty, 100. The system notification jolted Yi Changqing. He sheathed his sword. Hand over the Soul Suppression Tower, and I shall aid you in resolving your brother's predicament. You? Lan Ling was taken aback, then shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. The master is a martial saint. You haven't even reached the martial emperor realm. And what of the martial saint? Yi Changqing interrupted her, his gaze sharp as a blade. I, Yi Changqing, have always been resolute in my words. Either you take the Soul Suppression Tower to the Shadow Pavilion now and witness your brother's demise, or you trust me once, and I shall reunite you with him. As Lan Ling met his unwavering confidence, memories of Yi Changqing's near brushes with death over the past days flooded her mind, and the scales within her heart began to tilt gradually. She gritted her teeth and handed over the Soul Suppression Tower, declaring, Fine, I trust you. But if you deceive me, I shall leave my fate in your hands. Yi Changqing accepted the Soul Suppression Tower, feeling a warm, gentle force surge within him. As a plethora of information flooded his mind, this was the divine consciousness inherent to the tower, revealing the truth behind the sealing of the malevolent deity. It turned out that the being sealed was no ordinary evil god, but the Soul Devourer, a treacherous entity from ancient times that had betrayed the divine realm. Its power thrived on the consumption of souls, and once unsealed, the entire sea continent would descend into a hellish nightmare. To his astonishment, the leader of the Shadow Pavilion was, in fact, the reincarnation of the soul devourer's remnant soul. No wonder he sought to gather divine artifacts. Changqing gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the soul suppression tower. Main quest completed. Rewards have been issued. The supreme body of martial arts can be upgraded to a higher level at any time. We must depart from this frozen wasteland. Changqing stored the soul suppression tower in the system space, knowing that the shadow pavilion would soon pursue them. The group nodded and quickly followed him away. Though Murong Zhan had yet to fully recover, he was no longer in mortal danger, supported by Murong Shui as he trailed closely behind. As they exited the ice cave, Lin Wanner suddenly halted, gazing thoughtfully at the corpse of the ice Kylan. The bones of this ice Kylan contained potent ice elemental energy. If they could be forged into a sword, Changqing immediately grasped her intent. System, can the ice Kylan's bones be forged into a weapon? The ice soul sword can be forged, requiring 500 energy points. Would you like to proceed? Forge it. Golden light flashed, and a long sword, entirely snow-white and exuding chilling air, materialized in Lin Wanner's hand. The blade shimmered with icy patterns, with the ethereal silhouette of a Kylan spiraling around it. This was indeed the ice soul sword. Lin Wanner grasped the sword, her eyes alight with joy. Thank you, Leader Yi. This sword is destined to be yours. Changqing smiled, and the group hastened their departure from the frozen wasteland. As expected, they had scarcely crossed the boundary of the snowy realm when they encountered the pursuers from the shadow pavilion. Leading them was an elderly man draped in a black robe, his aura far more terrifying than Ing Yi's. Reaching the early stages of the martial saint realm, hand over the soul suppression tower, and I shall grant you a swift death, the old man rasped, greed glinting in his eyes. Martial saint realm? Changqing's pupils contracted. This was his first encounter with a martial saint. The man's presence weighed upon him like a mountain, making it difficult to breathe. Detected a threat from a martial saint. Triggering emergency mission. Breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. Mission reward, 10,000 energy points. Unlock martial saint combat techniques. Expand system space. Breakthrough to the martial emperor realm? Changqing felt a surge of determination. He had reached the pinnacle of the master realm, and with the soul suppression tower's spiritual power, perhaps he could indeed achieve a breakthrough. You all hold him off. I must break through. Changqing shouted to Murong Shui and the others, simultaneously sitting cross-legged to channel the powers of the supreme body of martial arts and the void sword technique. Not a chance. The black-robed elder sneered, slamming his palm towards Changqing. The ground quaked, fissures spreading like spider webs in its wake. Frozen for 1,000 miles, Murong Shui wielded her jade sword, erecting a towering ice wall. Sky sword shatters illusions. Lin Wanner's ice soul sword unleashed a beam of white light, piercing directly towards the elder's brow. Sun Yixu drew a soft sword, maneuvering behind the elder to launch a surprise attack. The trio joined forces and remarkably managed to withstand the old man's initial assault. However, they too suffered greatly. Murong Shui coughed up a mouthful of blood, Lin Wanner was forced back several steps from the shock, and Sun Yixu's soft sword shattered completely. The old man, furious, bellowed, and his black robe billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, unleashing a terrifying force that sent the three of them flying. In this critical moment, Changqing erupted with a resplendent golden light as he fully activated his martial Dao supreme body at the intermediate level, shattering the barrier of the master realm. He opened his eyes wide, golden radiance emanating from them, and with the lingering power of his sword, he faced the old man's palm wind. Today, let me show you that even a martial emperor can slay a martial saint. The clash of sword light and palm wind produced a thunderous sound, transforming the old man's previous disdain into sheer astonishment as he was forced back half a step. Impossible. Changqing, refusing to grant him a moment to recover from his shock, approached like a specter, unleashing the full force of his martial body domain to suppress the old man's aura. Void sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. This strike represented his newly comprehended skill after breaking through to martial emperor. The Xian iron sword transformed into myriad sword shadows, raining down upon the old man like a torrential storm, each shadow infused with the might of his martial body and the soul pressure from the soul tower. The old man, engulfed by the sword shadows, found himself unable to defend against the onslaught as his black robe was torn apart, revealing his wrinkled face. You have successfully enraged me, boy, he roared, unleashing a frenzied surge of power from his martial saint realm, shattering all sword shadows with a single strike, the soul-devouring palm. The pitch-black imprint of his palm, imbued with the power to consume all, descended upon Changqing's chest. This palm contained the residual soul power of the soul-devouring demon lord. If struck, one's very spirit would be devoured. Yi Changqing's expression hardened as he summoned the soul tower from the system space, positioning it in front of him. Soul suppression. A surge of azure light erupted, and countless runes manifested upon the soul tower, forming a protective barrier. The dark palm imprint collided with the barrier, producing a sizzling sound as it was gradually purified. Artifact power. The old man's face twisted with greed, intensifying his assault. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Changqing channeled all his spiritual energy into the Xian iron sword, breaking the barrier. Final form. The golden sword light tore through the heavens, intertwining with the azure light of the soul tower, creating a radiant column that pierced the sky, aimed at the black-robed elder. No. Despair flickered in the old man's eyes as he attempted to retreat, only to find himself ensnared by the light column. As the column swept past, his body melted away like ice and snow, leaving behind a chilling scream. The black-robed elder, at the early stage of martial saint, had perished. Silence enveloped the arena. Yi Changqing leaned heavily on the Xian iron sword, panting heavily. The exhaustion from breaking through to martial emperor and the fierce battle had nearly drained him. Yet, as he gazed at the spot where the old man had vanished, a smile crept across his lips. Emergency mission completed. Rewards have been granted. Congratulations, host, for slaying a martial saint beyond your level. Your martial Tao Supreme body has advanced to the advanced level. Golden patterns of the advanced martial body spread across his entire being, a surge of even greater strength coursing through his limbs. Yi Changqing reveled in the transformation within him, his heart brimming with ambition. This new continent would undoubtedly have a place for him. Lan Ling observed Yi Changqing's retreating figure, a complex light flickering in her eyes. She knew that her gamble had paid off. In the distance, amidst the clouds, a pair of crimson eyes coldly observed everything, a cruel smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Chapter 32. The Aftermath of the Sacred Realm, Master of the Shadow Pavilion. With a sudden burst, Yi Changqing spat out a mouthful of blood. The power granted by the advanced body was not yet fully under his control. Forcing the ultimate technique, the boundary-breaking slash, had left his meridians shattered. The azure light of the soul-guarding tower flowed slowly through his body, barely suppressing the worsening of his injuries. Yi Changqing. Lan Ling rushed forward to support him, her palm pressed against his back to channel spiritual energy. Are you all right? The Xian iron sword clattered to the ground as Yi Changqing leaned against the icy wall, gasping for breath. Don't worry about me. Hurry and take them away. He sensed the crimson gaze still fixated on this area, like a coiled viper, poised to strike with lethal intent. Mirong Shui brandished the ice soul sword before her, scanning the surroundings warily. Who is playing tricks? Show yourself. A chilling laughter echoed from the clouds, imbued with the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits. A figure cloaked in black descended slowly, surrounded by a thick miasma, within which the struggling shadows of souls could be faintly discerned. Indeed, it was the master of the Shadow Pavilion. He removed his mask, revealing a pale, handsome face, and had it not been for his eerily crimson eyes, he might have appeared as a frail scholar. Yi Changqing, I underestimated you. The master's voice carried an unusual magnetism, and as his gaze fell upon the soul-guarding tower, the crimson hue intensified. Even one at the early stage of the martial saint realm can be slain. No wonder Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 failed. But this ends here. With a flick of his fingers, several chains shot forth from the miasma, curling towards Yi Changqing like living serpents. The chains were adorned with barbs, glinting with a sinister green poison. Not a chance. Lin Wanner swung the ice soul sword, the sword energy clashing against the chains, leaving only faint white marks. These chains were forged from the tendons of 100 demon beasts, mixed with nether iron, making them extraordinarily resilient. Just as the chains were about to reach Yi Changqing, Lan Ling suddenly positioned herself in front of him, producing a black token from her bosom. Master, you promised me that if I obtained the soul-guarding tower, you would let my brother go? The master raised an eyebrow, glancing at the token. It was the blood oath token of the Shadow Pavilion, crafted from the master's blood, capable of absolving one from a death sentence. Do you wish to die in his stead? I, Lan Ling, will exchange the blood oath token for his life. Her lips tightened as she looked at the unconscious Yi Changqing, a resolute glimmer in her eyes. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Lan Ling, don't believe him. Mirong Shui urged urgently. He will not keep his promise. The master spread his hands, revealing a water mirror in his palm, which reflected a boy shackled by iron chains. This is your brother, Lan Feng. If you comply, he can leave the Shadow Pavilion right now. The boy in the water mirror, upon seeing Lan Ling, hoarsely shouted, Sister, don't worry about me. Kill this demon. Xiao Feng. Lan Ling wept inconsolably. In that tense moment, Yi Changqing suddenly opened his eyes. A brilliant golden light surging within them, as the supreme martial body awakened prematurely under the nourishment of the soul tower. You wish for her to kill me? Have you consulted my sword? He grasped Lan Ling's wrist fiercely, thrusting the Xian Tai sword back into her hands while he charged barehanded towards the pavilion master. His golden fists roaring through the air, shattering mountains with dominance. This punch encapsulated the full might of the advanced martial body, creating a vacuum in the air. The pavilion master's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a cold smirk, a desperate struggle. He flicked his fingers, and dark energy coalesced into a shield. Boom. The fist collided with the shield, the dark energy surging violently, causing cracks to appear on the shield. The pavilion master staggered back a step, his gaze towards Yi Changqing now imbued with a hint of seriousness. An advanced martial body? No wonder he is so arrogant. Seizing the moment of his retreat, Yi Changqing abruptly grasped Lan Ling's hand, infusing her with a pure force of dominance. Take them away. Go to the Qingyun Alliance and find the Grand Elder. Simultaneously, he shouted to the system. Use all energy points to exchange for the Void Escape Talisman. 12,000 energy points have been expended, 3 Void Escape Talismans issued. 3 yellow talismans appeared in Yi Changqing's hand. He handed 2 to Murong Shui and kept 1 for himself. Hurry, I will hold them off. With tears in her eyes, Murong Shui nodded, pulling up Lin Wanner and Su Mix. We will wait for you at the Qingyun Alliance. Sister. The blue wind in the water mirror suddenly roared. That's a fake. He has long since taken me. Before he finished speaking, the water mirror shattered explosively. The pavilion master's expression darkened as he waved his hand to unleash a palm strike. Wanna flee? It won't be so easy. Yi Changqing pressed the last Void Escape Talisman into Lan Ling's hands and faced the force of the palm. Lan Ling, remember the 3rd secret passage behind the Qingyun Alliance. This was the result deduced by the system while he was unconscious. The blue wind was not at the Shadow Pavilion headquarters, but was secretly hidden nearby by Yingyi. Used as a pawn to threaten Lan Ling. Lan Ling's pupils constricted. Then she realized, tears welling as she crushed the talisman. I will return to save you. A flash of blue light, and the figures of the group vanished from sight. The pavilion master's palm strike landed on Yi Changqing's chest, sending him flying against the ice wall, blood spraying forth in a vivid bloom upon the icy surface. Do you think they can escape? The pavilion master strode towards him. Her crimson eyes filled with amusement. The Qingyun Alliance has long been surrounded by my men. Their return is merely walking into a trap. And you will become the first sacrificial offering for my resurrection of the soul-devouring demon lord. Yi Changqing coughed up blood. Yet a smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Do you truly believe I have no backup plan? He laboriously raised his hand. A half-piece jade pendant resting in his palm. The communication pendant given by Lan Ling, now emitting a faint red glow. The pavilion master's expression shifted drastically. You activated the mother-child pursuit jade? This pendant is a treasure of the Shadow Pavilion. The mother jade can sense the position of the child jade, but it can also detonate the spiritual energy stored within the child jade in dire moments. Indeed. A wild gleam flickered in Yi Changqing's eyes. Do you think Lan Ling has survived in the Shadow Pavilion until now by mere chance? She has long been in contact with me. Before he could finish, he crushed the jade pendant with a sudden force. No. The pavilion master screamed as she recoiled. But it was already too late. The blue spirit concealed within the Shadow Pavilion's main hall suddenly detonated. A site that housed not only the core secrets of the Shadow Pavilion, but also the 300 soul devourers meticulously nurtured by the pavilion master. The thunderous explosion reverberated from 1,000 miles away, the tremors palpable even in the frigid, snow-covered expanse. The flow of spiritual energy within the pavilion's interior immediately descended into chaos, and the pavilion master, suffering from the backlash of the soul-devouring jade, found himself grievously injured. Blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. You wretched brat. His eyes blazed with fury, a murderous intent radiating from him. Seizing the fleeting moment of the master's disarray, Yi Changqing activated the final deadly move concealed within the Xian iron sword, an explosive flame formation forged from the inner core of an ice Kylan and dragon bloodstone. Farewell, old fool. He summoned every last ounce of his strength to hurl the Xian iron sword at the pavilion master, while he himself plunged into the icy abyss behind him. Boom. The collision of raging flames and piercing ice unleashed a shockwave that upturned the entire ice cavern. The pavilion master was caught in the explosion. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, one of his arms was severed. As he beheld Yi Changqing plummeting into the abyss, he let out a deafening roar. Yi Changqing. Beneath the abyss, Yi Changqing's body floated in the frigid ocean. His consciousness began to blur. Yet he heard the system's notification echoing in his mind. Detected host triggering the condition of rebirth from the brink of death. The martial arts supreme body is commencing transformation. Detected ancient heritage fluctuations at the abyss's bottom. Conditions for rebirth through fire are met. Main quest updated. Devour the remnants of the soul devourer's soul. Awaken the chaos body. As icy seawater flooded his throat, Changqing lost all awareness. Unbeknownst to him, at the bottom of the abyss, an altar etched with crimson runes began to glow softly. At its center, a pulsating black heart emitted an alluring radiance, the sealed essence of the soul devourer. A transformation, pivotal to the fate of the continent, was quietly unfolding within the depths of the abyss. When Changqing opened his eyes once more, the entire Sunyu continent would tremble in his wake. Chapter 33. Awakening of the Abyss. Chaos body. Frigid seawater enveloped Changqing's body, piercing like countless icy needles into his marrow. Yet peculiarly, when his blood dripped onto the crimson altar, it erupted in a brilliant scarlet glow, isolating the seawater. The pulsating black heart sensed the essence of life and contracted sharply, a black thread slithering forth like a spectral serpent, entwining around Changqing's fingertips. Warning. Soul remnants of the soul devourer detected. Initiate the body swallowing program. Swallowing successful. Can merge with the power of the remnants. Awaken the chaos body. Swallowing failed. Will be assimilated by the remnants. Reduced to a puppet. Swallow. Changqing's lingering consciousness issued the command. He was ready to gamble. From the moment he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had never feared any challenge. The golden patterns of the martial arts supreme body surged violently, like a ravenous beast lunging at the black thread. The instant they made contact, Changqing felt as if his soul had been cast into a cauldron of boiling oil. An overwhelming flood of distorted memories crashing into his mind. Graphic scenes of the soul devourer consuming living beings in ancient times and battling deities. The excruciating pain caused his entire body to convulse, as the golden patterns and black thread ruthlessly tore at each other, the crimson runes on the altar flickering erratically. His body was intermittently enveloped in golden light, only to be assailed by dark energy, as though it might be torn asunder at any moment. Time passed, and when the last fragment of the demon lord's memory was crushed by the golden patterns, his black heart suddenly began to thrum violently, transforming into a pure black energy. Forcibly drawn into Changqing's body by the domineering patterns, the residual soul devouring is complete. The supreme martial body begins to evolve into the chaotic dominant body. The bones of Changqing emitted a series of cracking sounds as the original golden patterns were gradually replaced by intertwining black and white chaotic hues. While mysterious patterns resembling a galaxy emerged on the surface of his skin, his aura surged at a terrifying speed, ascending through the first and second layers of the martial emperor realm until it gradually came to a halt at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. Yet the power roiling within him was several times more formidable than that of an ordinary martial saint. The chaotic dominant body had been achieved. He slowly opened his eyes, his left eye sparkling with a radiant golden hue, while his right eye bore a profound blackness, as if stars were flickering within his pupils. As he raised his hand, a wisp of chaotic energy flowed through his palm, and wherever it touched, the blood-colored runes of the altar began to dissolve. Is this the power of chaos? Changqing clenched his fist, savoring the wondrous force within him that could both annihilate and create, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Host, Changqing. Realm, pinnacle of martial emperor. Physique, chaotic dominant body. Beginner. Cultivation method, void sword art. Perfect. Chaotic heart sutra. Entry. Martial skills, boundary break / chaotic version. All swords return to origin. Chaotic version. Energy value 0. System function. Chaotic devour can absorb energy and transform it into personal power, just as he had digested the system panel. The altar suddenly trembled violently, a fissure opening at the top as sunlight cascaded down, evidently shattered by the recent energy fluctuations. Changqing leaped from the altar, and just as he was about to breach the water surface, he caught sight of an ancient long sword embedded within a crack in the stone at the bottom. The blade was jet black, yet it faintly pulsed with chaotic energy, resonating mysteriously with his physique. Detected chaotic divine weapon, Oblivion sword. Would you like to extract it? Extract. The long sword transformed into a streak of black light, flying into his hand, and upon colliding with the Xian iron sword, the latter shattered instantly. The Oblivion sword felt icy in his grasp, its blade etched with patterns that shared the same origin as the chaotic dominant body, as if it were destined to belong to him. As he burst forth from the water's surface, Changqing encountered several disciples from the Shadow Pavilion who had come to investigate. Initially taken aback upon seeing him, they soon erupted in joy. We found Changqing. Quickly notify the pavilion master. Before they could finish their words, Yi Changqing's gaze turned icy, and with a casual swing of the Oblivion sword. There was no earth-shattering sword energy. The disciples were erased by an invisible force, leaving not a trace behind. The power of chaos can obliterate all things. He discerned the direction and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the King Yun alliance. Did the Pavilion Master of the Shadow Pavilion believe that shattering the ice cave would eradicate future threats? Such naivete. Yi Changqing not only survived, but would personally raise the Shadow Pavilion's stronghold to the ground. Chapter 34. The Flames of King Yun. Swords pointing to the demon nest 1,000 miles away from the frozen snowfields. The King Yun alliance was currently engulfed in the flames of war. Although the master of the Shadow Pavilion had lost an arm, his strength still resided in the mid-stage of the martial saint realm. He personally led a siege against the King Yun alliance, breaching their mountain gate. The Grand Elder, accompanied by the disciples, retreated to the inner hall, suffering heavy casualties. Mirong Shui, Lin Wanner, and Su Miexu stood back to back at the entrance of the inner hall, each bearing wounds. Mirong Shui's ice-based spells were already depleted. Lin Wanner's ice soul sword was riddled with cracks, and Su Miexu had shielded several younger disciples with her own body, her back a gruesome sight. Give up. The master sat upon a makeshift throne, playing with a shattered communication jade pendant. Yi Changqing is already dead, and the soul tower will soon be mine. Your continued resistance will only lead to further loss of life. Dream on. Mirong Shui spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Senior brother Changqing will return. He will personally slay you, you monster. Oh, is that so? The master chuckled softly, waving his hand to unleash tendrils of black mist. Then let me send you to meet him first. The black mist transformed into claw-like appendages, reeking of decay, as they lunged toward the three women. At that critical moment, a sword light intertwined with black and white descended like a celestial being, obliterating the black mist entirely. Who says I am dead? A familiar voice resonated as Yi Changqing's figure appeared at the entrance of the inner hall, the desolation sword pointed at the ground. The aura of the chaos body sweeping across the scene like a tidal wave. Yi Changqing, the master sprang to his feet, his crimson gaze fixed on him. You're not dead. Thanks to you, I am thriving, Yi Changqing replied, his eyes narrowing at the wounds on Su Miexu's back. A surge of killing intent rising within him. You have harmed them. Today, you shall pay with your life. Arrogant, the master roared, gathering a sphere of pitch-black energy with his remaining left hand. Even if you are alive, what of it? You are merely at the pinnacle of the martial emperor realm. Daring to be insolent before me. The energy sphere, imbued with the power to devour all, hurtled toward Yi Changqing, the air sizzling as it corroded everything in its path. Yet, Yi Changqing advanced rather than retreated, channeling the full power of the chaos body, the black and white radiance of the desolation sword swelling, chaos breaking slash. With a single strike, the space seemed to split in two, the black and white sword energy voraciously consuming the energy sphere, growing even thicker, and hurtling toward the master's face. What? The master gasped in shock, hastily summoning a black shield. This shield, forged from the bones of countless martial saints, was known as the 10,000 Corpses Shield, renowned for its impenetrable hardness. Clang! The sword energy collided with the shield, producing a jarring metallic screech. Astonishingly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the 10,000 Corpses Shield, and the master was forced to retreat repeatedly, blood spurting from his severed arm. This is impossible. How could your power? There is nothing impossible. Yi Changqing flashed before the master, the desolation sword sweeping horizontally. Last time, I severed your arm. This time, it's time to send you on your way. Caught off guard, the master could only awkwardly perform a backflip to evade, the sword energy tearing through his black robe, revealing a gaping wound. The flesh around the wound was visibly disintegrating at an alarming rate, a result of the desolation effect of the chaos power. Soul-devouring demon technique. Night March of the 100 Ghosts. The master frantically unleashed his demonic powers. A multitude of ghostly figures surged forth from the black mist, howling as they charged at Yi Changqing, each carrying formidable soul attacks. Chaos Heart Sutra, steady mind. Yi Changqing uttered a low command, and the chaotic dominance body emanated a gentle glow, causing the ghostly figure to dissolve like snow under the sun. His spirit, nurtured by the power of chaos, had long since become as steadfast as rock. It is over. A flicker of resolution flashed in Yi Changqing's eyes as the black and white light of the Oblivion sword intertwined, coalescing into a diminutive vortex of chaos. Chaos 10,000 swords returned to origin. Countless chaotic sword energies erupted from the vortex, enveloping the Pavilion Master like a torrential downpour. This time, the Pavilion Master could no longer resist. His protective dark energy was torn apart inch by inch, his body riddled with wounds from the sword energies. No, I refuse to accept this. The pavilion master was reduced to ashes amidst his screams, and as he faced his demise, a wisp of his residual soul attempted to flee from within him. Yet, Changqing seized it, devouring it into the chaotic dominance body. Devoured the last remnant soul of the soul-devouring demon lord, elevating the chaotic dominance body to the intermediate level. Reward: 10,000 energy points. Unlocking Chaotic Heart Sutra Mid-Length. The Master of the Shadow Pavilion has fallen. The disciples of the Shadow Pavilion, besieging the inner hall, were struck with terror and fled in panic. Changqing did not pursue. His concern now lay with the situation of the Qingyun alliance. Brother Changqing. Sumyigs rushed into his embrace, her tears soaking his garments. Mirong Shui and Lin Wan'er also approached, their eyes red-rimmed. The elder, leaning on his cane, emerged and gazed at Changqing with tears streaming down his face. It is good to have you back. Good to have you back. After soothing everyone, Changqing suddenly recalled Lan Ling. Where's Lan Ling? Hasn't he returned? Mirong Shui shook her head. After we used the escape talisman to return to the Qingyun alliance, we never saw her again. However, she did give me a letter to pass on to you. Changqing opened the envelope, revealing a single line. I go to save Xiaofeng. Do not worry. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the martial world. He clenched the letter tightly, gazing into the distance. He understood that with Lan Ling's character, she would never simply vanish. Chapter 35. The Righteous Alliance. A new journey. News of the Shadow Pavilion Master's demise swept across the Sunyu continent like a tempest, shaking various factions, who hastened to the Qingyun alliance to offer their congratulations, though their true intent was to investigate Changqing's capabilities. On this day, within the conference hall of the Qingyun alliance, Changqing sat at the head of the table, flanked by Ling Suzi, the master of the Heavenly Sword sect, and Mirong Zhan, the master of the Ice Valley, along with leaders from several other righteous factions. Youthful leader, Yi possesses such strength. It truly is a blessing for our Sunyu continent, remarked an elder clad in a Daoist robe, stroking his beard with a smile. He was the head of the Qingxu Temple, a mid-stage martial saint. Changqing waved his hand dismissively. Master, you flatter me. Slaying the master of the Poison Pavilion was merely a stroke of luck. Leader Yi is too modest, Ling Suzi interjected. Though the Shadow Pavilion has been vanquished, the threat of the soul-devouring demon lord has not been entirely eradicated. I propose that the Qingyun alliance take the lead in forming a righteous alliance to jointly protect the Sunyu continent. I second this proposal. Mirong Zhan immediately concurred. Leader Yi is the strongest. He should lead the alliance. The other leaders echoed their agreement, acknowledging Changqing's prowess, and none could contest his rightful place as leader. Changqing rose and surveyed the assembly. Since you all place your trust in me, I shall graciously accept this honor. From this day forth, the Righteous Alliance is officially established. All members must take the protection of the continent as their solemn duty. Any traitors shall be met with universal condemnation. Adhering to the leader's command, the assembly responded in unison. After the meeting concluded, Ling Suzi retained Changqing for a private discussion. Alliance leader Yi, there is a matter of utmost importance I must convey to you. He produced an ancient tortoise shell from his robes, a relic of the Tianjian sect, inscribed with a prophecy. Amidst the chaos, deities and demons shall emerge, the 7 stars shall align, and the heavens and earth shall be overturned. With the chaos now manifesting in the world, Changqing gazed intently at the indistinct patterns on the shell, a thought stirring within him. Are you suggesting that, besides the soul-eating demon lord, there are other deities and demons? The ancient war between deities and demons has not truly concluded, Ling Suzi sighed. It is said that remnants of several ancient demon gods are sealed across the continent, and should the 7 stars align, those seals will weaken. Changqing tightened his grip on the Oblivion Sword. Regardless of the deities or demons, should they dare to wreak havoc, I shall not hesitate to vanquish them. Ling Suzi nodded in appreciation. With your resolve, I am reassured. By the way, that girl Wan'er, Miss Lin, possesses remarkable talent and is destined for greatness. Changqing smiled in response. Ling Suzi regarded him with a knowing look. You ought to understand her feelings towards you. Clearing his throat, Changqing shifted the subject. I plan to visit the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters shortly to eradicate the remaining forces and simultaneously search for the whereabouts of the Lan siblings. Do you require my assistance? Ling Suzi inquired. Not necessary. I shall manage alone, Changqing replied, shaking his head. The alliance has just been established, and I cannot burden the other leaders with my tasks. 3 days later, Changqing set forth alone towards the Shadow Pavilion's headquarters. Sumyigs wished to accompany him but was left behind at the Qingyun alliance. where she had become a core member tasked with managing alliance affairs. The headquarters of the Shadow Pavilion was situated in a perilous location known as the Soul-Cutting Cliff, shrouded in miasma and infested with venomous creatures, deterring ordinary warriors from approaching. However, these obstacles posed little challenge to Changqing. The chaos body inherently possessed purifying powers, causing the miasma to dissipate and the venomous creatures to retreat in fear. He swiftly located the entrance to the headquarters, concealed behind a waterfall, a cavern damp and foreboding, with remnants of battles still visible on the walls, indicating that Lan Ling had been there. Venturing deeper into the cave, Changqing discovered Lan Feng within a dungeon. The young man, though frail, bore a resolute gaze. Upon seeing Changqing, astonishment flickered in his eyes. "You are Alliance leader Yi?" "I am Changqing," he replied, freeing Lan Feng from his chains. "Where is your sister?" Lan Feng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "My sister, to save me, drew away the remnants of the Shadow Pavilion. She told me to wait for you here and that she would reunite with you." Changqing's heart sank. The remnants of the Shadow Pavilion included several elders at the initial stage of the Martial Saint realm. While Lan Ling was formidable, facing them alone would likely spell disaster. "In which direction did she go?" "East," Lan Feng replied. "She mentioned seeking a way to counter the remnant souls in the abyss of deities and demons." Changqing frowned. The abyss was the most enigmatic location on Suyu continent, rumored to be the battleground of the ancient war between deities and demons, fraught with peril. Even martial saints dared not tread lightly there. "Understood. You will accompany me back to the Qingyun Alliance, and I shall seek your sister." At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ancient deity and demon essence detected. Triggering ultimate main quest. Explore the abyss of deities and demons, and eradicate the remnants of the demon gods. Task reward: Chaos body completion. Unlocking the ultimate function of the system, unveiling the mystery of the host's transmigration. Changqing's gaze sharpened. The mystery of his transmigration? Would the system finally reveal his origins? He patted Lan Feng's shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. I will ensure your sister returns safely." Departing from the Soulbreak Cliff, Changqing did not head directly back to the Qingyun Alliance, but instead flew eastward toward the abyss of gods and demons. A premonition stirred within him. He believed that Lan Ling would be unharmed, and that his destiny perhaps lay within that enigmatic land. Along the way, he passed through a bamboo grove and faintly heard the sounds of a struggle. Approaching cautiously, he beheld a group of over 10 men clad in black attacking a woman dressed in blue. Armed with a short dagger, she moved with agility. It was Lan Ling. "Lan Ling!" Changqing shouted, drawing his sword, the Annihilation Blade, and unleashing a sweeping wave of chaotic sword energy that swiftly vanquished the assailants. Upon seeing Changqing, Lan Ling froze momentarily before tears streamed down her face. "Why have you come?" "Had I not come, these ruffians would have tormented you," he replied, stepping closer to wipe the blood from her face. "Come with me." Lan Ling shook her head, retrieving a black stone from her bosom. "I found this in the Shadow Pavilion's treasury. It contains the map of the abyss of gods and demons, as well as the method to completely eliminate the remnants of the demon god." Changqing examined the map inscribed on the stone, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. "It appears we must venture to the abyss of gods and demons together." Lan Ling looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Are you not afraid of danger? With you by my side, what is there to fear?" Changqing chuckled, taking her hand. "Let us uncover the secrets that lie within the abyss." Sunlight filtered through the bamboo forest, casting elongated shadows of the two as they walked. Before them lay unknown dangers and a new journey, yet as long as they wielded their swords and stood together, what peril could they truly dread? The legend of the Chaos Body was merely beginning. Chapter 36. The Perils of the Abyss. Ancient secrets at the entrance to the abyss of gods and demons. Black mist swirled ominously, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. The air was suffused with a faint metallic tang of blood, and the ground beneath them bore a sinister dark red hue, as if steeped in the blood of ancient warriors. The spiritual energy of this realm was peculiar. Lan Ling clutched the black stone tightly as the map emitted a faint glow, exuding both sacred and demonic essences that clashed violently, creating a natural arena of chaos. Changqing activated the Chaos Body, the intertwining streams of black and white energy enveloping him, isolating him from the tumultuous energies around them. "Stay close and avoid touching anything here," he cautioned. The two cautiously entered the black mist. Just a few steps in, the ground beneath them suddenly split open, countless bony spikes shooting up like venomous serpents towards their feet. "Be careful." Changqing swiftly pulled Lan Ling behind him, sweeping the Annihilation Blade to sever the spikes. However, As the spikes fell, they transformed into blood-red centipedes, crawling menacingly toward them. These were blood-bone centipedes, feeding on the remnants of divine blood and possessing lethal toxicity. Lan Ling recognized the creatures and drew a vial of white powder from her cloak, scattering it toward the insects. The powder ignited upon contact, hissing as the blood-bone centipedes were instantly reduced to ashes. Changqing raised an eyebrow. You seem well prepared. Having lingered for an extended period within the Shadow Pavilion, one inevitably prepares certain life-preserving items. Lan Ling smiled faintly, yet a glimmer of melancholy flickered in her eyes. As they ventured deeper, the dense black mist thickened, revealing fractured weapons and skeletal remains scattered around them. Changqing picked up a broken spear, its shaft inscribed with intricate runes, faintly emanating a trace of divine aura. This was a weapon of the ancient divine army. At that moment, a low growl resonated from the black mist, and a colossal beast, draped in black scales and bearing 3 eyes, emerged slowly. Its aura was astonishing, reaching the late stage of the martial saint realm. With the third eye radiating a sinister crimson light, it was none other than the 3-eyed demon wolf, a creature that feasts upon souls. With a resolute cry, Changqing summoned his chaotic sword technique, and the dimensional sword surged with black and white radiance, unleashing countless chaotic sword energies like a torrential downpour upon the demon wolf. The wolf howled in fury, its third eye firing a beam of red light that obliterated the sword energies in its path. Such a formidable soul attack. Changqing's pupils constricted. The power of this demon wolf surpassed even that of the Shadow Pavilion's master. Suddenly, Lan Ling produced a dagger, its blade coated with an inky green liquid. This was soul-breaking powder, capable of temporarily sealing its third eye. Seizing the moment, she deftly maneuvered behind the demon wolf and plunged the dagger into its hind leg. Awu! The demon wolf yelped in pain, the crimson light of its third eye dimming significantly. Now was the time. Changqing seized the opportunity, channeling his chaotic body technique to its fullest, and the dimensional sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the wolf's skull. Demon wolf slain, gained 5,000 energy points. Demon wolf core X1. Changqing collected the core, which contained pure soul energy, perfect for cultivating the chaotic heart sutra. The duo pressed onward, encountering numerous ancient beasts along the way, all of which fell before Changqing's chaotic body and dimensional sword. After an indeterminate passage of time, the black mist gradually dispersed, revealing a vast canyon before them. The stone walls on either side were adorned with murals depicting the epic battles of gods and demons, and at the canyon's center stood a towering stone tablet, inscribed with 4 ancient characters, Realm of Gods and Demons. This marked the core of the abyss of gods and demons. Pointing at the tablet, Lan Ling remarked that the remnants of the demon god were sealed beneath it, according to the map. Changqing approached and reached out to touch the tablet. The instant his hand made contact, the tablet erupted in a blinding radiance, and an ancient voice reverberated through the canyon. At last, someone has arrived. As the light subsided, a spectral figure clad in golden armor and wielding a spear appeared before the tablet. His aura was both majestic and divine, embodying the ancient divine army's commander, the god of war, Xingtian. I am Changqing, a junior, paying my respects to the esteemed god of war, he said, bowing respectfully. To stand before such an ancient warrior was an honor for any martial artist. The spectral figure scrutinized Changqing, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The chaotic body? I did not expect anyone in this era to awaken such a physique. You are familiar with the chaotic body? Changqing inquired, intrigued. Familiar is an understatement. The god of war sighed. During the ancient war between gods and demons, the possessors of the chaotic body were capable of confronting demon gods directly. Alas, they ultimately fell. He gestured towards the mural on the stone tablet, saying, Behold, this depicts the great battle of yore. Although we managed to seal the demon god, it came at a grievous cost. The divine army was nearly annihilated, and I am left with but a wisp of my soul, bound to this stone tablet. Changqing gazed at the harrowing scenes of conflict illustrated on the mural, his heart profoundly shaken. With the imminent arrival of the 7 stars alignment, the seal was poised to weaken, and the remnants of the demon god's soul could break free at any moment. The voice of the war god of Xingtian grew solemn. Changqing, you are the sole individual capable of preventing this calamity. I am willing to make the attempt. Changqing declared earnestly. Excellent. The war god of Xingtian nodded. Beneath this tablet lies not only the seal of the demon god's remnants, but also my legacy. Should you succeed in merging my legacy with the demon god's essence, you will awaken the chaotic dominance body and become the new lord of the realm, tasked with safeguarding this world. The lord of the realm? Indeed. The lord possesses the power to govern the laws of their domain. Only by becoming the Lord can one truly eradicate the remnants of the demon god. The spectral figure of the war god began to fade. The legacy is entrusted to you. Your success hinges upon your own destiny. As his words resonated, the stone tablet suddenly cracked open, revealing a profound chasm emanating a potent aura of both sanctity and malevolence. The legacy of the war god and the remnants of the demon god. Changqing inhaled deeply. Turning to Lanling, "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." Lanling nodded, "I will be here." Changqing leaped into the abyss. Within, a wondrous realm unfolded, with a golden orb of light suspended at the center alongside a swirling mass of darkness, representing the war god's legacy and the demon god's remnants. Without hesitation, he activated the chaotic heart sutra, absorbing both entities into his being. In that instant, sacred and vile energies clashed violently within him. As if attempting to tear his body apart, Changqing gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into the chaotic dominance body, striving to harmonize these disparate forces. The chaotic dominance body begins to merge the sacred and vile energies. Warning: energy conflict is excessively intense. Host is at risk of bodily explosion. Merge for me. Changqing roared, as the black and white patterns of the chaotic dominance body surged into motion, compressing and fusing the sacred and vile energies gradually. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. When the last vestiges of conflict were resolved, a terrifying aura erupted from within him as the chaotic dominance body fully awakened, transforming the black and white patterns into a chaotic hue that seemed to encapsulate the entirety of the cosmos. Chaotic dominance body perfected. Host ascends to Lord of the Realm, beginner. Acquired skills: Laws of Heaven and Earth, beginner. Wrath of Chaos, domain lockdown. Unlock ultimate secret. Host hails from a higher dimensional realm of chaos, having accidentally fallen to the Sunyu continent. The system is a manifestation of the chaos realm's essence, designed to aid the host in reclaiming their power. Changqing opened his eyes, which appeared to shimmer with the birth and death of stars. He could distinctly perceive the flow of the laws of heaven and earth around him, and with a mere gesture, it felt as though he could command the entirety of the divine and demonic abyss's power. "Is this the power of a lord?" he murmured, exhilaration swelling within him. He soared out of the chasm, and upon seeing him, Lanling's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Did you succeed?" Changqing nodded, taking her hand. "We are going home." At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and the extraordinary phenomenon of the seven stars alignment manifested. The seals across the entire Sunyu continent have begun to weaken, causing countless beasts to become frenzied, and some sealed minor demon gods are also breaking free. It appears that the time for action has arrived. Changqing gazed towards the direction of the Qingyun alliance, a flicker of resolve shining in his eyes. Accompanied by Lanling, he transformed into a streak of luminous light, soaring into the sky. Now that he is the realm lord, it is his duty to safeguard the safety of the Sunyu continent. Chapter 38. The Might of the Realm Lord, Peace in the Heavens and Earth. On the seventh night of the deviation of the Ziwei star trajectory, a deep blue fissure suddenly tore open in the night sky of the Sunyu continent. The phenomenon of the seven stars aligning has persisted for 7 days and nights. During this time, the demonic energy spewing forth from the nine nether fissure has stained half the sky red. As the beast hordes of the southern wilderness broke through ancient barriers, and the remnants of demon gods in the northern ice plains tore apart their seals, the cries of the common townsfolk and the roars of warriors intertwined to create a symphony of despair. Just as all beings believed the calamity was upon them, a chaotic beam of light suddenly rose from the peak of the Qingyun Mountains. Initially, the beam was merely a foot wide, but in an instant, it expanded to 1,000 miles, resembling a jade pillar reaching towards the heavens. Wherever it passed, the frenzied beasts lost their crimson hue. Prostrating on the ground with whimpers of submission, the wandering remnants of demon gods let out anguished cries within the beam, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. Even the roiling demonic energy in the sky receded like a tide, revealing the long-hidden bright moon and stars. The grand door of the Qingyun Alliance's conference hall, made of rosewood, was gently pushed open, and Changqing stepped inside, illuminated by the moonlight, his dark robe still bearing the remnants of chaotic energy. Lanling obediently followed behind him, her glass-like eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight within the hall. "Senior Brother Changqing." Sum Yixu rushed over, her white skirt sweeping across the bluestone floor, stirring up a gentle breeze. She halted 3 steps away, gazing at the bloodstains on the boy's collar, her eyes suddenly reddening. Yet she still endeavored to smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples. "You have returned." Mirong Shue's fingers tightened around the hilt of her sword, the cold touch of the black iron scabbard pressing against her palm. She stepped forward slowly, her gaze sweeping over the deep wound on Changqing's shoulder. A remnant from his battle with the demon god's remnants, now glowing faintly with a golden light, clearly a sign of chaotic energy repairing itself. How is your injury? Her voice remained as cool as ever, yet carried an imperceptible tremor. Lin Wanner gently swayed the hand holding the healing elixirs, the jade vial clinking with a crisp sound. She extended the vial towards him, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of Changqing's hand, feeling an intense warmth. The residual heat of the realm lord's power yet to dissipate. You should take the medicine first. Changqing smiled as he accepted the jade vial, pouring out 3 luminous white pills and swallowing them. A refreshing potency coursed down his throat, merging with the chaotic energy surging within him, bringing a tingling sensation to his shoulder wound. It is all over. He surveyed the people in the hall, his gaze sweeping across the bloodshot eyes of the righteous alliance leaders. The essence of the demon god's remnants has been obliterated by the chaotic power, and the beast hordes have retreated to their respective territories. The Sunyu continent is safe. The conference hall fell into a profound silence, quickly erupting into thunderous cheers. The venerable elder of celestial wisdom, with hair as white as snow, was so moved that he tugged at his beard, while the master of the Iron Fist sect, unarmed, struck a mighty blow against the stone pillar, sending dust cascading down. Even the normally composed leader of the Medicine King Valley had tears welling in his eyes. The crowd encircled Changqing, pouring forth their most sincere respect and gratitude in the reverent title of Realm Master. In the ensuing 3 months, the Sunyu continent experienced an unprecedented transformation. Changqing, proclaiming himself as the Realm Master, announced to the world from the peak of Qingyun Mountain the establishment of a weighty stone tablet, inscribed with a new order. Private battles among sects were forbidden, with the penalty of cultivation being stripped from offenders. A bounty on beast hunting was established to encourage martial artists to protect the borders. Martial arts academies were opened to all who possessed the requisite talent, and beast protection zones were delineated to balance the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. He personally traversed the lands, slaying deep-sea dragons attempting to breach the eastern coastline, reconstructing towns devastated in the western deserts, and establishing spiritual rice cultivation bases on the plains of Central State. Wherever he went, refugees were resettled, children regained their laughter. Sects that had once been at odds began to share resources, and even the most rebellious of rogue cultivators tempered their arrogance, willingly joining the ranks of those who safeguarded the populace. On a serene morning at the end of spring, the viewing peak of the Qingyun Alliance was enveloped in a delicate mist. Changqing stood at the railing, his dark robe billowing in the mountain breeze, making a soft rustling sound. Below, the sea of clouds surged, revealing the orderly outlines of towns, with houses adorned in blue tiles and white walls, bustling with pedestrians on the streets. In the distance, farmers guided their oxen in the fields, and the laughter of children playing drifted up the mountain, as clear as silver bells. What occupies your thoughts? Murmured Murong Shue's voice from behind, imbued with the freshness of morning dew. She offered a pot of warm peach blossom wine, the coarse texture of the earthenware feeling reassuring in his palm. Changqing accepted the wine pot, uncorked it, and took a generous swig. The rich aroma of the wine mingled with the sweetness of the peach blossoms, sliding down his throat and warming his veins. I ponder that peace has finally graced the world, he replied, gazing towards the rising sun, its golden rays illuminating his youthful face and outlining his resolute jawline. Murong Shui approached his side, leaning against the railing as they both surveyed the vista. The mountain breeze tousled her dark hair, intertwining it with Changqing's robe, only to be gently pulled apart by the wind. And what do you intend to do next? Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility surrounding them. Changqing's gaze transcended the towering mountains, peering into the chaotic void beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host has condensed the essence of the Realm Master and may now open the portal to the Chaos Realm. He tightened his grip on the wine pot, the intricate patterns of the clay leaving delicate impressions on his palm. The system claims I hail from the Chaos Realm, where perhaps my origins are concealed. And us? Murong Shue's voice was barely above a whisper, the mountain wind carrying away the latter part of her sentence, leaving only a faint echo. Turning his head, Changqing caught sight of Su Miexu descending the stone steps, cradling an ancient tome. Morning light filtered through her hair, casting fragmented light spots upon the bluestone ground. Lin Wanner followed closely behind, carrying a food box, while Lan Ling perched on her shoulder, its curious tail playfully tugging at the box's ties. As he gazed upon these women, a warm tide surged within his heart. From the moment Su Mingxiu offered him a bowl of warm porridge upon his entry into the Qingyun alliance, to the critical moment when Mirong Shui handed him a sword in the face of death, from Lin Wanner silently concocting healing elixirs, to Lan Ling's unwavering determination to protect her master, these vivid scenes flickered before his eyes, ultimately transforming into a gentle warmth within his gaze. "I shall return for you," he declared, each word deliberate and imbued with undeniable resolve. "No matter how distant the Chaos Realm may be, nor how many years it would take. You all are the reason I must come back." Su Mingxiu stepped forward, gently grasping his hand. Her fingertips were cool, yet radiated a reassuring warmth. "We planted a heart's desire tree at Wanjiu Terrace," she said, tilting her head, her eyes sparkling brighter than the morning sun. "When it bears flowers and fruit, you should return." Lin Wanner opened a food box, revealing a steaming bowl of lotus seed porridge. "This is made with the Yaokai lotus seeds you brought back last time," she said, scooping a spoonful towards his lips. "Remember to eat on time, don't keep us worrying." Lan Ling leapt down from Lin Wanner's shoulder, transforming into a young maiden, and pressed a wolf-tooth pendant strung with spirit threads into his palm. "I found this in the northern ice plains," she said earnestly, her small face raised. "It is said to ward off evil. Carry it, just as I would protect you." Changqing tightened his grip on the wolf-tooth pendant, feeling its warm touch in his hand. He cast a final glance at the vast mountains and rivers below Wanjiu Terrace, then at the smiling faces of those beside him. Before leaping into the air, a chaotic light enveloped him, transforming into a streak of brilliance that soared into the heavens. The onlookers at Wanjiu Terrace gazed as that light vanished into the depths of the clouds, remaining silent for a long while. The mountain breeze tousled Su Mingxiu's hair, brushing away a tear from Mirong Shui's eye. They understood this was not a farewell, but a promise. Years later, children on the Sunyu continent would often beg their elders for stories before bedtime. The elders, stroking their beards, would recount tales of the young man who emerged from the Qingyun alliance, possessing the chaos body, and with indomitable will, he reversed his fate, saving countless lives on the night of the Seven Stars alignment, ultimately becoming the guardian of the realms. And then, the children would ask, their eyes wide with curiosity. Then, the elders would gaze at the starry sky, a contented smile gracing their lips. He journeyed to even further realms, but everyone believed that one day, he would return, guided by the starlight. For on this land he protected, there would always be someone waiting for him to come home. The heart's desire tree planted at Wanjiu Terrace had long flourished, and every year during the blooming season, its branches, laden with delicate pink and white petals, would dance in the wind, resembling a gentle snowfall that blanketed hope and anticipation. Chapter 39, The Gate of Chaos. Traversing realms as Changqing transformed into a stream of light, breaking through the sky of the Sunyu continent, the scenery before him abruptly shifted. The once familiar starry sky was replaced by a chaotic nebula, where countless stars flickered in and out of existence, emanating energy fluctuations 100 times more potent than those of the Sunyu continent. Detecting Chaos Realm energy field, analyzing spatial coordinates, analysis successful. "Would you like to open the realm passage?" "Open." Changqing's voice echoed through the void. The chaotic nebula began to swirl violently, forming a colossal vortex, at the center of which manifested a portal woven from intertwining black and white streams of energy, the very gateway to the Chaos Realm. As Changqing traversed the portal, he felt as though his very soul had been cast into a furnace, the chaotic dominion body operating autonomously to barely withstand the onslaught of spatial turbulence. Time became an enigma. When he finally regained his composure, he found himself amidst an expansive, desolate plain. Countless towering spires loomed into the clouds, their tips shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, and he could faintly discern armored warriors navigating between the towers. In the distant sky, colossal demonic beasts dragged war chariots, their presence more formidable than that of the martial saints of the Sunyu continent. Could this truly be the Chaos Realm? Gripping the annihilation sword tightly, Changqing surmised that any beings capable of surviving within such a tempestuous energy field possessed formidable prowess. At that moment, 3 warriors clad in blood-red armor abruptly appeared before him. The leader wielded a massive axe, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Who are you? Why do you find yourself on the blood slaughter plane?" Changqing sensed that the aura of these 3 individuals reached the level of a realm master, comparable to his own newly attained strength. "I am Changqing, hailing from the Sunyu continent," he replied without reservation, explaining that he had come to uncover his origins. "The Sunyu continent?" The leader furrowed his brow, having never heard of such a lower realm. "Given your aura, you are also at the realm master level. Yet your attire is rather peculiar. Might you be a descendant of a reclusive family?" Changqing readily acquiesced, You could say that. Might I inquire about the distribution of power across this continent? The leader scrutinized him for a moment. Upon noticing his humble demeanor, he softened his tone. I am Blood Frenzy, a patrol guard of the Blood Slaughter Domain. This Blood Slaughter plane belongs to the Blood Slaughter Domain, ruled by the Blood Butcher, a realm master of peak strength. To the east lies the Burning Sky Realm, to the west, the Ice Prison Realm. He briefly outlined the 8 major domains of the Chaos Realm. When he mentioned the Chaos Domain, Changqing perceptibly caught a fleeting glimmer of reverence in his eyes. The Chaos Domain is the foremost of the 8. Its master, Hongmeng, is said to have touched upon the realm of creation, reigning supreme over the entire Chaos Realm. Blood Frenzy lowered his voice. However, the Chaos Domain mysteriously sealed itself a century ago, and to this day, none know what transpired within. Key information detected. Triggering main quest. Investigate the mystery of the Chaos Domain's closure. Quest reward, 100,000 energy points. Evolution of the chaotic dominion body into a creation body. Unlocking the primordial memories of the Chaos Realm. A spark ignited within Changqing. The Chaos Domain must be intricately linked to his origins. Thank you for the information. He bowed slightly, inquiring about the direction to the Chaos Domain. Blood Frenzy's expression shifted. You wish to go to the Chaos Domain? That place is a forbidden zone. A century ago, 7 domain masters attempted to breach it, and none returned. I have compelling reasons to go, Changqing asserted with unwavering resolve. Observing his determination, Blood Frenzy ceased his discouragement and pointed northward. Follow the ancient meteorite path northward, and after traversing the misty marsh, you will arrive at the boundary of the Chaos Domain. However, I advise you to reconsider. That barrier cannot be breached even by those at the peak of realm mastery. Farewell, Changqing said, transforming into a streak of light as he soared northward. Blood Mad gazed at his retreating figure, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Although this young man's aura suggested he was at the initial stage of a realm master, he exuded a disquieting presence. Could he possibly be a prodigy from an ancient clan? Chapter 40. The Meteoric Ancient Path, the Battle of Realm Masters true to its name. The meteoric ancient path was flanked by countless colossal meteorites, each brimming with pristine chaotic power, making them exceptional materials for cultivation. However, the path was fraught with peril. Barely 1,000 miles into his journey, Changqing found his way obstructed by a cadre of black-clad individuals riding bone dragons. This road is mine to traverse. This tree is mine to plant. If you wish to pass, leave your toll. The leader of the black-clad men brandished a bone staff, a peculiar smile adorning his face. Changqing's expression turned icy. The auras of these assailants had reached the initial stage of a realm master, yet they resorted to highway robbery, revealing the profound chaos of the chaotic realm compared to the relatively orderly Sunyu continent. Begone! The single word erupted like thunder, as the oppressive force of the chaotic dominance was unleashed in an instant. The black-clad men were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful realm master possessed such terrifying might. Retreat. This is bad. The leader of the black-clad men sensed the danger and attempted to flee. Now that you have come, you shall remain. Changqing snorted coldly. Unleashing the silence, sword to emit a black and white sword chi. The sword chi sliced through the bone dragon's defenses with ease, cleaving all the black-clad men and their mounts in twain. Slayed Black Wind Bandits. Realm Master Initial X7. Gained 7,000 energy points. Black Wind Orbs X3. Changqing stowed away the Black Wind Orbs, which contained dark energy that might prove invaluable in critical moments. As he ventured deeper into the ancient path, he encountered increasing resistance, from solitary bounty hunters to formidable mercenary groups, and even spies dispatched by domain lords. From these encounters, Changqing learned that after the closure of the chaotic domain, the balance among the 8 major domains had been disrupted, leading to an intense conflict between the Blood Fiend domain and the Burning Sky realm, both vying for the resources left behind in the chaotic domain. One day, as he navigated through a cluster of meteorites, a searing flame suddenly descended from the heavens, encircling him. Emerging from the flames was an elder clad in a crimson robe. Wielding a flaming staff, his aura radiating the strength of a mid-level realm master. Youngster, surrender the chaotic essence within you, and I shall grant you a quick end. The elder's voice was imbued with a scorching intensity. He was Yin Yu, an elder of the Burning Sky realm. He had long been observing Changqing in secret, recognizing that despite the young man's initial status as a realm master, his ability to effortlessly slay foes of the same tier indicated he possessed extraordinary treasures. Changqing, uninterested in idle chatter, activated his chaotic dominance to its fullest extent, the black and white patterns swirling upon his surface. If you wish to seize my possessions, Be prepared to face death. Arrogant. Yin Yu bellowed in fury, thrusting his staff into the ground. Countless fire serpents surged forth, coalescing into a blazing cage. Chaotic domain ceiling. Yi Changqing shouted, black and white currents instantly enveloping the area within 100 feet, halting the expansion of the fiery prison. Yin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. You can wield domain powers too? The domain blockade is a skill that can only be mastered by mid-level realm lords, yet this young man is merely a novice. How could he possibly? Before he could ponder this, Yi Changqing had already lunged forward with his sword, the desolation sword entwined with chaotic energy. Slashing towards his head, heavenly flame palm. In a moment of urgency, Yin Yu unleashed a palm strike. The flames coalescing into a colossal hand that collided with the sword light. Boom. The fiery giant hand shattered inch by inch, forcing Yin Yu to stagger backward. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He stared in horror at Yi Changqing. How is your chaotic energy so pure? Yi Changqing did not respond. Instead, he pressed the attack, his sword techniques growing increasingly fierce. His chaotic dominance body, originating from the essence of the chaos realm, naturally suppressed these postnatal trained realm lords. After 30 exchanges, when Yi Changqing's desolation sword rested against Yin Yu's throat, the elder of the burning heaven realm finally revealed a look of terror. Spare me. I am willing to offer the burning heaven pearl, the supreme treasure of the burning heaven realm. Detected that the burning heaven pearl contains pure fire energy. Would you like to absorb it? Absorb. Yi Changqing grasped the red pearl thrown by Yin Yu, and the chaotic dominance body automatically activated, causing the pearl to instantly transform into a fiery thread that merged into his being. Energy absorption complete, mid-level realm lord. The sensation of breakthrough invigorated Yi Changqing's spirit. He glanced at the prostrate Yin Yu and commanded, "Scram. Tell the realm lord of the burning heaven realm not to provoke me." Yin Yu, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away in a flurry. Yi Changqing gazed towards the north, where the sky faintly revealed a grayish barrier, the boundary of the chaos domain. He could sense a force, resonating with his own essence, calling to him from beyond the barrier. Chapter 41, Master of Chaos, Awakening of Memories Traversing Through the Mist Marsh. The boundary of the chaos domain finally appeared clearly before him. It was a luminous curtain woven from trillions of chaotic energies, adorned with intricate runes that exuded a disquieting pressure. As Yi Changqing reached out, the moment his hand touched the curtain, the runes suddenly illuminated, resonating with the markings on his chaotic dominance body. Detected source energy fluctuations. The boundary is recognizing the host's identity. Recognition successful. Opening the boundary of the chaos domain. The luminous curtain gradually parted, revealing a passageway into the domain. Yi Changqing inhaled deeply and stepped inside. At the end of the passage stood a land even more desolate than the blood-slaughter plains. The sky bore no sun, moon, or stars. Only a colossal chaos core slowly rotating, emanating the primordial force that nourished all things. Beneath the core stood a floating palace, and in the square before it was engraved a massive black and white Taiji diagram. As Yi Changqing stepped onto the square, the Taiji diagram suddenly glowed, and a figure descended slowly from the chaos core. It was an elderly man clad in a simple daoist robe, his features obscured. Yet his aura was as vast as the entire chaos realm. He was the sovereign of the chaos domain, the Lord of Hongmeng. You have finally returned, young friend. The elder's voice was gentle, yet commanding. Yi Changqing's heart trembled. Senior, do you know me? Not only do I know you, the elder replied with a smile. Your chaotic dominance body was crafted from the primordial force of the chaos core that I wield. A century ago, when you inadvertently fell into the lower realms, I expended my essence to preserve a fragment of your true spirit and utilized shards of my essence to create a system, aiding you in regaining your strength in the Sunmu continent. Countless fragments of memory surged into Yi Changqing's mind. A century ago, he was a prodigy of the chaos domain, beset by the 8 domain lords during his attempt to break through to the creation realm. In a desperate bid for survival, he self-destructed his physical form, allowing his true spirit to escape, only to inadvertently fall into a spatial rift, landing upon the Sunmu continent. The 8 domain lords? Yi Changqing's gaze turned icy. Why did they conspire against me? Because you are the reincarnation of a creation body, a rarity in the chaos realm for millennia. An elder sighed, explaining that the creation body possesses the power to command the primordial essence of chaos. Once it matures, it can reshape the entire order of the chaos realm. The domain lords, fearing for their positions, joined forces to ambush you. He pointed to the core of chaos. My essence is nearly depleted, and the barrier of the chaos domain can barely hold. Young friend, only you can thwart them and restore the glory of the chaos realm. Ultimate quest triggered. Defeat the 8 domain lords and unify the Chaos Realm. Quest reward. Awakening of the creation body. Mastery of the primordial essence of chaos. And the ability to traverse the heavens. Changqing clenched his fists. The intertwining threads of past grievances and present responsibilities igniting an unwavering resolve within his eyes. I will. Very well. The elder nodded with satisfaction. His form gradually dissipating into particles of light, merging with the core of chaos. This core is entrusted to you. It will aid in your awakening as the creation body. As the elder's presence vanished, the core of chaos erupted in resplendent brilliance, enveloping Changqing in a beam of light. He felt his body undergoing a complete transformation. The black and white patterns of the chaos body gradually replaced by gold. Even the sword of annihilation was suffused with the radiance of creation. Chaos body evolves into creation body. Mastery of the primordial essence of chaos. Ability to traverse the heavens unlocked. When the light receded, Changqing's aura had reached the pinnacle of the realm lord, merely a step away from the legendary creation realm. He gazed upwards. The silhouettes of the 8 domain lords seemingly within reach. Just wait, I will collect the debt from a century ago one by one. Turning towards the void behind him, he noticed the space distorting, a familiar portal slowly opening, a passage to the Sunyu continent. I have returned. Changqing's voice carried a hint of mirth. On the other side of the portal, Mirong Shui, Su Miexu, Lin Wanner, and Lan Ling awaited eagerly. Upon seeing his figure, all 4 women broke into radiant smiles. Changqing extended his hand, clasping theirs. Come with me. I shall show you a broader world. The 5 figures vanished into the passage, leaving only the core of chaos. Gently spinning, safeguarding this land on the brink of rebirth. Meanwhile, in the distant myriad realms, countless ancient beings, long in slumber, seemed to sense something, simultaneously opening their eyes. A legend belonging to the creation body was only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 42, The Gate of Chaos. Companions from the past, Changqing transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the clouds, as the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Chaos Realm coordinates detected. Would you like to open the gate? Opening requires 10,000 energy points. Open it. He did not hesitate. The chaos body within him flowed. The power of the laws of heaven and earth converging, tearing open a black and white rift in the high sky, through which the swirling stars of the galaxy could be faintly seen. Indeed, the gate to the Chaos Realm. As he was about to step through the portal, a sudden, urgent call resonated from below. Senior brother Changqing, wait for us. Changqing turned around to see Mirong Shui, Su Miexu, Lin Wanner, and Lan Ling chasing after him. Their figures illuminated by the glimmering light of their swords, with Lan Feng following closely behind. The young boy, with determination etched on his face, exclaimed, Brother Yi. Though my cultivation is humble, I wish to accompany you into the Chaos Realm. Changqing felt a warmth in his heart. He had intended to explore alone, but he had forgotten that these individuals were no longer the helpless beings in need of his protection. Mirong Shui had perfected her ice-based magic. Su Miexu's soft sword could bend and shape all things. Lin Wanner's ice soul sword could sever illusions. And Lan Ling had honed her elusive movement techniques during her training in the Shadow Pavilion. Have you all made up your minds? The Chaos Realm is fraught with peril, and maybe even more terrifying than the abyss of gods and demons, he cautioned. What fear do we have in facing danger together? Mirong Shui pointed her jade sword at the portal, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Miexu nodded gently. Lin Wanner gripped her ice soul sword tightly, and Lan Ling smiled reassuringly at her brother. Changqing let out a hearty laugh. Excellent. Let us venture into the Chaos Realm together. The 7 figures stepped into the portal in succession, the rift slowly closing behind them. As they traversed the distorted currents of time and space, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. They found themselves amidst floating shards of stars, where colossal beasts resembling whales consumed nebulae, and the air was thick with energy, nearly tangible. Welcome to the Chaos Realm, current area, sea of shattered stars. High-level energy fluctuations detected nearby, suspected to be local forces of the Chaos Realm. The laws of heaven and earth here were utterly distinct from those of the Sunyu continent. Lin Wanner unleashed a wave of sword energy, which transformed into a streak of light, traveling 100 miles before dissipating. Suddenly, the sound of slicing air echoed from afar as 3 pitch-black warships approached, adorned with blood-red skull flags. The cultivators aboard exuded formidable auras, with the weakest among them possessing the strength of a martial saint. It's the Black Sha Pirates. Lan Ling's expression changed. She had read about them in the ancient texts of the Shadow Pavilion, notorious for preying on cross-realm cultivators. The one-eyed cultivator at the forefront, wielding a massive axe. Bellowed like thunder, "Who dares trespass on our Blackshaw territory? Surrender your treasures, and perhaps we will spare your lives." Yi Changqing, uninterested in idle talk, pointed his jimmy sword at the warship, proclaiming, "Chaos-breaking slash." With a single stroke, black and white sword energies tore through the starry expanse, cleaving the foremost warship in two, while the cultivators aboard screamed as they were engulfed by the stellar currents. The one-eyed pirate's eyes bulged with rage. "You little brat. All of you attack." The remaining two warships unleashed a barrage of chains, wreathed in ghostly flames capable of corroding the power of chaos. Lan Ling suddenly flung out dozens of black tokens, which exploded in midair, enveloping the warships in a dense smoke. This is the soul-bewitching smoke from the Shadow Pavilion. It disrupts the mind. Sky sword breaking illusion. Lin Wanner's ice soul sword glowed brilliantly, piercing the smoke and accurately severing the chain's nexus. Mirong Shui formed hand seals. Ice seal of eternity. An expanse of ice stretched across the starry sky, ensnaring the warships in a frigid embrace. Su Miexu's soft sword coiled around the escaping pirates like a spirit serpent, disarming them with a gentle touch. Yi Changqing observed the seamless cooperation among his companions, a smile flashing in his eyes. He had intended to lend a hand, but realized he was unable to intervene. The one-eyed monk, sensing the dire situation, transformed into a streak of black light in an attempt to flee, only to be ensnared by Yi Changqing's chaos domain. "Leave it be," he commanded, as the sword of oblivion trembled slightly, rendering the monk's cultivation useless. "What is the current state of the chaos realm?" The pirate knelt in supplication, pleading, "Spare my life. My lord, the chaos realm is divided into three major domains. We of the Black Fiend belong to the Shattered Star Sea, under the jurisdiction of the Star Master. Recently, an invasion of external malevolence has occurred, and the Star Master is assembling all cultivators to resist it. Triggering side quest, assist the Star Master in repelling the malevolence. Quest reward, 50,000 energy points. Unlock Chaos Realm map." Yi Changqing furrowed his brow, having just arrived in the Chaos Realm only to encounter an invasion of malevolence. He turned to the others. "Let us first meet with this Star Master." Lan Ling inquired of the pirate about the location of the Star Master's citadel, and the group set forth, navigating through the remnants of battleships toward the depths of the Shattered Star Sea. In the expanse of the starry sky, Lan Feng curiously touched the floating star fragments, suddenly exclaiming, "There is energy within these fragments." Yi Changqing reached out and absorbed the energy, absorbing stellar power, energy value, 1,000. The cultivation method in the Chaos Realm involved directly absorbing energy from stars, nebulae, and even fragments of laws. Contemplating this, he shared the technique with the others. Mirong Shui formed ice flowers at her fingertips, drawing in a wisp of the cold energy from the nebula, hinting at a potential breakthrough in her cultivation. Lin Wanner plunged her ice soul sword into a burning meteorite, intertwining the sword's ice patterns with flames, giving rise to a new phenomenon. As the river of stars flowed, they flew for an indeterminate time until a fortress crafted from countless star fragments materialized before them. Suspended above the fortress was a woman clad in star armor, wielding a long whip as she battled a gargantuan octopus monster that obscured the sun. With each lash of her whip, stars seemed to fall from the heavens. "That must be the Star Master," the pirate exclaimed. The woman had evidently noticed Yi Changqing and the others, as she deftly dispatched the octopus and called out, her voice tinkling like wind chimes, "Are you cross-realm cultivators? If you assist me in repelling this foe, the resources of the Shattered Star Sea shall be at your disposal." Yi Changqing glanced at the octopus, exuding a destructive aura, as the system notification chimed in. Detected external malevolence, star-eating octopus, strength, half-step realm master. Half-step realm master? A glint of combat fervor flickered in Yi Changqing's eyes as he activated the chaos body. Mirong Shui, freeze its tentacles. Lin Wanner, strike its eyes. Lan Ling, disrupt its spirit from behind. Mu Shui, protect Lan Feng. Understood. The five figures surged forth like shooting stars towards the star-eating octopus, marking the commencement of a battle that belonged to the Chaos Realm. Unbeknownst to Yi Changqing, this seemingly serendipitous encounter concealed intricate connections between the Chaos Realm and the Sunyu continent, as the runes etched upon the Star Master's armor shared a lineage with the god of war, Xing Tian. Chapter 43, The Star Master's Secrets. Shared source runes freeze for eternity. Mirong Shui's ice magic amplified in the Chaos Realm, as billions of ice spikes coalesced from the starry sky, wrapping around the octopus's tentacles like chains. The tentacles, covered in dark purple scales, hissed and melted upon contact with the ice spikes, clearly terrified of such pure ice power. Break the illusion. Lin Wanner's ice soul sword transformed into a beam of white light, accurately piercing the largest compound eye on the octopus's head. The eye's pupil constricted, unleashing a torrent of dark green slime, which corroded the star fragments in its wake into powder. Be careful. As Su Mu Shue's gentle sword deftly wrapped around Lin Wanner's waist, it pulled her to the side, the viscous substance brushing against Lin Wanner's hair, leaving a long, corrosive trail against the starry sky. Meanwhile, Lan Ling took advantage of the stardust cover, stealthily maneuvering behind the star-eating beast. Her short dagger smeared with the soul-breaking powder brought from the Sumyu continent. With a sudden thrust, she pierced the reverse scale at its tail, the weak point where the demon's spirit connected with its corporeal form. Roaring in pain, the star-eating beast opened its massive jaws, spewing forth countless black insects that, upon touching the ground, transformed into small demons wielding bone blades, charging towards Lan Feng. I am here. Su Mu Shue's gentle sword danced, the sword light weaving like a net, shredding the insects into pieces. Though Lan Feng was anxious, his palms sweating, he forced himself to harness his inner strength, gathering the scattered shards of starlight into a protective shield, defending Su Mu Shue from the side ambush of the insects. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yi Changqing unleashed the full might of the chaotic body, the sword of annihilation enveloped in black and white chaotic flames, wrath of chaos. This strike consolidated all the power he had amassed since becoming a realm lord, and as the sword light passed through, even the stars rippled. The star-eating beast sensed the imminent threat, retracting all its tentacles to form a dark purple shield. Clang! The clash of sword light and shield produced a deafening roar. The shield shattered in response, yet the sword light surged forward, piercing through the star-eating beast's head. Its colossal form convulsed momentarily in the starry expanse before dissipating into countless black specks. Slaying a half-step realm lord-level demon grants 100,000 energy points and 1 star-eating core. The Star Master descended on stardust. Her gaze towards Yi Changqing filled with awe. Your strength at such a young age is remarkable. From which realm do you hail? The Suanmu continent, Yi Changqing replied, his eyes resting on the runes of her star armor, which seemed connected to an ancient war god I was familiar with. The Star Master paused, her hand brushing over the runes on her armor. Do you know of the ancient warrior Xingtian? The predecessor once bestowed the legacy upon me. Yi Changqing produced a fragment of divine thought left by the war god Xingtian, and as it made contact with the star armor's runes, it emitted a brilliant golden light. Excitement flickered in the Star Master's eyes. Indeed, it shares the same origin. I am a descendant of the Star Guards under the ancient warrior Xingtian. This armor was gifted to me by him to guard the seal of the shattered Star Sea. She led everyone into the Star Fortress and, once seated, revealed secrets. The Chaos Realm once coexisted peacefully with the various realms until a century ago, when foreign demons suddenly tore through the fabric of space to invade. They have consumed the essence of the realms for sustenance, with 3 minor worlds completely devoured. Where lies the source of the demons? Yi Changqing inquired. No one knows. The Star Master shook her head. All that is known is that they emerge from the void's abyss, a forbidden place even realm lords dare not tread. Suddenly, Lan Ling spoke. The ancient texts of the Shadow Pavilion record that the void's abyss conceals the chaos source core. If we can obtain it, we could control the rules of all realms. Detecting clues to the chaos source core, triggering the ultimate main quest. Enter the void's abyss, seize the chaos source core, and seal the source of the demons completely. Yi Changqing looked towards the others. It seems we must venture into the void's abyss. Mu Rongxue tightened her grip on her jade sword. I shall accompany you. Su Mu Shui, Lin Wan'er, and Lan Ling all nodded in agreement. Even Lan Feng puffing out his chest. Though I may be weak, I can assist with the trivial matters. The Star Master rose, proclaiming, the sea of shattered stars cannot exist without its guardians. I cannot accompany you. However, I shall create a map of the void rift for you and bestow upon you a star shuttle, a vessel capable of traversing the void. 3 days later, a silver-white warship emerged from the Star Fortress, with 6 figures, led by Yi Changqing, standing at its bow. The warship cleaved through the star streams, heading towards the gray expanse at the edge of the Chaos Realm, the very entrance to the Void Rift. As they drew closer, the surrounding light dimmed, and even the stars lost their luster. Lan Ling extended her mental energy to probe, only to find it was instantly shattered by an invisible force as it breached the ship's exterior. The rules here were chaotic, capable of tearing apart even souls. Yi Changqing activated the Chaos Body, shielding everyone within his domain. Be cautious. Do not stray beyond the confines of my domain. The moment the warship entered the gray area, a multitude of fragmented whispers arose around them. as if countless vengeful spirits were murmuring in their ears. Su Mingxiu turned pale, declaring, "These voices tempt one to relinquish resistance. It is the mental interference of malevolent entities." Lin Wanner brandished her ice spirit sword before her, the sword's intent swirling to momentarily sever the whispers. "Brother Yi, there is something ahead." As they gazed forward, they beheld a dilapidated city floating in the void, swarmed by countless shadowy figures, which upon closer inspection were revealed to be a multitude of shattered souls coalescing. Detected the city of vengeful souls. Within it resides the soul devourer king, strength, early stage domain lord. Yi Changqing's gaze sharpened. "It seems that to enter the void rift, we must first cross this city." He leaped from the star shuttle, the silent destruction sword pointing towards the city. "Let the malevolence of the chaos realm taste my sword from the Sunyu continent." The black and white sword light rent the gray sky, striking directly at the city of vengeful souls. On the city walls, a figure coalesced from black mist, rising slowly with a white bone staff in hand. It was none other than the soul devourer king. Another fool seeking death? The king's voice roared like a chorus of countless souls. "Your soul is delectable, and I shall claim it." With a sweep of the bone staff, the shadows within the city of vengeful souls surged forth, transforming into a colossal soul net, descending upon Yi Changqing. A decisive battle concerning the survival of all realms commenced at the edge of the void rift. Unbeknownst to Yi Changqing, the staff of the soul devourer king bore an insidious magic rune, originating from the same source as the Shadow Pavilion's master, revealing that from the very beginning, the shadows of otherworldly malevolence lurked behind the Shadow Pavilion. Chapter 44. The Soul Net Traps and the Chaos Breaks. The soul net blotted out the sun, its mesh glowing with an ominous green light, staining the chaotic airstreams to a deathly gray. Yi Changqing felt distinctly as if his soul was being invisibly tugged by this net, threatening to sever him from his corporeal form at any moment. "This net can consume souls. Do not let it touch you." Lan Ling's voice was urgent. She had encountered similar dark arts in the ancient texts of the Shadow Pavilion. Its nexus lies within that black mist at the center of the net. Yi Changqing's expression hardened, the silent destruction sword humming with energy, the fires of chaos igniting along the blade. "Mirong Shui, freeze the net's edge." "Lin Wanner, strike its left corner." "Understood." Mirong Shui formed seals with her hands, the chill around the star shuttle suddenly coalescing into a blue halo of ice, precisely ensnaring the edges of the soul net. The eerie green mesh emitted a shattering sound akin to breaking glass as it was encased in ice. Lin Wanner's ice soul sword emitted a piercing sound as it cleaved towards the left corner of the soul net. The blade's radiant light swept through, and a wisp of black mist dissipated with a wretched scream, causing the offensive momentum of the soul net to noticeably falter. "How intriguing." The soul devourer cackled ominously, raising its skeletal staff towards the void, declaring, "Let you experience the taste of 1,000 souls devouring your heart." Suddenly, the soul net trembled violently, and countless twisted faces emerged from its mesh, emitting anguished wails. Su Mu Shui's complexion paled, her hand clutching the delicate sword quivering slightly. Among those faces were the very citizens she had once rescued on the Sunyu continent. "Do not believe it. It is an illusion," Yi Changqing shouted angrily, as the radiance of the chaotic body surged, firmly protecting everyone's souls. These were merely the lingering resentments of devoured souls, used to disturb the mind. Lan Ling swiftly retrieved a small bronze cauldron from her bosom, inscribed with soul-binding runes. "This is the soul-calming cauldron I discovered in the Shadow Pavilion's treasury. It might suppress these remnants." She hurled the cauldron into the air, infusing it with her internal energy. The bronze cauldron instantly enlarged, radiating a soft, golden light. Upon contact with the golden glow, the distorted faces revealed expressions of relief, transforming into specks of luminous light that dissipated into the ether. Seeking death, the soul devourer, witnessing its dark sorcery thwarted, pointed its skeletal staff at Lan Ling, unleashing a beam of black light towards her brow. "Be careful." Yi Changqing's figure flickered as he positioned himself before Lan Ling, swinging the desolation sword to cleave the black light in twain. However, at that moment, countless tiny demonic insects surged forth through the fissures of the sword energy, intent on penetrating his pores. "Seal the chaotic domain," Yi Changqing commanded, and the intertwined black and white domain abruptly contracted, crushing the demonic insects entirely. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced towards the heart of the soul net, thrusting the desolation sword into the core of the black mist. Indeed, it was the heart of the soul net. A howl of agony echoed from the black mist as the soul net instantly lost its luster, shattering into countless fragments that drifted away. The soul devourer staggered back, the black mist on its chest swirling violently. You dare to injure my source. It violently tore open its chest, from which emerged a pulsating black heart entwined with numerous soul threads. Today, I shall annihilate your souls, transforming you into sustenance from my heart. The black heart surged towards Yi Changqing, corroding the chaotic domain as it passed, leaving behind a trail of holes. Suddenly, Lan Feng produced a stone from his garment. Precisely the ice Kylan scale that Yi Changqing had given him in the frozen snowy domain. Brother, you use this. Yi Changqing grasped the scale, instantly comprehending his intention. The ice Kylan scale contained the purest and most radiant spiritual energy, perfectly countering the malevolent soul heart. He infused the scale with chaotic power, and it erupted in a blinding white light, akin to a miniature sun, colliding with the black heart. Sizzle. The moment the white light made contact with the black heart, it emitted an agonizing burning sound. The soul heart contracted violently, its surface soul threads snapping, revealing a crystal-clear gem within. Indeed, it was a fragment of the devoured chaotic domain's origin. Detected chaotic origin fragment. Do you wish to absorb it? Absorbing will enhance domain master privileges. Absorb. Yi Changqing reached out, drawing the origin fragment into his body. In an instant, his understanding of the rules governing the chaotic domain deepened, elevating his domain master privileges to an intermediate level as flecks of starlight appeared within the patterns of the chaotic body. The soul devourer, witnessing the theft of its origin fragment, let out a desperate howl. I refuse to accept this. The king of the void shall not spare you. Its form began to disintegrate, transforming into countless black specks of light. Yi Changqing did not eradicate them entirely, for within those luminous particles lingered the remnants of many wronged souls. He waved his hand, releasing the soul-settling cauldron, drawing all the specks into the vessel. Once the matter is resolved, I shall grant you salvation. The group boarded the starship and delved deeper into the void. The further they ventured, the more profound the silence became. Even the passage of time grew indistinct. Lan Ling gazed at the markings on the map. According to the Star Master's annotations, ahead lay the Void Temple, the hiding place of the Chaos Core. As her words faded, a floating palace suddenly materialized before them. Constructed entirely of gray stone, the palace bore no doors or windows. Only countless twisted runes that danced across its walls, exuding a disquieting aura. Just as Yi Changqing approached, the palace trembled, the runes illuminating, transforming into a colossal stone door. The door creaked open slowly, revealing an abyss of darkness within, where a figure could be faintly discerned seated upon the highest throne of the hall. Finally, someone has arrived. An aged yet commanding voice echoed from within the hall, resonating directly within their souls, speaking of hope for the chaos realm and unpredictability from the Sunyu continent. Yi Changqing tightened his grip on the sword of oblivion. Who are you? Who I am is of little consequence. The voice chuckled lightly. What truly matters is whether you are prepared to confront the truth, the origins of the malevolence, the true intentions of the god of war, and the reality of your crossing over. The group exchanged glances, each seeing determination reflected in the other's eyes. Yi Changqing took the lead, stepping into the stone door. No matter the truth, I shall endure it. Mirong Shui, Su Mixu, Lin Wan'er, Lan Ling, and Lan Feng followed closely behind. The stone door gradually closed behind them, isolating the starship from the outside. Within the grand hall, the figure on the throne gradually came into focus. It was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his features obscured, surrounded by chaotic energies, emanating an aura both unfathomable and neither wholly divine nor entirely malevolent. As if he were one with the void itself, the old man regarded Yi Changqing, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Do you know that the chaos core is not a treasure, but rather a seal? Yi Changqing furrowed his brow. A seal for what? A seal for the original malevolence, known as the shadow of chaos. The old man sighed. It is the dark aspect that accompanied the birth of the chaos realm, thriving by devouring all rules. The god of war, in his time, did not seek to seal the demon god, but aimed to unleash the shadow of chaos, using it to consume other realms and amplify the chaos realm's power. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, for this was a stark contrast to the image they held of the god of war. The old man seemed to see through their thoughts. The world knows him as the god of war, yet is unaware of his ambition. During the divine demon war, he deliberately allowed the divine army to perish, all to weaken the chaos realm's power, facilitating his control over the shadow of chaos. A tempest surged within Yi Changqing. Suddenly, the system alerted him. Key information detected. Truth of the crossing updated. The host did not accidentally fall into the Sunyu continent, but was orchestrated by the remnants of the god of war's soul, intending for you to awaken the chaos body on the Sunyu continent and returned to aid him in releasing the shadow of chaos. So it was. Changqing clenched his fists, a cold glint in his eyes. He had calculated my return. Indeed, the old man nodded. But he did not foresee that you would merge the remnants of the demon god and the legacy of the divine army, becoming the true Lord of Realms. Now, the choice lies in your hands, to release the shadow of chaos and fulfill the will of the war god, or to seal it completely and safeguard all realms. The elder raised his hand, causing the ground of the grand hall to split open, revealing a crystal of intertwined black and white. Indeed, the source core of chaos. Countless chains coiled around the core, each inscribed with runes of the war god. Changqing gazed at the source core, then glanced at those beside him. Mirong Shue's eyes were resolute. Regardless of your choice, we stand by you. Su Mig's nodded gently. Lin Wanner tightened her grip on the Eye-Soul sword. And Lan Ling urged Lan Feng to step forward. Taking a deep breath, Changqing approached the source core, channeling the full power of his chaos body. I hail from the Sunyu continent, where there are those I must protect. I now stand in the chaos realm, where rules also require safeguarding. The ambitions of the war god are of no concern to me. He raised the extinction sword, the black and white sword light coalescing. I choose to seal it completely. The sword light struck the runes on the chains, which erupted in golden brilliance upon contact. The grand hall trembled violently, and the elder regarded Changqing with a smile of satisfaction. Truly, you are the chosen one of the chaos realm. His form began to dissolve into motes of light, merging with the source core. I am the embodiment of the will of the chaos realm. And today I shall lend you my strength. The source core erupted in resplendent light, resonating with Changqing's chaos body. The runes on the chains shattered piece by piece, and the source core sank back into the earth, the seal now more formidable than ever. Ultimate main quest completed. The seal of the source core has been reinforced, and the source of evil has been thoroughly blocked. Reward: chaos body perfected, realm master privileges elevated to the highest level, unlocking all dimensional travel permissions. The grand hall began to collapse, and Changqing led the group out of the void temple, the starship arriving just in time. They turned to behold the void rift slowly closing, the remnants of evil screaming as they were obliterated within the closing energy flow. Is it over? Lan Feng gazed at the gradually clarifying starry sky, somewhat incredulous. It is over. Changqing replied with a smile, but our journey has merely begun. He looked at the others. The chaos realm is vast, and many mysteries await our exploration. Of course, we may return to the Sumu continent whenever we wish. Mirong Shui pointed to a distant planet radiating with colorful light. I've heard there are singing nebulae there. Shall we go and see? Su Mig's softly added. I've heard that the spiritual plants of the chaos realm can revive the dead. Perhaps we could concoct even better elixirs. Lin Wanner's Eye-Soul sword quivered slightly, pointing toward a more distant star system. There lies the aura of swords. Lan Ling grasped her brother's hand, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I wish to see the homeland of the war god and witness the true relics of the divine army. Changqing laughed heartily, steering the starship toward the colorful planet. Then let us visit them one by one. The starship sliced through the starry expanse, leaving a long trail of light. Sunlight streamed through the cabin, illuminating the faces of the six, each reflecting a glimmer of hope for the future. Perhaps new challenges await, perhaps unknown dangers lie ahead. But as long as they are together, swords in hand and hearts filled with protection, this infinite universe holds no bounds, and no endeavor is beyond their reach. The legendary saga of the chaotic dominator continues to unfold in the vast expanse of the universe. Chapter 45. The Seven-Colored Star Song, The Enigma of the Sword Tomb. As the Star Weaver vessel glided into the atmosphere of the vibrant celestial sphere, the sight before them left everyone in awe. The ground was blanketed in luminous moss, while the sky was adorned with nebulas flowing with musical notes, and even the air was suffused with a sweet melody. The energy here was remarkably gentle. Su Mu Shui extended her hand, and a wisp of colorful energy entwined around her fingertips, replenishing her previously depleted inner strength. Purer than 100 times that of the spiritual essence from the Sumu continent. Lan Feng, intrigued, plucked a star-shaped flower, which, upon being uprooted, emitted a crisp scale of sound, startling him into hastily returning it to its place. Lan Ling smiled and explained, "This is the sound spirit flower. Each blossom conceals a unique note, and it is said that gathering 1,000 of them can compose a soul-stirring requiem." Changqing activated his chaotic dominator body, attuning himself to the planet's rules. Here, harmony was the foundation of existence, where everything could become music, and even battle might unfold as a concert. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden, urgent drumbeat echoed from a distant valley, causing the ground to tremble. A colossal beast, its body cloaked in crystalline scales, burst forth from the valley, each of its thunderous steps generating a shockwave that wilted the luminous moss in its wake. Detected guardian beast, sound crystal beast. Strength, mid-phase of the realm lord. It guards the star core and perceives outsiders as foes. It appeared that to approach the star core, they must first overcome this guardian. Changqing gripped the annihilation sword tightly, only to have Mirong Shui restrain his wrist. Wait. She listened intently, though its footsteps were hurried. They bore a rhythm that perhaps could be communicated through music. She took out a jade flute and began to play the clearing heart melody from the Sunyu continent. The flute's notes flowed gracefully, akin to a mountain spring, causing the sound crystal beast's movements to gradually slow, the brilliance of its crystalline scales softening considerably. Lin Wanner, deep in thought, lightly trembled her ice soul sword, producing a clear, resonant sound that harmonized with the flute. Su Mu Shui's gentle sword traced ripples on the ground, eliciting a cascade of notes, akin to a soft chant. Lan Ling and Lan Feng tapped their fingertips on the deck of the Star Weaver, creating a lively rhythm. Changqing observed the harmonious cooperation among his companions, a smile gracing his lips as the annihilation sword ceased to exude hostility, instead flowing with interwoven waves of sound. Melding into this impromptu performance, the sound crystal beast came to a complete halt, tilting its head to release a long, drawn-out roar, not one of anger, but a melodic response akin to singing. The crystalline scales upon its body refracted a kaleidoscope of colors, weaving a musical score in the sky, which indicated the location of the star core. The sound crystal beast acknowledges the host, granting a clue to the star core. The star core is hidden within the resonance valley and must be unlocked with harmonious notes of the same origin. It turned out that conflict was unnecessary. Lan Feng breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at his sister. The group followed the sound crystal beast to the resonance valley, where a gate of light composed of sound waves stood tall, inscribed with countless musical notes. Mirong Shui compared the score given by the sound crystal beast and began to play the corresponding melody, causing the gate to slowly open, revealing a pulsating seven-colored crystal, the star core itself. The sound waves emanating from the stellar core surged into the bodies of the gathered individuals, imbuing Changqing's chaotic physique with a hint of melodic resonance. Mirong Shui's ice-based spells could freeze time and space in synchrony with the rhythm, while Lin Wanner's sword intent transformed into sound blades capable of shattering illusions. Su Mig's used gentle sword entwined with the notes to heal injuries, and Lan Ling's mental prowess surged threefold under the nurturing influence of the sound waves. As they departed from the colorful planet, the sound crystal beast emitted a long farewell cry towards the starship, its celestial song reverberating through the cosmos, a melody potent enough to dispel inner demons in times of peril. Their next destination was the Sword Tomb Star, a system resonating with the essence of sword energy as sensed by Lin Wanner. This planet, shrouded in darkness, was adorned with a myriad of ancient swords protruding from its surface. The tallest sword mountain ascended into the clouds, its hilt entwined with chains of stars. Each sword here possessed a spirit. Lin Wanner caressed a rusted ancient sword, and suddenly, the blade illuminated, leaving a scar on her palm as it recognized its master. Changqing gazed upon the highest sword mountain, where a familiar aura emanated, reminiscent of the war god Xing Tian's spear. He soared towards the mountain's peak, discovering a broken sword embedded there, inscribed with the words "Break Illusion." Detected remnants of the ancient sacred sword, Break Illusion. It can merge with Lin Wanner's Ice Soul sword to evolve into a chaotic grade divine weapon. Lin Wanner approached on a beam of sword light and grasped the broken sword. In that instant, the Ice Soul sword erupted in a blaze of white light, merging seamlessly with the broken blade. The newly forged long sword gleamed pure white, adorned with chaotic patterns along its spine, capable of severing space with its tip and condensing sound waves at its hilt, now known as the chaotic grade divine weapon, Break Illusion Ice Soul Sword. Thank you for your gracious gift, esteemed elder. Lin Wanner bowed deeply to the sword mountain, sensing the blessings of countless ancient sword spirits surrounding her. Just then, the sword tomb star trembled violently, and all the ancient swords simultaneously unsheathed, pointing towards the depths of the starry sky. Changqing looked up to witness a warship, 100 times larger than their starship, approaching, its bow adorned with a black flag embroidered with the character for Xing. It was the remnants of the war god Xing Tian's old forces. The communication jade talisman left on the starship suddenly illuminated. They had been searching for someone to inherit the war goddess will, and it seemed they had sensed the aura of the Break Illusion sword. A commanding voice boomed from the warship. Who approaches? Why do you possess the relic of the war god? Changqing gripped the annihilation sword tightly. Exchanging glances with his companions, he understood that the long-standing grievances surrounding the war god Changqing were finally poised for resolution. The starship adjusted its course, heading directly towards the Black Flag warship, heralding an impending confrontation steeped in ancient enmity and the future-'s trajectory, where this time they would no longer be mere passive bystanders, but the masters wielding the sword of destiny. Chapter 46. The Old Forces of Changqing. Settling grievances on the deck of the Black Flag warship stood an elderly man clad in golden armor, wielding a long spear. His presence surpassing even that of the Star Master. He was Changqing, the former vice-general of war god Changqing. Are you the one who inherits the break illusion sword? Changqing's gaze fell upon Lin Wanner before sweeping over Yi Changqing. A chaotic physique? No wonder the break illusion sword recognizes you as its master. Yi Changqing stepped forward. Senior Xing, we cannot fulfill the war god's last wishes. The shadow of chaos cannot be unleashed, otherwise, all realms will suffer. Impudent. Changqing thundered, pointing his spear directly at Yi Changqing. The grand vision of the war god is not something you can meddle with. Had it not been for his feigned weakness back then, the chaos realm would have long been unified across all dimensions. Unified? Mirong Shui scoffed. At the cost of countless beings from various realms? This is not a grand vision, but sheer ambition. Words are futile. With a swift motion, Changqing thrust his spear, unleashing a golden streak of light towards the star shuttle, demanding the surrender of the broken illusion sword and submission to the will of the war god, or face annihilation among the sword tomb stars today. Yi Changqing's gaze sharpened as he met the spear's brilliance with the silent sword. Chaos breakthrough slash. The clash of black and white sword light against the golden spear erupted into a dazzling spectacle of energy ripples across the starry expanse. Changqing staggered back slightly, his eyes widening in astonishment. Your chaos body is even more formidable than the war god prophesied. The soldiers behind him raised their weapons, while beams of light shot from either side of the warship, weaving a net in the air, descending upon the star shuttle. Lin Wanner, break the formation. Yi Changqing called out. Lin Wanner's broken illusion ice soul sword ignited, its tip coalescing into a white beam infused with sound waves, which sliced through the light net, creating an opening. Sonic blade break. Seizing the moment, Mirong Shui urged the star shuttle forward, the vessel darting through the breach like a nimble fish. Maneuvering to the side of the Black Flag warship, Sun Yixu's delicate sword flew forth, ensnaring the warship's power hub, while Lan Ling released a mesmerizing smoke, infiltrating the cabin through the ventilation shafts. Despicable. Changqing bellowed, pursuing them, his spear dancing like pear blossoms, its shadow enveloping the star shuttle. Yi Changqing stood at the bow, the silenced sword clashing with the spear numerous times, each encounter sending violent tremors through the star shuttle. Senior, what do you see here? Lan Feng suddenly lifted a crystal stone, the very one brought from the Void Temple, inscribed with the schemes of Changqing. Upon seeing the contents of the stone tablet, Changqing's movements abruptly faltered, disbelief flooding his eyes. This is impossible, the war god. Yi Changqing seized the opportunity, enveloping Changqing within the chaos domain. Senior, the war god has manipulated you. His so-called unification was merely a ploy to devour the essence of all realms through the shadows of chaos, intending to become the sole sovereign. A stir arose within the cabin, as Lan Ling's enchanting smoke harmed no lies, but revealed to the soldiers the secret correspondence unearthed from the Shadow Pavilion, detailing Changqing's collusion with dark forces. Vice Commander. A young soldier rushed onto the deck, trembling as he held the correspondence. This is evidence brought from the Sunyu continent. The war god truly collaborated with dark forces. Changqing, gazing at the correspondence and then at the stone tablet, felt the radiance of his golden armor dimming. Suddenly, he knelt upon the ground, his spear striking the earth with a dull thud. We have been foolish, blinded for a millennium. Yi Changqing sheathed the silent sword. There is no need for such humility. Senior, to recognize one's faults and amend them is the greatest virtue. Now that the shadows of chaos have been thoroughly sealed, we should guard the peace we have instead of clinging to past ambitions. After a moment of silence, as he raised his head, clarity returned to Changqing's eyes. What you say is true, Alliance Leader Yi. From this day forth, the Black Flag Army is willing to submit to Alliance Leader Yi, awaiting your commands, as a means to atone for past transgressions. Gain the loyalty of the Black Flag Army, unlocking the Chaos Realm military organization privileges. Reward, 500,000 energy points. The Star Shuttle and the Black Flag warship docked side by side at the Sword Tomb Star. Changqing produced a relic of the war god, a jade slip containing records of all secret realms within the Chaos Realm. This is the last remnant left by the war god. which may aid you in your exploration of the Chaos Realm. Changqing took the jade slip, his consciousness probing within, where he discovered a secret realm known as the Sea of Time, said to reveal glimpses of the past and future. Let us explore the Sea of Time, suggested Su Miexu softly. Perhaps we might uncover ways to enhance the prosperity of the Sunyu continent. The others readily agreed. The Black Flag Army left a portion of its soldiers to guard the Sword Tomb Star, while Xingcong personally piloted the Black Flag warship, accompanying Changqing and the others to the Sea of Time. Navigating through a star-studded passage, a shimmering ocean unfolded before them. The water shimmered in an unusual silver-gray hue, with countless luminous orbs floating atop, each reflecting a different scene. Some depicted the future glory of the Sunyu continent, others the potential crises facing the chaotic realm. And yet others were memories from Changqing's past before his journey. Changqing gazed at one of the luminous orbs, where he saw himself in modern attire. Engrossed in research on a substance known as chaotic energy in a laboratory, an unexpected explosion had hurled him into a rift in time and space. Unlocking complete time travel memories, the host was originally an observer of the chaotic realm on Earth, who, due to uncontrolled research on chaotic energy, was sent to the Sunyu continent by the remnant soul of Xingtian. The system is, in fact, a manifestation of the host's own chaotic essence. So I truly hail from the chaotic realm, Changqing mused with a relieved smile. The doubts of his past finally unraveled. Mirong Shui pointed at another luminous orb, exclaiming, "Look, that is what the Sunyu continent will look like a century from now." Within the orb, the Qingyun alliance had become the leader of the righteous path. The populace enjoyed peace and prosperity, and some had even crossed the dimensional gate to the chaotic realm for knowledge exchange. Su Miexu's apothecary had spread throughout the land. Lin Wanner's Sword Academy had cultivated countless powerful warriors, while Mirong Shui's Ice Valley had become a hub for communication between the two realms. The Lamling siblings had established an intelligence network, safeguarding the peace between the realms. This is the future we must protect. Changqing tightened his grip on the hands of those beside him, his eyes gleaming with determination. At the far end of the Sea of Time, a faint dimensional gate leading to Earth flickered into view. Xingcong glanced at the gate, asking, "Leader Yi, shall we open it?" Changqing shook his head, "No need. My past lies there, but my future is here." He turned to face the group. "The chaotic realm is vast, and Earth is not the end. Our journey has only just begun." The Black Flag warship raised a new banner, adorned with an intricate pattern of black and white chaos, embroidered with the word Guardians. The vessel slowly departed the Sea of Time, charting a course toward more distant galaxies. Amidst the starry expanse, Changqing stood at the bow of the ship, flanked by those he cherished most. The sword of extinction hummed softly in its sheath, as if serenading a new legend. Whether it be the peace of the Sunyu continent, the future of the chaotic realm, or the uncharted territories yet to explore, they would face it all together. For true strength has never been the solitary path of an individual, but rather the journey shared hand in hand with companions, traversing the cosmic rivers to safeguard what they hold dear. This is the everlasting tale belonging to Changqing and his comrades. Chapter 47. The Endless Journey and New Guardians. Upon departing the Sea of Time, the Black Flag warship, guided by the Jade Slip, set sail toward a star region known as the Domain of 10,000 Clans. This place was a melting pot of various races from the chaotic realm, housing star spirits akin to humans, the Sylvan tribe capable of transforming into colossal trees, and even the void beasts that feasted upon celestial bodies. It was rumored that the Domain of 10,000 Clans had recently been unsettled. Xingcong pointed to the red dot on the star chart, indicating the alliance between the Shadow Clan and the Bone Clan, which was gradually encroaching upon the territories of smaller clans, prompting many to seek aid. Changqing gazed at the star map. The Shadow Clan? Is it related to the Shadow Pavilion of the Sunyu continent? Indeed, Xingcong nodded. The Shadow Clan is an indigenous race of the Chaos Realm, adept in stealth and soul-devouring. It was the war god Xingtian who once utilized their abilities to infiltrate other realms, with the Shadow Pavilion serving as their branch in the Sunyu continent. As they spoke, their warship had already entered the boundary of the myriad clans. A planet engulfed in raging flames came into view, its surface marred by the scars of battle. A group of shadowy beings with black wings was assaulting a volcanic fortress, where the banner of the Flame Clan fluttered. "It is the main city of the Flame Clan," Xingcong stated solemnly. "The Flame Clan wields the power of starfire, capable of purifying shadow energy, making them the arch-enemies of the Shadow Clan." Changqing leaped from the warship, the chaos body radiating black and white light. "Lin Wanner, lead the frontal assault. Mirong Shui, seal off the Shadow Clan's retreat. Lan Ling, scout the position of their leader. Su Mixu, tend to the wounded of the Flame Clan, Senior Xing. Command the Black Flag Army to hold the flanks. Understood. The breaking illusion eye soul sword cleaved through the air as Lin Wanner's sword intent shone like daylight, tearing apart the Shadow Clan's concealment barrier and exposing dozens of their members to the starfire. Upon contact with the starfire, the Shadow Clan members emitted piercing screams, their bodies dissolving like ink melting away. Mirong Xue's ice magic had reached unprecedented heights within the Chaos realm. With a flick of her finger, the magma surrounding the volcano instantly froze, forming an ice wall that trapped the fleeing Shadow Clan within. Lan Ling's psychic energy spread like an invisible net over the battlefield, swiftly locking onto the location of the Shadow Clan's leader, atop the obsidian tower on the west side of the fortress. Beside him stood a skeletal warlock of the Bone Clan. Changqing surged through the chaotic currents, appearing at the pinnacle of the obsidian tower. The leader of the Shadow Clan was a gaunt elder, whispering with the bone-clad warlock. Upon noticing Changqing, both of them launched their attacks simultaneously. The elder unleashed countless shadowy tendrils while the warlock summoned a legion of skeletal warriors. Seal the Chaos realm. The black and white domain suddenly constricted, annihilating the shadow tendrils and skeletal troops within its confines. Changqing's extinction sword, imbued with world-shattering power, effortlessly shattered the elder's protective shadows, pinning him to the tower's apex. It is time to settle the accounts with the Shadow Pavilion. Fear flickered in the elder's eyes. You are Changqing. He had seen this name in the secret reports of the Shadow Pavilion, known as the Harbinger of Doom that obliterated its branch on the Sunyu continent. It seems you are familiar with me, Changqing replied, shifting the tip of his sword. Why do you assault the Flame Clan? It is the command of the Bone Clan King. The elder trembled in supplication, claiming the king sought to collect starfire to offer to the Lord of Nihility. The Lord of Nihility? Changqing furrowed his brow, as this name had never appeared in any texts. At that moment, the warlock suddenly self-destruct, sending a cloud of black mist fleeing into the depths of the star realm. Changqing attempted to pursue, but was halted by the Flame Clan's leader. Thank you, Alliance Leader Yi, for your timely rescue. The leader, a woman with red hair, cradled a pulsating starfire in her hands, explaining that the black mist was merely a manifestation of the Bone Clan King, rendering pursuit futile. However, the Lord of Nihility likely harbored connections to the void. She handed the spark of flame to Changqing, saying, "This is the primordial flame of the Fire Clan, capable of sensing energies of the same origin. It has just alerted me that the aura of the Lord of Nothingness shares a common source with the Shadow of Chaos. The spark of flame can purify all dark energies. A new mission has been triggered. Investigate the true identity of the Lord of Nothingness and thwart the conspiracy of the Bone Clan and the Shadow Clan." Changqing grasped the spark tightly, its warmth dispelling the gloom within his heart. It seems that the remnants of the Chaos Shadow have not been entirely eradicated. After the crisis of the Fire Clan was averted, the chieftains of various clans came to pay their respects. Upon learning that Changqing had sealed the Shadow of Chaos and dismantled the Shadow Clan's schemes, they held him in great esteem and nominated him as the sovereign of the myriad clans' domain. I am unworthy of such a title, Changqing replied with a smile. But I am willing to establish an alliance with all clans to jointly safeguard the peace of the myriad clans' domain. Should any external threat arise, the Qingyun Alliance and the Black Flag Army shall stand united. The chieftains responded in unison, and they signed the myriad clans' covenant in the capital of the Fire Clan. At the instant the covenant was sealed, a resplendent rainbow bridge appeared in the starry sky, connecting every celestial body within the myriad clans' domain. This was the acknowledgement of the covenant by the laws of the Chaos realm. As night fell, the group sat atop a volcano, gazing at the flowing river of stars. Lan Feng curiously asked, "Brother Yi, where shall we go next?" Changqing looked into the distance. The stronghold of the Bone Clan lies on the dead silent star. We should pay a visit to the Bone Clan King and inquire about the true identity of this Lord of Nothingness. Mirong Xue leaned beside him, softly stating, "No matter where we go, as long as I am with you all, it is enough." Su Mixu smiled gently, distributing the freshly concocted star essence pills to everyone. Lin Wanner polished her broken illusion ice soul sword, its blade glimmering with a cold radiance under the starlight. Lan Ling was sketching a map of dead silent star, her lips curling into a confident smile. Xing Tsang stood nearby, observing it all with a look of contentment in his eyes. The journey ahead may be long and fraught with uncertainty, yet as long as they walk hand in hand, they shall fear nothing. For the essence of guardianship is never to stand alone in battle, but to sow peace and hope in every corner of the universe alongside those most trusted. Chapter 48. The Dead Silent Star. The emergence of nothingness. The dead silent star is a planet shrouded in a grayish-white dust, the air thick with a miasma of decay, and the ground littered with massive skeletons, resembling natural gravestones. The starship and the Black Flag warship docked on a plain. As they set foot on the ground, the bones beneath their feet crunched audibly. The laws here are predicated on death. Changqing activated the Chaos Dominance body, surrounding himself with black and white currents that shielded him from the surrounding death energy, even suppressing the chaos power. Lan Ling released her mental energy to probe ahead, her expression shifting. There is a bone city 100 miles ahead, where the death energy is so dense it is suffocating. There are at least 10,000 skeletal soldiers, along with 3 presences at the level of realm masters. The Bone Clan King must be within the city. Xing Tsang tightened his grip on his spear. In the ancient war between gods and demons, the Bone Clan King had been the vanguard for the war god of Xingtian. But they had parted ways due to differing ideologies, and it was surprising that he had fallen to ally with the Shadow Clan. The group cautiously traversed the Bone Forest. The closer they drew to Bone City, the larger the surrounding bones became, with the tallest leg bone being thicker than the starship itself, and the bone walls etched with twisted runes emanating an ominous red glow. These runes were absorbing the death energy. You pointed at the runes, which transformed the deathly energy of the dead silent star into vitality, nourishing the Bone City. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the scattered bones rose, assembling into soldiers wielding bone blades, closing in on the group. Though these skeletal warriors were of low strength, they emerged in an endless stream, as if they could not be vanquished. Lin Wanner, break the formation, Changqing shouted, realizing that these soldiers were controlled by the runes. Destroy the runes on the bone wall. The breaking illusion ice soul sword gleamed with a white light as Lin Wanner leapt into the air, her sword light streaking like a meteor towards the nearest massive bone. With a resounding clang, the runes on the bone wall shattered under her sword's might, causing the surrounding skeletal soldiers to collapse instantly into bone fragments. Effective. Mirong Suiyu flicked her fingers, and ice spikes rained down upon the bone wall, freezing the runes one by one. Yixu's delicate sword entwined the remaining skeletal soldiers, deftly dislocating their joints with a light tap of its tip. Changqing fought alongside Xing Tsang, their synergy between the silent extinction sword and the spear wreaking havoc among the bones. Lan Ling, accompanied by Lan Feng, darted through the formation, using mesmerizing smoke to disrupt the operation of the runes, creating opportunities for the others. Half an hour later, the last rune was shattered, and the bone forest returned to silence. Panting, the group turned to see the gates of the Bone City slowly opening, revealing a figure clad in dragon bone armor, wielding a bone staff, the Bone Clan King. His aura surpassed even that of Xing Tsang, reaching the peak of the Realm Lord stage, shrouded in dark death energy that bore a faint resemblance to the aura of the Chaos Shadow. Changqing. The Bone Clan King's voice rasped like 2 bones scraping against each other. The inheritor of the Chaos Overlord physique indeed possesses some skill. Who is the master of nothingness? Changqing asked directly. You conspire with the Shadow Clan, collecting starfire. What is your true intention? The Bone Clan King cackled ominously. When you meet him, you will naturally understand. But before that, I must seize your Chaos Overlord physique. It is the finest vessel for resurrecting the master. He waved his bone staff, and the walls of the Bone City suddenly cracked open, unleashing countless bone spikes that shot forth like venomous serpents. Simultaneously, 2 figures emerged from within the city, an elder of the Shadow Clan and a Bone Clan necromancer, both at the mid-realm lord level. Senior Xing, intercept the necromancer. Changqing commanded. Mirong Shui, hold back the Shadow Elder. Leave it to us. Xing Tsang thrust his spear forward to confront the necromancer. Golden spear light clashing against the necromancer's white bone staff, sending bone shards flying. Mirong Shui's ice magic ensnared the Shadow Elder in an ice prison, entwined with starfire, a token gifted by the Flame Clan leader, specifically designed to counter shadow energy. The battle between Changqing and the Bone Clan King raged fiercest. The Bone Clan King's staff could manipulate death energy, each strike carrying the power to corrode the soul. Although Changqing's Chaos Overlord physique could purify the death energy, he still felt waves of discomfort. Chaos 10,000 swords returned to origin. The silent extinction sword transformed into myriad sword shadows, slashing towards the Bone Clan King. Unflinching, the Bone Clan King unleashed a black light from his dragon bone armor, and the sword shadows merely left shallow white marks upon it. Useless. The Bone Clan King pointed his staff at the ground, and a colossal hand, assembled from countless bones, abruptly grasped Changqing's ankle, dragging him towards the earth. Changqing. Senior brother. Yixu exclaimed in alarm, her delicate sword flying out in an attempt to save him. only to be severed by the corrosive death energy. In the depths of the earth, Changqing found himself surrounded by a thick, oppressive atmosphere, the radiance of the chaos dominance gradually dimming. At that moment, the spark of starlight in his embrace suddenly flared to life, its warm glow dispelling the suffocating darkness. Simultaneously, a system notification resonated in his mind. The spark of starlight resonates with the chaos dominance, allowing for the fusion of purifying power. Purification. A surge of inspiration coursed through Changqing as golden light began to weave into the black and white patterns of the chaos dominance. As the deathly aura encountered the golden illumination, it melted away like snow under the sun. With a fierce determination, he broke free from the giant hand. The desolation sword radiating with hues of gold, white, and black, soaring from the depths to strike at the Bone Clan King. Caught off guard by Changqing's sudden liberation, the Bone Clan King was struck head-on by the blade's light, shattering his dragonbone armor and exposing a charred wound on his chest. Impossible. Fear flickered in his eyes. How could you possess purifying power? For you safeguard the darkness, while I am the protector of the light. Changqing landed before him. The desolation sword pressed against his throat, demanding, "Who is the Lord of the Void?" The Bone Clan King glanced at his comrades engaged in battle in the distance, then back at the unwavering resolve reflected in Changqing's eyes. A grim smile escaped him. The Master is the very essence of the Chaos Shadow. What you have sealed is merely his avatar. The true one lies deep within the chasms of the void, awaiting the day of his resurrection. No sooner had he uttered these words than he self-destruct, scattering countless bone fragments towards the Bone City. A crimson light ignited at the altar in the city's center, and a pitch-black rift slowly opened, emanating a chilling aura. Detected the essence of the Chaos Shadow. The seal of the void is weakening. Changqing's heart sank. It appeared that the true crisis was only just beginning. He turned to the others. We must journey to the deepest recesses of the void and eradicate the Chaos Shadow once and for all. Xingtsong tightened his grip on the spear. The Black Flag Army is willing to follow leader Yi. Mirong Shui, Su Mu Shui, Lin Wanner, Lan Ling, and Lan Feng nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with resolute determination. The Star Shuttle and Black Flag warships surged towards the rift, leading to an even darker abyss of the void. There, the essence of the Chaos Shadow awaited them, and an ultimate battle concerning the survival of all realms was on the verge of commencing. This time, they were not merely armed with power, but with the hopes of myriad races and the brilliance of starlight. Chapter 49. The Depths of the Void. The clash of origins crossing through the obsidian rift. The scene before them was more terrifying than any previous encounter within the void. The sky was a frozen shade of dark purple, the ground composed of shattered remnants of realms, and the air was thick with countless twisted souls. In the distance loomed a massive black heart, its every beat causing the entire space to tremble. Detected the core of the Chaos Shadow's essence. Power level, peak realm master. Surrounding souls are remnants of beings consumed from various realms. Is that the true form of the Chaos Shadow? Lan Feng gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. The surface of the black heart was laced with vein-like structures, continuously siphoning energy from the surrounding souls, each consumption making its pulsation stronger. Changqing gripped the desolation sword tightly, the spark of starlight igniting in his palm. It is not yet fully awakened. Now is the opportune moment. He turned to Xingtsong. The Black Flag Army will contain those remnants of souls. Do not allow them to approach the core. Understood. With a commanding shout from Xingtsong, the Black Flag warships unleashed a barrage of golden beams, which coalesced into a net that temporarily ensnared the encroaching remnants of souls. The soldiers, brandishing their long spears, formed a defensive line at the periphery of the net, their blades shimmering as they tirelessly purified the approaching phantoms. Changqing, accompanied by Mirong Shui and the others, surged toward the obsidian heart. As they neared within 100 meters, the heart suddenly expelled countless black tendrils that twisted in the air like grotesque appendages, advancing with an insatiable hunger. Frost of Eternity, Mirong Shui chanted, her hands weaving a seal that summoned an ice wall, only for it to be pierced instantaneously by the black tendrils. Her complexion paled. The corrosive power of these tendrils was 100 times more potent than the deathly aura of the Bone Clan's king. Use Starfire, Changqing commanded, channeling 4 streams of starfire from his palm into the weapons of his companions. Mirong Shui's jade sword radiated with golden light, severing the black tendrils with ease. Lin Wanner's frost-shattering sword sliced through them as though they were mere tofu. Su Myeg's soft sword entwined with starfire, creating a protective net in front of them, while Lan Ling's dagger struck precisely at the joints of the tendrils, rendering them motionless. The 5 worked in perfect harmony, swiftly breaching the tendril's defenses and arriving beneath the obsidian heart. Suddenly, the surface of the heart split open to reveal countless eyes, each reflecting the deepest fears of the group. Changqing beheld the devastation of the Suanmu continent. Mirong Shui witnessed the Ice Valley reduced to ashes. Lin Wanner envisioned the severance of the Celestial Sword Sect's legacy. Su Mixu heard the wails of innocent civilians, and Lan Ling saw her brother, Lan Feng, lying in a pool of blood. Do not be deceived. Changqing bellowed, the chaotic body erupting in brilliant light, tearing through the illusions. These were mere mental assaults. Guard your minds with starfire. The group gritted their teeth as the starfire ignited at their foreheads, and the phantoms receded like a receding tide. The obsidian heart emitted a furious roar, its eyes ablaze with crimson light, converging into a colossal beam directed at the five. Seal the chaotic domain. Ice shatter. Star entwined soft sword. Shadow soul piercing. Jade sword of ice. In unison, they unleashed their attacks. The chaotic domain. The icy radiance of the frost-shattering sword. The soft sword's starry web, the shadowy dagger. And the fusion of ice magic with starfire power formed a resplendent shield of 5 colors that withstood the oncoming crimson beam. Now, Changqing's eyes gleamed with determination as he channeled all his strength from the chaotic body and starfire into the desolation sword, executing the chaotic purification slash. This strike embodied the entirety of his power. The tricolor sword light of gold, white, and black pierced through the obsidian heart like the dawn breaking through darkness. The heart let out a piercing scream, its eyes shattering, dark blood gushing forth and eroding the ground into deep pits. Yet it did not perish, rather, it exuded an even more terrifying aura, forcibly devouring countless soul remnants as it began to swell ominously, clearly preparing for a final desperate act. It intended to self-destruct. Xing Tsang's voice echoed from afar, the Black Flag Army's defenses wavering. Ye Alliance leader, quickly vacate that position. Changqing gazed at the swelling heart, and then back at his companions, a sudden smile breaking across his face. You wish to self-destruct? Not so easily. He soared toward the apex of the heart, channeling the chaotic body to its utmost limit, pressing his hands against the heart's surface, invoking the chaotic seal. Black and white patterns spread from his palms, entwining the heart like chains, forcefully suppressing its expansion. The power of the starfire permeated through the intricate patterns, continuously purifying the essence of the heart. Brother Changqing, Su Mixu and the others surged forward simultaneously, infusing their individual strengths into Changqing's body. We are here to assist you. As the quintet's forces converged, the brilliance of the chaotic seal intensified. The struggles of the black heart waned, ultimately transforming into specks of starlight with a reluctant roar, purified by the starfire. Successfully annihilated the essence of the chaotic shadow. All crises across the realms have been resolved. Reward. Chaotic Titan body fully transcended. Realm Lord authority elevated to the supreme level, unlocking the ability to create realms. Changqing felt a surge of warm power within him, the intricate patterns of the chaotic Titan body morphing into a resplendent river of stars. He could distinctly sense the pulsations of all the realms. The surrounding void began to collapse, revealing a magnificent starry sky beyond. The Black Flag Army and the surviving cultivators from myriad races erupted in jubilant cheers, as bursts of colorful fireworks lit up the starry expanse, celebratory signals released by various factions. Changqing descended beside the crowd, gazing at the smiles on Mirong Shui and the others' faces, his heart filled with tranquility. Lan Feng rushed over, embracing Lan Ling tightly. Sister, we have triumphed. Xing Tsang stepped forward, bowing deeply to Changqing. Leader Yi, no, Lord Yi, you have saved all the realms. Changqing helped him up, smiling as he replied, it is not just my doing. It is the collective effort of us all. Chapter 50, A New Beginning, Guardians of Eternity 3 years later. On the Suanmu continent, within the Qingyun Alliance, a gateway connecting to the chaotic realm remained perpetually open, facilitating frequent exchanges between cultivators of both realms, sharing techniques and resources. Su Mixu's medicinal chambers flourished across both realms, her star essence pills enabling ordinary individuals to embark on their cultivation journeys. Lin Wanner's Sword Path Academy nurtured countless sword cultivators, and her broken illusion eye soul sword became a beacon of faith for sword practitioners. Mirong Shui's Ice Valley turned into a hub for inter-realm exchanges, with her ice-based spells bringing nourishing rains to parched lands. And the intelligence network established by the Lan siblings ensured that no secrets remained between the realms, and war was a thing of the past. Changqing stood atop the peak of the Qingyun Alliance, flanked by Xing Tsang and the leaders of various races. They were deliberating the charter for the Realm Alliance. preparing to propagate the ideals of peace across more unknown realms. Lord Yi, we have received news from the newly discovered spirit plant realm. They wish to join the alliance. A leader of the forest tribe presented a jade slip. Yi Changqing accepted the slip, his consciousness sweeping over it, and smiled as he nodded. Excellent. Have the Black Flag Army dispatch a small team to escort their envoy here. Xing Tsang added, the seal of the void has been reinforced. With 10 tribes taking turns to guard it, there will be no more breaches by malevolent forces. As the sun descended, Mirong Shui and the others ascended the peak, carrying a food box. Sumyigs cheerfully opened the box, saying, after a long day, let us have a bite to eat. The group gathered together, gazing at the myriad lights flickering in the valley below, their hearts brimming with serenity. Lan Feng had grown into a young man, earnestly seeking advice on cultivation from the leaders of various races, his eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. Where shall we go next? Mirong Shui leaned against Yi Changqing's shoulder, softly inquiring. Yi Changqing gazed up at the starry sky. I have heard tales of wondrous flowers in the spirit plant realm that grant eternal youth. Shall we go see? Lin Wanner polished her broken illusion eye soul sword. I also wish to visit the legendary sword god star. It is said to hold the ultimate inheritance for sword cultivators. Sumyigs smiled gently. The medicinal materials from the spirit plant realm are perfectly suited for concocting new elixirs. Lan Ling produced a newly drawn star chart. I have discovered that at the end of the sea of time lies a city of memories, where one can relive their most cherished recollections. Shall we go and explore it? Yi Changqing grasped their hands, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Yes, let us embark together. Beneath the starry sky, the portals slowly opened, and a new starship docked atop the mountain, its bow inscribed with the word Guardian. Yi Changqing led the group aboard the starship, while Xing Tsang and the chieftains of various clans waved farewell from the shore. The starship ascended gracefully, soaring towards the mysterious expanse of the cosmos. The light trail from its rear etched a beautiful arc across the night sky, reminiscent of their journey, fraught with challenges yet brimming with hope. Perhaps the future held new realms awaiting exploration and fresh crises to confront. But as long as they journeyed hand in hand, the flame of guardianship within their hearts would never extinguish. This was not the end, but rather an eternal new beginning that belonged to them. As the starship ventured into the mists at the sea of time's edge, a crystalline city gradually materialized. Its walls were formed from shards of memory, and as they traversed the streets, countless indistinct figures could be seen, fragments of the most precious memories of various beings. Is this the city of memories? Lan Feng reached out to touch a shimmering figure, and instantly, the image of his sister secretly handing him half a bun in the dungeons of the Sinew continent surfaced, causing his eyes to brim with warmth. Lan Ling patted his shoulder, her fingertips brushing against another luminescent figure, revealing the moment when Yi Changqing bestowed upon her the Void Escape talisman in the frozen snowfields. She softly remarked, "So it was then that you had faith in me." Yi Changqing smiled, his gaze resting upon a crystalline tower at the city's heart. The tower's apex radiated a gentle glow, and within, a familiar silhouette floated, none other than the remnant soul of the war god, Xing Tian. How could he be here? Lin Wanner tightened her grip on the broken illusion ice blade, the sword trembling slightly under the nourishment of memory energy. As they entered the crystalline tower, Xing Tian's remnant soul slowly turned, his once dominant aura diminished to a state of tranquility. I have been trapped in the city of memories for a century, observing these recollections daily, only to realize the extent of my grievous errors. He pointed to a figure, depicting the moment during the war of gods and demons when he watched his subordinates being devoured by the chaotic shadow without intervening. I always believed that great achievers overlook trivialities, forgetting the essence of guardianship. Yi Changqing inquired, "What do you wish to achieve?" Though the chaotic shadow has been vanquished, ambitious individuals in the universe will inevitably repeat the past. The remnant soul of Xing Tian transformed into a golden light, merging into Yi Changqing's being. This is my final power, enabling you to sense the crises across all realms. It serves as atonement for my past transgressions. Acquired the power of Xing Tian's remnant soul, unlocking the ability to foresee realm crises. Upon leaving the city of memories, a new shimmering figure appeared on the deck of the starship, depicting the scene of their comrades fighting side by side on the Silent Star. Lan Feng smiled and said, "When we grow old, we shall store these memories in the city of memories, allowing future generations to understand the preciousness of peace." Chapter 51. The Fall of the Sword God Star. A legacy reborn. The Sword God Star is a white dwarf floating amidst the nebula, the entire planet serving as a colossal tomb for swords. Unlike the Sword Tomb Star, the ancient swords here emanate a divine aura, with the tallest sword peak piercing the nebula, inscribed with the words Sword God upon its hilt. Legend has it that before the Sword God attained enlightenment, he imbued the essence of his lifetime into this sword peak. As Lin Wanner approached the base of the sword peak, the purity ice blade suddenly slipped from her grasp. Hovering before the peak, its chaotic patterns resonating with the runes upon the sword peak. An ancient sigh echoed through the starry sky as the sword peak suddenly split open, revealing a golden ancient sword, its blade adorned with celestial maps. Indeed, the sword god's treasured weapon, the celestial sword. The celestial sword intertwined with the purity ice blade in the air, ultimately merging into a singular divine sword embodying the powers of ice, sound, and chaos. The moment Lin Wanner grasped the newly forged sword, an influx of swordsmanship insights flooded her mind, her aura surging to the late stage of the Realm Master. The true essence of the sword lies not in destruction, but in protection. The voice of the sword god resonated within her mind, entrusting this sword to her. Just then, the sword god star trembled violently. Signs of energy surging from its core became apparent. Changqing activated his realm domain's warning capabilities. His expression shifting, the lifespan of the sword god star is at its end. It is on the verge of collapse. The group hurriedly boarded the starship, witnessing the sword god star transform into a brilliant cascade of light in the cosmos. This cascade fell upon the starship, merging with each individual's weapon. Mirong Shue's jade sword could harness the power of the nebula. Su Mixu's gentle sword could heal the wounds of the realm. Lan Ling's short dagger could traverse the seams of memory, and Yi Changqing's oblivion sword acquired the ability to pierce through illusions, granted by the celestial sword. As the old legacy came to a close, a new legend was beginning to unfold. The communication jade talisman of Xing Tsang illuminated, indicating that the spirit plant realm was facing a spatial storm and required assistance. Yi Changqing steered the starship, its radiant trail stretching behind, onward. The spirit plant realm is a world composed of colossal trees, its sky cloaked in dense foliage, while the ground flows with nourishing spiritual liquid for the plants. Yet at this moment, countless giant trees were torn asunder by the spatial storm, their spiritual liquid transforming into a toxic purple mist. And the once docile spirit plants became frenzied, attacking all living beings. The spatial storm heralds the collision of realms. Yi Changqing observed the ever-expanding fissures in the sky. If this continued, the spirit plant realm would be engulfed by the void. The tree spirit of the realm, a woman with hair like leaves, weakly proclaimed, "The core life tree of our world is withering, unable to stabilize the space." Su Mixu crushed a star essence pill and mixed it into the spiritual liquid. This will temporarily stabilize its vitality, yet it requires a more potent energy. Yi Changqing turned to Mirong Shui. Utilize the power of freezing to mitigate the spatial rift. Lin Wanner, wield the divine sword to sever the core of the storm. Lan Ling, guide the spirit plants to converge upon the life tree. I shall inject chaotic energy. Each person diligently fulfilled their role. The frigid air from the freezing power temporarily halted the spatial rift. The divine sword's radiance cleaved through the storm's core, and under Lan Ling's guidance, the spirit plants encircled the life tree as Yi Changqing continuously infused the tree's core with chaotic power. When the last vestige of chaotic energy merged, the life tree erupted in a verdant glow, its roots extending to the fissures, stitching them together like a bandage. The toxins within the spiritual liquid were purified. The frenzied spirit plants regained their docility, and the sky returned to clarity. The tree spirit bowed deeply to the group. Thank you for saving us. The spirit plant realm wishes to join the alliance through a covenant of symbiosis. Our tree of life possesses the power to purify all realms. As the star shuttle departed from the spirit plant realm, a verdant sapling adorned the ship's side, a seed gifted by the tree of life, capable of thriving in any environment. Chapter 52. The Alliance of Realms. Witnessed by the stars a decade later, the Alliance of Realms had embraced over 100 domains. Under the endorsement of various races, Yi Changqing ascended to the esteemed position of supreme leader of the alliance. The grand ceremony took place in the newly established Central Realm, a world crafted by Yi Changqing's domain creation abilities. At its heart stood a stone tablet inscribed with the runes of all realms, crowned by the chaotic core, which emanated a gentle radiance, upholding the balance among all domains. During the ceremony, Mirong Shui proclaimed the alliance's charter, her voice resonating throughout the myriad realms. All members of the alliance shall watch over one another, forbidding the oppression of the weak by the strong. We shall share cultivation resources and unite against external crises. Lin Wanner, wielding the bewildering ice blade fused with the starry sword, bestowed alliance tokens upon the newly arrived envoys from various realms. Su Mixu, accompanied by disciples from the pharmacy pavilion, concocted longevity elixirs for the elders of diverse races. The Lan siblings meticulously organized newly discovered realm data, planning their next exploration route. Changqing stood before the stone tablet, gazing at the gathered beings below, each differing in skin color and form, yet all united in their yearning for peace. Channeling the chaotic dominance, he intertwined his essence with the stone tablet, his voice resonating like the stars. Today, with the stars as our witness and chaos as our oath, the Alliance of Realms shall never forsake the name of protection. The myriad realms echoed back, their voices resounding through the cosmos. After the ceremony, everyone gathered on the starlit terrace of the central realm, gazing at the chaotic core atop the stone tablet. Lan Feng, now a capable young man, cheerfully asked, "Brother Yi, where shall we explore next?" Changqing looked toward the unknown starry expanse, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. The universe is vast. There are always new tales awaiting us. Mirong Shui leaned beside him, tracing the star map with her fingertips. I have heard that the dream realm's inhabitants can foresee the future in their dreams. Shall we investigate? Lin Wanner's divine sword chimed softly, pointing toward a more distant galaxy. There lies a presence of swords, older than the sword god star. Yu smiled gently. The spirit plants of the dream realm may possess the ability to refine tranquilizing elixirs. Lan Ling unfurled a newly drawn star map. I have discovered that at the end of the time sea, there exists a star that can connect us to the past. Changqing clasped their hands, as the star shuttle gradually began to hum to life. The words Guardian shone brightly at the bow, illuminated by the starlight. Let us embark, he declared. The star shuttle sailed toward the uncharted starry realms, weaving a tapestry of trails in the night sky, uniting the myriad worlds. Perhaps the future may still hold storms, but as long as they journeyed together, this ocean of stars would forever remain a realm of protection and the prologue to a legend. The star shuttle entered a starry domain shrouded in a delicate lavender mist, where the stars emitted a hazy glow, and even the flow of time seemed to slow. Upon emerging from the mist, a wave of drowsiness washed over the crowd. As blurred visions danced before their eyes, Changqing found himself seated before the monument of the central realm, surrounded by companions whose temples were frosted with age. In Mirong Shui's vision, the ice lotus of the cold ice valley bloomed throughout the entire galaxy. Beneath Lin Wanner's sword, countless fledgling sword cultivators were practicing her techniques. Is this the realm of dreams? Lan Feng rubbed his eyes, the previous illusions so vivid that he could scarcely discern dream from reality. A woman clad in ethereal garments, adorned with butterfly wings, emerged from the fog. She was the guardian of the realm of dreams, Huan Dai. Welcome to the realm of dreams. Her voice whispered like a gentle breeze. Here, all is a projection of thoughts. Benevolence manifests as a paradise, while malevolence transforms into a purgatory. Huan Dai guided them to a floating crystal palace, its walls alive with countless scenes depicting futures from various realms. One particular image tightened Changqing's heart. In it, the monument of the central realm cracked, the light of the chaotic source core dimmed, and countless unfamiliar shadows surged forth from the fissure. This. Changqing pointed at the image, his tone grave. Huan Dai sighed. This is the shadow of the future, a potential crisis. Those shadows hail from the outer abyss, a realm more forbidden than the void. Its beings feed on the essence of realms, and should they breach the barrier of the chaotic source core, all realms shall suffer. Yu's gaze fell upon another image, where she knelt before a withered tree of life, the spirit of the tree barely flickering. What has happened to the tree of life? She inquired urgently. The future is not predetermined. Huan Dai waved her sleeve, causing the withered tree of life in the vision to sprout new buds. Thoughts can be transformed, and the future can be altered. What you see is the unaltered trajectory. Lin Wanner tightened her grip on her divine sword. So, as long as we prepare in advance, we can avert these crises? Precisely. Huan Dai produced a glowing butterfly wing. This is the covenant of dreams, enabling you to sense each other's intentions in times of peril. Only through unity can you overcome adversity. As they departed the realm of dreams, each person's brow bore a faint purple butterfly-shaped mark. On the deck of the star shuttle, Changqing examined the star map in his hands, marking the outer abyss as a high alert zone. It seems we must expedite the defensive measures of the central realm. Mirong Shui conjured an ice lotus at her fingertips, which transformed into a crystalline pattern, merging with the body of the star shuttle. I have improved the defensive formation of the cold ice valley. It can encompass the entire central realm. Lin Wanner drove her divine sword into the ship's side, its runes resonating with the star shuttle. My sword intent can act as a barrier, temporarily blocking the incursions of beings from beyond. Yu retrieved a seed from her medicinal box, the sapling of the tree of life gifted by the spirit plant realm. I shall ensure it takes root in the central realm. Its roots will nourish the chaotic source core. Lan Ling unfurled a new intelligence scroll. I have instructed the information network to gather all data regarding the outer abyss. I believe clues will soon emerge. At the bow of the ship, Lan Feng gazed at the receding realm of dreams, gripping the short dagger at his waist, a protective weapon forged for him by Lan Ling brother Yi. Regardless of the dangers that lie ahead, I shall no longer be a hindrance. Yi Changqing gently patted his shoulder, his eyes gleaming with reassurance. We have never fought alone. The starship altered its course, soaring towards the central realm. The dreamscape shrouded in mist gradually faded away, and upon the walls of the Crystal Palace, the ominous depiction of the future subtly transformed. Before the fissure, Yi Changqing and his companions stood shoulder to shoulder, illuminated by the brilliance of the united armies of all realms, steadfastly keeping the shadows at bay. Chapter 53, The Realms Stir. The upper realm calls on the journey back to the central realm. Yi Changqing felt an unusual disturbance within his chaotic power. Initially, he attributed it to the normal fluctuations following the fusion with the remnants of Xing Tian's soul. However, during one instance of channeling the Chaos Sutra, the core of chaos in his Danshan rippled with unexpected waves, and a faint fissure manifested in his previously complete pinnacle realm of dominion. What is happening? Mirong Shui sensed his anomaly and reached for his wrist, only to be repelled by a gentle yet formidable force. Surprise flickered in her eyes. Is your aura breaking through? Yi Changqing shook his head, gathering a wisp of chaotic energy at his fingertips. The swirling current in the air coalesced into a slender beam of light, ascending towards the heavens. It is not a breakthrough. Rather, it feels as though it is being drawn by some external force. This sensation intensified, especially in the stillness of the night, when he could always hear a vague calling, a voice that belonged to no known realm, imbued with an authority transcending the rules of chaos. At times, he glimpsed a fleeting golden staircase in the starry sky, and at others, he touched the ancient runes engraved upon the celestial gates in his dreams. Is this the call of the upper realm? Upon discovering this, Xing Tsang consulted the ancient texts cherished by the Black Flag Army. These texts chronicled that once, the war god Xing Tian had sensed a similar calling. But he had been preoccupied with mastering the shadows of chaos, ultimately missing his opportunity. Suddenly, Lin Wanner's divine sword trembled, and ancient characters shimmered upon its blade. The path to immortality opens, calamity ignites, the breaker of realms shall see the truth. The path to immortality? Calamity? Sumyigs softly recited these words. Could it be that beyond this realm, higher worlds truly exist? Blue Spirit's intelligence network swiftly relayed news. At the pinnacle of the tree of life in the spirit plant realm, vibrant rays of multicolored light had recently converged. The tree spirit proclaimed that it was an omen of the immortal calamity, and only those beings capable of breaking the shackles of the realms could invoke such a trial. Yi Changqing stood before the monument in the central realm, feeling the increasingly restless chaotic power within him, alongside the increasingly distinct call from the upper realm. He glanced at his companions, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes, yet tempered by a yearning for the unknown. It seems I must venture forth. We shall accompany you. Mirong Shui tightened her grip on his hand, the butterfly-shaped mark on her brow glowing. The Dream Pact allows us to connect our thoughts, even across the realms. We can sense each other's safety. Lin Wanner's divine sword pointed towards the sky. If the upper realm possesses greater power, I shall seek it out and return to protect more realms. Sumyigs, Blue Spirit, and Blue Wind all nodded in agreement, their eyes resolute. 3 days later, the skies above the central realm roiled with gathering storms, purple lightning darting like dragons, as golden flames ignited within the clouds heralding the immortal calamity. Yi Changqing stood atop the monument, his chaotic body operating at its zenith, the black and white patterns resonating with the calamity clouds in the starry expanse. Mirong Shui infused the essence of the Ice Valley into his being, while Lin Wanner's sword intent formed a protective shield around him. Sumyigs' spiritual medicine flowed into his meridians, and the Blue Spirit siblings activated all defensive formations of the central realm to shield him from the residual force of the calamity thunder. A thunderous roar echoed as the first bolt of calamity lightning struck, its golden radiance imbued with the dual forces of annihilation and rebirth. Yi Changqing stood steadfast, allowing the lightning to pierce through his body, refining the chaotic power within the luminous surge into an even purer form. As the second bolt of calamity fire descended, flames infused with the rules of the higher realm scorched his flesh, yet simultaneously elevated his soul. After enduring 9 bolts of calamity lightning, the sky tore open, revealing a golden rift from which cascaded numerous soft rays of light, enveloping Yi Changqing's form. He turned to glance at his companions below and waved fervently. "Wait for my return." Mirong Shui and the others watched as his figure was drawn into the rift by the luminous tendrils, their eyes glistening with tears yet adorned with proud smiles. Lan Feng clenched his fist. Brother Yi will undoubtedly become a stronger being. The rift slowly closed, the residual power of the calamity dissipating, and the sky of the central realm returned to clarity. However, all understood that this was not the conclusion. Where Yi Changqing had vanished, a faint chaotic imprint lingered, akin to a promise, a prologue to a legendary tale poised to unfold in a higher world. On the other side of that golden rift, a vast new realm gradually unfurled. There, celestial beings soared through the skies, divine beasts stirred the oceans, intricate power struggles ensued, and the rules of the immortal path awaited Yi Changqing, who had yet to encounter them. Standing atop a mist-shrouded peak, he inhaled the ethereal essence that permeated the air, 100-fold richer than that of the chaotic realm, and gripped the desolation sword tightly. The butterfly-shaped mark upon his forehead quivered gently, resonating with the encouragement and concern of his companions. He raised his gaze toward the distant celestial palace concealed within the clouds, a smile gracing his lips. "Higher realm, I have arrived. A new journey begins." Chapter 54. Arrival in the Higher Realm. The domain of ants. The instant Yi Changqing traversed the golden rift, he felt the chaotic power within him seized by an unseen hand, abruptly stifling the once fluid energy of the realm. He fell heavily onto a plaza paved with azure stone slabs, and, upon raising his head, beheld countless figures clad in feathered garments, soaring on flying swords amidst the clouds. Their aura was astonishingly more potent than that of the peak realm lords of the chaotic domain. Is this the higher realm? Struggling to his feet, Yi Changqing attempted to activate his chaotic body, only to find his chaotic core suppressed by an unfamiliar rule, allowing him to barely muster a fraction of his strength. At the edge of the plaza stood a colossal white jade stele, etched with an array of names, each followed by terms such as initial concentration or late gathering. Leaning closer, Yi Changqing noticed that even the most recently ascended individuals bore names indicating a minimum of initial concentration, while the inscriptions in the stele's corner revealed that these individuals hailed from the immortal cultivation realm. "Hey, newcomer, measure your realm." A gray-cloaked cultivator wielding a spirit measuring stone called out impatiently, his gaze rife with disdain. Yi Changqing placed his hand upon the measuring stone, which emitted a faint white glow, revealing 3 words: initial awakening. Laughter erupted around him. Initial awakening? Is this the lowest ascendant in 100,000 years? Observing the aura enveloping him, it bore no resemblance to the ethereal power of the celestial realm, but rather resembled the raw force of martial prowess from the lower realms. The martial world? It is said that 100,000 years ago, there were indeed ascendants of martial arts. Yet they were promptly devoured by demonic beasts upon reaching the higher realm. The gray-clad cultivator scoffed, tossing him a black token. "Go dwell in the mundane district, and do not obstruct the celestial square. Remember, without the prowess of the spirit-gathering realm, you lack even the qualifications to enter the inner city." Yi Changqing grasped the token tightly, his knuckles turning white. The Chaos Dominator, capable of sweeping through legions in the Chaos realm, found himself unable to even reach the pinnacle of the opening spirit realm here. He cast his gaze upon his hands. The chaotic patterns on the desolation soared dim and lifeless, evidently suppressed by the higher realm's rules. Following the guidance inscribed on the token, he traversed through layers of shimmering barriers, arriving at the so-called mundane district. This place was starkly different from the ethereal aura of the square. The lowly wooden houses were askew, and the cultivators on the streets exuded a languid essence, the strongest among them merely at the initial stage of qi gathering. Upon noticing Yi Changqing's token of the initial stage of opening spirit, they regarded him with a hint of sympathy. "Newcomer?" An elderly herbalist tending a stall glanced up at him. "From which realm do you hail?" "The Chaos realm, practicing martial arts," Yi Changqing replied solemnly. The elder's hand froze mid-motion, scrutinizing him for a moment. "The martial world? You are the first in 100,000 years. No wonder you are merely at the opening spirit realm." Ascendants from the cultivation world possess innate celestial foundations, drawing upon the higher realm's spiritual energy upon arrival, immediately advancing into the spirit-gathering realm, whereas martial practitioners cultivate their physical bodies and internal energy, inherently repulsed by the celestial rules. It is a miracle if you can preserve your life. Only then did Yi Changqing comprehend the reason behind his current predicament. Martial arts and celestial cultivation were fundamentally divergent paths. The spiritual energy of the higher realm, known as celestial energy, required a spiritual root for guidance, while his chaos dominator, although capable of absorbing energy, lacked the understanding to transform celestial energy. Thus, martial practitioners are confined to the mundane district. The elder side, a few years ago, there was a martial prodigy who forcibly shattered the barrier of the inner city with sheer physical strength, only to have his skull crushed by a celestial transformation realm cultivator as soon as he entered. This is a world of celestial cultivation. Martial arts are of little significance here. Changqing fell into contemplative silence, retreating to a secluded corner to meditate on the chaotic energy within him. He endeavored to activate the Chaos Heart Sutra, yet found his efforts thwarted at every turn by the celestial rules. The once voracious chaotic energy struggled to digest the celestial energy of the higher realm. At that moment, 3 elegantly attired cultivators entered the mundane district, the leader exuding the aura of the late spirit-gathering realm. His gaze swept across the street, finally landing on Changqing. "Is that him? The new martial ant?" A sycophantic companion chimed in. "Brother Zhao, it is indeed him, at the initial stage of opening spirit, unable to even enter the inner city. I have heard that martial practitioners possess formidable physiques, perfect for feeding your spirit-devouring insects." The Zhao cultivator approached with a sinister grin, delivering a kick aimed at Changqing's chest. "Kid, be wise and come with us, or you shall experience the agony of celestial fire refining your body." Changqing's eyes sharpened. He sidestepped the attack, simultaneously channeling the remnants of his chaotic power, striking towards the assailant's knee. However, the moment his fist made contact with the opponent's robe, it was repelled by a faint celestial energy shield, the recoil rendering his arm numb. "Oh, you dare to resist?" A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the Zhao clan cultivator as a wisp of flame erupted from his fingertips. The flame touched the ground, transforming into a serpent of fire that darted towards Changqing. Though seemingly feeble, this flame bore the domineering essence capable of searing one's very soul, representing the most rudimentary fire technique of the upper realm. Changqing hastily retreated, the fire serpent grazing his pant leg, instantly reducing the fabric to ashes and sending waves of sharp pain through his skin. To engage in martial prowess before a cultivator? It was akin to a novice attempting to demonstrate their skills before a master. The Zhao clan cultivator advanced step by step, determined to show him the vast chasm that lay between them. Changqing, observing the disdain in his opponent's gaze and feeling the chaotic power within him being suppressed, sensed the worry emanating from his distant companions through their dream contract. He suddenly chuckled. From being a mere waste in the Sunyu continent to becoming the sovereign of the chaos realm, when had he ever feared such disparity? Was the path of immortality truly so formidable? Standing upright, he felt the chaotic core within his danshin begin to resonate faintly. Let them witness whether the might of martial prowess could shatter the bones of the immortal path. He charged towards the Zhao clan cultivator's celestial fire. In this realm where the immortal path reigned supreme, under the scornful gazes of all cultivators, this ant from the martial realm unleashed his inaugural punch. Chapter 55. The fist shatters celestial fire. Thunder in the mortal realm. The Zhao clan cultivator, taken aback by Changqing's audacity, exhibited even greater contempt. The fire serpent surged violently, morphing into a dragon of flame nearly 10 feet long, reeking of charred ash as it swept forward. Surrounding mortals hastily retreated, some unable to bear the sight. Closing their eyes, a martial practitioner in the initial stage of spirit awakening would simply be reduced to ashes under the celestial fire of the late-stage concentration. Chaos annihilation. Changqing made no attempt to evade. The chaotic core within his danshin abruptly contracted, compressing the scant chaotic energy he could muster to its utmost limit, infusing it entirely into his right fist. Black and white energies entwined around his fist, shimmering with a metallic luster under the heat of the celestial fire, a manifestation of his unique combination of body refinement techniques from the Sunyu continent and the Chaos Overlord body, resulting in a formidable punch capable of breaking through spells. Boom! His fist collided directly with the fire dragon, producing no earth-shattering sound, only the dragon deflating like a burst balloon. The black and white energies spread along his fist, gradually extinguishing the overbearing celestial fire, leaving merely a faint scorch mark upon Changqing's knuckles. What? The Zhao clan cultivator's pupils constricted sharply. Though his rudimentary fire technique was merely a beginner's celestial art, it could easily incinerate practitioners at the initial stage of energy gathering. How could it be dismantled by a martial ant at the spirit awakening realm? Gasps of astonishment filled the air, with an elderly vendor abruptly rising, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his murky eyes. Is this a case of brute force overcoming technique? Changqing, seizing the advantage, stepped forward with his left foot, shattering the stone tiles beneath him. Utilizing the rebound force, he surged toward the Zhao clan cultivator like an arrow. He understood that celestial cultivators excelled at ranged attacks. Only in close-quarters combat did he stand a chance. His right fist aimed directly at the opponent's heart, while his left hand transformed into a blade, striking towards the wrist that was casting the spell, the very key to a celestial cultivator's incantations. Presumptuous. The Zhao clan cultivator was both shocked and enraged. In a hurry, he channeled his celestial energy, forming a faint golden shield around his body. This ethereal barrier was a life-saving measure for cultivators at the concentration stage, impervious to commonplace attacks. Clang! Yi Changqing's fist struck the shield, producing a resonant clash of metal against metal. The protective shield trembled violently, revealing a web-like network of cracks. The cultivator surnamed Zhao let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He could hardly fathom that the physical prowess of his opponent was so formidable that it could injure his internal organs. Find him. The two henchmen beside him finally reacted. One gestured with his hands, causing countless vines to erupt from the ground, ensnaring Yi Changqing's legs like iron chains. The other summoned a small sword, which transformed into a streak of light, piercing directly at Yi Changqing's back. Both were at the initial stage of concentration, their coordination impeccable. Even an ordinary chi-gathering cultivator would meet their demise in an instant. Yet, Yi Changqing seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, advancing instead of retreating, his right leg sweeping out fiercely. His trousers had been incinerated in the previous attack, revealing a calf adorned with swirling chaotic patterns. As his legs struck the vines, those resilient tendrils snapped apart like withered twigs. Simultaneously, he twisted his waist, his left hand darting out like lightning, and astonishingly, he managed to grip the sword's blade firmly between his index and middle fingers just as it neared him. Impossible! The swordsman exclaimed in disbelief. This azure steel sword was a treasured artifact he had acquired after 3 years of savings, exceptionally sharp. How could it be held by the fingers of a mere mortal? Yi Changqing exerted force through his fingertips, the chaotic energy surging along the blade. The henchman felt a domineering power travel through the sword, causing his hands to split painfully. While the azure steel sword emitted a mournful cry under the strain, its surface riddled with cracks. Shatter! Yi Changqing commanded sharply, twisting his fingers abruptly. With a crack, the azure steel sword broke cleanly in two, the severed edges smooth as a mirror, devoid of any splinters. The henchman was sent flying back, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. With one henchman dispatched, Yi Changqing turned his gaze toward the Zhao cultivator, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Now it's your turn. The Zhao cultivator, stripped of his earlier arrogance, observed Yi Changqing's fingers that had just crushed the artifact and felt a chill wash over him as he touched the trembling shield at his chest. He realized that this martial artist was no ordinary insect. His physical strength defied the very principles of the celestial path. Dare you touch me? My cousin is a core formation cultivator in the inner city, he shouted, his voice a mix of bluster and fear, while secretly activating a communication talisman. Yi Changqing would not grant him the opportunity. He stomped his left foot violently, sending a stone slab flying, which hurtled toward Zhao's face as a projectile. Seizing the moment of Zhao's evasion, he lunged forward again, this time eschewing his fists in favor of channeling chaotic energy into his fingertips. Executing a grappling technique learned from the Shadow Pavilion, accurately locking onto Zhao's throat. Martial arts can be this potent? The Zhao cultivator's eyes filled with despair as he felt the grip on his throat like a vice. No matter how he circulated his celestial energy, he could not break free. Yi Changqing refrained from delivering a lethal blow, pressing him down instead, his knee against Zhao's back, and coldly stated, "Return to the inner city and inform your cousin that if he seeks trouble, I shall be waiting in the mortal realm." But remember, he emphasized, his gaze sharp as a blade, the rules of the upper realm are not solely dictated by the celestial path. With that, he released his grip, kicking Zhao several meters away. The cultivator scrambled to his feet, assisting the other henchman, and fled the mortal realm without a backward glance, forgetting even the broken sword. Until the figures of the two individuals faded beyond the luminescent veil, the mundane realm erupted with thunderous applause. Well done. Magnificent. After so many years, someone has finally dared to confront the riffraff from the inner city. Young brother, your fists are remarkably formidable. They can even shatter a mystical energy shield. An elderly vendor approached, offering him a bottle of azure ointment. This is a body-tempering salve, capable of mending flesh wounds and effective against the burns of celestial fire from the upper realms. Observing the charred marks on Yi Changqing's fists, he sighed. I have lived for 500 years and have never witnessed a martial practitioner withstand the divine path of the concentration realm. You are indeed extraordinary. Yi Changqing accepted the salve with gratitude. He sensed that, although the previous battle was perilous, it had instigated a subtle resonance between the chaotic force within him and the laws of the upper realm, as if he had found a way to break free from his constraints. He gazed towards the inner city, where mists swirled. Faint glimpses of ethereal palaces could be seen, yet it concealed countless disdain and malice. The supremacy of the celestial path? Yi Changqing tightened his fists, feeling the lingering chaotic might, a defiant smile curving his lips. Let them witness whether the might of martial arts can breach the celestial gates. The setting sun of the mundane realm elongated his silhouette, and in this corner forgotten by the celestial path, a new star of martial arts was quietly rising, imbued with an indomitable spirit of battle. Chapter 56. The Wrath of Alchemy. The beast tied beyond the city when Zhao Lai, the cousin of the Zhao cultivator, arrived at the mundane realm. He was met only with chaos and the remnants of a severed sword. As a well-known early-stage alchemist from the inner city, when had he ever endured such humiliation? The lingering chaotic aura on the bluestone pavement turned his complexion ashen. It exuded a crude yet domineering power, more offensive than the most inferior demonic energy. Martial ants, daring to harm a member of the Zhao family. Today I shall ensure your utter annihilation. A surge of celestial energy enveloped Zhao Lai as the pressure of the alchemical realm rose like an invisible tidal wave, causing all cultivators in the mundane realm to tremble in fear. He flicked his fingers, and a jade slip transformed into a streak of light soaring into the sky. At the moment the jade slip exploded, a golden barrier enveloped all exits of the mundane realm. This was a spirit-locking array designed to ensnare low-tier cultivators, rendering them unable to escape. Yi Changqing was studying the body-tempering salve in the old man's wooden hut when he sensed the overwhelming pressure, causing his expression to shift abruptly. He burst forth from the hut, only to see Zhao Lai hovering in midair, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, locking onto him. I have found you. Zhao Lai sneered, his right hand forming a fist, and a long sword materialized from the gathered celestial energy. To dare rampage in my Zhao Lai's territory, I shall use your flesh to consecrate my blade. The sword, accompanied by a sharp slicing sound, descended, tearing through the air. The wooden huts of the mundane realm crumbled like paper beneath the onslaught of sword energy. Yi Changqing dared not confront it directly. Channeling the chaotic body to evade with all his might, the sword energy grazed his shoulder, eliciting a spray of blood and a piercing pain. How could the celestial power of the alchemical realm corrode his flesh so directly? Evade. Where can you hide? Zhao Lai closed in relentlessly, his celestial energy sword conjuring a multitude of sword shadows, compressing Yi Changqing's escape to its limits. The surrounding cultivators fled in terror, and the elderly vendor attempted to assist, only to be struck back by a sword energy, spitting blood. Senior. Yi Changqing's eyes were filled with fury, as the chaotic source core within him throbbed with wild energy, extracting the last remnants of his chaotic power. He realized that there was no escape. He must take the risk and fight back. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the chaotic boundary slash. The long-dormant Jimmy sword erupted with a long-awaited brilliance, its black and white sword energy tearing through the air. Although it lacked even 1/10,000th of its former might, it bore an unwavering intent to break through. Aiming directly at Zhao Lai's heart, Zhao Lai's eyes flickered with surprise, which quickly morphed into disdain. A mere speck of light dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. With a swift gesture of his left hand, a fist-sized elixir materialized before him, its surface swirling with fiery patterns, emblematic of a foundational life elixir for alchemists at the transformation stage. The elixir surged forth, effortlessly shattering the chaotic sword energy and hurtling towards Yi Changqing with relentless force. With a thud, Yi Changqing was sent flying by the impact of the elixir, crashing violently against the barrier of the spirit-locking array, a metallic taste filling his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The barrier trembled violently, a faint crack appearing where he had collided. Oh, it seems you've nearly breached the spirit-locking array. Zhao Lai raised an eyebrow, his murderous intent intensifying. It appears you cannot be left alive. In an instant, he appeared before Yi Changqing, his ethereal sword poised to pierce his brow. At that critical moment, Yi Changqing noticed an unusual fluctuation emanating from the crack in the barrier. Fragments of a magical artifact left behind when the elder had been thrown against it were faintly disrupting the array's energy. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Yi Changqing spun around abruptly, bracing his back against Zhao Lai's sword strike. The excruciating pain momentarily clouded his vision. Yet he gritted his teeth and channeled all his chaotic power into his feet, launching himself toward the crack like an arrow released from a bow. Thinking of escaping? Zhao Lai, taken aback by his ferocity, roared in pursuit. Changqing's back was drenched in blood, the ethereal energy corroding his meridians like parasitic worms. But his focus remained solely on that crack. In the split second before the long sword would pierce the back of his head, he leapt high and collided fiercely with the crack using his shoulder. With a crack, the barrier shattered, and Changqing propelled himself out of the mortal realm. Stumbling toward the outskirts of the city, Zhao Lai, gazing at the broken barrier, wore a countenance dark enough to drip water. Snorting coldly as he gave chase. Beyond the city lies the chaotic graveyard of beasts. Let us see where you can run. Outside the city lay a forest perpetually shrouded in black mist, known as the devil-slaying forest. It was said that the beasts within feasted on ethereal energy, deterring even tribulation-stage cultivators from venturing deep inside. As Changqing stepped into the forest, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses, among the withered twigs and fallen leaves. The remains of cultivators were scattered everywhere. A howl erupted as a three-headed wolf surged from the depths of the black mist, its fur a bizarre shade of purple-black, drooling green venom from its fangs. This was the three-headed venomous wolf, a creature that fed on the blood of cultivators, its strength rivaling that of a late-stage spirit-gathering expert. In his current weakened state, Changqing was unable to fight back and could only evade awkwardly. The venom splattered onto the wounds inflicted by the sword energy, causing them to rot instantly, releasing billows of black smoke. Get away, Changqing roared, expending his last ounce of strength to thrust the Jimmy sword into the ground. The chaotic power surged forth, momentarily repelling the venomous wolf. However, this action also revealed his position, as distant roars of more beasts echoed in response, clearly drawn by his aura. As Zhao Lai closed in behind him, the oppressive aura of the transformation realm weighed upon him like a relentless shadow, rendering even his breaths laborious. He cast a glance over his shoulder and beheld Zhao Lai's figure flickering in the dense fog, a feline smirk playing upon his lips. You cannot escape, little one. Zhao Lai's voice echoed ominously. In this forest, the beasts delight in feasting upon the bones of martial practitioners. I shall relish watching you fall prey to them. Changqing's heart plummeted to despair. Ahead lay the perilous beasts, and behind him, the relentless pursuit of a transformation realm cultivator. He could almost envision his grim fate. At that moment, his footing suddenly gave way, and he tumbled into a concealed cavern hidden beneath the withered branches. The cave was deep, and he fell in disarray, his consciousness gradually fading, just before losing all awareness. He felt a warm breath emanating from the depths of the cave, and faintly heard the deep rumble of a dragon's roar. Zhao Lai arrived at the cavern's entrance, peering into the abyss with a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. The caves of the devouring immortal forest often linked to the lairs of beasts, and to venture inside recklessly was fraught with peril. He scoffed, laying down a lethal formation at the entrance. Even if you hide in the lair, do not hope to escape alive. Once the beasts reduce you to mere bones, I shall return to collect your remains. With that, he turned and departed. Within the cavern's depths, Changqing lay upon the cold ground, the agony from his wounds tormenting him. In his haze, he glimpsed a pair of golden eyes igniting in the darkness, their owner immense as a mountain, its scales shimmering with a metallic sheen, a colossal dragon cloaked in dark red scales. The dragon's presence far surpassed that of Zhao Lai, even exceeding the pinnacle of the realm lord in the chaotic domain. Yet it appeared inexplicably trapped within this cavern, its claws bound by glimmering silver chains. The voice of the dragon resonated like thunder, causing the cave to tremble. You carry the scent of chaos. Changqing's heart jolted. This dragon could discern the essence of chaotic power? He struggled to rise but was pinned down by the dragon's claw. Do not move, it commanded. Its golden eyes fixated on the wound on his back, where the celestial energy was ravenously consuming him. The corruption of the celestial path was indeed troublesome. It opened its massive maw, releasing a sulphurous breath that enveloped Changqing's injury. The heat seared him, yet the corrosive sensation gradually diminished. In astonishment and curiosity, Changqing asked, "Why do you wish to save me?" The dragon fell silent for a moment, a flicker of complexity passing through its golden gaze. 100,000 years ago, I too was saved by a martial practitioner. He claimed that the will of martial arts is more unyielding than the rules of the celestial path. Its gaze shifted to the desolation sword in Changqing's grasp. Do you wish to survive and grow stronger? Without hesitation, Changqing nodded fervently. I do. Then assist me in breaking these chains. The dragon glanced at its claws, where the chains bore dragon-sealing runes that could only be temporarily suppressed by chaotic power. In exchange, I shall teach you how to transform your martial power into celestial energy, allowing you to establish a true foothold in this upper realm. Outside the cave, the roars of beasts drew ever closer. Within the cavern, A pact concerning life, death, and ascension quietly formed. Changqing gazed into the dragon's eyes, filled with anticipation, then touched his still throbbing wound, gripping the desolation sword tightly. Escaping from the abyss may very well begin at this moment. Chapter 57. The Dragon's Breath Tempering the Body. Reaching the pinnacle of spirit awakening. Deep within the cavern, a colossal crimson dragon coiled upon a stone platform, its chain adorned with silver-glowing dragon-locking runes. With every subtle movement of its claws, these runes would illuminate, emanating a powerful aura of suppression. Changqing gazed at the runes, his fingertips gathering a thread of chaotic energy, cautiously touching the runes. Upon contact, the chaotic energy reacted violently, akin to hot oil meeting water, causing the chains to loosen ever so slightly. It works. A flicker of surprise danced in Changqing's eyes. The dragon's deep laughter resonated. Chaotic energy is indeed the primordial force of the universe, capable of countering all subsequent rules, including these celestial locking runes. However, your power is insufficient. It can only create a temporary disturbance. To sever this connection completely, one must reach the Dan transformation stage. The dragon opened its massive jaws, releasing another breath. This time, the breath was not scorching but enveloped Changqing in a gentle golden aura, flowing around him like water. He concentrated, attuning himself to the rhythm of the dragon's breath. The dragon's voice reverberated like a mighty bell within his consciousness. The martial path emphasizes the physical body, while the celestial path values the spirit. Though they may seem contradictory, they originate from the same source. Your body, tempered with chaotic energy, serves as the finest cauldron. You need only discover the acupoints for the celestial energy to enter. Following the dragon's guidance, Changqing closed his eyes, allowing the dragon's breath to permeate his limbs and bones. He could distinctly sense the domineering celestial energy, guided by the dragon's breath, flowing toward hidden acupoints throughout his body, places untouched by martial cultivation, akin to parched riverbeds awaiting the nurturing of celestial energy. Boom! As the first thread of celestial energy surged into the Beihui acupoint atop his head, Changqing heard a thunderous sound, his consciousness suddenly clarifying. Amidst the surrounding darkness, countless specks of light flickered. These were the ethereal energies of the upper realms. Is this the essence of spirit awakening? Enlightenment dawned upon him. Spirit awakening involves unlocking the acupoints that perceive the heavenly aura. The difficulty martial cultivators face in breaking through lies in their overly robust physiques, obstructing the connection between the acupoints and the cosmos. The dragon's voice echoed once more, enveloped the celestial energy with chaotic force, guiding it to break through the hidden acupoints in your limbs. Remember, it is not a battle, it is a fusion. Let your body remember the flow of celestial energy, as naturally as it recalls the motions of martial arts. Changqing diligently harnessed his chaotic energy, forming the celestial energy from the dragon's breath into spheres, directing them through his meridians toward the Chu-Chi acupoint in his arm. The moment the celestial energy touched the acupoint, it collided with an invisible barrier. He felt the acupoint tremble violently, as if on the verge of bursting. Concentrate. Imagine cleaving through a massive stone, using chaotic energy as an axe and celestial energy as the blade. Changqing clenched his teeth, propelling the chaotic and celestial energies forward with force. Pop! The acupoint opened with a resounding response. A refreshing surge of celestial energy flowed into the Chu-Chi acupoint, instantly coursing through his entire arm. The muscles, previously sore from a forceful clash with Zhao Lai, rejuvenated in an instant, even feeling a subtle increase in strength. I found it. A surge of joy flooded Changqing's heart. With the initial success paving the way, the subsequent breakthroughs followed naturally, guided by the dragon's breath and bolstered by chaotic energy. He unlocked the Zhu Sanli acupoint in his legs, the Qi Si in his abdomen, and the Ming Men on his back, each opening allowing celestial energy to merge with chaotic energy, forming a new cycle of energy within his body. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. And when the final surge of celestial energy coursed into the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of Changqing's feet, he abruptly opened his eyes, his entire being radiating a brilliant white light, signifying his ascension to the pinnacle of the opening spirit realm. He clenched his fist, acutely aware of the celestial essence flowing towards him like a tidal wave, integrating the ferocity of martial prowess with a newfound ethereal grace. The wound on his back, inflicted by Zhao Lai, had long since healed, leaving behind a subtle pattern of golden scales, a testament to the dragon's breath refinement. Excellent. The dragon observed him with approval gleaming in its golden eyes. Within a mere 3 days, Changqing had progressed from the initial stages of the opening spirit realm to its peak, a remarkable feat even within the realm of cultivation. Rising to his feet, Yi Changqing bowed deeply towards the dragon, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. There is no need for thanks. This is merely a transaction. The dragon flicked its tail, gesturing towards a corner of the cave where a shed reverse scale lay. Take it. In times of peril, infuse it with chaotic energy to withstand up to 3 attacks from a Dan Transformation Realm cultivator. Yi Changqing picked up the palm-sized reverse scale, feeling its warmth as intricate dragon patterns adorned its surface, resonating subtly with the chaotic patterns within him. Just then, a cacophony of frenzied roars from the beasts outside the cave pierced the air, mingled with the anguished cries of humans, an aftermath of Zhao Lai's deadly array that had attracted the beasts of the devouring immortal forest, potentially endangering the cultivators of the mortal realm. Yi Changqing's expression shifted. Esteemed elder, I must venture out. The dragon nodded. Go. Remember, although the upper realm venerates the path of immortality, the essence of power lies not in the law, but in the heart. If your fists can shatter the rules of the chaotic realm, you can dismantle the prejudices of this upper realm. With a firm grip on the annihilation sword and the reverse scale held close to his chest, Yi Changqing turned and sprinted towards the cave's exit. He sensed a remarkable coexistence between his chaotic energy and celestial force within him. His fists embodied both the might to crush stone and the ethereal energy that tore through the air. Outside the cave, the black mist thickened, and a group of several cultivators surrounded a bloodied figure. It was the old merchant. His stall had been shattered by the assailants, and he was now pursued beyond the city limits, desperately clutching a communication talisman, evidently seeking help, but trapped by the ruthless mob. Old fool, hand over the gathering spirit pills you've hidden, and perhaps you may keep your life, sneered a masked cultivator, greed glinting in his eyes. The old man coughed up blood. Foolish dreams. Those pills are meant for the worthy successors, stubborn to the end. Another cultivator, brandishing a glinting sword, lunged forward, aiming for the old man's throat. Stop! A thunderous shout erupted like a clap of thunder as Yi Changqing burst forth from the black mist. The annihilation sword sweeping through the air, its black and white sword aura entwined with golden celestial energy, moving at a speed several times faster than before. With a sickening thud, the foremost cultivator did not even have time to react before being cleaved in two, crimson blood splattering forth. The remaining cultivators, startled, turned to face Yi Changqing, and upon sensing his aura of the peak opening spirit realm, disdain flickered in their eyes. Another fool seeking death. Without uttering a word, Yi Changqing advanced like a wraith. His steps danced upon the elusive martial path while the annihilation sword unleashed the chaotic energy and celestial force he had just learned, weaving a curved blade of light that sliced through the air like a scythe, instantly felling 2 more cultivators. Is this the arc light slash of the immortal path? How could a martial cultivator possess such celestial arts? The remaining cultivators were thrown into utter disarray. Yi Changqing's gaze was icy, as the celestial power within him surged wildly into the sword through the newly opened acupoints. The intertwining black and white radiance of the sword blade melded with golden celestial energy, faintly forming the illusory silhouette of a chaotic beast. This is not celestial magic. He leapt into the air, the silent extinction sword descending with a piercing shriek that tore through the atmosphere. This is my fist, my sword, my path. As the sword light fell, the remaining cultivators were all obliterated. Yi Changqing landed beside the elder, supporting him as the dragon force emanating from his reverse scale enveloped the elder, mending his wounds. The elder gazed at the familiar yet foreign aura surrounding Yi Changqing and trembled. Have you broken through and learned celestial arts? Yi Changqing smiled, tightening his grip on the silent extinction sword, glancing towards the edge of the killing formation set by Zhao Lai, where several beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, were crashing in frantically, the formation's radiance growing ever dimmer. This is not celestial magic. He turned his gaze towards the inner city, a sharp light flickering in his eyes. It is the martial path capable of shattering the rules of the immortal path. He understood that Zhao Lai would not let this matter rest easily, nor would the cultivators of the inner city tolerate the rise of a martial anomaly. However, he was no longer the insignificant ant at the pinnacle of the spirit awakening who had just ascended. He would show this upper realm how many celestial gates could be shattered by the fist of martial prowess. The elder, observing his retreating figure, suddenly recalled something and produced a small jade vial from his bosom. This is the chi gathering pill I have kept hidden. It will aid you in breaking through to the spirit consolidation realm. Take it and show those celestial cultivators that we, from the mortal realm, are not to be trifled with. Yi Changqing accepted the vial with solemnity and nodded. He turned towards the killing formation, the chaotic force and celestial energy surging at his fingertips, Now is the time to take the initiative. Chapter 58. Breaking the Formation. Establishing the foundation of spirit consolidation, the killing formation laid down by Zhao Lai was known as the Bone Corrosion Formation, with dark green venom coursing through its patterns, decaying anything that touched it. The beasts that had collided with the formation had long since transformed into putrid sludge, a foul stench permeating the black mist. Changqing stood outside the formation, the celestial energy swirling at his fingertips. Clearly identifying the weak points in the formation, an exit Zhao Lai had deliberately left open to conserve celestial energy, which unexpectedly became the key to breaking the formation. Chaotic shattering strike. He did not wield his sword. Instead, he clenched his fist, consolidating the chaotic force and the newly mastered celestial energy at the peak of his fist. This strike retained the ferocity of martial arts while incorporating the penetrating nature of celestial arts. Even before the fist arrived, the venom on the formation's patterns rippled in response. Boom. His fist struck the exit, causing the formation's patterns to flicker violently, the dark green venom retreating like a tide, revealing the runic inscriptions carved into the foundation beneath. Changqing, seizing the momentum, swiftly drew the silent extinction sword. The sword energy, interwoven with golden and white light, swept across the fissures in the formation. Crack! The entire bone corrosion formation shattered in response, debris flying as his figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the inner city. Has someone breached Lord Zhao Lai's formation? The cultivators stationed at the entrance of the inner city stared in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Changqing paid no heed to their astonishment, striding directly towards the light barrier of the inner city. The detection runes on the barrier illuminated, scanning his aura, and a passageway automatically opened. Having reached the pinnacle of spirit awakening, he was now deemed worthy of entering the inner city. The inner city stands in stark contrast to the mundane realm, with pavilions and towers suspended amidst the clouds. Celestial cranes sip from the spiritual springs lining the streets. While the aura of passing cultivators is at least at the consolidation stage, their glances towards Changqing are scrutinizing, devoid of the earlier disdain. Surviving the devouring immortal forest and breaking through the killing formation of a core formation cultivator, such prowess is sufficient to earn their respect. However, Changqing is not inclined to admire the beauty of the inner city. He hastens directly to Zhao Lai's residence. The guards stationed outside the estate, upon seeing him, instinctively moved to obstruct his path, only to be repelled by the chill emanating from his eyes, a malevolence born of traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, far beyond what these pampered cultivators of the inner city could comprehend. Zhao Lai, come forth and meet your demise. Changqing's voice booms like thunder, reverberating above the estate. Zhao Lai, currently nursing his wounds, coughs up a mouthful of blood, startled and enraged as he bursts forth from his chamber. You insignificant insect of martial arts! How dare you trespass upon my abode? Upon noticing the peak aura of the opening spirit realm radiating from Changqing, his pupils constrict in disbelief. Impossible! How could you have broken through in merely 3 days? Thanks to you, Changqing replies, gripping the annihilation sword tightly. The beasts of the devouring immortal forest and the killing formation you left behind serve as the finest whetstone. A surge of murderous intent erupts in Zhao Lai's eyes. It seems that allowing you to live another day is an invitation for disaster. Today, I shall use you to offer a sacrifice for my burning heaven pill. He forms hand seals, summoning his life-bound pill once more, its fiery patterns more intricate this time, exuding an ominous aura as if it could incinerate the heavens and the earth. The surrounding cultivators retreat in alarm. When a core formation cultivator strikes earnestly, the entire inner city could be affected. Yet, Changqing remains remarkably calm. He produces a spirit-gathering pill gifted by an elder and swallows it without hesitation. The pill dissolves upon entry, unleashing a torrent of violent medicinal energy within him, merging with the already maximized chaotic and celestial forces as they surge towards the barrier of the consolidation realm. Break for me. Boom. A tremendous roar resonates within him, and his aura surges to several times its previous strength. The celestial energy of the heavens floods into his meridians like rivers converging into the sea, coalescing within his dantian into a swirling vortex. Consolidation realm. At the moment of breakthrough, he channels all his power into the annihilation sword. The chaotic patterns on the sword intertwine with celestial energy, transforming into the ethereal silhouette of a soaring golden rock. Is this the consolidation realm? Zhao Lai is utterly bewildered, transitioning from the peak of the opening spirit realm to the consolidation realm in a single thought. This defies all common knowledge of cultivation from the higher realms. Before he can react, Changqing has already become a streak of flowing light. the golden rock silhouette emitting a melodious cry as the blade, with a piercing shriek that rends space, strikes directly at the burning heaven pill. Clang! The clash between sword and pill produces a deafening sound. The flames on the burning heaven pill are instantaneously suppressed by the chaotic force of the sword. Showing signs of disintegration, Zhao Lai's face pales. He can feel that the opposing power possesses both the brutality of martial arts and the fluidity of celestial techniques. Their synergy rendering even his life-bound pill difficult to withstand. Impossible, this cannot be. Zhao Lai frantically channels his celestial energy, and the burning heaven pill erupts with blinding red light. I am a core formation cultivator. How could I lose to an insignificant martial arts insect who has just entered the consolidation realm? Yi Changqing's gaze was icy, and after his breakthrough, his mastery over power had become even more exquisite. He deliberately feigned a weakness, leading Zhao Lai to believe he could strike his chest. Yet, at the critical moment, he sidestepped, and the silent extinction sword lunged forth like a venomous serpent, piercing directly towards Zhao Lai's wrist through the connection with his elixir. The blade sliced through skin, and chaotic energy surged into the wound, instantaneously sealing Zhao Lai's meridians. The burning heaven pill spiraled out of control, crashing wildly in the air before exploding into a dazzling shower of sparks. Ah! Zhao Lai let out a wretched cry, clutching his bleeding wrist as he staggered back. Terror etched in his eyes. What manner of monster are you? Yi Changqing offered no reply, merely pointing the sword's tip at Zhao Lai's throat. You once proclaimed that you would use my flesh and blood to consecrate your sword? Zhao Lai trembled uncontrollably, realizing the peculiar glances from the surrounding cultivators. Finally comprehending that he had bitten off more than he could chew. With a thud, he fell to his knees, exclaiming, Senior Yi, spare my life. It was my folly, my arrogance. I beseech you to grant me a path of mercy. Observing his abject humility, Yi Changqing was reminded of the oppressed cultivators in the mortal realm. The elderly man's gathering chi pill, and the words of the great dragon. He sheathed his sword and spoke coldly, Begone. Inform all the cultivators of the inner city, I, Yi Changqing, hail from the martial realm. From this day forth, if any cultivator in the mortal realm dares to bully, at will his gaze swept across all present. His voice resonating like the clash of metal, there will be no mercy. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Zhao Lai trembling on the ground. And the assembly of cultivators in stunned silence, a legend of the martial path lingering in the air. Beneath the setting sun, Yi Changqing strode along the streets of the inner city, exuding a steady and domineering aura of the concentration realm. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The pinnacle of the upper realm was still a distant goal, and the rules of the immortal path remained to be shattered. Yet, he no longer felt lost. For he had discovered his own path, a way to knock upon the heavenly gates of the immortal realm with the fist of martial arts. In the distant mist, a more formidable presence seemed to be watching him, but Yi Changqing simply tightened his grip on the silent extinction sword and walked forward with unwavering resolve. The new challenges had only just begun. Chapter 59, System Update. Misfortunes never come alone as Yi Changqing stepped onto the streets of the inner city. The chaotic source core within his danshan suddenly trembled violently, and a long-forgotten mechanical voice resonated in his mind, clearer than ever. Post-breakthrough detected to the concentration realm. Chaotic essence deeply resonates with the upper realm's immortal path rules. System update commencing. Update details. 1. Unlocks the martial arts and immortal path fusion module, allowing for the conversion of upper realm spells into martial techniques. 2. New meridian repair function added, requiring chaotic points. 3. Upper realm map access granted. Before the warmth of the system update could dissipate, an overwhelming pressure far surpassing that of Zhao Lai enveloped the entire inner city. The clouds churned as a gaunt elder clad in purple robes descended from the sky, surrounded by a swirling aura of immortal energy. With each step he took, the spirit bricks beneath him rippled, marking his presence as a peak alchemist. Zhao Xian, the patriarch of the Zhao family, a cultivator, exclaimed in alarm. For it was said he had one foot in the nascent soul realm, representing the true pinnacle of strength within the inner city. Zhao Xian's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, locked onto Yi Changqing, his voice dripping with icy menace. A mere martial cultivator dares to run rampant in my Zhao family's territory, harming my kin? Today, I shall unveil to you the essence of despair. Yi Changqing's heart sank. He attempted to summon his strength, but soon realized that the oppressive aura emanating from his adversary could directly suppress his meridians. Both his chaotic energy and celestial power faltered, and he comprehended that an insurmountable chasm lay between the realm of concentration and the pinnacle of Dan transformation. The system update progressed to 70%. Beg for mercy? Zhao Xian scoffed, flicking his fingers to unleash a violet-black stream of celestial energy, its speed several times greater than Zhao Li's attack. Yi Changqing exerted all his might to parry with his sword, but with a resounding clang, the Desolation sword was knocked from his grasp, and the violet-black energy continued unabated, crashing violently against his chest. With a sickening thud, he was propelled backward as if struck by lightning, colliding with the city wall and sliding to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and staining the earth beneath him. More terrifyingly, the corrosive nature of the violet-black energy surged through his meridians, causing them to shatter inch by inch. The excruciating pain sent Yi Changqing into spasms. He could distinctly feel the concentration he had painstakingly cultivated disintegrating at an alarming rate. The system update reached 90%. Zhao Xian approached him slowly, placing a boot upon his chest, sneering, "I have heard tales of your adventures in the immortal devouring forest. I have heard of your ability to merge martial and celestial paths. Shall we test that now?" He pressed down harder, and with a series of sickening cracks, several of Yi Changqing's ribs fractured. As darkness encroached upon his vision and his consciousness began to fade, Yi Changqing fixed his gaze upon Zhao Xian, declaring defiantly, "The martial path will never succumb to the celestial." Even when death loomed, he remained obstinate. Zhao Xian's murderous intent surged, and the violet-black energy coalesced at his fingertips. "I shall cripple your Danshan and see how you remain so defiant." Just as his finger was about to make contact with Yi Changqing's Danshan, the system's voice finally resonated. Update complete. Host near-death state detected. Emergency protective measures triggered. Insufficient chaotic points. Protection failed. Initiating final source guardianship to preserve a flicker of life. A faint chaotic energy enveloped Yi Changqing's soul, but it could not prevent the complete destruction of his meridians and Danshan by the violet-black energy. Observing the limp and barely breathing Yi Changqing, Zhao Xian disdainfully spat upon him. "You are worthless, unworthy of the title of martial artist." With that, he turned and departed, not even glancing back. Surrounding cultivators gathered, pointing fingers, but none dared to offer assistance, for the Zhao family's intimidation was far too formidable for a mere cripple to challenge. Lying upon the cold ground, Yi Changqing felt the emptiness of his meridians and the profound silence at his Danshan. He yearned to move, yet found himself unable to lift even a finger, succumbing to the encroaching darkness. At that moment, a grimy, broken bowl was thrust before him, containing a half-bowl of murky water. A weathered old beggar, clad in tattered rags and with hair as white as snow, squatted beside him, rasping, "Are you still alive? Drink some water." With great effort, Yi Changqing opened his eyes, beholding the beggar's face, etched with deep lines yet possessing an unusually clear gaze. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. The beggar sighed and gently poured the water into his mouth. "My name is Wang Tianrui. Given your condition, it seems you have been rendered powerless by someone." Tears of blood streamed down Yi Changqing's cheeks. Indeed, he had become a wretch incapable even of begging. Wang Tianrui hoisted him onto his back and staggered toward the dirtiest corner of the inner city, saying, "Do not perish. As long as you live, there is hope. Years ago, I too believed my existence was doomed, yet here I am, still clinging to life." Lying on the frail back of the old beggar, Yi Changqing's consciousness plunged into darkness. Little did he know, this would last a decade. Chapter 60, A Decade of Begging. Meridians reconnected. Wang Tianrui concealed Yi Changqing in a dilapidated temple, returning each day from his forays into begging, always bringing back meager scraps. Yi Changqing, akin to a living corpse, could only survive on the old beggar's meager provisions, his Danshan shattered and meridians severed, devoid of the strength to utter a single word. System notification: Danshan shattered, meridians severed, cultivation lost. Activating meridian restoration function, automatically repairing 1/10,000th daily. Estimated restoration time, 10,000 years. Yi Changqing's heart sank to the depths. Could he endure for such an eternity? Wang Tianrui seemed to perceive his despair, and as he fed him daily, he would often ramble, "Kid, do not harbor thoughts of revenge, nor yearn for your former powers. To live and witness tomorrow's sun is a blessing." He recounted tales from his youth, of once being a prestigious cultivator, only to be betrayed and reduced to begging. Yi Changqing listened, yet words eluded him. He observed the old beggar tenderly wiping his body with cracked hands, offering him the last morsel of meat, enduring the bullying from other beggars in silence. His heart a tumult of emotions. In the third year, Yi Changqing finally managed to speak, his voice hoarse like a frayed bellows. "Why did you save me, elder?" Wang Tianrui smiled, revealing a mouth with few teeth. "You caught my eye. Besides, having another person around makes begging less daunting." By the fourth year, Yi Changqing could lean on a crutch to stand and accompany Wang Tianrui in begging. The inner city cultivators mocked the once formidable martial anomaly, now reduced to a beggar. some even tossing food onto the ground, forcing him to scavenge like a dog. Changqing gritted his teeth, enduring for the sake of survival. Yet Wang Tianrui would silently retrieve the food, brush off the dirt, and place it in his hand. Do not lower your head. If you do, you will truly become an ant. In the 7th year, Wang Tianrui's health deteriorated, plagued by incessant coughs. One snowy night, he beckoned Changqing to his side, producing a black stone from his bosom and placing it in Yi's hand. This is my life's treasure, the fragment of the star. It may prove useful. Breathing heavily, a glimmer of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. In my youth, I was like you, believing strength could resolve all. I later learned that it is not strength that endures hardship, but the heart. Before he could finish his words, the old beggar closed his eyes forever. Changqing embraced his cold body, shedding tears for the first time in the upper realm. With the few copper coins he had gleaned from begging, he purchased a thin wooden board to bury Wang Tianrui on the hillside behind the dilapidated temple. In the remaining 3 years, Changqing begged alone, without Wang Tianrui's protection. The other beggars grew more ruthless, stealing his food and assaulting him. His body bore the scars of old wounds mingled with fresh ones, yet he never uttered a sound. He learned to roll in the mud for half a steamed bun. He curled up against the biting wind to conserve every ounce of energy. He adopted the most humble posture to beg, yet when alone, he clenched his fists repeatedly at Wang Tianrui's grave. On the winter solstice of the 10th year, Changqing, having been beaten into unconsciousness by a group of beggars, was unceremoniously discarded into a foul drainage ditch. The cold, contaminated water stimulated his senses, and suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Meridian repair complete. The Danshan has reconsolidated. The source power contained within the shattered star stone has been detected, capable of assisting the host in breaking through to the chi-gathering realm. A warm current surged through his body, and the severed meridians reconnected as if spring had returned to withered trees. The chaotic source core in his Danshan began to rotate once more, absorbing the dissipating energy from the shattered star stone. Changqing abruptly opened his eyes, a terrifying light igniting within them, rising from the filthy water. The years of begging had rendered him gaunt, yet his gaze shone brighter than the stars. Clenching his fists, he could distinctly feel the chi-gathering power surging within him, a force far more stable and resilient than the spirit-gathering realm he had once known, tempered by a decade of hardship. Whispering the name Zhao Xian, he felt a chilling resolve. After 10 years, it was time to settle the score. Emerging from the drainage ditch, the sunlight bathed him, dispelling the shadows of a decade. On the hillside behind the dilapidated temple, a bouquet of wildflowers had mysteriously appeared at Wang Tianrui's grave. Changqing bowed deeply before the tombstone before turning towards the depths of the inner city. 10 years of begging had dulled his arrogance, but it could not extinguish his fighting spirit. This time, he was no longer merely a warrior fueled by passion. He was Changqing, tempered by 10 years of suffering, determined to establish his footing in the higher realms. Chapter 61. The Radiance of Qi Gathering and the First Encounter with a Strong Foe. As Changqing departed the drainage ditch, his tattered garments were torn apart by the surging power of the Qi-gathering realm within him. Approaching a clothing shop, he gazed at the fine garments in the display window, pausing momentarily, yet ultimately turning towards the outskirts of the inner city, seeking the blacksmith shop, where he hoped to find suitable coarse cloth attire. The blacksmith, a burly man with a single eye, initially intended to shoo Changqing away upon seeing his filthy state, but was taken aback when presented with a piece of scrap from the shattered star stone. Though unremarkable, the stone contained a faint spiritual energy, enough to exchange for a sturdy outfit and a reliable iron sword. Look at you. Where have you crawled out from? The blacksmith muttered while packaging the clothes. You're as thin as a twig and want to buy a sword? Changqing offered no explanation, accepting the clothes and the heavy iron sword, and found a secluded mountain spring to cleanse himself. Dressed in the coarse fabric and gripping the iron sword by the spring's edge, his reflection appeared lean. Yet his gaze was as tranquil as a deep pool, embodying a composure that belied his years, etched by a decade of hardship. He chose not to seek Zhao Xian immediately, instead opting to familiarize himself with the powers of the Qi-gathering realm. The 10 years of severed meridians had honed his control over his body to perfection. Now, as he harnessed the celestial and chaotic energies of the Qi-gathering realm, it flowed with an effortless fluidity. At the edge of the devouring immortal forest, he wielded the ordinary iron sword to cleave a 3-headed venomous wolf. At the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, in two, his swordplay was devoid of embellishment, consisting solely of the most direct cuts, slashes, and thrusts. Yet each strike bore the explosive force of a decade's worth of accumulation, landing precisely on the beast's vulnerabilities. Though endowed with strength, he found himself lacking a suitable weapon. Yi Changqing gazed at the chipped iron sword, reminiscent of the lost annihilation sword, which had been sent flying by Zhao Xian many years ago, never to be found again. Determined to seek his fortune at the Qibao Pavilion in the inner city, he hoped to discover a sword befitting his current needs. The Qibao Pavilion, the largest instrument shop in the inner city, had a clerk at the entrance who, upon seeing Yi Changqing clad in coarse linen, regarded him with disdain. Begone. This is no place for beggars. The most basic artifact costs at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. Do you possess such wealth? Yi Changqing retrieved the few fragments of star stones he had left. Will these suffice? Initially, the clerk intended to scold him. But upon observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the fragments, his expression shifted, and he mumbled for Yi Changqing to enter. Inside, most cultivators were dressed resplendently and cast peculiar glances at Yi Changqing as he entered. Approaching the section displaying low-tier artifacts, he intended to examine an iron sword when a haughty voice interrupted. Such mundane iron, is it worthy of your attention? The speaker was a young man clad in fine garments, adorned with a jade pendant, exuding the aura of a late-stage qi-gathering cultivator, flanked by 2 lackeys. He pointed at Yi Changqing, instructing the clerk, expel him. I cannot bear to have my eyes sullied by such filth. Yi Changqing furrowed his brow. I merely seek to purchase a sword. Purchase a sword? The young man scoffed. With what? Do you know the price of this Qingfeng sword? 50 mid-grade spirit stones, enough to keep you begging for a decade. He deliberately waved the gem-encrusted sword sheath before Yi Changqing, disinterested in his taunts. Yi Changqing turned to grasp another sword, but was intercepted by one of the young man's lackeys. Do you dare disregard young Master Li's words? The lackey reached out to shove him. Yi Changqing sidestepped, his gaze growing icy. Stand aside. Oh, you dare evade? A glint of malice flashed in young Master Li's eyes. It seemed the peace in the inner city had emboldened even the lowliest. Strike him, break his hand, and see how he wields a sword. With malevolent grins, the 2 lackeys lunged forward, both mid-stage qi-gathering cultivators, their fists imbued with a faint trace of celestial energy. Yi Changqing had no desire to instigate trouble. Yet a decade of enduring hardship did not equate to submission to bullying. Instead of retreating, he advanced, wielding the iron sword he had yet to relinquish, executing a simple yet direct sweep that accurately deflected both of their fists. With a deft twist of his wrist, the spine of the sword struck the arm of the left lackey with a sharp crack, sending him sprawling to the ground with a cry. Yi Changqing's restraint ensuring he only inflicted injury without permanent harm. The other lackey, momentarily stunned, found Yi Changqing closing in, an elbow pressed against his chest. With a gentle shove, he sent the lackey crashing against a shelf, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Young Master Li's complexion paled. You dare to lay hands upon me? Do you know who I am? My father is the proprietor of Qibao Pavilion, a peak qi-gathering cultivator. Yi Changqing returned the iron sword to the shelf. Speaking coolly, I seek no trouble, yet I fear it not. Ah, such courage. Young Master Li, enraged, drew the Qingfeng sword from his waist, declaring, Today, you shall learn the difference between qi-gathering realms. The Qingfeng sword, infused with a fierce sword aura, lunged toward him, its techniques exquisite, clearly honed under a master's guidance. Yi Changqing, unarmed, evaded with a ghostly agility, his intuition for danger, cultivated over years of hardship, allowing him to consistently evade the razor's edge of the blade. Is evasion all you can do? Young Master Li's swordsmanship accelerated, and the sword energy sliced through the corners of Yi Changqing's garments in several places. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Yi Changqing suddenly lowered his stance and grasped young Master Li's wrist with a grip as firm as iron. Young Master Li felt a surge of overwhelming force, pain radiating from his wrist as his azure blade clattered to the ground. Shock and fury coursed through him as he summoned celestial energy with his other hand, striking toward Yi Changqing's face. Yi Changqing's gaze turned steely. A decade of hardship had taught him that mercy toward an adversary was cruelty to oneself. With lightning speed, his left hand shot out, fingers pinching together to precisely target young Master Li's Danshan, the reservoir of energy for cultivators in the qi-gathering realm. Ah! Young Master Li shrieked, feeling his internal celestial energy spiral into chaos, his complexion paling. Yi Changqing released his grip, and young Master Li staggered backward. Terror etched on his face. You dare to cripple my cultivation? Just a moment of calm is all I seek. Yi Changqing bent to retrieve the iron sword from the ground and turned to depart, only to hear a furious shout from behind. Impudent. A middle-aged cultivator approached swiftly, exuding an aura that reached the pinnacle of qi gathering, his gaze slicing through Yi Changqing like a blade. If anything happens to my son, I will ensure your soul is obliterated. It was none other than young Master Li's father, Li Hong, the patriarch of the Qi Treasure Pavilion. With a wave of his hand, a formidable wave of energy enveloped Yi Changqing, the pressure from the pinnacle cultivator far exceeding that of young Master Li, causing Yi Changqing's movements to slow considerably. "Dad, he struck me and seeks to ruin my cultivation," young Master Li cried out. Li Hong's eyes burned with murderous intent as he gathered dense celestial energy in his palm, aiming it at Yi Changqing. "Kneel and accept your death." Yi Changqing tightened his grip on the iron sword, channeling both chaotic energy and celestial power within him. He knew he could not evade this confrontation. Yet the strength of a pinnacle cultivator surpassed him by an entire realm, leaving no chance of victory in a direct clash. Taking a deep breath, countless evasion techniques observed during his 10 years of begging flashed through his mind as he deftly maneuvered to avoid Li Hong's forceful strikes. Simultaneously, he countered with a strike aimed at Li Hong's lower body, a tactic honed through numerous encounters with beggars, targeting the vulnerabilities of the strong with the weak. Despicable! Li Hong bellowed, forced to defend himself. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Changqing retreated, creating distance while maintaining a serious demeanor. He could sense that the opponent's celestial energy was richer and their techniques more refined. His endurance thus far was a testament to the resilience and timing he had cultivated over the years. "Yield, and I can grant you a swift demise." Li Hong advanced relentlessly, his strikes growing ever more ferocious. Yi Changqing's forehead glistened with cold sweat as his celestial energy dwindled rapidly. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, an uproar suddenly erupted outside the Qi Treasure Pavilion, accompanied by an elderly voice. "Master Li, what a grand display of power, bullying a junior in your own establishment." All eyes turned toward the source, where an elderly man clad in a gray robe entered. Leaning on a cane, though his aura appeared unremarkable, it froze Li Hong's movements instantly. "Old Qian?" Li Hong's expression shifted slightly. "What brings you here?" The man known as Old Qian paid him no mind, his gaze fixated on Yi Changqing, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "In the early stages of Qi gathering, to endure for this long under your hand, this young man possesses considerable merit." Yi Changqing's heart stirred. The aura of this elder was unfathomable, far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. Old Qian turned to Li Hong and said, "This young man, I will protect." Li Hong's expression shifted between shades of anger and fear, ultimately gritting his teeth and replying, "Since you, Old Qian, have spoken, I shall grant you this favor. However, he has harmed my son, and this matter cannot simply be overlooked." Old Qian replied nonchalantly, 3 days hence, at the inner city's martial arena. Let your son face him once more. Should your son prevail, you may deal with him as you wish. If he loses, we shall consider the past matters settled. What do you say? A glimmer of calculation flashed in Li Hong's eyes. Facing someone in the initial stage of Qi gathering against someone in the late stage greatly favored his son. "Very well, I shall abide by your words, Old Qian." Yi Changqing looked at Old Qian, puzzled as to why this unfamiliar elder would come to his aid. Old Qian, however, winked at him and whispered, "Young man, if you wish to win, seek me at Broken Sword Plateau in the west of the city." With that, he leaned on his cane and strolled away from the Qi Treasure Pavilion. Yi Changqing clenched the iron sword in his hand, aware of the venomous gaze from Li Hong. He understood that if he did not break through within these 3 days, the upcoming martial arena would be his demise. The path of Qi gathering was fraught with thorns from the very beginning. He was still far from Zhaoxian. Chapter 62. Enlightenment at Broken Sword Plateau. Peril at the martial arena. The Broken Sword Plateau in the west of the city was an abandoned martial arena, littered with rusty broken swords, said to have once been a ground for celestial cultivators to test their blades. Old Qian stood at the center of the plateau, leaning on his cane as he watched Yi Changqing approach, smiling. "Young man, do you know why I am helping you?" Yi Changqing shook his head. "Because you remind me of my younger self," Old Qian replied, picking up a broken sword. He shared a humble origin, faced scorn from others, and was known for his tenacity. He tossed the broken sword to Yi Changqing, saying, "Take this and practice with it over the next 3 days." The broken sword was heavier than the iron sword, its blade riddled with nicks, yet it emanated an indomitable sharpness. Yi Changqing grasped the broken sword tightly. As Old Qian continued, "The swordplay of that young master from the Li family is the flowing cloud 13 styles, agile, yet lacking in ferocity. However, his father has modified it, adding 3 lethal moves, particularly the final move, Cloud Breaks Mountain Crumbles, which few in the Qi gathering realm can withstand." Old Qian lightly tapped the ground with his cane, and a fleeting shadow appeared as he executed the initiating move of the flowing cloud 13 styles, his movements several times faster than that of young Master Li. "Your foundation is solid, and your resilience is rare, but your techniques are too crude. In a direct confrontation, defeat is inevitable." Yi Changqing silently noted the trajectory of old Qian's movements, beginning to wield the broken sword. He did not seek to learn the flowing cloud 13 styles. Instead, he infused his instincts from 10 years of beggary, dodging blows and scrambling for food, into his swordplay. At times, he struck with the ferocity of a wild dog seizing its prey. At others, he slipped through like an eel in the mud, and at yet other times, he stood firm as a boulder. Old Qian observed his swordplay, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Very well, to transform suffering into strength is the essence of true martial arts. Remember, the sword is an extension of the hand, the sharpness of the heart. It is not a contest of who has the flashiest techniques, but rather who can endure and wield an additional strike in the face of despair. 3 days later, the martial arena buzzed with excitement. Young Master Li's Danshan had been restored by Li Hong using spirit herbs, and he had even subtly broken through to the peak of qi gathering. Holding his azure sword, he glared at the steadily approaching Yi Changqing, his eyes brimming with venom. Today, I shall ensure you cannot live nor die. Yi Changqing remained clad in his coarse, short garments, gripping the broken sword with a serene expression. Begin. With the referee's command, young Master Li struck first, his azure sword transforming into a streak of light as he unleashed the flowing cloud 13 styles. The sword glimmered like a sky full of clouds, enveloping Yi Changqing. Each strike aimed at his vulnerabilities. Unflinching, Yi Changqing wielded his broken sword with a simple yet effective technique, consistently intercepting the sharp thrusts of the Qingfeng sword. The clashing sounds resonated incessantly. His arms tingled from the impact, and his palms bled, yet his stance remained unwavering. Is that all you can do? Young Master Li roared, his swordplay shifting dramatically as he unleashed his lethal move. Cloud locks the throat. The blade's light tightened suddenly, coiling around Yi Changqing's neck like a noose. In a swift motion, Yi Changqing crouched low, sweeping his broken sword along the ground, compelling young Master Li to retreat defensively. In that fleeting moment, he seized Li's wrist with his left hand, employing the same grappling technique that had once subdued Zhao Lie's throat. Not again, young Master Li seethed, fury mingling with shock as he summoned celestial energy to strike at Yi Changqing's face. Anticipating the move, Yi Changqing tilted his head, crashing his shoulder into Li's chest, forcing him to stagger backward. My father's second move. Young Master Li regained his footing, the Qingfeng sword expanding suddenly by 3 inches. Its sword energy howling through the air as he executed the Cloud Pierce's stone attack directly at Yi Changqing's heart. The speed was blinding, the angle treacherous. Yi Changqing had no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, he crossed his broken sword over his chest, channeling chaotic energy to envelop the blade in a shimmering black and white aura. The clash echoed. The Qingfeng sword struck the broken sword, shattering at the point of contact. Yi Changqing was thrown back, blood spilling from his lips, yet he had protected his vital core. One final strike. Madness flickered in young Master Li's eyes as he concentrated all his celestial energy into the sword, which appeared to be cloaked in white clouds, its momentum escalating exponentially. Clouds part. Mountains collapse. The sword light descended with cataclysmic force, distorting the very air around it. The onlookers gasped in awe. Even Elder Qian furrowed his brow in concern. As Yi Changqing beheld the sword light capable of cleaving him in two, memories surged in his mind, of Wang Tianrui's grave, of the humiliation endured over a decade of begging, and Elder Qian's words urging him to endure, to withstand one more strike. With a thunderous roar, he merged his chaotic energy with celestial power, the black and white aura of the broken sword intertwining with the remnants of his energy, morphing into the ethereal image of a phoenix reborn from flames. This was not merely a technique. It was the embodiment of his will forged through 10 years of suffering. Break. The broken sword met the Qingfeng sword in a direct collision, devoid of earth-shattering sound, only for the Qingfeng sword to emit a mournful cry, fracturing in two. The remaining force of the broken sword struck young Master Li's chest with unyielding might. Thud. Young Master Li was sent flying, crashing against the barrier of the training ground. Unconscious, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Leaning on his broken sword, Yi Changqing gasped for breath, his wounds gaping and his coarse garments stained crimson, yet he remained standing. Li Hong's face turned ashen, ready to lash out, but he was halted by Elder Qian's icy gaze. I have won, Yi Changqing declared, his voice hoarse but resolute as he regarded Li Hong. At that moment, commotion stirred at the entrance of the arena, as Zhao Xian arrived with Zhao family cultivators. He regarded Yi Changqing as one would a specter. It has been a decade, and you've gained some skills. Alas, today marks your demise. Yi Changqing tightened his grip on the broken sword, his body trembling from the recent battle. He understood that the true peril was only beginning. The victory of gathering energy is still a mere act of futility in the face of the peak of the Dan transformation. Elder Qian approached him and whispered, Zhao Xian practices the bone-corroding demon technique, which is immensely tyrannical. You are no match for him at this moment. If you wish to survive, come with me. Zhao Xian let out a cold laugh. Elder Qian, do you wish to protect him? Do not forget, you owe my Zhao family a life. Elder Qian's expression shifted slightly. He ultimately sighed and said to Yi Changqing, you must leave now. Run towards the eastern part of the city. There lies a teleportation array that may provide an escape. Yi Changqing gazed at the approaching Zhao Xian, then at Elder Qian, and suddenly smiled. 10 years ago, I fled once. A decade later, I shall not flee again. He raised the broken sword, pointing it at Zhao Xian. Though his breath was faint, his gaze was sharper than the broken blade. If you wish to fight, come. Zhao Xian's murderous intent surged, unaware of your impending doom. In an instant, he appeared before Yi Changqing, his dark purple celestial energy slithering towards him like a venomous serpent. Aiming directly for his dantian, this time, he intended to utterly crush Yi Changqing's hope. Yi Changqing attempted to block with his sword, but was struck by the force, causing the broken blade to slip from his grasp. The dark purple celestial energy instantly coiled around his arm, the searing pain blinding him. It is over. Zhao Xian grinned malevolently, extending his other hand towards Yi Changqing's dantian. Just then, a beam of golden light suddenly erupted from Yi Changqing's bosom. It was the shattered star stone left by Wang Tianrui. The shattered star stone detonated in midair, transforming into a golden barrier that astonishingly intercepted Zhao Xian's assault. The shattered star stone. Zhao Xian's pupils constricted. Are you one of Wang's disciples? Yi Changqing was taken aback, unable to comprehend Zhao Xian's reaction. Elder Qian seized the opportunity to pull him away, whispering, hurry. The shattered star stone can only hold for a moment. He urged Yi Changqing towards the east of the city. Zhao Xian watched their retreating figures, a complex expression flashing across his face. Ultimately, he did not pursue, but instead fixated on the direction from which the shattered star stone had exploded, his countenance shifting between dark and light. Yi Changqing was dragged along by Elder Qian, the corrosion on his arm still spreading. He glanced back, seeing Zhao Xian's silhouette flickering in the training grounds, like a sword poised over his head. Why did Zhao Xian halt upon seeing the shattered star stone? Yi Changqing inquired. Elder Qian sighed. The elder Wang Tianrui was once a renowned star-shattering sword master in the upper realm. He was the one who severed Zhao Xian's arm. And Zhao has harbored both fear and hatred towards him ever since. Yi Changqing's heart trembled. The beggar who had fed him cold leftovers and taught him to endure humiliation was, in fact, such a legendary figure. However, this protection will not last long. Elder Qian's voice grew grave. Zhao Xian will surely uncover the superficiality of your connection with Elder Wang. When that time comes, the chase will be even more merciless. The teleportation array in the eastern part of the city was nestled within desolate mountains. Elder Qian activated the formation and said to Yi Changqing, this array can randomly transport you to any place in the upper realm. Act wisely. Remember, strength is crucial, but survival is paramount. This is what Elder Wang has taught us throughout his life. As the teleportation array lit up, Yi Changqing looked at Elder Qian and bowed deeply. In the instant the light consumed him, he envisioned Wang Tianrui, smiling at him before the dilapidated temple, saw Elder Qian instructing him in swordplay on the broken sword platform, and recalled the thorny path he had traversed over the past 10 years. He understood that the road ahead was still fraught with peril, yet he would no longer be afraid, for what sustained him had never been invincible power, but rather the resilience forged through suffering and the unwavering spirit that refuses to bow in the face of despair. A new escape, a new struggle, has commenced. Chapter 63, Wilderness Fugitive, Bone and Blood Tempering. As the radiance of the teleportation array dissipated, Yi Changqing found himself crashing heavily onto a desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. The yellow sand swirled violently, lacerating his face like a knife. The air was suffused with a parched heat, rendering even his spiritual power thin and sparse. He struggled to sit up, the corrosion on his left arm having spread to his shoulder, with purplish-black veins resembling a spider's web. Each movement sent piercing pain coursing through him. System prompt. Residual effects of the bone corrosion demon technique detected, continuously eroding the host's vitality. Immediate search for a water source or spiritual herb containing pure spiritual energy is advised for suppression. Gritting his teeth, Yi Changqing tore a strip from his clothing, tightly binding it around his arm in an attempt to halt the spread of the corrosion. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where a chain of black mountains loomed. There, he discerned faint fluctuations of spiritual energy, perhaps concealing the pure spiritual energy mentioned by the system. He picked up a sharp stone shard from the ground to serve as a weapon and, dragging his injured arm, began to make his way toward the mountains. Having scarcely traveled a short distance, several lizard-like demonic beasts suddenly sprang forth from behind a sand dune. They were entirely a dull yellow hue, their eyes glinting with a greedy green light. These were sand lizards, known to feast upon the flesh of cultivators, their strength comparable to the early stages of qi gathering. At this moment, Changqing was severely depleted of spiritual power. His left arm barely functioned, leaving him reliant on the nimbleness honed from years of begging to evade their attacks. The sand lizards moved with remarkable speed, their claws leaving phantom trails in the sand, narrowly missing his back on several occasions. "Get away," he bellowed, channeling the last remnants of his chaotic energy into his right foot, delivering a powerful kick to one of the lunging sand lizards. The creature was sent flying, crashing against a dune and losing consciousness. But Changqing's exertion caused his left arm's wound to tear anew, blinding him with pain. The remaining sand lizards were momentarily stunned, yet they did not retreat. Instead, they encircled him more tightly. Changqing realized he could not afford to linger. Spotting an opening in one sand lizard's defense, he swiftly crouched down, driving the stone shard precisely into its eye. The sand lizard emitted a piercing scream, and upon witnessing this, the others finally recoiled in fear, retreating back into the dunes. Changqing collapsed onto the sand, gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and quickly being absorbed by the yellow earth. He gazed at the distant black mountains, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. To falter now would be tantamount to death. 3 days later, upon finally reaching the Black Mountains, the corrosion on his left arm had spread to his shoulder, rendering half of his body numb. The mountains were overgrown with dark red thorns, each spike brimming with venom. He could only use his uninjured right arm to push through the thicket, carving a bloody path. The spiritual energy within the mountains was indeed more abundant than that of the Gobi, yet it was also far more chaotic. In a secluded ravine, he discovered a spring, its waters shimmering with a faint blue light. This was the purifying spring, rich in pure spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he plunged into the icy waters. The pure spiritual energy surged into his body through his pores, clashing violently with the residual power of the bone corrosion demon technique, causing him to convulse in pain. Thrashing about in the water, time lost all meaning as he fought against the agony. Eventually, when he emerged from the spring, he found that the purplish-black veins on his left arm had diminished significantly, though his skin remained charred and blackened, resembling burnt wood. System prompt: suppression of the bone corrosion demon technique, residual effect successful. Continuous absorption of pure spiritual energy is required for complete eradication. Ice heart grass detected nearby, which can assist in repairing meridians. Following the guidance of the system, Changqing ventured deep into the mountain gorge, discovering several frost-kissed ice heart herbs. He plucked the leaves and chewed them, the bitter sap coursing down his throat, bringing a refreshing coolness to his danshin as the chaotic source core began to operate slowly, mending the damaged meridians. Just as he reveled in the sensation of restoration, the heavy sound of footsteps approached. A burly middle-aged cultivator emerged from the thicket, clad in tattered armor, wielding a rusted long knife, exuding an aura of early-stage Dan transformation. "This cleansing spring was discovered by me. Who dares to snatch it away?" The middle-aged man's gaze fell upon Changqing, and a glint of greed flickered in his eyes, especially upon seeing his charred left arm. "Bone-corroding magic? Are you the one being hunted by the Zhao family? Capturing you will surely yield a handsome reward." A wave of dread washed over Changqing. Just as he contemplated channeling his spiritual energy to escape, he found himself ensnared by the man's imposing presence. The pressure of the early-stage Dan transformation weighed heavily upon him, making even the act of breathing a struggle. "Boy, do not resist," the middle-aged cultivator sneered, advancing menacingly, the long knife scraping across the ground with a deafening screech. "Yield willingly, and I might grant you a swift end." Changqing gripped a stone shard tightly, his mind racing for a strategy. Confronting a cultivator of the Dan transformation realm head-on was futile. He needed to outsmart him. He noticed the man limping slightly on his right leg, evidently due to an old injury. "You wish to capture me? Come and try." Changqing feigned a vulnerability, luring the man into striking. The middle-aged cultivator took the bait, swinging his long knife with a fierce gust aimed at Changqing's injured left arm. Anticipating this, Changqing rolled swiftly to the right while hurling the stone shard with precision, striking the man's old injury on his right leg. "Ah!" the middle-aged cultivator shrieked, his balance faltering. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Changqing pounced like a cheetah, his right arm tightening around the man's throat while his knee pressed against the old wound. "Let go of me," the middle-aged cultivator roared, thrashing violently as the power of the Dan transformation erupted, causing Yi Changqing's blood to surge. Yet, he gritted his teeth. Refusing to relent, he knew that to release his grip would mean his own demise. The two struggled on the ground. The man's long knife nearly piercing Yi Changqing several times, each blow absorbed by his body. His back, grazed by thorns, bled profusely, soaking his garments. Yet he tightened his hold, his eyes gleaming with a near-manic fervor. Ultimately, the middle-aged cultivator's struggles waned, his complexion turning ashen from lack of oxygen. Only when Yi Changqing confirmed that the man had completely ceased to breathe did he release his grip, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Feeling as though all his bones had come undone, he rummaged through the man's storage pouch, retrieving some healing elixirs and a tattered map. The map indicated that this mountain range was named Broken Soul Ridge, with Black Wind City at its other end, a place rumored to be a haven for fugitives, yet also a hellish domain. Yi Changqing studied the map, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Black Wind City would undoubtedly have eyes of the Zhao family lurking within. Yet he urgently needed the purifying spirit energy to suppress the bone-corroding magic, as well as a locale to restore his strength. It was a gamble he was willing to take. He clenched his fists, picked up the long sword of a middle-aged cultivator to serve as his weapon, and dragged his battered body deeper into the depths of the soul-severing ridge. For the following month, Yi Changqing lived a life teetering on the edge of a blade. He evaded the pursuers from the Zhao family, battled ferocious beasts, utilized stolen elixirs for healing, and relied on the pure aura of the spirit-cleansing spring to suppress the corrosive effects of the bone-corrosion demonic art. On one occasion, he found himself cornered by 3 Zhao family cultivators in a cave, fighting fiercely to carve a path through their ranks, only to have his ribs shattered by a blade of energy. On another, in a desperate struggle for a resilience flower capable of repairing meridians, he fought a ferocious ironback bear at the Dan transformation stage, ultimately luring it into a trap, but was sent flying by its massive paw. Losing consciousness for 3 days and nights, each time he clawed his way back from the brink of death, he carved a notch into the stone wall of the cave. By the time he emerged from the soul-severing ridge, there were 27 marks etched into the wall, each representing a close encounter with the Grim Reaper. Standing at the exit of the soul-severing ridge, Yi Changqing turned back to gaze upon the dark mountains that had buried countless lives behind him, while the faint outline of Black Wind City loomed ahead. His wounds had long since scabbed and split, resembling a tattered suit of armor. Yet his eyes sparkled brighter than ever, his mastery of the Qi-gathering realm having solidified through countless life and death battles. Showing faint signs of a breakthrough into the later stages of Qi gathering, he gripped the long sword tightly, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. Black Wind City lay just ahead, harboring both new dangers and fresh opportunities. He was uncertain of the thorns that lay ahead, but he knew that he was alive, capable of wielding his sword, and able to press onward. This was enough. Zhao Xian, Zhao family, Yi Changqing whispered to himself, devoid of hatred, imbued instead with a calmness forged through the crucible of blood and fire. One day, I shall return. He turned and took measured steps toward Black Wind City, his silhouette stretching long beneath the moonlight, bearing scars yet standing proud. The path of escape remained long, but his steps had never been so resolute. Chapter 64. In Black Wind City, survival like ants. The city gates of Black Wind City were constructed from the bones of demonic beasts, adorned with a multitude of human heads, said to belong to cultivators who had dared to stir trouble here. As Yi Changqing approached the city gates, he was halted by 2 guards wielding bone spears, their gazes scrutinizing him as if appraising merchandise, twisted smirks playing upon their lips. Entrance fee, 1 low-grade spirit stone, declared the guard on the left, spitting on the ground as he twirled his spear, its tip gleaming ominously. Yi Changqing rummaged through his belongings. The spirit stones he had pilfered from the Zhao family were long gone, leaving only a few scraps of shattered star stones. He offered the fragments, but the guard weighed them in his hand, a look of disgust crossing his face. This worthless rock is hardly worthy of an entrance fee. Get lost. With a sudden thrust, the bone spear lunged toward his chest. Yi Changqing instinctively sidestepped, but another guard seized the opportunity, smashing the spear's shaft against his back. With a sickening thud, he stumbled and fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth onto the filthy ground, attracting a swarm of buzzing flies. Still trying to evade? The guard sneered, stepping forward with intent to crush his head underfoot. A glint of fierce determination flickered in Yi Changqing's eyes, just as he contemplated resistance. He noticed several formidable cultivators standing at the inner side of the city gate, each adorned with the Zhao family's insignia, clearly spies dispatched by the Zhao clan. He suppressed the anger boiling within him, curling his body as he allowed the guard's boots to press upon his back. The pain was akin to shattered bones. Yet he remained silent, his gaze fixed on the bloodstains beneath him. "You are wise to know your place," the guard scoffed, retracting his foot with a string of curses, and flung a shard of broken star stone at his face. "Get inside, and refrain from causing trouble in the city, otherwise you shall suffer a fate far worse than those on the city tower." Struggling to rise, Changqing felt his back wound split anew, his coarse garment soaked in blood. He refrained from looking back, inching into the city as the mocking laughter of the guards echoed behind him, each taunt piercing his heart like needles. Darkwind City was even more chaotic than he had imagined. The narrow streets were flanked by low, earthen houses, the eaves adorned with the desiccated corpses of demonic beasts. And the air was thick with the mingling stench of blood, decay, and low-quality liquor. The passing cultivators bore fierce visages, most wielding weapons at their waists, their eyes alert and greedy, as though ready to draw blades at any moment. Finding a corner to sit, he intended to catch his breath when a group of ragged beggars encircled him. Leading them was a decrepit old beggar with a missing leg, leaning on a rusted iron crutch, glaring at Changqing with malice. "New here? Do you understand the rules? This is my territory. If you wish to rest here, you must pay a protection fee." Changqing looked up at them. Though these beggars emanated faint auras, the ferocity in their eyes rivaled that of the cultivators. He searched his pockets, realizing he had nothing to offer, and simply shook his head. "I have nothing." "Nothing?" the old beggar sneered, swinging his crutch violently towards Changqing's arm. "Then in this city, you have no means to survive." The other beggars surged forward, raining punches and kicks upon Changqing. He could have fought back, but the thought of the Zhao clan spies at the city gate compelled him to shield his head and endure the assault. A prior rib injury flared painfully, causing darkness to cloud his vision, and in that moment, he felt transported back to the days of solitary begging, surrounded by other beggars in a filthy gutter, receiving a brutal beating. "Stop!" A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. The beggars froze, as if encountering a cat, and promptly scattered. Changqing raised his head to see a middle-aged woman standing before him, one eye blinded, dressed in a faded linen skirt and holding a basket filled with herbs. Her remaining eye, though clouded, bore a serene wisdom that seemed to transcend worldly troubles. "Come with me," she said without further inquiry, turning to walk deeper into the street. Changqing hesitated momentarily before struggling to follow. He sensed no malice from her. The woman led him to a dilapidated apothecary, where the rich aroma of herbs enveloped the air, and shelves displayed an assortment of dried medicinal plants, mostly of low-grade quality. She assisted him onto a rickety wooden bed and retrieved a jar of dark ointment, applying it to his wounds. The moment the salve made contact, a searing pain surged through him, prompting Changqing to involuntarily gasp. "This is a medicinal ointment made from blood-stopping herbs. It may sting a bit." As the woman applied the salve, she introduced herself. "I am Lu, a widow, and I run a small apothecary here. If you do not mind, you may rest for a while." Changqing, observing her blind eyes, could not restrain his curiosity. "What happened to your eyes?" Lu's movements paused momentarily, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "They were destroyed by the Zhao family. My husband was once a miner who unearthed a spirit stone in the veins of Blackwind City. When the Zhao family learned of it, they not only seized the stone but also murdered my husband and blinded me as a lesson." Changqing's heart sank. It seemed he was not alone in his animosity towards the Zhao family in Blackwind City. "You too are being hunted by the Zhao family?" Lu asked, her nose twitching slightly. "You carry the scent of the bone-eating demon technique, reminiscent of those who killed my husband." Changqing nodded. "I am Changqing, and I killed members of the Zhao family, leading them to pursue me here." "Then you must be cautious," Lu sighed. "The Zhao family's influence in Blackwind City is immense. Even the city lord is one of their own. Although the black market offers some cultivation resources, it is riddled with their spies, and any misstep could lead to exposure." In the days that followed, Changqing took residence in Lu's apothecary, assisting her in organizing herbs and drying medicinal materials. Occasionally, he ventured into the mountains beyond the city to gather herbs for meager earnings. To conceal his identity, he always kept his head lowered, avoiding crowds, and suppressed his aura to the utmost, presenting himself as an ordinary apprentice. Yet trouble soon found its way to him. Wang Hu, a mine owner and lackey of the Zhao family, caught wind of a strange young man at Lu's apothecary and came knocking with several subordinates. Wang Hu was a burly man with a brutish face, his aura pulsating at the peak of qi gathering. He kicked open the apothecary's door, his gaze landing on Changqing with a glint of greed. "Is this the wild man you've been hiding, Lu? How bold of you to harbor someone the Zhao family seeks." Lu shielded Changqing behind her, her eyes icy as she retorted, "He is merely an apprentice assisting me, not the person the Zhao family is after." "Is that so? A search will reveal the truth," Wang Hu commanded, gesturing for his subordinates to seize Changqing. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Changqing's eyes. Just as he prepared to act, Lu pressed her hand firmly on his shoulder. "Do not be impulsive," she whispered. "They are merely after money. We can appease them with some benefits." She retrieved a cloth pouch from her bosom, containing several low-grade spirit stones she had saved for purchasing a brightening herb. "Wang, please accept this small token as my apology and let us go free," she pleaded. Wang Hu accepted the pouch, weighing it in his hands with a satisfied grin, yet his gaze remained fixated on Changqing. "This lad seems sturdy. Just the sort we need at the mine. Let him work with me for 3 months, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Lu's face paled. His constitution is frail. He cannot endure the rigors of the mine. "Spare me the chatter," Wang Hu interrupted impatiently. "Either he comes with me, or I will hand him over to the Zhao family right now. Choose." Changqing gazed into the anxious eyes of Widow Lu, then cast a glance at the fearsome subordinates behind Wang Hu, realizing that he had no room for choice. He shook his head at Widow Lu and calmly stated, "I shall go." Wang Hu chuckled with satisfaction. Smart choice. He signaled his men to seize Changqing, dragging him from the medicine shop as if he were livestock. As Changqing glanced back, he saw Widow Lu standing at the entrance of the shop, her blind eyes turned towards him, her face etched with concern. A warmth spread through his heart, mingled with a tightening sensation. In this city of black wind, even this meager kindness felt like an extravagant luxury. The mines lay beneath the dark and damp earth of Black Wind City, the air thick with the scent of sulfur. Like the other miners, Changqing was clad in tattered prison garb, wielding a heavy pickaxe, excavating or under the dim light of oil lamps. The overseer, wielding a whip, would lash out mercilessly at anyone daring to slack off. His hands quickly blistered, the wounds mingling with the pickaxe, each swing sending sharp pangs of agony through him. The remnants of the bone corrosion devil's technique flared up again due to his excessive labor, leaving dark purple patterns faintly visible on his left arm, nearly causing him to faint in the mine several times. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, mining by day and retreating to a corner of the cave by night to channel chaotic energy to heal his body while absorbing the faint spiritual essence from the ore. He understood that survival was essential for revenge and for escaping this sunless abyss. One day, the mine suddenly collapsed, burying several miners beneath the rubble. The overseer not only refused to rescue them, but also lashed out at those attempting to help, exclaiming, "Why are you crying? If they're dead, it's for the best, saves food." Changqing watched as the cries of those trapped beneath the debris faded into silence. Clenching his pickaxe, his knuckles turned white from the strain. Was this the fate of the lowly cultivators? Like ants, dying without a soul to care. "What are you staring at? Get back to work." The overseer's whip cracked towards him, and Changqing did not flinch, bracing himself to take the blow. The searing pain of the whip only sharpened his senses. He knew he could not meet the same fate as those miners, perishing in this dark underground. After 2 months in the mine, an opportunity finally presented itself. One night, taking advantage of the overseer's drunken stupor, he pried open the mine's gate with a sharpened pickaxe and escaped through an abandoned tunnel. Upon returning to the surface, he beheld the crescent moon hanging over Black Wind City and could not help but tilt his head back, inhaling the fresh air deeply. His body was marred with scars, his clothing in tatters, reduced to mere bones, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. He did not return to Widow Lu's medicine shop, aware that Wang Hu would undoubtedly seek trouble with her. Instead, he cast a distant glance in her direction before turning away, vanishing into the night of Black Wind City. The road ahead remained shrouded in darkness, fraught with peril, but he knew he must press onward, even if he had to scrounge for survival like an ant. Enduring the world's suffering, as long as he lived, there was hope. He felt within his pocket a few spirit stones he had secretly brought from the mine, though scant. They would sustain him for a time. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, where lay the black market of Black Wind City, rumored to be a place where one could procure all manner of goods and hear a plethora of tidings. Drawing a deep breath, he set forth toward the market. Each step was laden with difficulty, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. This Black Wind City was merely another purgatory on his path of escape, and he must carve a bloody path through this hell. Chapter 65, Black Market Transactions. Danger in the surroundings. The black market of Black Wind City was concealed deep within the slums of the southern part of the city, its entrance marked by a dilapidated shack masquerading as a coffin shop. As Changqing approached the threshold, 2 guards clad in black halted his progress. One of them, detecting the scent of mineral dust clinging to him, scowled and barked, "What beggar dares to wander here? This is no place for you." Changqing remained silent, merely producing a spirit stone from his pocket. Under the dim light, the stone emanated a soft blue glow, and the guard's demeanor shifted, becoming more restrained. "You may enter, but know the rules. Here, it is the objects that matter, not the individuals. Passing through the dark door of the coffin shop, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Narrow alleys flanked by stalls brimmed with peculiar wares awaited him. Most vendors wore masks, displaying an assortment of bizarre items, glowing poisonous herbs, cracked magical artifacts, earthen jars filled with unknown liquids, and even cages containing young beasts. An eerie, sweet fragrance pervaded the air, the signature scent of the black market, capable of ensnaring the senses and leading one astray. Changqing fortified his mind with chaotic energy, swiftly scanning the stalls in search of what he needed. He sought the Qingling jade to suppress the bone-corroding devil's technique, the sugu flower to mend his meridians, and a suitable weapon, the rusted iron pickaxe he had seized from a miner, hardly fit for noble company. He halted before a stall laden with ores, where an elderly vendor donned a bronze mask. A palm-sized piece of black jade caught his attention, wreathed in wisps of white mist. It was the Qingling jade. What will it take to exchange for this jade? Changqing inquired, his voice lowered deliberately, tinged with a raspy edge. The old man raised his gaze, scrutinizing him through the mask. A cultivator of the gathering Qi realm, are you? The remnants of the bone-corroding devil's technique linger upon you, suggesting you escaped from the Zhao family, did you? A tightening sensation gripped Changqing's heart as his hands stealthily rested upon the pickaxe at his waist. However, the old man chuckled, his voice crackling like a broken bellows. No need to be anxious. In this black market, no one will meddle in your affairs. If you desire the Qingling jade, you may exchange it for the spirit stone you carry, along with that half-piece of star fragment concealed in your left sleeve. Changqing's pupils constricted. The old man had seen through his hiding place. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately relinquished the spirit stone and the star fragment. The Qingling jade held paramount importance for him. The old man accepted the items, tossing the Qingling jade to him. This jade will suppress the demonic energy within you. But to eradicate it entirely, that endeavor lies solely with you. By the way, let me caution you. The Zhao family is at the western end of the black market, in the ghost market, offering a substantial bounty for your capture. Clenching the Qingling jade tightly, Changqing turned and departed. As soon as he took a few steps, the voice of an elderly man reached his ears from behind. If you seek the bone regrowth flower, you might want to visit the old poison woman at the end of the alley. She recently acquired a specimen, though her temperament is rather unpleasant. Changqing did not turn around, but quickened his pace. In the black market, where the crowd is dense and the eyes are many, lingering even a moment longer is an added risk. At the end of the alley, an old crone sat at her stall, her face etched with countless wrinkles, surrounded by an array of toxic herbs emitting a pungent aroma. Upon noticing Changqing's approach, she lifted her murky gaze. What do you wish to purchase? My wares demand both coin and life. The bone regrowth flower, Changqing stated bluntly. The old woman grinned, revealing a toothless grin. I possess it, but I require more than mere spirit stones. I need you to perform a task for me. What task? He inquired. Bring me the arm of the scar-faced man from the eastern part of the city, she replied, her voice tinged with malice. He owes me for the corrupted heart grass he took. Changqing frowned. I will not assist you in murder. It is not murder. I merely require an arm. She insisted, pulling a small porcelain vial from her robe. This contains a potion that will render him temporarily powerless. After the deed is done, the bone regrowth flower shall be yours, and I will also gift you a windbreaker blade. Changqing glanced at the vial, then at the long knife wrapped in cloth behind her stall. Ultimately, he nodded. He needed the bone regrowth flower, and a proper weapon would serve him well. As for the scar-faced man, having earned animosity in the Black Wind City, he was likely no virtuous soul. Following the old woman's directions, he found the scar-faced man at a gambling den in the eastern part of the city. The man was a burly figure, his face marred by a long scar extending from the corner of his eye to his chin, exuding an aura of a late-stage Qi gathering practitioner, currently embracing a seductive woman as they gambled. Changqing settled into a corner, waiting for the night to deepen. When the scar-faced man staggered out of the den, intoxicated, Changqing followed him into a secluded alley. There, he mixed the potion into his wine gourd, feigning drunkenness as he collided with the man. Watch where you're going. You blind fool. The scar-faced man bellowed, raising his hand to strike. Changqing, seizing the moment, offered the gourd. My apologies, brother, allow me to make amends. Cursing, the scar-faced man took the gourd and drank deeply. Soon, he felt his strength ebbing away. What did you put in this wine? He demanded. Changqing did not respond. Instead, he drew the rusty iron pick from his possession and brought it down ruthlessly upon the man's right arm. A sharp crack resonated as the arm was severed, eliciting a piercing scream from the scar-faced man. Changqing picked up the severed limb and turned to leave, ignoring the man's furious curses and pleas for mercy. In the Black Wind City, compassion was the most worthless of commodities. Upon returning to the black market, the old woman examined the severed arm and nodded in satisfaction, handing him the bone regrowth flower and the windbreaker blade. The blade measured approximately 3 feet in length. Despite its chipped edge, it radiated an aura of lethal intent. Clearly having tasted blood, depart quickly. The Zhao family has traced you to the black market, the old woman urged, a hint of barely perceptible concern flickering in her eyes. As Changqing exited the black market, he spotted a group of over a dozen cultivators stationed at the alley's entrance, each exuding formidable energy, led by Zhao Meng, a cultivator of the transformation stage from the Zhao family. Zhao Meng beheld him, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. Changqing, see where you can flee. Changqing tightened his grip on the windbreaker blade, his chaotic energy and celestial power intertwining within him. The pure spirit jade nestled against his chest emanated a soothing aura, quelling the agitation of the bone corrosion demon technique, while the medicinal properties of the bone regeneration flower began to mend his damaged meridians. Kill him, and receive a bounty of gold, Zhao Meng commanded, and his followers surged forward like a swarm. Changqing opted not to confront them directly. Instead, he executed the Mistral steps, gliding through the crowd like a specter, the windbreaker blade slicing through the air with a fierce gust, targeting the enemy's vulnerabilities. His strikes were devoid of form yet lethal, honed by instinct forged on the brink of life and death. Clang! A long sword lunged toward his chest, which he deftly parried with the back of his blade, countering with a swift slice that severed his opponent's throat. Black blood sprayed across his face. Yet he did not flinch. Zhao Meng watched as his subordinates fell one by one, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He had not anticipated such combat prowess from Changqing, a mere practitioner at the Gathering Qi realm. Useless. You cannot even subdue a child of the Gathering Qi realm, he bellowed, and with that, he took matters into his own hands, his Dan transformation realm pressure enveloping the alley in an instant. Changqing felt an immense force bearing down upon him, as though struck by a boulder, causing him to involuntarily expel a mouthful of blood. He recognized that he was no match for Zhao Meng and had to escape swiftly. Spotting an opening at the end of the alley, he hurled the windbreaker blade to repel the encroaching cultivators, channeling all his strength to sprint forth like an arrow released from its bow. Zhao Meng's palm wind grazed the back of his body, drawing forth a spray of blood, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Attempting to flee, Zhao Meng snickered, pursuing him relentlessly. Changqing dared not glance back as he dashed through the impoverished alleyways, the footsteps behind him growing ever closer. He was acutely aware that if this continued, he would inevitably be caught. Just then, he spotted a brothel ahead, its back door ajar. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed through the door and dashed inside. The brothel was alive with song and dance, fragrant aromas permeating the air, starkly contrasting with the sanguine scent outside. Guests shrieked in terror upon seeing Changqing, drenched in blood. The madam, upon noticing, was about to scold him when he silenced her with a shard of starstone. Help me evade this calamity, and I shall repay you handsomely. The madam hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded, ushering him into a private room and concealing him beneath the bed. Zhao Meng arrived at the brothel, surveying the chaotic crowd, impatience flickering in his eyes. Search for him. Even if we must overturn the entire establishment, we will find him. The cultivators ransacked the brothel, breaking numerous items, screams echoing in the chaos. Changqing, hidden beneath the bed, clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh as he listened to the commotion outside. As Zhao Meng's footsteps drew nearer, a sudden uproar erupted outside, with someone shouting, "The city lord has arrived." Zhao Meng's figure abruptly halted, clearly wary of the city lord. Moments later, the footsteps outside gradually receded. Changqing crawled out from beneath the bed, his body drenched in sweat. The madam looked at him and sighed. "You must leave quickly. The Zhao family holds great power in Black Wind City, and the city lord cannot protect you for long." Changqing handed her the last shard of starstone, bowing deeply. "Thank you." He slipped out of the brothel's back door, daring not to linger for even a moment, making his way westward, away from the city of Black Wind. The moonlight outside bathed him in its glow, illuminating the myriad wounds upon his body and the resolve in his eyes. He cast a glance back at the silhouette of the city, a place of his suffering, but also faint glimmers of kindness. Yet he understood that he could not halt. The relentless pursuit by the Zhao family would not cease, and the dangers ahead would only intensify. Gripping the windbreaker blade tightly, he felt the gentle luminescence of the spirit jade nestled close to his heart. His next destination was the misty forest, 1,000 miles away. Rumored to be perpetually shrouded in mist, a suitable refuge from his pursuers. The path of escape remained long and fraught with hardship, yet his steps had never felt so resolute. for he knew that with each step he took away from danger, he drew closer to vengeance and closer to survival. The windbreaker blade glinted coldly in the moonlight, illuminating the treacherous path ahead. Changqing inhaled deeply, set forth, and vanished into the night. Chapter 66. Pursuit in the Mist. Concealed in the cavern after departing from the city of Black Wind, Changqing journeyed westward, avoiding the main roads and opting instead for rugged mountains and wild terrains. The Zhao family's relentless pursuit clung to him like a festering wound, always manifesting just as exhaustion threatened to overtake him, dragging him abruptly from sleep to battle. On this particular afternoon, as he navigated through a dense thicket, he suddenly caught a whiff of a faintly sweet odor permeating the air, the signature scent of the Zhao family's soul-chasing incense. A tightening sensation gripped his heart, and just as he intended to conceal himself, he heard the unmistakable sound of slicing air behind him. 3 flying swords, imbued with sharp energy, were aimed directly at his back. What a delightful challenge! Changqing swiftly pivoted, the windbreaker blade creating a phantom arc in his hand. With 3 resounding clangs, he successfully parried the incoming swords. Upon discerning his assailants, he found it was Zhao Lei, a favored disciple of Zhao Xian, accompanied by 2 initial-stage alchemists, clearly intent on his demise. Changqing, how adept you are at fleeing! Zhao Lei sneered, his hand weaving complex spells. The 3 flying swords formed a triangular formation in the air, launching another assault. Unfortunately, this soul-locking array shall serve as your tomb. The sword formation blocked all avenues of escape, with the intertwining sword energy resembling a net, accompanied by a purplish-black mist infused with bone-corroding magic, rendering Changqing's breathing labored. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the full power of the spirit jade, its radiant light forming a protective shield around him, temporarily staving off the encroaching dark energy. Windbreaker slash! He bellowed, channeling all his celestial power into the windbreaker blade, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energy that cleaved a gap through the web of swords. Seizing the opportunity as their formation faltered, he turned and fled, employing the misty steps to the utmost, his figure darting swiftly through the trees. Think you can escape? Not so easily. Zhao Lei urged his flying swords, pursuing unrelentingly. The shrill whistle of the swords slicing through the air resembled a death knell, narrowly grazing his scalp on several occasions, stirring wisps of his hair. Changqing dared not look back, relying solely on his instinct for danger. Weaving left and right amidst the dense trees, he could sense the pursuer drawing ever closer. Zhao Lei's cultivation was a full realm above his own, placing him at a distinct disadvantage in a protracted battle. At that moment, the thicket ahead suddenly thinned, revealing a vast expanse of white mist. Right before him lay the misty forest he had sought. The mist enveloped the surroundings like thick milk, visibility dwindling to a mere 3 feet, with even one's consciousness heavily suppressed. Changqing plunged into the obscurity without hesitation. The flying sword trailing behind him met an invisible barrier at the mist's edge, its speed abruptly diminished. Damn this fog! Zhao Lei's furious shout echoed from outside. He hasn't gone far. We must enter and search. Once immersed in the fog, Changqing swiftly altered his course, weaving through a series of circles before concealing himself within the hollow of a towering ancient tree. He held his breath, attuned to the footsteps and shouts resonating from outside, his heart racing wildly within his chest. The mist not only suppressed consciousness, but also concealed numerous strange beasts. Before long, anguished cries of cultivators and the roars of beasts reverberated outside, indicating that Zhao Lei's men had encountered peril. Changqing felt a slight sense of relief, recognizing that this fog-laden forest indeed served as a natural barrier. He remained hidden in the tree hollow throughout the night, only daring to cautiously peek out once the external tumult had subsided. The fog was denser than before, permeated by the damp scent of decaying leaves, while a thick layer of fallen foliage muted his steps. To evade any lingering pursuers, he ventured deeper into the mist. The light in the fog forest was dim, reminiscent of eternal night, with occasional low growls from unknown beasts tightening his chest. He dared not be careless, using his windbreaker blade to part the mist with each step, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. 3 days later, upon reaching a low-lying valley, his foot suddenly gave way, and he found himself falling into emptiness. In that fleeting moment of weightlessness, he hastily plunged the blade into the rock wall, stabilizing his form with the reactive force. To his astonishment, he discovered a concealed opening covered by vines beneath him, small enough for only one to pass through, surrounded by weathered rubble, evidently a naturally formed hidden entrance. After a brief moment of hesitation, Changqing severed the vines with his blade and slipped into the opening. Inside the cave lay an impenetrable darkness. He channeled his celestial energy to illuminate the tip of his finger, revealing a cramped chamber with indistinct runes etched upon the walls, long devoid of luster. At the center of the cave rested a skeletal figure, seated in a meditative posture, its garments long since decayed, alongside a black storage bag scattered nearby. Approaching the remains, Changqing observed a gaping hole in the ribcage, a clear indication of a fatal strike. He picked up the storage bag and infused it with a trace of celestial energy, which instantly illuminated its opening. As he probed inside, he discovered a scant few items: 3 bottles of chi-gathering pills, half a spirit crystal, a weathered booklet, and several damaged magical artifacts. His heart leaped at the sight of the booklet, its cover inscribed with essence of Dan transformation, containing insights on breaking through from the pinnacle of chi-gathering to the Dan transformation realm. The handwriting was hasty yet profound, clearly the cultivation experiences of the original owner. It appeared to belong to a peak chi-gathering cultivator who had met their demise here. Changqing took a chi-gathering pill, poured out a single grain, and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly, its gentle potency coursing through his meridians, revitalizing his weary body. He inspected the cave further, finding it devoid of anything save for the skeleton and the storage bag. Although the runes on the walls were faint, they vaguely resembled a simple defensive formation, perhaps the very array that allowed the storage bag to endure the test of time. Changqing carefully moved the skeletal remains to a corner of the cave and covered them with gravel, offering a respectful bow to the grave. "Rest in peace, Senior. I shall temporarily borrow your possessions. Should the opportunity arise, I will avenge you." After completing this solemn act, he settled into a meditative posture at the center of the cave, beginning to organize his newfound resources. Although the chi-gathering pill was common, it possessed the ability to stabilize his cultivation level. The spirit crystals contained a richness of spiritual energy several times that of spirit stones, sufficient to support his ascent to the Dan transformation realm, and the Dan transformation secrets provided the crucial insights he needed to break through his current impasse. Though limited in quantity, these resources were more than adequate. Changqing clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes. In this perilous misty forest, this secluded cave served as an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation. He placed the clear spirit jade against his chest, suppressing the remnants of the bone corrosion demonic art, and consumed a chi-gathering pill before opening the Dan transformation secrets. The script on the pages unfolded before him, detailing the process of compressing the chi cyclone of the chi-gathering stage into a Dan and how to channel the heavenly spiritual energy to refine the Dan body. He quickly immersed himself in the text, temporarily casting aside the external threats and the dangers of the forest. He understood that to survive in this upper realm and seek vengeance, he must swiftly break through to the Dan transformation realm, the threshold at which cultivators truly possess the capability for self-preservation. Outside the cave, the mist remained dense, and the distant roars of demonic beasts echoed with primal ferocity. Within the cave, only the faint glimmer of his fingertips illuminated Changqing's focused visage, along with the tome that bore his hopes, the Dan transformation secrets. A new path of cultivation quietly unfurled in this shadowy cave. Unbeknownst to him, at the opposite end of the misty forest, Zhao Lei, accompanied by fellow cultivators, was methodically searching the area, their patience waning and murderous intent intensifying. The calm was merely a fleeting tranquility before the impending storm. Chapter 67. A surprising transformation and a bloodbath in the misty sea within the cave. Changqing had been seated in meditation for 3 months. The medicinal potency of the chi-gathering pill intertwined with the spiritual energy of the spirit crystals within him, flowing along the pathway outlined in the Dan transformation secrets. The cyclone in his danshin grew increasingly refined, resembling a piece of wrought iron gradually revealing the form of a Dan. The clear spirit jade pressed against his chest emitted a white light that suppressed the remnants of the bone corrosion demonic art in the corner of his left arm, where the skin still bore a faint purplish hue but had ceased to spread. Throughout these 3 months, he had severed nearly all external perceptions, dedicating his entire focus to the final step of Dan formation. According to the secrets, upon breaking through to the Dan transformation realm from the pinnacle of chi gathering, the convergence of heavenly spiritual energy would invoke a tribulation thunder, which, though less ferocious than the ascension tribulation, was sufficient to obliterate the paths of those with unstable foundations. That morning, the mist outside the cave suddenly surged violently. The once dense white fog was torn apart by an unseen force, creating a rift through which sunlight pierced like a blade, striking directly at Changqing's brow. It was here. He abruptly opened his eyes as the cyclone within his danshin shrank drastically, the previously egg-sized cyclone compressing wildly, emitting a resonant humming sound. while the celestial energy around him surged like boiling water, rushing towards his dantian. Outside the cave, the mist churned more violently, and flashes of lightning flickered deep within the fog. In the forest, Zhao Lei suddenly looked up towards the direction of the lightning. A glimmer of wild joy in his eyes. It's the Dan transformation tribulation. That kid is breaking through. He bellowed furiously at the cultivators behind him. Quick! Follow the lightning. We must ensure he has no place to rest in death. Over 30 cultivators from the Zhao family surged towards the cave, akin to sharks sensing blood. Their feet snapping twigs underfoot and startling flocks of birds into the air. Inside the cave, Changqing remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. As he faced the most critical step of the Dan formation tribulation, the cyclone in his dantian had compressed to the size of a thumb, radiating a crystalline milky white hue. The surface of the Dan pill shimmered with intricate patterns, embodying the flawless essence of the Dan as recorded in the essence of Dan transformation. Boom! The first thunderclap of tribulation finally pierced through the mist, striking the rocky ceiling above the cave. Debris flew, and the entire cave trembled violently, dust cascading from above. Unmoved, Changqing formed seals with his hands, guiding the Dan pill to absorb the essence of heaven and earth contained within the tribulation thunder. Under the refining power of the thunder, the milky white Dan pill gradually acquired a faint golden hue, its patterns becoming increasingly distinct, radiating vitality that filled the entire cave. The second tribulation. The second bolt of thunder followed closely, its force multiplied several times, directly breaching the cave's ceiling and creating an opening the size of a bowl. Mist poured in through the gap, carrying a familiar scent of blood, the aura of the Zhao family cultivators. Changqing's heart sank as he realized that his breakthrough had attracted pursuers. However, at this moment, the Dan pill had formed, and only the final bolt of tribulation thunder remained for refinement. To interrupt now would mean the ruin of his cultivation at best, and death at worst. He gritted his teeth, not only refusing to halt, but accelerating his absorption of the tribulation thunder's power. Found it. There. Zhao Lei's voice echoed from outside, tinged with a sinister glee. He gazed at the breach in the cave's ceiling, sneering, destroy this hole. Let him savor the tribulation thunder and my slaughter. Two early-stage Dan formation cultivators immediately moved forward, channeling their celestial power into their hands before striking the cave's rocky wall with great force. Boom, boom. The rock face crumbled in response, completely blasting open the entrance of the cave, burying Changqing beneath a cascade of rubble. Zhao Lei and his men rushed in, just in time to see Changqing pinned under the debris, a golden Dan pill suspended at his dantian, while the third bolt of tribulation thunder coalesced within the mist. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Zhao Lei drew his long sword, dark purple demonic energy swirling around its blade. Changqing, your tribulation is your death warrant. He thrust the sword towards Changqing's dantian, intent on shattering the opponent's Dan before the thunder could strike. In a moment of desperation, Changqing suddenly looked up, a glint of madness in his eyes. He actively guided the third bolt of tribulation thunder, the golden lightning descending like a serpent, striking Zhao Lei's sword with unerring accuracy. Clang! The collision of thunder and demonic energy erupted in a deafening roar. Zhao Lei felt an overwhelming force surge through the long sword, causing his grip to fracture, nearly wrenching the weapon from his hands. Seizing the moment of his opponent's momentary pause, Changqing harnessed the newly formed power of the Dan formation, unleashing a burst of chaotic and celestial energy through his meridians, shattering the debris upon him. With his left hand, he snatched the suspended Dan into his dantian, and with his right, he picked up the broken wind blade, which glimmered with a golden electric light from absorbing the power of the tribulation thunder. The Dan formation was complete. Changqing felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, far surpassing that of the gathering chi stage. The remnants of the bone-corroding devil art on his left arm were once again subdued by the strength of the Dao Dan, the purplish-black patterns fading significantly. Even having reached the transformation dance stage, you shall perish today. Zhao Lei steadied his stance, malice glimmering in his eyes. Attack! Kill him! And each of you shall be rewarded with 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Over 30 cultivators launched their assault simultaneously, an array of spells and flying swords descending like a torrential rain, enveloping the entire cave in a shroud of lethal intent. Changqing inhaled deeply, wielding the breaking wind blade, which traced a golden wheel in the air. The chaotic power intertwined with celestial energy, forming a swirling barrier that deflected most of the onslaught. Breaking wind dance, he shouted, spinning like a top, the blade trailing countless shimmering slashes as he charged toward the throng. The power of the transformation Dan elevated both his speed and strength to unprecedented levels, As the blade swept through, anguished cries echoed. And two peak-gathering Qi cultivators were severed in an instant. "Stop him!" Zhao Lei bellowed, lunging forward as their swords clashed, producing a deafening roar. In the confined space of the cave, they engaged in fierce combat, sword energy and blade light shredding the walls, causing the already dilapidated structure to tremble perilously. Changqing grew increasingly alarmed. Despite Zhao Lei being merely at the initial transformation dance stage, he had mastered the Zhao family's bone-corroding devil art, infusing his sword strikes with potent corrosive properties. With every clash, purplish-black demonic energy seeped along the blade, causing his arm to tingle. "Boy, taste my demon bone sword." A sinister smile flickered in Zhao Lei's eyes as his long sword suddenly swelled, countless spectral bones manifesting along its length, shrieking as they lunged towards Changqing's heart. Changqing dared not confront it head-on. He sidestepped, the blade grazing his ribs and drawing forth a spurt of blood. Pain shot through the wound as the purplish-black essence invaded, beginning to corrode his very bones. What a tyrannical devil art, he thought, panic surging within him as he hastily channeled the Dao Dan's power to suppress the invasion. At that moment, the mist outside the cave turned pitch black, a far more terrifying aura emanating from the depths of the fog, causing even the combatants to pause, warily glancing towards the cave's entrance. "It's the Fog Sea Fiend Dragon." One cultivator recognized the presence, his voice trembling with fear. It was the sovereign of the Mist Forest, a tribulation stage beast. A 10-zhonglong black dragon emerged from the mist, its scales as hard as obsidian, its eyes gleaming with a blood-red light, evidently drawn by the chaos and the scent of blood within the cave. "Damn it, how did we attract this creature?" Zhao Lei's complexion turned pale, even his master, Zhao Xian, would find it daunting to contend with a tribulation stage beast. The Fog Sea Fiend Dragon roared, its massive tail sweeping through, instantly causing the cave to collapse, burying several Zhao family cultivators beneath the debris. Both Changqing and Zhao Lei were violently thrown outside, landing in an open space. "First, we must slay this beast." Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, realizing that he and Changqing were now bound by a common fate. Changqing remained silent, tightening his grip on the breaking wind blade. He understood this was his singular chance to escape into the depths of the fog sea while they were preoccupied with the fiendish dragon. Zhao Lei, accompanied by the remaining cultivators, launched an assault on the ferocious serpent. The sword energy and spell struck against the creature's scales, leaving behind only faint white marks. The serpent roared in fury, retaliating with a blast of black venom that instantly transformed any cultivator it touched into a puddle of pus, a sight too ghastly to behold. Seizing the opportunity, Changqing turned and fled, his windbreaker blade slicing through the mists before his figure swiftly vanished into the depths of the fog. Zhao Lei, witnessing his escape, was consumed by rage, his eyes nearly bursting with fury, yet he found himself ensnared by the serpent, utterly unable to pursue. Changqing, I swear, I shall rend your body to pieces." His furious cries echoed through the misty expanse, only to be met with the serpent's even more savage onslaught. Changqing ran relentlessly until the sounds of battle faded into silence, at which point he dared to halt. Leaning against an ancient tree, he gasped for breath as waves of agony surged from his rib injury, the demonic energy still gnawing at his bones. Yet, a faint smile graced his lips. He had successfully reached the Dan transformation realm, finally obtaining the means to confront the Zhao family head-on. In the depths of the mist, the serpent's roars and the cultivator's screams gradually receded. Changqing tightened his grip on the windbreaker blade, its golden lightning having dissipated yet seemingly whispering tales of the recent harrowing bloodshed. He lifted his gaze towards the deeper recesses of the fog, where the mists were as thick as ink, concealing countless unknown dangers. Nevertheless, he understood he must press onward. Ahead lay potentially greater perils, but assuredly, more formidable power awaited him. The Dan transformation realm was merely a new beginning. Chapter 68, Treasure Seizing in the Misty Sea. The demonic serpent weeps blood. Changqing concealed himself in the depths of the mist for 3 days, barely managing to suppress the corruption of the demonic energy at his ribs with the power of the Dao Dan, yet he could not eliminate it entirely. The methods of Dan transformation indicated that cultivators of this realm could refine Dan fire to temper their physical bodies, which might incinerate the remnants of this bone-eroding demonic technique. To cultivate Dan fire, one required the essence of the Earth's core fire. Conveniently, the innermost part of the misty forest harbored the remnants of a volcano, rumored to contain such fire essence within its lava. He navigated through the depths of the mist, where the fog had thickened to near tangibility, its viscosity akin to glue, compressing even his consciousness to a mere 3 feet. The ground beneath him gradually became searing hot, and the air was saturated with the acrid scent of sulfur. The volcanic remnants were now within sight. Suddenly, the mist ahead churned violently, and a dark figure shot forth like an arrow, carrying a foul wind directly toward him. Changqing had anticipated this and swung the windbreaker blade in a horizontal arc. The blade clashed with the shadow, producing a resonant clang of metal. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be a slightly smaller ferocious serpent of the misty sea. Though not as formidable as the previous Tribulation Realm behemoth, it possessed peak Dan transformation strength. A chain was coiled around its neck, inscribed with the Zhao family's runes, indicating it was a tamed beast of the Zhao clan. Panic gripped Changqing's heart. This implied that Zhao Lei's followers were likely nearby. The serpent was momentarily repelled by the blade's energy, its crimson eyes flashing with fury as it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of black venom. Changqing wasted no time, his feet dancing swiftly as he evaded like a specter. The venom struck the ground, corroding the hard rock into deep pits. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily circled behind the ferocious dragon and, with the windbreaker blade, condensed the nascent form of Dan fire. Though not yet fully refined, it already exuded a searing intensity. He struck fiercely at the chain. With a resounding clang, the chain shattered, and the ferocious dragon let out a roar of liberation, turning its gaze toward the depths of the misty sea, evidently driven to flee from the torment inflicted by the Zhao family. Just as Changqing exhaled a sigh of relief, a furious shout from behind shattered the moment. "Wretched beast! And you, the fugitive, stay right there." Emerging from the mist were Zhao Lei and more than a dozen cultivators. Leading them was a grim-faced elder whose aura radiated the peak of Dan transformation. The token at his waist was inscribed with the character for Zhao, clearly indicating he was a formidable reinforcement sent by the Zhao family. Changqing, this time, there is no escape. The elder's voice was raspy as he gripped a bone staff, its tip embedded with the core of a demon beast, emanating a chilling aura. "I am Zhao Kun, here to take your life." With a wave of his hand, the core on the staff glowed, and a wave of icy energy spread forth, freezing the surrounding mist into solid ice. Changqing felt his meridians seize up, the operation of his dance stalling. This elder's power was several times stronger than Zhao Lei's. "Trap him!" Zhao Lei cackled as he summoned a flying sword, and the dozen or so cultivators unleashed their attacks simultaneously, weaving a net of spells that utterly sealed off Changqing's escape route. Knowing that there was no evading this battle, Changqing gripped the windbreaker blade across his chest, the nascent Dan fire flickering along the blade, reflecting the coldness in his eyes. "If you wish to spare my life, you must pay with yours." He charged into the crowd, the blade radiating a scorching light, aimed directly at the throat of a cultivator in the initial stage of Dan transformation. The cultivator, taken aback by his ferocity, hastily raised his magical artifact to defend, only to be cleaved in two by the blade's brilliance, fragments of the artifact scattering. "Seeking death," Zhao Kun bellowed, pointing his bone staff, sending an ice spear hurtling through the air with a piercing sound. Changqing sidestepped, the ice spear grazed his shoulder, leaving a charred mark on his skin. The spear bore a chilling frost that could erode bone. Seizing the moment, Zhao Lei attacked from the side, his sword entwined with purple-black demonic energy, aimed at Changqing's back. Changqing countered with a reverse strike, the blade and sword clashing once more, both retreating 3 steps. Changqing felt a numbing sensation in his arm, the Dan trembling in response. He had just broken through to the Dan transformation stage, his foundation unstable. "Let us combine our powers to slay him." Zhao Kun discerned his weakness, swinging the bone staff as countless ice spears fell like a torrential downpour. Changqing found himself besieged, quickly falling into perilous straits. One shoulder was lacerated by an ice spear, the wound instantly freezing, even the power of his Dan unable to dispel it. The back was struck by Zhao Lei's sword energy, the purple-black demonic aura spreading anew, resonating with an old injury at his rib, causing him to nearly faint from the pain. "I can no longer afford to be passive." A flash of determination crossed his eyes as he bit down on his tongue, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the windbreaker blade. Chaotic flames devour the heavens. The Dan within his danshin surged violently, the nascent Dan fire expanding dramatically, forming a fiery blade aura nearly 10 feet long along the blade. This strike amalgamated the power of chaos with Dan fire, carrying the might to incinerate all, forcefully cleaving a gap through the web of spells. Harnessing this momentum, he charged forward rather than retreating, aiming straight for Zhao Kun. Unprepared for such a desperate gamble, Zhao Kun hastily raised his bone staff to block, the fiery blade aura colliding with the staff, producing a deafening explosion. Crack! The bone staff shattered with a resounding crack, sending Zhao Kun hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth, as the flames ignited the fabric of his chest, releasing a charred odor. "Old Zhao!" Zhao Lei exclaimed in alarm, rushing to provide assistance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Changqing turned and dashed toward the volcanic ruins. There, the lava pool billowed with thick smoke, and upon a black rock at its center, a faint crimson glow emanated. This was the core of the Earth's fire. "Not a chance," Zhao Kun bellowed, clutching his chest in rage, while the remaining cultivators frantically pursued. Changqing leapt into the lava pool. The searing heat scorched his skin, yet he paid it no heed, reaching out for the fire core. Just as his fingertips grazed the core, a violent tremor erupted from the pool's depths, and a larger, monstrous fog sea serpent surged forth from the magma. Indeed, it was the formidable adversary from the tribulation realm. It had not fled, but had instead concealed itself at the bottom of the lava pool to recuperate. Now disturbed, it erupted in a frenzy, its massive tail sweeping through the air, pulverizing several pursuing cultivators into a bloody smear. Zhao Lei and Zhao Kun were paralyzed with terror, fleeing in panic. Yet Changqing's eyes glimmered with determination. He noticed a ghastly wound on the serpent's abdomen, clearly a remnant of its prior battle with the Zhao family cultivators. "I must go for it." He stashed the newly acquired earth fire core into his robe and charged towards the serpent's injury, channeling all his strength into the wind-piercing blade as he thrust it fiercely into the wound. A thunderous roar erupted from the serpent, a heart-wrenching cry that reverberated throughout the fog sea, its agony igniting a feral rage. The colossal creature writhed violently within the lava pool, tossing Changqing out like a rag doll, crashing against the rocky wall and spitting blood. However, in his grasp, the wind-piercing blade had extracted a substantial chunk of serpent flesh, stained with blood, imbued with life force. Ignoring the blood trickling from his lips, he seized the serpent meat and fire core, plunging deeper into the fog sea. Behind him, the serpent's growls mingled with the screams of the Zhao family cultivators, evidently ensnared by the enraged beast, leaving them no time to pursue. Changqing raced onward, not stopping until he had distanced himself from the volcanic ruins. Finally finding a concealed cave to hide, he retrieved the earth fire core, and upon contact with the essence of his Dao Dan, it instantly transformed into a vibrant crimson flame, merging with his Danshan. A resounding hum echoed as the Dao Dan vibrated violently, the true Dan fire finally coalescing into existence. The golden flames, radiating warmth, coursed through his meridians, dissolving the purple-black demonic energy of the bone erosion art as if it were snow under the sun. The old injury at his ribcage began to heal under the refining power of the Dan fire, while the life force from the serpent meat surged into his body, revitalizing his weary form. As Changqing felt the Dan fire surging within him and the solid presence of his mid-stage transformation into Dan, a smile of survival after calamity graced his lips. This expedition into the fog sea, though perilous, had not only refined his Dan fire and eradicated the demonic energy, but had also unexpectedly advanced him to the mid-stage of Dan transformation. Outside the cave, the fog sea continued to churn, the mournful cries of the serpent faintly audible. Changqing tightened his grip on the wind-piercing blade. Still warm with the serpent's blood, he understood that the Zhao family would not relent. If Zhao Kun and Zhao Lei survived, they would surely summon even stronger pursuers. Yet in this moment, he was no longer the mere chi-gathering cultivator who could only flee. The Dan fire danced within him, an indomitable will to fight. Changqing stepped out of the cave, gazing toward the horizon beyond the fog sea, his eyes glinting with fierce resolve. The next destination is the fallen immortal battlefield. It is said that ancient remnants of practitioners lie scattered there, perhaps holding the key to countering the Zhao family's power. The path ahead is still fraught with thorns, yet his blade is sufficiently sharp. Chapter 69. The Ancient Path of Fallen Immortals, where withered bones blossom. As Changqing departed from the misty forest, he deliberately took 3 detours. The miasma at the edge of the fog sea had dissipated, revealing an ancient path overgrown with wild grass. The stone tablet beside the path, weathered by rain and wind, had been reduced to half its former glory. Yet the character's fallen immortal could still be faintly discerned. This is the essential route to the fallen immortal battlefield. The autumn sunlight filtered through the sparse canopy, casting mottled shadows upon the ancient road. Flanking the path were peculiar blue flowers, their petals as thin as a cicada's wings, while their stems glimmered faintly with a golden hue. When the wind blew, they emitted a delicate tinkling sound, reminiscent of shattered jade colliding. These were the soul shard flowers. Changqing knelt down, his fingertips brushing against the petals, a chilling sensation coursing through him. It is said that these flowers grow in places where practitioners have fallen. They can soothe the mind and stabilize the soul, yet they also drain the life essence of the living. He recalled the concluding notes of the essentials of alchemical transformation. And, wary, he rose to continue his journey. After approximately half a day, the ancient path gradually opened up, revealing a dilapidated stone archway ahead. The beams and pillars of the archway were intricately carved with celestial patterns. Though faded, they still hinted at the grandeur of yesteryears. Beneath the arch sat an elderly woman. Clad in a time-worn coarse linen dress, a bamboo basket before her filled with wild fruits, as she bent down to wipe something with a tattered cloth. As Changqing approached, he discerned that she was cleaning a broken sword, its blade rusted and corroded, yet its hilt was wrapped in a fresh red cord. The old woman raised her head, revealing a face lined with wrinkles, her eyes cloudy yet warm. "Young man, would you care for some wild fruit? No need for payment. Just share a story in return. How long have you been here, elder?" Changqing did not take the wild fruit. He sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from her, yet there was a reassuring aura about her. "I cannot recall," she chuckled, revealing a mouth with but a few remaining teeth. "I have been here since the year you left, waiting for him to return, saying he wished to taste the soul-stabilizing fruit I picked." She pointed to the purple, glistening fruits in the bamboo basket, known to fortify one's spirit. Changqing felt a stirring in his heart. Was he a practitioner from the fallen immortal battlefield? The old woman nodded, her murky eyes gazing towards the desolate land behind the stone archway. "He said he would retrieve the soul-stabilizing pearl to cure my eyes. When he departed, he promised to return within 3 years." She picked up the broken sword, carefully wiping it with her sleeve. "This was left by him. He said it could ward off evil." Changqing examined the broken sword, and suddenly noticed that the red cord around the hilt contained a small shard of starstone, identical in pattern to the piece left by Wang Tianrui. A shock coursed through him, and just as he was about to inquire further, the old woman waved her hand. "No more words. You must leave quickly. You must cross the river of forgetfulness before nightfall, or else the soul fairy shall claim your spirit." She took 3 soul-stabilizing fruits from the basket and forcefully pressed them into Changqing's hands. "Take these. Eat them on your journey. If you encounter him, tell him I await him at the stone arch. I harvest the soul-stabilizing fruits every year and have stored a jar full." Changqing grasped the warm fruits tightly, bowed deeply to the old woman, and turned to pass through the stone archway. After walking a considerable distance, he glanced back to see her still seated beneath the arch, her hunched figure elongated in the setting sun, the broken sword resting on her knees, the red cord gently swaying in the breeze. Behind the stone archway lies an expanse of desolate wilderness, its soil exhibiting an eerie dark red hue, as if steeped in blood. Countless weathered stone statues stand silhouetted against the distant horizon, some missing their heads, others fractured in body, their hollow eyes gazing vacantly at the sky, seemingly recounting the horrors of yesteryears. The air carries a faint metallic scent of blood, mingled with the earthy sweetness of the soil. With each step, Changqing feels subtle vibrations beneath his feet, as though something stirs below the ground. He grips his windbreaker blade tightly, the essence of fire flowing gently within him. As he remains vigilant, scanning his surroundings, when night descends, he finally arrives at the banks of the Oblivion River. The water is an inky black, eerily calm without a ripple, and phosphorescent lights float upon its surface, resembling scattered stars. There are no bridges, only a weathered wooden boat moored at the edge, where a ferryman clad in a straw raincoat stands, his hat pulled low, obscuring his features. To cross the river? The ferryman's voice rasps like sandpaper. "One memory crystal, or the most painful memory you possess." Changqing reaches into his robe and retrieves a half shard of a memory crystal from the storage pouch of a deceased cultivator, an orb capable of containing fragments of memories. He tosses the crystal to the ferryman, who catches it and weighs it in his hands, raspily chuckling. "This suffices. Step aboard." The wooden boat lacks oars yet glides silently over the water, as though suspended in nothingness. Changqing sits at the stern, watching the phosphorescent lights skim past the side of the boat, when suddenly a heaviness settles in his chest, and images of a decade spent in beggary flash in his mind. Icy water in a filthy ditch, the fists of other beggars, and the wild grass before Wang Tianrui's grave. "Don't sleep." The ferryman's voice pierces through his thoughts. "The river will ensnare your soul, turning your most painful memories into chains that bind you to the boat." He removes his hat, revealing a featureless face with 2 gaping black holes, akin to my own. Changqing jolts awake, his inner fire erupting, dispelling the phantoms from his mind. He gazes at the ferryman, a chill running through him. "You are a ferryman who has lost his memories." The ferryman dons his hat once more. having sacrificed his face and memories to traverse the Oblivion River, only to recall midway that the one he awaited still lingers on the opposite shore. He points towards the river's center, where a white flower blooms upon the dark water surface. Do you see that flower of parting? It blooms for 1,000 years and withers for 1,000, and if the one it awaits never arrives, it shall never bear fruit. Changqing follows his gaze. The petals of the parting flower quivering gently in the phosphorescent light, as if weeping. He suddenly recalls the old woman beneath the stone arch. Remembering the broken sword at her knee and the red thread, a sensation of something lodged within his chest. We have arrived. The ferryman's voice disrupts his reverie. Changqing leaps onto the shore, glancing back to see the wooden boat drifting towards the river's center, the ferryman's figure gradually fading into the phosphorescent glow. He clutches the soul-consolidating fruit in his hand, its warmth dispelling the chill of the river. Upon crossing, the stone statues on the wasteland grow increasingly dense. Some clutching broken weapons, the rust on their blades still faintly infused with spiritual energy. Changqing approaches a statue with a severed arm. A gaping wound in its chest harbors a cluster of red grass, glistening with dew under the moonlight, a treasure known as blood spirit grass, capable of reviving the dead and mending flesh and bone. As he intended to pluck the herbs, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled, and the eyes of the stone statue glowed ominously with a crimson light. Changqing hastily retreated, witnessing the statue slowly raise its remaining left arm, palm directed toward him, unleashing a beam of dark red light. It was the imprint of a battle soul. A wave of terror surged through Changqing. This was a defensive mechanism formed by the residual souls of ancient cultivators who had perished in battle, wielding power comparable to that of a peak alchemist. He dared not confront it directly. Instead, he maneuvered his breaking wind blade in front of him, creating a blade wheel to evade the assault. The beam struck the ground, creating a deep pit nearly a yard wide, and amidst the flying dirt, countless white bones were revealed, layered upon one another, a testament to the many cultivators buried beneath. The statue's attacks intensified, gradually cornering Changqing into a dire situation. At that moment, he noticed the blood spirit grass on the statue's chest emanating a faint red glow under the beam's illumination, causing the statue's movements to noticeably falter. It feared the blood spirit grass. A glimmer of hope ignited in Changqing's eyes. He took a daring leap toward the statue, condensing Dan fire at his fingertips, and swiftly plucked the blood spirit grass. The statue let out a deafening roar. The crimson light abruptly extinguished, and its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into countless fragments. Exhausted, Changqing collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, the blood spirit grass in his palm radiating warmth. As he glanced at the scattered bones, he suddenly spotted a black ring adorning the finger of one of the skeletal remains. The intricate patterns on the ring were strikingly similar to those on Wang Tianrui's shattered star stone. He picked up the ring, infused it with a hint of spiritual energy, and it glimmered softly, revealing 3 archaic characters, Wang Tianwan. Changqing's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. He finally comprehended that the elderly woman beneath the stone pavilion had been waiting for him, Wang Tianrui's father, and that this desiccated skeleton likely belonged to him. Previously, while begging alongside Wang Tianrui, he had mentioned that their family had been pursued by enemies, escaping to a dilapidated teleportation array, where they had been separated from their parents during a spatial turbulence. He carefully placed the blood spirit grass on the skeleton's chest and slipped the ring back onto its finger. After completing these gestures, he bowed deeply to the remains before turning toward the depths of the wilderness. Under the moonlight, the red glow of the blood spirit grass gradually merged with the bones, and the joints of the skeleton subtly twitched. From the area over its chest, a delicate white flower silently bloomed, reminiscent of the flowers that grow along the river of forgetfulness. Changqing did not look back. He understood that some waits would eventually yield results. The outline of the fallen immortal battlefield loomed ahead, its night sky shrouded in blood-red clouds, faint flashes of lightning revealing the anguished cries of countless battle souls. He tightened his grip on the breaking wind blade, its blade glistening coldly in the moonlight. Though the scenery ahead might remain brutal, his steps were more resolute than ever before. He knew he was fighting not only for vengeance, but also for those who had not lived to see the outcome. For the indomitable spirits buried beneath the wilderness. The lingering warmth of the blood spirit grass in his palm felt like a silent vow. Drawing a deep breath, Changqing strode boldly toward the battlefield beneath the blood-red clouds. Chapter 70. The Weeping Souls of War. Secrets hidden in the ruined steel. The winds of the fallen immortal battlefield were frigid, carrying the scents of rust and gunpowder. The moment Changqing stepped onto this land, he felt the air around him become thick and viscous, as if countless eyes were gazing from the void. Those were the restless souls of fallen cultivators, wandering the battlefield for centuries. The ground was no longer dark red soil, but had solidified into a black-brown battle spirit stone, its surface marred with fine cracks, revealing fragments of broken swords and armor embedded within. In the distance, the horizon was awash with blood-red clouds that resembled boiling magma, intermittently pierced by golden lightning that illuminated the remnants of a colossal tower at the center of the battlefield. The tower, inscribed with the words Jinhun, stood in a state of ruin, its apex long shattered, resembling an elderly figure leaning on a cane, swaying precariously in the wind. A low, rumbling roar echoed from the left. Following the sound, Changqing beheld a bone lion, formed from battle spirit, crouched upon a massive battle spirit stone. Its body, composed of gray-white bones, bore eyes that blazed with a ghostly blue flame. Upon noticing Changqing, the flame flared brightly, and with a powerful leap, the creature charged forward with a gust of foul wind. The bone lion exuded an aura of late-stage Dan transformation, clearly having consumed numerous souls of cultivators to manifest such a form. Changqing, unwilling to be negligent, gripped his windbreaker blade firmly before him, the Dan fire dancing along the blade, casting a flickering light upon his profile. As the bone lion lunged closer, its massive claws sliced through the air with a sharp howl. Changqing propelled himself backward, akin to a willow fluff, evading the strike while simultaneously twisting his wrist, the windbreaker blade carving a golden arc aimed at the lion's neck. Clang! The blade struck the bone lion's skeletal form, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, leaving only a shallow white mark. The bone lion, in pain, roared and turned, its long tail sweeping towards him like a steel whip. Changqing deftly sprang off the battle spirit stone, using the momentum to leap away from the tail while igniting his Dan fire to its utmost potential, enveloping the blade in flames half a foot long. Windbreaker, burn the bones. He dove downward, the windbreaker blade wielded with the ferocity to incinerate all, striking forcefully upon the bone lion's spine. The ghostly blue flame clashed violently with the golden Dan fire, hissing as the bones began to melt, the flames in its eye sockets flickering wildly as if enduring immense agony. Now was the moment. Changqing formed a seal with his left hand, directing a wind of chaotic power that precisely pierced the lion's eye socket. The ghostly blue flame was extinguished in an instant, and the beast's massive body froze in place, before collapsing into a heap of shattered bones. Amidst the debris, a battle spirit pearl, the size of a pigeon's egg, rolled forth. The pearl was semi-transparent, revealing countless tiny specks of light swirling within. Those were the souls of cultivators devoured by the bone lion. Changqing picked up the battle spirit pearl, feeling the pure soul power contained within, potent enough to stabilize one's spirit. He secured the pearl and was about to move forward when the battle spirit stone beneath him suddenly trembled. Looking down, he saw the cracks on the stone's surface slowly expanding, unveiling a hidden compartment beneath, which housed a broken stone tablet inscribed with several lines of indistinct text. In the year of Tianrui, the family suffered calamity. Carrying the soul-stabilizing pearl to evade the vengeance of the fallen celestial, the soul entrusted to the Jinhun Tower, awaiting descendants to break the tower and reclaim the pearl. Blood for blood. Tianrui? Changqing's heart raced as he recognized the strokes of the inscription, oddly reminiscent of the patterns on Wang Tianrui's ring. He lightly traced the surface of the steel with his fingertips. The stone felt icy, as if still imbued with the warmth of its creator. The soul-keeping orb awaited by the elderly woman was, unexpectedly, concealed within the soul-guarding tower. The monk who left this steel was likely a kinsman of Wang Tianrui, perhaps even his long-lost relative. Just then, a crimson light suddenly illuminated the distant soul-guarding tower. The characters for soul-guarding seemed to come alive, shimmering ominously beneath the blood-red clouds. Changqing looked up to see a figure slowly emerging from the shadows at the tower's base, clad in tattered armor and wielding a rusted long spear. Though his face remained obscured, an imposing aura of battle spirit radiated from him. He was the guardian spirit of the tower. Changqing tightened his grip on the breaking wind blade, sensing that the guardian's power far surpassed that of a bone lion, reaching the pinnacle of Dan transformation. It was clear that to enter the soul-guarding tower, he must first confront this formidable foe. Without uttering a word, the guardian spirit raised his spear, its tip directed at Changqing. In an instant, the surrounding battle soul stones trembled, and countless lingering souls surged forth from the crevices, transforming into a torrential rain of arrows that shot towards Changqing. These arrows, forged from pure soul energy, could not be repelled by ordinary defenses. Changqing inhaled deeply, cradling the battle soul orb in his palm. The soul energy within resonated with his own spirit, forming a faint golden shield around him. The arrows struck the shield, producing a crisp sound, yet they failed to penetrate. Intriguing, the guardian spirit's voice resonated, as if spoken by multitudes in unison, capable of invoking the power of the soul orb. What is your relation to the Wang family? Yi Changqing felt a stir within. I know Wang Tianrui. He is your descendant. The guardian spirit's form hesitated momentarily, the light at the spear's tip dimming slightly. Tianrui, is he still alive? Alive. Yi Changqing recalled the old beggar who had fed him scraps in the dilapidated temple, his voice softening unconsciously. He sent me to retrieve the soul-keeping orb, to aid an elderly woman with her eyesight. The guardian spirit fell silent for a moment, the rain of lingering souls gradually dissipating. He turned his gaze towards the soul-guarding tower, his voice tinged with nostalgia. In the past, my Wang family was hunted by the Zhao family, and we sought refuge in the battlefield of fallen immortals. I concealed the soul-keeping orb atop the tower, entrusting the guardian souls to await someone worthy to claim it. If you can withstand 3 strikes from me, the orb shall be yours. Yi Changqing gripped the breaking wind blade firmly, nodding solemnly. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder. The guardian spirit raised his long spear, and the first strike came forth, silent yet binding, as if the very fabric of space around Yi Changqing was constrained. He recognized that this strike contained the soul-locking technique and hastily summoned his Dan fire, drawing a circle with his blade before him. At the moment of collision between the blade's light and the spear's tip, he felt a sharp pain in his spirit, akin to being pricked by countless needles. The first strike tests your spirit, the guardian spirit proclaimed, retracting his spear. Not bad. The second strike was even more ferocious. The spear enveloped in an eerie blue flame of battle spirit, carrying the intent to incinerate the soul. Yi Changqing dared not confront it directly. He executed the misty steps to their utmost, weaving through the battle soul stones while channeling chaotic energy into the breaking wind blade, which shimmered in black and white. Each time the spear's shadow brushed past him, he could hear the mournful wails of the battle souls. The gunfire persisted for the duration of an incense stick, leaving Yi Changqing's garments tattered by the fierce winds of the shot, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his gaze grew ever more luminous, as he discerned the quintessence of the Wang family's martial prowess within the techniques of the guardian spirit. It embodied an unyielding resilience, resonating subtly with the indomitable wolf forged through a decade of begging. The second shot aimed to test his fortitude. The guardian spirit retracted the spear, worthy of Tianrui's entrustment. The third shot did not hastily pierce forth. Instead, the guardian spirit positioned the spear before him, and the surrounding soul stones erupted in unison. Countless remnants surged toward the spear's tip, coalescing into a beam of light stretching nearly 10 feet long. Within this radiance, fleeting images of the Wang family's fallen cultivators emerged, an elderly man shielding his kin, a youth brandishing a sword against pursuers, and a woman concealing her child in a hidden recess. This shot represented the blood oath of the Wang family. With a voice steeped in resolve, the guardian spirit proclaimed, "If you can withstand this, you shall comprehend the weight of guardianship." The spear's light surged like lightning, arriving in an instant. Yi Changqing did not flinch. He amalgamated the essence of the Dan fire, chaos force, and soul pearl, raising the breaking wind blade high. The blade mirrored the visions within his eyes. Wang Tianrui's smile before the dilapidated temple, the soul fruit bestowed upon him by the widow Lu, and the broken sword entwined with a red thread upon the old woman's knee. I accept. At the moment of collision between blade and spear, there was no earth-shattering roar, only a gentle golden light bursting forth from the point of impact. Within this golden glow, the guardian spirit's form gradually became transparent. He gazed at Yi Changqing, a contented smile gracing his features. Go forth and inform Tianrui, the Wang family's debts must be settled. As the golden light dissipated, the guardian spirit vanished entirely, leaving behind only the rusted spear lodged in the soul stone. The great doors of the soul tower creaked open, a soft white light wafting forth from within. At the tower's apex, a warm glow flickered, the essence of the soul pearl. Yi Changqing tightened his grip on the breaking wind blade, inhaling deeply as he stepped into the tower. The ground was laid with blue stone slabs, each engraved with the Wang family crest, while faded portraits adorned the walls, each figure bearing a resemblance to Wang Tianrui. Upon reaching the tower's summit, he finally beheld the soul pearl. It floated upon a jade tray, perfectly round and emanating a gentle white light, within which countless tiny points shimmered, as if encapsulating an entire starry sky. Yi Changqing cradled the soul pearl in his palms, its warmth spreading from his fingertips throughout his entire being. He felt his spirit clearer than ever. Even the mental scars from a decade of begging began to soften in the embrace of this radiance. As he prepared to depart, a fissure suddenly appeared in the tower's wall, revealing a concealed scroll of beast hide. This scroll chronicled the Wang family's past. It revealed that the ancestors of the Zhao family had once pursued the Wang family. The Wang family possessed the Shattered Star technique, capable of countering the Zhao family's bone corrosion sorcery, prompting the Zhao family to enact a massacre under the pretense of treason. Changqing tightened his grip on the soul pearl, his knuckles whitening. He finally understood why Wang Tianrui had fallen to the status of a beggar, and why Zhao Xian had reacted so violently upon seeing the Shattered Star Stone. This was not merely his vendetta against the Zhao family. It was the culmination of a centuries-old enmity between the Wang and Zhao families. Outside the tower, the crimson clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a resplendent full moon. Changqing emerged from the Soul Tower, the moonlight cascading upon him, casting a long shadow in its wake. He turned to glance at the slanted giant tower, where the words Soul Guardian glimmered softly in the moonlight, as if bidding him farewell. It was time to return to the stone square, to present the soul pearl to the old crone, fulfilling the wishes of Wang Tianrui and his son, to Hefeng City, to the inner city, to conclude a feud that spanned a millennium. Changqing tightened his grip on the wind-breaking blade, its edge glinting coldly under the moonlight. While the warmth of the soul pearl nestled in his palm, a juxtaposition of warmth and chill, reminding him, the path of vengeance must be tread, yet the promise of protection must be upheld. He turned and strode toward the battlefield of fallen immortals. Beneath his feet, the battle soul stones emitted faint sounds, as if countless souls were sending him off. In the distance, on the desolate plains, the flower of the Forsaken, blooming from the bones, swayed gently under the moonlight, the dew on its petals resembling a tear that had finally fallen. Though storms lay ahead, his blade was sharper, and his heart was resolute. For he knew that the burdens he bore were not merely personal grievances, but the blood and tears of a family, a weight that spanned 1,000 years. Chapter 71. The Journey Home. Encountering the past. The stone square under the cold moon. The path away from the battlefield of fallen immortals was even quieter than before. The dark brown hue of the battle soul stones gradually faded, revealing the dark red soil beneath. While the soul fragment flowers along the roadside continued to chime in the wind, their petals now adorned with faint golden veins, as though they had absorbed the bloodlust of the battlefield, becoming ever more translucent. Changqing walked slowly, the soul pearl tied around his neck with a red cord, pressed against his chest, its gentle glow seeping through his garments, resonating with the inner fire within him, lending a steadiness to his aura. Passing by the river of forgetfulness, the old wooden boat still lay moored by the shore, yet the ferryman was nowhere to be seen, only the flower of the Forsaken unfurling its petals in the moonlight, seemingly bidding a silent farewell. He retraced his steps along the ancient path, as the autumn wind swirled fallen leaves around his feet. By the evening of the third day, as he caught sight of the crumbling stone square from a distance, his pace instinctively slowed. The old crone sat beneath the stone square, her bamboo basket filled with a fresh batch of soul fruits, the purple fruits glistening in the sunset. As she diligently wiped the broken sword resting on her knee with a tattered cloth, hearing his footsteps, she raised her head, her murky eyes brightening momentarily upon seeing Changqing, akin to a dusty pearl being polished. "Young man, you have returned?" "I have returned." Changqing knelt before her, retrieving the soul pearl from his bosom. The pearl emitted a soft white glow in the setting sun, illuminating the old crone's wrinkled face with striking clarity. "I have found the soul pearl." Her gaze fell upon the pearl, her lips quivering slightly, as her frail fingers cautiously reached out, as if to touch fragile glass. The moment her fingertip brushed against the pearl, she suddenly burst into tears, her voice hoarse, laden with decades of repressed grievances and longing, leaving Changqing's heart aching. "He did not deceive me. He truly went to fetch it." The old crone wept, using her sleeve to wipe her tears, yet she could not wipe them clean. "I promised to wait for him. Every year I preserved the soul fruits, one jar after another." Changqing silently watched her, retrieving the ring inscribed with Wang Tianhuan's name from his storage pouch, gently placing it in her palm. "He could not return. He has always remembered you. And this precious bead." The old woman clutched the ring, her fingertips repeatedly caressing the intricate patterns, her sobs gradually subsiding into restrained whimpers. The dying rays of the setting sun enveloped her, casting a long shadow that intertwined with the silhouette of the stone archway, resembling a painting faded by the passage of time. "I have known," she suddenly spoke, her voice unervingly calm. "I knew 3 years ago. That night, I had a dream where he stood by the banks of the river of forgetfulness, drenched in blood, apologizing to me and urging me not to wait." She held the ring tightly against her chest, but I choose to wait. What is life without such a yearning? Changqing presented the soul-settling pearl. This bead can heal your eyes. The old woman shook her head, smiling as she pushed the pearl back. No. What good would it do to see again? He is no longer here. Keep it. Perhaps it will be of use to you. She retrieved a cloth pouch from her bamboo basket and pressed it into Changqing's hands. These are this year's freshly picked soul-congealing fruits. Take them with you on your journey, just as I filled a bag for him when he left. The pouch felt heavy, exuding the sweet fragrance of the fruit. Changqing gazed into the old woman's murky, yet serene eyes, suddenly comprehending that some waits are not for a resolution, but merely to provide oneself with a sense of closure. He wished to express something, but the old woman interrupted. Go now. She lowered her head again, polishing the broken sword, the red cord glowing warmly in the sunset. The road ahead is still long. Do not be like us, wasting a lifetime in waiting. Changqing clutched the pouch tightly, bowed deeply to the old woman, and turned to leave. After walking a considerable distance, he glanced back, seeing that the shadow of the stone archway had been shrouded by the night, with only the broken sword in the old woman's hand occasionally glinting with a faint light, like a spark in the dark night. As the night deepened, the soul-shattering flowers along the ancient path glimmered with a ghostly blue light. When Changqing reached a fork in the road, he suddenly heard faint footsteps behind him. He swiftly turned, drawing his windbreaker blade, the blade reflecting a cold arc in the moonlight. It's me. A familiar voice emerged. Changqing sheathed his sword, astonished as he recognized the figure stepping out from behind a tree. Widow Lu. What are you doing here? Clad in dark attire for nocturnal travel, her face concealed by a black cloth that revealed only her bright eyes, she was indeed Widow Lu from the apothecary in Blackwind City. She removed the cloth, revealing her face, marred by the loss of one eye. A hint of urgency etched upon her features. The Zhao family has discovered that you went to the fallen immortal battlefield. Zhao Xian personally led a team and set an ambush at the Falling Horse Slope. Changqing felt a heavy weight in his heart. How do you know this? I have an informant within the Zhao family. Widow Lu unfolded a map under the moonlight, revealing the terrain of Falling Horse Slope. There is a small path on the west side that you can take to bypass them. You must leave quickly. It will be too late if you delay. Why are you helping me? Changqing inquired, noticing the same resolute determination in her unblemished eye that he had seen in the old woman. Widow Lu smiled, a bittersweet expression gracing her lips. My husband died at the hands of the Zhao family, and they blinded him as well. For years, I have endured humiliation, seeking an opportunity for revenge. You are the first one capable of inflicting harm upon the Zhao family. If I do not assist you, whom should I aid? She thrust the map into Changqing's hands, urging him to hurry. My informant warned that Zhao Xian had set up the locking immortal array, capable of ensnaring cultivators at the transcendent stage. A direct confrontation was utterly unwise. Changqing gripped the map tightly, gazing into the trusting eyes of Widow Lu, and was suddenly reminded of the dark, viscous coagulating herbal ointment in the apothecary, recalling how she had shielded him with her own body. He retrieved the soul-settling pearl from his bosom and pressed it into Widow Lu's hands, saying, "This pearl can heal your eyes. You should keep it." Widow Lu was taken aback, about to return it, but Changqing had already turned and sprinted down the narrow path to the west. Take care. His voice carried through the night breeze, quickly fading into the depths of the dense forest. Widow Lu clutched the soul-settling pearl, its warmth radiating through her palm. She gazed in the direction where Changqing had vanished, and a smile unexpectedly graced her lips, a mix of relief and resoluteness. She covered her face once more with the cloth and turned to walk in the opposite direction of Changqing, determined to divert the Zhao family's pursuers, sacrificing her own life to buy him a moment more. Following the map's guidance, Changqing moved swiftly through the thicket. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, casting mottled shadows on the ground, as if countless eyes were watching him. He could sense the palpable aura of menace thickening in the air. Zhao Xian's presence loomed like a storm cloud, making it difficult for him to breathe. The outline of the Falling Horse Slope loomed ahead, its trees having been completely felled, revealing the barren yellow earth, clearly cleared by human hands. Changqing crouched in the grass, spotting dozens of cultivators standing atop the slope, with Zhao Xian at the forefront, clad in a purple robe and wielding a dark purple sword that exuded a disquieting malevolence. Changqing would undoubtedly traverse this route. Zhao Xian's voice was frostbitten, as if laced with poison. The locking immortal array was already set. Once he stepped into the base of the slope, escape would be impossible. Changqing observed the unassuming stone pillars at the slope's base, etched with intricate runes, the very locking immortal array that Widow Lu had mentioned. He quietly maneuvered to the narrow, steep path on the west side, flanked by thorny vines that could easily inflict injury if he were not careful. Just as he was about to circumvent the falling horse slope, an anguished scream pierced the air. It was Widow Lu's voice. Yi Changqing whirled around, witnessing a crimson light illuminate the slope, within which Widow Lu's figure plummeted like a severed kite. Zhao Xian stood atop the slope, blood dripping from his sword. A cruel smile etched on his face. Did you think to distract me? Such foolishness. Widow Lu. Yi Changqing's eyes widened in fury, an explosive fire igniting within him, making the air around him searingly hot. Yi Changqing, I knew you would emerge. Zhao Xian's gaze fixed upon him, a wicked smile flickering in his eyes. Since you've come, you shall remain. With a wave of his hand, the stone pillars at the base of the slope suddenly glowed with a red light. Countless runes bursting forth to weave into a massive net in the air, descending upon Yi Changqing. The locking immortal array was activated. Yi Changqing tightened his grip on the wind-breaking blade, watching Widow Lu's falling form, Zhao Xian's sadistic grin, and the encroaching web of runes. There was no retreat in his eyes, only an unwavering resolve to forge ahead. He recalled the old woman waiting beneath the stone archway, the 3 shots of the Tower Guardian's spirit, and Wang Tianrui's words in the dilapidated temple. To survive is to hold on to hope. Zhao Xian, Yi Changqing roared. As the Dan fire and chaotic energy within him intertwined violently, the breaking wind blade erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Today, I shall demand retribution for all those harmed by the Zhao family. He did not flee, but instead advanced towards the rune net, stepping resolutely towards the summit of the fallen horse slope. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, as if something beneath was awakening. Under the moonlight, his figure elongated, marred with wounds yet radiating an indomitable fighting spirit. Chapter 72. The Celestial Lock Array Trapped. The Bloodblade breaks the siege. The crimson light of the Celestial Lock Array spread like a net, dyeing half the sky in a bizarre purple hue. Runes flowed within the web, emitting a faint crackling sound, akin to countless venomous serpents flicking their tongues. With every step Yi Changqing took forward, he felt the air around him compress, his bones seeming as if they might shatter, and the operation of his Dan becoming sluggish. How audacious to confront the Celestial Lock Array at the mid-stage of Dan transformation. Zhao Xian stood at the summit, twirling his purplish-black sword in hand, the skull pendant on the sword's tassel swaying with his movements. Yi Changqing, do you truly believe that with the meager leftovers from the Wang family, you can contend with me? The scorn in his eyes was palpable. Today, let me demonstrate what true power is. Yi Changqing remained silent, merely resting the breaking wind blade upon his shoulder, the soul-stabilizing pearl in his palm radiating a gentle warmth. He sensed the soul energy within the pearl repelling the array's runes. With every tightening of the rune net, the pearl shone with an intensified white light, forming a faint barrier around him. Celestial Lock Array activate. Zhao Xian's low command sent the stone pillars at the base of the slope into a violent tremor. The rune net suddenly constricted, and countless purplish-black lightning bolts descended from the web, akin to a frenzied dance of serpents, targeting the vital points around Yi Changqing. These bolts contained the corrosive venom of a malevolent technique. Touching them could result in shattered meridians, or worse, immediate disintegration. Yi Changqing inhaled deeply, executing the misty step to its utmost, weaving through the lightning, the breaking wind blade transforming into a golden sphere of light, deflecting the encroaching bolts. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of blade meeting lightning fell like a torrential downpour. With each collision, Yi Changqing's arms trembled, his palms already split open, blood trickling down the hilt, leaving a series of dark crimson marks on the yellow earth slope. His garments were torn by the electric strikes, revealing skin marred with fine lacerations. Yet the white light of the soul-stabilizing pearl consistently shielded his vital points, like a silent guardian. Interesting. Zhao Xian observed Yi Changqing maneuvering within the array, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, soon replaced by a deeper intent to kill. It seems the old man Wang Tianrui's pearl still holds some merit. However, it is destined for you to shatter here today. He flicked his fingers, and the purplish-black sword transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards a stone pillar within the array. At the moment the long sword pierced the stone pillar, the entire locking immortal array trembled violently, the brilliance of the runic net surging dramatically. The electric arcs within became denser, coalescing in mid-air into a colossal demonic wolf, its head fierce and its fangs dripping with a purplish-black venom, unleashing a deafening roar directed at Yi Changqing. This demonic wolf was forged from the fusion of the array's power and the bone-eroding demonic technique, exuding an aura that reached the pinnacle of the Dan transformation realm. Upon its emergence, it opened its massive jaws, lunging forth with an insatiable appetite for destruction. Yi Changqing's pupils constricted. He could sense that this strike was far more formidable than the full-force attack from the previous bone lion. Breaking wind, shattering mountains. He held nothing back, channeling the Dan fire from his danshin and the chaotic force into the breaking wind blade. The blade instantly expanded to an impressive length, its golden gleam interwoven with black and white chaotic streams, resembling a colossal axe of creation, descending upon the demonic wolf. In the instant of collision between the blade light and the wolf, the entire slope fell into a profound silence. Following that, a cataclysmic roar erupted, the golden and purplish-black luminescence intertwining to form a massive mushroom cloud, the shockwave lifting the yellow earth into the air, only to rain down like a torrential downpour. Yi Changqing remained silent, raising the broken wind saber and slowly descending upon the most vulnerable point within the rune network. The motion was deliberate, yet it exuded an unstoppable momentum. Wherever the three-colored blade light swept, the purple-black runes melted away like ice and snow, while the toxic emerald lightning transformed into glimmers of soft fluorescence. With a crisp crack, the rune network was cleaved open, creating a gap nearly 10 feet wide, causing the stone pillars at the breach to shatter and the brilliance of the immortal locking array to dim instantaneously. Breathing heavily, Yi Changqing leaned on the broken wind saber before the gap, blood trickling down his cheek and dripping onto the soul-settling pearl at his chest, which glowed more warmly as a result. He gazed at Zhao Xian atop the slope, devoid of hatred, only a serene calmness born of enduring storms. Zhao Xian, your formation is broken. Zhao Xian stood at the summit, his complexion ashen, his purple robe torn in several places by the recent shockwave, with a barely perceptible trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He fixed his steely gaze upon Yi Changqing, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable. Even if the formation is broken, do you think you can escape alive? Behind him, dozens of Zhao family cultivators advanced in unison, their magical artifacts glinting with a chilling light, completely sealing off Yi Changqing's retreat. The air was thick with the scent of blood, mingling with the earthy aroma, inducing a sense of nausea. Yi Changqing inhaled deeply, straightening his spine. The last rays of the setting sun filtered through the clouds, casting a golden halo around him. The three-colored radiance of the broken wind saber intertwined with the white light of the soul-settling pearl, creating an almost sacred aura. Who says I intend to leave? He tightened his grip on the saber, pointing its tip towards Zhao Xian at the summit. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly across the entire Lumapo. Today, I shall conclude everything here. The wind ceased, the yellow earth on the slope settled, leaving only the sounds of their breaths interwoven in the silence. In the distance, the blood-red evening clouds resembled flames, illuminating the land as if it were a battleground. A true bloodbath had only just begun. Chapter 73, Blood Stains the Slope. 3 styles of settling the universe. The wind on Lumapo suddenly shifted, sweeping the stench of blood towards the summit. Zhao Xian's purple robe billowed in the gust, revealing the dark combat attire beneath, adorned with the fierce visage of a black Kylan at the heart, the emblem of the Zhao family's direct lineage. His fingertips glided along the blade of the purple-black longsword, which awakened with a series of crackling sounds, reminiscent of countless bones grinding against one another. Since you wish to die in grandeur, I shall grant your wish. Zhao Xian's voice resonated as if from the depths of the abyss. Imbued with chilling intensity, prepare to witness the true 13 styles of bone erosion from the Zhao family. Before his words faded, he descended the steep slope like a phantom, the purple-black longsword trailing a shadow behind it. Even before the blade arrived, a potent stench of decay assaulted the senses, the result of the demonic arts devouring the blood of cultivators, tainted with the malice of countless lives lost. Yi Changqing's pupils constricted sharply. He traced an arc with the broken wind saber before him, the 3-colored blade light enveloping his form. He could sense that Zhao Xian's strike bore a power several times greater than the soul-devouring arts of the immortal locking array. As the sword wind passed, even the air was eroded, producing faint wisps of black smoke. First style, Bone Shatter. Zhao Xian let out a low growl, and with a sudden twist, his sword darted forth like a venomous serpent, gliding perilously close to the edge of the blade, aimed directly at Yi Changqing's wrist. This strike was executed with such intricate precision that evasion was utterly impossible. Yi Changqing swiftly pivoted, bracing his left shoulder against the blow while simultaneously forming a fist with his left hand, channeling chaotic energy to deliver a powerful strike to Zhao Xian's face. The sword light sliced through the air, grazing his shoulder and tearing flesh, as dark green demonic energy surged into the wound, causing Yi Changqing to momentarily lose his vision from the searing pain. Nevertheless, his fist landed solidly against Zhao Xian's jaw with a resounding crack, forcing Zhao Xian to stagger back 3 steps. a trickle of black blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Some spirit, Zhao Xian grunted, wiping the blood away, his eyes glinting with intensified malice. But alas, spirit alone cannot save your life. Second form, soul dispersal. With a flourish of his sword, countless agonized faces manifested along the blade, their piercing wails assaulting Changqing's consciousness. This strike transcended mere physical attack, intertwining demonic prowess with a soul assault, specifically targeting the will of the cultivator. Changqing felt a sharp agony in his mind, as if countless steel needles were piercing through. In a moment of desperation, the soul-settling pearl erupted with radiant white light, shielding his consciousness from the tormenting visages. Seizing the opportunity, he bit his tongue, forcing himself to maintain focus through the excruciating pain, and unleashed the breaking wind blade in a reverse strike, the blade's glow akin to a startled phoenix, aimed directly at Zhao Xian's throat. Clang! Zhao Xian parried the blow with his sword, their weapons colliding once more. The immense force tore through Changqing's grip, nearly causing him to lose hold of the breaking wind blade. Zhao Xian, too, felt the impact reverberate through his arm, his gaze towards the soul-settling pearl now tinged with greed. What a fine gem. Once I eliminate you, I shall refine it into my soul weapon. With renewed ferocity, he unleashed the 13 bone erosion techniques, the purplish-black sword light crashing down like a relentless tide upon Changqing. Amidst the tempest of sword light, Changqing twisted and dodged, sustaining more and more wounds as the dark green demonic energy seeped into his injuries, gradually slowing his movements. Yet, his eyes shone with increasing clarity. With each block and counterattack, his precision heightened. In the face of death, he seamlessly blended the Wang family martial techniques with his chaotic energy, achieving an ever greater mastery. Huh? Are you out of strength? Zhao Xian cackled, his sword morphing into a spiraling form as he executed the third form, corpse explosion. This strike harbored the malicious power to detonate a cultivator's dantian, having claimed the lives of countless practitioners in the past. Changqing gazed at the spiraling sword light, and unexpectedly, a smile graced his lips. He discarded the breaking wind blade and formed seals with both hands, as the Dao Dan within his dantian and the chaotic source core erupted simultaneously. The white light of the soul-settling pearl merged with the flame of the Dan, and chaotic energy coalesced around him, creating a tricolored luminous sphere. Zhao Xian's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a flicker of terror in his eyes. Are you going to self-destruct? This is not self-destruction, Changqing replied, his voice calm as water. It is the Wang family's star fragment technique, augmented by my chaotic energy. I call it breaking calamity. The tricolored sphere suddenly contracted before exploding with tremendous force. There was no cataclysmic roar, only a soft yet unstoppable radiance, akin to dawn breaking, instantly engulfing the purplish-black sword light. Within the brilliance, Zhao Xian's screams were abruptly silenced, his purple robe disintegrated layer by layer, and the protective demonic energy melted away like snow, revealing his charred form beneath. As the light dissipated, Changqing knelt on the ground, his chest heaving violently. His aura diminished to the utmost degree. Zhao Xian stood 3 paces before him, a purple-black long sword clattering to the ground. A small wound marred his brow, and the terror in his eyes crystallized as he slowly toppled backward, crashing onto the yellow earth and stirring up a cloud of dust. The family head. The cultivators of the Zhao clan gasped and rushed forward, only to be repelled by Changqing's cold gaze. He picked up the broken wind blade from the ground. Struggling to rise, despite his numerous injuries, he radiated an aura of unassailable dignity. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Silence ensued. With Zhao Xian's demise, these cultivators resembled lost dogs, their gazes towards Changqing filled with dread. Changqing offered them no further glance and turned away, descending the slope. The body of Widow Lu lay there, and he carefully lifted her, her form already cold yet graced with a faint, elusive smile. He sought a sheltered spot at the slope's base, using the broken wind blade to dig a grave, wherein he laid Widow Lu to rest, placing a soul fragment flower, plucked from the ancient path, at her grave's head. After completing this solemn task, he bowed deeply before the grave and turned to depart. As the sun sank, darkness enveloped the fallen horse slope. In the distance, a bright star quietly ascended the horizon, reminiscent of Widow Lu's eyes, silently watching over him in the night sky. Changqing walked along the ancient path, the light of the soul's stabilizing pearl still warm and gentle. He understood that the vendetta against the Zhao clan remained unresolved, and the enmity with the Wang family had yet to be reconciled. Yet he no longer felt the same urgency for vengeance as before. The moonlight bathed him, elongating his shadow. The soul fragment flowers by the roadside chimed in the wind, as if bidding him farewell, or recounting the countless joys and sorrows that this land had witnessed. The road ahead was still long, and perhaps even more perilous challenges awaited him. However, Changqing's steps were more resolute than ever, for he comprehended that true strength lies not in the number of enemies one can vanquish, but in the capacity to protect that which is worthy of safeguarding, be it a promise, a pearl, or a millennium-spanning weight. The broken wind blade gleamed with a chilling light under the moon, reflecting his blood-stained yet remarkably bright eyes. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where the night sky was profound and expansive, seemingly concealing infinite possibilities. Chapter 74. The Setting Sun Like Blood. The aftermath of battle at the slope, as Zhao Xian's corpse fell. The stirred yellow earth had yet to settle when the Zhao clan cultivators atop the slope seemed to lose their will, their hands trembling around their magical artifacts. Some, their gazes flickering, contemplated retreat, yet were firmly restrained by their companions. Though Zhao Xian lay dead, the deep-seated enmity between the Yi and Zhao families could not be resolved by a mere corpse. Changqing knelt partially on the ground, propping himself with the broken wind blade. His left shoulder continued to ooze dark blood, the residual poison of the bone corrosion magic coursing through his meridians, each movement akin to being gnawed upon by countless venomous insects. He glanced down at the soul-stabilizing pearl in his palm, its white light dimmer than before, yet still resiliently radiating warmth, dispelling the last remnants of demonic energy that had infiltrated his consciousness. Kill him. Avenge the family head. A voice among the crowd roared, igniting a spark. 3 mid-stage Dan transformation cultivators from the Zhao clan surged forth, wielding a knife, a sword, and a banner. Encircling him in a triangular formation, their magical artifacts entwined with faint purple-black demonic energy, clearly indicating their lineage as practitioners of the bone corrosion magic. Changqing slowly rose to his feet, the windbreaker blade rotating in his grasp, releasing a cascade of blood droplets. His vision was somewhat blurred, yet he precisely locked onto the aura of the 3 adversaries. Although he had expended 80% of his spiritual energy in the fierce battle against Zhao Xian, the combat experience he had honed on the precipice of life and death far surpassed that of the pampered Zhao clan cultivators. Clang! The knife-wielding cultivator on the far left struck first, the blade cutting through the air with a shrill whistle. Changqing did not flinch or evade. Instead, he seized the opening in his opponent's attack, twisting his wrist to angle the windbreaker blade in an astonishing manner, piercing directly under the knife cultivator's ribcage. The cultivator let out a wretched scream as the protective aura was torn apart by the tricolored spiritual power of the blade, blood, and internal organs erupting forth. Almost simultaneously. It was deep into the night, the mingled scent of blood and earth from the fallen horse slope swept away by the night breeze. The sanguine hues of the sunset had long faded, revealing a waning moon whose pale light illuminated the scattered corpses and dark puddles of blood on the slope. Resembling a hellish tableau, Changqing settled before a grave, extracting the last remaining chi-gathering pill from his storage bag, crushing it, and scattering the remnants atop the grave. The fragrant essence of the pill combined with the earthy aroma, imparting a semblance of tranquility. Leaning against an old locust tree beside the grave, he closed his eyes, surrendering to the enveloping fatigue. In a fleeting reverie, he found himself back in that dilapidated temple, where Wang Tianrui handed him a half-moldy bun. He recalled Lu, the widow, applying ointment in the apothecary, her clumsy yet warm gestures, and the elderly matron polishing a broken sword under the stone arch, the red cord swaying gently in the wind. These images flowed like soft luminescence through his consciousness, dispelling the bone-chilling effects of the demonic art. Time slipped away unmeasured until he opened his eyes, the dawn breaking with a pale light on the horizon. The wound on his left arm, under the dual influence of the soul-fixing pearl and the pill's fire, had scabbed over. Though still painful, it no longer festered. The Dao pill within his danshan spun slowly, its spiritual essence thin yet more refined than before. Changqing rose, bowing deeply to Lu's grave before descending the slope. The first ray of golden sunlight bathed him, elongating his shadow, the bloodstains on his clothes glinting darkly in the morning light, unable to conceal the rebirth gleaming in his eyes. The road ahead remained long and arduous. The Zhao family's roots were deeply intertwined, and the mere death of Zhao Xian would not shake their foundation. Yet, Changqing understood that he was no longer the boy who could only survive in the mines of Blackwind City, nor the cultivator who fled in panic through the misty forest. His blade bore the blood of his enemies. His heart carried the hopes of many. The windbreaker blade glimmered coldly in the morning light, the warmth of the soul-fixing pearl permeating through his garments. Drawing a deep breath, Changqing set forth towards the east, the heartland of the Zhao family, his ultimate destination. The wind swept up from the slope, carrying distant whispers, as if countless voices murmured. Yi tightened his grip on the hilt, his steps resolute, each footfall resonating like the tolling bell marking the countdown to an ancient grudge spanning millennia. Chapter 75. The System Resounds. Old encounters in the ancient forest. As Yi Changqing departed from the fallen horse slope, the sun had already risen above the horizon, painting the eastern clouds in shades of gold and crimson. He walked eastward along the official road. Although the wound on his left arm had scabbed, a dull ache persisted. With each step, he felt the remnants of the demonic poison jostling within his meridians, albeit firmly suppressed by the white light of the soul-fixing pearl. From the woods by the roadside, the clear chirping of birds echoed. Autumn dew clung to the blades of grass, sparkling in the sunlight like shattered diamonds. The air rich with the fresh scent of flora and earth, a stark contrast to the sanguinary stench of the fallen horse slope. Yi Changqing proceeded slowly, channeling his spiritual energy to mend his wounds while reflecting upon the enmity with the Zhao family. Zhao Xian was dead, yet the elder patriarch, Zhao Wudi, remained. Said to have long since transcended the tribulation stage, a true titan of the upper realms. To resolve their grievances entirely would not be a simple task. At that moment, a long-forgotten, crackling sound suddenly echoed in his mind, reminiscent of rusted gears turning. Ding! Host has slain the peak alchemy practitioner Zhao Xian, completing the primary revenge task. The chaos system is rebooting. Yi Changqing abruptly halted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This system had remained silent since he had reshaped his meridians a decade ago. He had almost believed it had vanished entirely, only to find it rebooting at this very moment. Reboot progress, 105-0100. Reboot successful. Host, Yi Changqing. Realm, mid-alchemy. Cultivation techniques, chaos technique, first layer. Star-shattering technique, fragment, wind-breaking blade manual, special items, soul-binding pearl, contains remnants of the Wang family's soul. Bone erosion demon sword, requires purification. Remaining tasks, main quest to annihilate the Zhao family, current progress, 15. Side quest to locate Wang Tianrui, incomplete. Rewards, purity of chaos energy increased by 10, system mall unlocked, basic. A torrent of information surged into his mind. And Yi Changqing felt the chaos core within his danshin tremble slightly, the previously chaotic energy becoming more refined, while the pain in his left arm significantly diminished. He attempted to summon the system. Why did you disappear previously? Reply to host. The system core was damaged during interdimensional transport. Additionally, it was forced offline due to energy depletion while assisting the host in reshaping the veins. Sufficient energy was needed for reboot. The alchemical essence of Zhao Xian provided the necessary repair energy. Yi Changqing was enlightened. No wonder the system rebooted after slaying Zhao Xian. He accessed the system mall, which contained only a few items. Basic healing pill X1 requires 10 revenge points. Completion of the wind-breaking blade manual requires 50 revenge points. Second layer fragment of the chaos technique requires 100 revenge points. How can revenge points be obtained? Slaying direct descendants of the Zhao family can yield revenge points, with higher realms granting greater values. Yi Changqing closed the mall, formulating a plan in his mind. With the system's assistance, his chances of annihilating the Zhao family had increased significantly. He continued eastward, and after taking only a few steps, he heard the clash of weapons and a woman's scolding voice emanating from the woods ahead. Following the sound, he pushed through the dense underbrush and beheld a clearing in the forest where a girl clad in a green dress was embroiled in a fierce battle against 3 black-clad practitioners. The girl, approximately 16 or 17 years old, sported twin buns atop her head and wielded a slender soft sword, her swordplay graceful and ethereal, akin to a kingfisher in the woods. Yet her cultivation was shallow, merely at the peak of chi gathering, and she was gradually falling to the disadvantage. The 3 black-clad practitioners donned bronze masks, their auras all at the early stage of alchemy, and the long knives in their hands were entwined with a purplish-black, demonic energy. They were indeed members of the Zhao family. Little girl, hand over your Qingluan jade pendant, and perhaps I might spare your life. The leader of the practitioners sneered, unleashing a blade aura aimed directly at the girl's face. The girl hurriedly sidestepped, her soft sword weaving a blossom of sword light to repel another practitioner. Her voice ringing out, "You vile thieves of the Zhao family shall not seize my mother's relic." Yi Changqing felt a stir in his heart. The girl's swordplay bore traces of the Wang family's martial techniques. Without hesitation, he drew the wind-breaking blade, its blade shimmering with a tricolored glow, slicing into the fray like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Clang! The blade's radiance struck precisely against the long sword of the leading cultivator. who felt an overwhelming force surge through, nearly causing him to lose his grip as he staggered back 3 steps. In a mix of fear and anger, he glared at Yi Changqing. Who dares to meddle in the affairs of the Zhao family? Yi Changqing remained silent, his figure darting like lightning as the wind-breaking blade whirled into a golden sphere of light, enveloping the 3 black-clad cultivators simultaneously. His chaotic energy had become much purer, and with the amalgamation of the Shattered Star technique and the wind-breaking blade's manual, his combat strength had increased significantly compared to the previous day. He found himself effortlessly handling the 3 early-stage Dan transformation cultivators. The girl watched in astonishment, forgetting to wield her soft sword. She had never witnessed such a fierce swordplay. Where the blade's light passed, the demonic aura of the Zhao cultivators dissipated like snow under the sun. The rusted long sword in his hand was more terrifying than any divine weapon. Who are you? The girl couldn't help but inquire. Just a passerby. Yi Changqing replied casually, suddenly accelerating the wind-breaking blade, drawing an uncanny arc as he struck the wrists of the 3 cultivators. 3 wails echoed as their long swords clattered to the ground, deep wounds appearing on their wrists, from which golden flames ignited, preventing the regeneration of demonic energy. Ding! Slayed 3 outer Zhao cultivators, gained 30 points of revenge value. The system notification chimed as Yi Changqing kicked the leading cultivator down, pressing the wind-breaking blade against his neck. Speak. Why did you seize her jade pendant? The cultivator, terrified, stammered. It was the command of Zhao Kuan, the clan elder of the Zhao family. He said that the Qingluan jade pendant conceals the Wang family's secret and could lead to the complete version of the Shattered Star technique. Yi Changqing's pupils constricted. It indeed pertained to the Wang family. Without further inquiry, he swiftly dispatched the 3 cultivators. The girl finally regained her senses. Bowing deeply to Yi Changqing, "Thank you for saving my life, Senior. I am Wang Qingluan. My father is a collateral descendant of the Wang family." The Wang family? Yi Changqing regarded her. "Do you know Wang Tianrui?" A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Qingluan's eyes. "You know my uncle? He has been missing for many years, and my parents have been searching for him." A warm current surged within Yi Changqing. He had unexpectedly encountered the niece of Wang Tianrui here. He retrieved a ring engraved with the name Wang Tianhuan from his storage bag and handed it to Wang Qingluan. "You might want to see this." Upon receiving the ring and noticing the intricate patterns, she trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. This is my grandfather's ring. Have you seen him?" Yi Changqing nodded, briefly recounting his experiences in the fallen immortal battlefield. Wang Qingluan wept uncontrollably, her hand clutching the ring, trembling incessantly. "So, grandfather has been guarding the soul-determining pearl. No wonder we couldn't find it after searching for so many years." Wiping her tears, she gazed at Yi Changqing with profound gratitude. "Senior, not only have you saved me, but you've also helped us uncover my grandfather's whereabouts. This kindness will forever be remembered by the Wang family. By the way, your swordplay seemed to carry the essence of the Shattered Star technique." Yi Changqing did not conceal the truth. "I learned some rudimentary skills from the remnants of the stone tablet in the fallen immortal battlefield." "That's wonderful." Wang Qingluan's eyes sparkled. "My father said that the Shattered Star technique is the only method capable of countering the bone-corroding demonic art. Unfortunately, we only possess the incomplete first 2 forms. Senior, I believe I have discerned the possible location of the complete star-shattering technique." Yi Changqing's heart stirred with curiosity. "Where?" "At the Cliff of Broken Souls." Wang Qingluan pointed towards the eastern mountains, the last bastion of the Wang family. "Prior to my grandfather's disappearance, he mentioned that the complete version was concealed within a hidden chamber at the cliff's base. However, the cliff is heavily guarded by the Zhao family's elite forces. Our attempts to approach have been thwarted on multiple occasions." Beep. Side quest activated. Search for the complete star-shattering technique. Completion rewards 200 vengeance points and the full text of the second layer of the chaos technique. The system's notification echoed once more, and Yi Changqing tightened his grip on the windbreaker blade. It seems that a journey to the Cliff of Broken Souls is imperative. The autumn sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light upon the 2 figures. Wang Qingluan's soft sword shimmered with a green glow in the sunlight, while Yi Changqing's windbreaker blade reflected a tricolored brilliance. The silhouettes of the elder and the youth, though Yi Changqing was not particularly old, his experiences had imbued him with a sense of maturity, stood amidst the forest, symbolizing the hope of the Wang family, which was beginning to coalesce once more. "Let us proceed." Yi Changqing took the lead, setting forth towards the Cliff of Broken Souls. Wang Qingluan nodded vigorously, her grip tightening around her soft sword as she trailed closely behind him. The birdsong in the forest remained crisp, yet this time, their footsteps bore an added resolve. The path ahead may still be fraught with the pursuit of the Zhao family and the perils of the Cliff of Broken Souls. However, Changqing knew that he was no longer fighting a solitary battle. The system rebooted, and encountering the descendants of the Wang family felt like a divine intervention of fate, steering him towards the inevitable confrontation with the Zhao family. The windbreaker blade trembled slightly in his hand, as if it too anticipated the tempest that lay ahead.